when the claws of the feline overlord rend hope asunder, and the label of inferior talent becomes a curse upon the ailing caterpie, a turning point emerges in the instant the power of eternity awakens. This is an impassioned tale of a time traveler and an elf forsaken by fate, united in their quest to shatter the prophecy of recent upheaval. From the brink of death, the spinning caterpie transforms into a partner of limitless potential, as they endeavor to demonstrate through their actions that in this world of elven convergence, there exists no destined failure, only trainers unwilling to concede defeat. Chapter 1. I shall not accept this script. If only I had traversed to this world a day earlier. Shu Tong mused silently upon a park bench. He had crossed over, yet his circumstances were far from favorable. Gazing at the redand white Pokeball in his hand, the memories that surged forth revealed to him that he had entered a realm where Pokémon had descended into reality. This body, also named Shu Tong, appeared to have a history not dissimilar from his own school. Days, could this be a parallel world? However, this Shu Tong was excessively impulsive. The original owner of this body was an inexperienced trainer, whose first Pokémon was a caterpie. Due to being bullied at school, he had engaged in a battle wager against his tormentor. The outcome was disastrous. Not only was the funding for training taken away, but the caterpie was left on the verge of death. The most unbearable part was that its injuries had become so severe that even the Pokémon Center could offer no salvation. Faced with such overwhelming setbacks, the original owner had collapsed in the park. Shu Tong sighed deeply. How could a mere caterpie possibly triumph against the bullying feline overlord? Had he crossed over a day earlier, he surely would not have acted so rashly. Alas, it was a pity for the caterpie. Since the original owner returned from the Pokémon Center, he had yet to muster the courage to open the caterpie's Pokeball. Contemplating this, Shu Tong fell into silence. Is there truly no hope left? He pondered, clutching the Pokeball, seemingly perceiving the ailing caterpie within. It seems the original owner has yet to apologize to it. I wonder if the caterpie harbors any resentment towards its trainer. With that thought, Shu Tong pressed the button on the Pokeball. A faint red light illuminated the form of the caterpie. It lay on the grass, eyes half closed, its body marred by wounds. I'm sorry, caterpie. Shu Tong gazed upon the injured creature, pausing momentarily. Though he was merely a stand-in, witnessing the caterpie's plight, which seemed dire, he chose to extend an apology on behalf of the original owner. However, no sooner had he spoken than he found himself momentarily frozen in shock. Before him, a cascade of information materialized. Name, caterpie. Type, bug poison. Ability, runaway. Moves, string shot. Talent, inferior. Recent upheaval. Unable to heal due to injuries inflicted by the feline overlord. On the verge of death, yet fate may be altered due to the trainer's awakening of the power of eternity. The manifestation of this panel left Shu Tong utterly astounded. He remained in a daze for quite some time before coming to terms with the revelation. Caterpie's data? Was this a golden finger? A system? Having been deeply influenced by the internet, Shu Tong readily recognized the peculiar phenomenon before him. Furthermore, this recent upheaval was none other than the events that had just transpired with the caterpie. However, due to the awakening of the Tokiwa power by the trainer, what does it mean to defy fate? After a brief moment of astonishment, Shu Tong's expression radiated joy. Myself refers to the trainer of the caterpie, does it not? Perhaps, the caterpie need not meet its demise. He gazed at the caterpie, barely clinging to life and unable to respond, and took a deep breath. The Tokiwa power, originating from the Pokémon Special Series, is a unique ability that only trainers born in the Tokiwa Forest have a chance to awaken. It allows them to connect with their Pokémon's thoughts, accurately gauge the timing of evolution, and infinitely heal their Pokémon's injuries. Notable possessors of this ability include Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, and Lance, the Dragon Master, both renowned as super trainers. Could it be that I, too, can awaken this ability? If I could harness the Tokiwa power, I would possess the most potent healing capabilities, enabling me to mend the caterpie's wounds, thus sparing it from death. How shall I awaken it? With this thought, Shu Tong quickly steadied his emotions. He closed his eyes and began to sense the power within him. Soon, amidst the darkness, a phantom of the caterpie materialized, surrounded by an endless, vibrant forest teeming with life. An infinite source of vitality began to converge upon him. This power must have come from his journey. The original owner could not have possessed it, otherwise they would have discovered it. Regardless, the caterpie was now saved. Shu Tong opened his eyes, and the awakened Tokiwa power coalesced in his hand, manifesting as a green aura. He reached out to the ailing caterpie, and in the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The green energy permeated the caterpie's body, and its injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Caterpie with a weak cry, the caterpie slowly opened its eyes, lifting its body, its gem-like eyes gazing at Shutong. In turn, Shutong looked back at the caterpie. It seemed the caterpie bore no resentment towards its trainer for having subjected it to such a battle upon recovery. It immediately nudged against its trainer affectionately. Witnessing this scene, Shutong took a deep breath, feeling his strength wane from utilizing the Tokiwa power, yet a smile graced his lips. Embracing the moment, he resolved to be Shutong from this day forth. I apologize, caterpie, I shall not act so impulsively again. Let us strive anew, Shutong gently spoke to the caterpie, which nuzzled against him even more affectionately. Caterpie. At this moment, the caterpie's innocence resembled that of a child, blissfully unaware. However, thanks to his awakening of the Tokiwa power, Shutong could now comprehend its intentions. This little creature seemed to genuinely cherish him. Shutong smiled softly, but in the next instant his expression froze. Before him, that data appeared once again. Name, caterpie. Type, bug poison. Ability, run away. Skills, string shot. Talent, medium physical capability. Recent turn of events. 2 months later, during special training in the northern woods of Creek Town, it faced an unfortunate demise while protecting its trainer during a secret realm invasion. Compared to earlier, the information regarding the unicorn worm has indeed undergone some changes. The presence of a mid-tier physical talent, amidst an array of inferior abilities, may well be attributed to the nurturing influence of the everlasting power. In any case, this marks a promising beginning. The recent transformation has also brought about changes in the concept of mysterious realm invasion. With the resurgence of memories, I have gained a rudimentary understanding of this world's history, rendering the term somewhat familiar. The arrival of elves into the world began with the invasion of mysterious realms, and the evolution of the relationship between humans and elves is rooted in numerous conquests of these realms. As for the unfortunate fate of the unicorn worm, I cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy, however. My gaze swiftly regains its determination. Strengthening oneself transforms the mysterious realms from calamities into opportunities. This situation is not insurmountable, and my confidence derives from the everlasting power. Hence, I shall not accept the narrative that the unicorn worm is destined for misfortune. Chirp! It seems the unicorn worm, too, senses my resolve and emits an uplifting call. I smile gently and say, "You wish to grow stronger as well, don't you?" Chapter 2. First, let's add a strengthening buff. Do you wish to grow stronger? Chirp. I received an affirmative response from the unicorn worm. This appears to be akin to a buff in anime. A comforting thought indeed. However, the information relayed from my golden finger regarding the unicorn worm is rather disappointing. I recall that, as a poison-type creature, it should have the potential to learn the skill Poison Sting, yet it currently possesses only a non-offensive ability, Silk Spitting. As for its talent, the situation is even more discouraging initially. All abilities were of inferior quality, but after receiving the nourishment of the everlasting power, its physical prowess has risen to mid-tier, which does instill a glimmer of hope. According to the notes from my golden finger, talents are categorized into 5 tiers: inferior, mid-tier, superior, extraordinary, and divine. The extent of the differences among these tiers remains a mystery, one that I can only uncover gradually over time. Without the everlasting power, anyone would be disheartened upon encountering a unicorn worm of such attributes. I wonder what other elves might possess in terms of attributes. This thought ignites my curiosity. As dusk approaches, I rise and survey my surroundings. Indeed, there are no elves in sight. It is only logical a public park would hardly ensure safety if elves were to roam freely, as not all elves are gentle and amiable. I had considered venturing to the northern woods, a location mentioned in the recent transformation where a mysterious realm invasion is expected in 2 months. However, as night falls, and considering that the unicorn worm has narrowly escaped danger, it would be unwise to venture out recklessly. It is prudent to wait until morning. Unicorn worm, let us return for now. You have survived a great ordeal. Let us allow you to calm your nerves for the night. Chirp. I nod in agreement and recall the unicorn worm into its pockball. As Shutong traversed the familiar path leading home, he found himself in Sichuan Town, Xingqing County, Su Province, the very place of his roots. Currently, only his grandparents resided there. His father lived in the county town, employed at the wastewater treatment facility. Shu Tong was a student at Xingqing No. 1 High School, the sole institution in the region specializing in Pokémon training. His first 2 years primarily focused on theoretical knowledge, supplemented by physical training, while the third year was dominated by intensive physical conditioning and basic combat techniques. At the end of the semester, students were to receive their first Pokémon, though the school offered only Caterpie and Hornet. Families with better financial means often procured their own Pokémon, typically through the breeding facilities affiliated with the Trainer Association, though the prices were exorbitant. A month into the new semester, with only 4 months remaining until the college entrance examination, the first 3 months were dedicated to foundational training materials provided by the instructors, followed by self-directed training. The school lacked sufficient equipment for the multitude of Pokémon requiring training. Unless one was a prioritized student clearly, Shu Tong fell into the category of those left to their own devices. However, at the month's end, all students were required to return for a week to assess their progress. Shu Tong had just returned from school, where the initial month's assessment had been a disheartening experience. His Hornet's attributes and combat capabilities were woefully inadequate. Upon arriving at his rural homestead, he gazed at the towering ginkgo tree, standing at an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could utilize it to better understand his Hornet. With a redandwhite Pokeball in hand, he pressed the button, summoning the Hornet before him. Pointing at a branch rising over 2 meters high, Shu Tong commanded, "Hornet, use string shot on that branch." The Hornet nodded with determination, launching a white thread towards the branch. Despite falling short by 20 to 30 centimeters, the Hornet persisted, undeterred by its limitations. The trials endured at school, and the near-fatal wager with Big Cat had profoundly affected the Hornet. "Persevere, you can do it." Shu Tong's unwavering spirit resonated with the Hornet, moving him deeply. He had not anticipated such resilience from his Pokémon. After approximately 2 minutes of struggle, the Hornet fainted from exhaustion. Shu Tong, not hesitating for a moment, invoked his spirit once more, though slightly unsteady. The Hornet revived with newfound vigor. "Come in for dinner," called his grandmother, interrupting the Hornet's efforts. "Coming," Shu Tong replied, leading the Hornet inside. His grandmother had already set the table with a feast: stir-fried preserved pork, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, sautéed greens, and peanuts, his grandfather's preferred snack with rice wine. His grandfather had filled his cup to the brim. "Sit down and eat. You've worked hard all day as a trainer." "Your grandmother is fetching dinner for the Hornet," he said. Shu Tong smiled bashfully, pondering, if only grandfather knew the funds for raising my Hornet had been lost, would he be exasperated with his disappointing grandson? "Here it comes, dinner for the unicorn bug," Grandma announced as she approached with a plate bearing 2 boiled eggs, tender green leaves, and a bottle of pure milk. The unicorn bug responded with a delighted chirp. Looking at the food before the creature, Shu Tong noted that while it appeared appealing, it was merely the fare of ordinary animals. Having consumed such sustenance for an extended period, it was evident that it had little effect on the unicorn bug's growth. One could hardly fault the exorbitant price of the milk produced by the large dairy can. Grandpa took a swig of his drink, savoring the taste before exhaling a plume of alcohol-laden breath. "Drinking alone is rather dull." "Shu Tong, you're nearly 18, why not join me?" "I can't believe you suggested that," Grandma interjected with a disapproving glare. Shu Tong added, "I do not relish the taste of alcohol." The unicorn bug had finished its meal and suddenly emitted a sound. "Really? You wish to try some?" Shu Tong found it hard to fathom the insect's desire. After all, weren't bugs typically used for infusing liquor? The unicorn bug chirped affirmatively, eager to sample the drink. "Well, if that's what you want, a little sip to calm your nerves might be beneficial." "I suspect this will be your only taste," Shu Tong conceded. Grandpa and Grandma exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the whims of the creature. Shu Tong poured 2 ounces of alcohol in front of the unicorn bug, which first inhaled the aroma deeply before consuming the entire portion in one go. Shu Tong was taken aback, astonished at how much the creature seemed to enjoy it. Grandpa and Grandma stared in disbelief. Did it really just finish that? After its drink, the unicorn bug made a beeline for the yard, moving significantly faster than before. Shu Tong hurried after it, hoping it wouldn't get intoxicated and cause a ruckus, clutching the Pokeball in hand, ready to recall the creature at a moment's notice. Upon reaching the ginkgo tree, the unicorn bug shot out silk, deftly ensnaring a branch in one swift motion. "No way," Shu Tong rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 3. A new turning point. It is often said that consuming alcohol aids in blood circulation. But does this phenomenon manifest so distinctly in the case of the horned caterpillar? Might it lead to reckless behavior? Shu Tong mused that perhaps she was overthinking. It could simply be that the alcohol had spurred the caterpillar into a fervor. Before her eyes, the horned caterpillar utilized its silk threads to entwine a branch, propelling itself in a dizzying loop through the air, reminiscent of a roller coaster. Crack! Just as it completed a full rotation, the silk snapped, sending the caterpillar crashing to the ground. Shu Tong felt a pang in her heart. Merely hearing the sound was painful enough. It seemed the effects of the alcohol were indeed potent. As she prepared to check on the caterpillar's condition, it swiftly adhered another silk thread to the branch and launched itself once more, resulting in an outcome that was tragically unchanged. This time, the caterpillar fell and succumbed to unconsciousness. The silk's lack of resilience suggested a deficiency in protein. If it weren't for her financial constraints, Shu Tong would have undoubtedly treated it to several bottles of rich milk. With these thoughts in mind, she once again summoned the power of the Evergreen. The caterpillar appeared to have tapped into its trainer's unique abilities, boldly indulging in its antics without needing further prompting from Shu Tong. As it resumed its extreme sport of spinning, Shu Tong staggered, exclaiming, "Horned caterpillar, do take care of your health." However, the caterpillar seemed oblivious to her words, perhaps enchanted by the evergreen power, which compelled it to persist in its reckless endeavors, nearly exhausting Shu Tong in the process. Wait, Shu Tong weakly interjected. The caterpillar looked at her in confusion, as if questioning their agreement to grow stronger together. Horned caterpillar, this specialized training primarily targets your physical endurance and strength, which are indeed vital, yet it is essential to integrate other forms of training as well. For instance, you have yet to master the poison sting skill. Wouldn't it be prudent to practice that? Shu Tong suggested. The caterpillar nodded vigorously, agreeing with her wisdom. Shu Tong sighed with relief, having successfully diverted its attention. Otherwise, she feared for her own well-being. She mustered the strength to return and retrieve a bottle of milk to replenish her nutrients. When Shu Tong emerged once more, she discovered the caterpillar had gathered a sphere of purple poisonous energy in its mouth. In an instant, this orb transformed into 3 venomous needles that shot forth, embedding themselves into the trunk of a ginkgo tree, only to vanish moments later. "Have you mastered poison sting?" Shu Tong remarked, sipping her milk. Was this the influence of the evergreen power, or merely the effect of the alcohol? Unable to discern the source, she resolved to embrace both avenues. Approaching the side of the caterpie, Shu Tong remarked, "Thus, we have established the direction for our specialized training. Extreme training will undoubtedly enhance all our abilities. Next, we must focus on the strength of the silk and the application of the poisonous needles. As for the poisonous needles, I believe I can seek out some poison-type Pokémon for battle tomorrow to experience a variety of toxins. Regarding the silk, it is essential to supplement with protein, though that presents a challenge at the moment. Alas, if I miss the optimal period for protein supplementation, it would reflect poorly on my competence as a trainer." The caterpie retaliated with another shot of poisonous needles, responding to Shu Tong's determination with its own effort. "Just an hour ago, I contemplated contacting the authorities to reclaim that sum of money, but now all I desire is to teach those ruffians a lesson they won't forget." A hint of malice flickered in Shu Tong's gaze. The caterpie, with focused intensity, once again utilized its silk, engaging in extreme training by using its threads to strike against its own body, simultaneously pushing Shu Tong to her physical limits. By 10 o'clock, she ultimately conceded defeat. Shu Tong could no longer endure. "Caterpie, let's call it a day. Allow me to share a story." Exhausted, she struggled to conceive anything that could captivate the caterpie's interest. She began. "Once upon a time, there existed a place known as the Evergreen Forest, where a boy named Sakamoto resided. He too had a caterpie," Shu Tong said, gazing at the round moon in the sky. The caterpie, intrigued, nestled into Shu Tong's embrace, both gazing at the moon together. As Shu Tong's melodious voice enveloped the night, the caterpie gradually closed its eyes and drifted into slumber. A smile of contentment graced Shu Tong's lips as she returned the caterpie to its Pokeball. Upon returning to her room, she charged her phone and collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted from her repeated use of the power of the Evergreen. The following morning, after breakfast, Shu Tong mounted her electric scooter and headed towards the northern woods. Upon entering the forest with her caterpie, she spotted several caterpies feasting on dew-kissed fresh leaves, their information manifesting before her eyes. Name: caterpie type, bug ability, shed skin skills, string shot, tackle, talent, inferior, recent fate, 2 months later. Devoured by Spearow due to a dimensional breach. Aside from slight variations in talent, these caterpies shared a grim fate, all destined to be consumed by Spearow due to the impending dimensional breach. Shu Tong ventured deeper into the woods, hoping to find any survivors. Time and again, she encountered various Pokémon, including caterpies, metapods, oddish, and rattatas, all bound by the same tragic destiny, meeting their end in the dimensional breach 2 months hence. Sighing, Shu Tong remarked, "There is nothing more to behold. It seems the impending dimensional breach will bring catastrophic devastation to this forest." The caterpie was perplexed by Shu Tong's contemplations and wondered why they had yet to commence their specialized training. Shu Tong received the thoughts of the caterpie and declared, "Let us commence today's special training. I believe we may soon enhance our perception of poison-type energy. I already have an idea. Let us first seek out a oddish." The caterpie chirped anxiously, and suddenly, another caterpie flew towards them. Shu Tong quickly stepped aside. What a surprise! While failing to find an oddish, they were instead presented with another caterpie. This particular caterpie was swinging between the branches, utilizing its silk to cling to the trees, and evidently, its silk was far more resilient than that of Shu Tong's own caterpie, enduring several swings without breaking. "Poison sting, aim for its silk," Shu Tong commanded. The caterpie dutifully obeyed, successfully severing the silk with 3 precise strikes of poison stingers. The other caterpie had no time to react, tumbling to the ground, its eyes spinning in confusion. Just as Shu Tong was about to depart, an overwhelming wave of excitement surged within her upon reading the information about the fallen caterpie. Name, caterpie, type, bug, poison ability, runaway skills, string shot, poison sting, talent, medium grade, high grade speed, recent twist. In 2 months, during a dimensional invasion, it will evolve into a Beedrill and sense the fluctuations within the dimension. With its remarkable speed, it will acquire the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone, ultimately being captured by a professional trainer who comes to resolve the dimensional crisis. Chapter 4. The Caterpie's Talent Enhancement. If Shu Tong were to express envy towards the Caterpie's talent, its Pokémon script would undoubtedly leave her astonished. Recent twist. In 2 months, during a dimensional invasion, it will evolve into a Beedrill and sense the fluctuations within the dimension. With its remarkable speed, it will acquire the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone, ultimately being captured by a professional trainer who comes to resolve the dimensional crisis. Shu Tong pondered repeatedly, extracting the most fundamental information. In 2 months' time, a Mega Evolution Stone for Beedrill would be present in the dimensional realm. Such news was enough to leave anyone in awe. It is essential to remember that the fusion of this world with Pokémon has only occurred for a little over a century, and many evolutionary methods remain undiscovered, let alone Mega Evolutions. Currently, only a handful of Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution have been disclosed, and Beedrill is certainly not among them. The status of Mega Evolution Pokémon is undoubtedly akin to that of nuclear weapons on a national scale. If she could obtain the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone, facilitating its Mega Evolution would merely be a matter of time. This would significantly smooth her path towards becoming a ranked professional trainer. However, the challenge before Shu Tong was exceptionally daunting. 2 months? How could she empower the caterpie to possess the strength to traverse the dimension independently? As a time traveler, her golden opportunity had already illuminated her path. If she failed to seize it, her journey would be in vain. At that moment, the caterpie had regained consciousness and emitted a provocative cry, frustrated by its unexpected tumble. "Then let us battle. Caterpie, advance," Shu Tong commanded. In the face of such a formidable caterpie, my own caterpie seemed to hold no advantage in any aspect. However, despite its limited combat experience, even defeat could yield valuable lessons. The caterpie unleashed 3 venomous needles towards its opponent. The rival caterpie let out a disdainful cry, opening its mouth to release a barrage of over a dozen venomous needles, demonstrating an intensity that was simply beyond comparison. The outcome was unsurprising. The onslaught of needles from the rival caterpie effortlessly shattered my caterpie's meager 3 needles, with all of them piercing into its body, allowing the toxins to seep in. With a pained cry, my caterpie suffered yet remained standing, retaliating with another volley of needles. The rival caterpie, taken aback by my caterpie's resilience, promptly launched another flurry of venomous projectiles. After 3 successive assaults, my caterpie's body swelled and turned a deep purple, nearly bursting from the overwhelming toxic energy. Its endurance thus far was nothing short of miraculous. I could have chosen to withdraw my caterpie earlier, but in preparation for the impending secret realm 2 months hence, both it and I were compelled to exert ourselves beyond human limits. Otherwise, our entrance into the secret realm would not yield evolution stones, but rather lead to our untimely demise. There was no room for evasion. Strength was the only option. I vividly recalled how Sakiki's Beedrill had grown stronger, nourished by the power of Tokiwa after pushing its limits through rigorous training. Successes could be replicated and directly applied to my caterpie. Approaching my caterpie, I allowed the energy of Tokiwa to gradually permeate its body, initiating the restoration of its swollen form to normalcy. With the aid of Tokiwa's power, I sensed the toxic energy being fully digested and absorbed by my Caterpie, instantly revitalized. My Caterpie's vigor returned, and I was elated to see its information reappear before me. Name, Caterpie type, bug, poison ability, runaway skills, string shot. Poison needle, talent, intermediate, recent turn of events. In 2 months, during special training in the northern woods of Sichuan town, it will face the peril of the secret realm invasion and meet an unfortunate end. Excellent, I exclaimed, thrilled by my Caterpie's newfound attributes. An intermediate talent indicated that all individual talents had reached this level, confirming my hypothesis that the synergy of Tokiwa's power and extreme training could indeed strengthen Pokémon. At that moment, my Caterpie re-engaged with the rival Caterpie, once again locked in battle. 1, 2, 37. I counted as my Caterpie launched a barrage of 7 needles at once. No longer as fragile as before, successfully deflecting half of the rival Caterpie's onslaught. The opposing Caterpie displayed a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend the transformation. The most profound sensations can undoubtedly be attributed to the Caterpie, experiencing a transformation akin to a rebirth, with its entire being elevated. Although at this moment the Caterpie may still struggle against the poisonous needles of its adversary, it has successfully withstood half of the venomous assaults and can now evade the remaining strikes through its silk spinning ability. Block it, commanded Shutong. Without hesitation, the Caterpie allowed the poisonous needles to pierce its body. However, the effects of this latest assault were markedly diminished compared to before. The enhancement of the Caterpie's strength and its increased resistance played significant roles. Once again, the Caterpie succumbed to unconsciousness, yet this time, the duration of the battle was extended 5-fold. The opposing Caterpie began to pant, gazing at its fallen counterpart. This should be the end, right? Shutong executed the same maneuver. Again, the opposing Caterpie, witnessing the revival of its rival, wore an expression of sheer terror. Cater. It scurried away in a flurry. Shutong and the Caterpie exchanged a knowing smile. In truth, the opposing Caterpie had lost its training value. As further encounters would yield no significant reactions to its toxins, it had essentially achieved immunity. Our next target is Oddish, Shutong declared. In this forest, aside from Caterpie, the only other poison-type Pokémon likely to be found was Oddish. To encounter stronger poison types, one would need to venture deeper into the northern regions of the forest. Known as Mongshan. Although it cannot be classified as a great mountain, it is protected by rangers from the Trainer Association, and unless on special missions, novice trainers without credentials are prohibited from entering. Thus, Mongshan remains an area unattainable for beginners like Shutong. As she wandered, an unremarkable Oddish came into view. Silk spin, Shutong uttered. The Oddish, quick to react, took off running. Impressive speed, indeed, for a Pokémon with an escape trait, Shutong remarked. The Caterpie launched its silk. But despite facing away from its pursuer, the Oddish deftly dodged the attack, as if it possessed eyes on the back of its head. Oh, this is rather intriguing, Shutong mused, captivated by the chase. Chapter 5. Escape trait. From the attribute information of this Oddish alone, it appeared quite ordinary, akin to the previous Caterpie. However, its recent display suggested noteworthy sensitivity and reaction speed towards its surroundings. Could this be attributed to its escape trait? That seems to be the sole explanation. The Oddish increased its speed, yet the Caterpie remained hot on its trail. Shutong considered that the Caterpie also possessed an escape trait. Was it a contest of speed? This contemplation sparked new insights in Shutong regarding the escape trait, which in the game manifests as the ability to disregard any hindrances when encountering wild Pokémon, guaranteeing a successful escape. This is the reality, far beyond a mere game summary. From the recent performance of the walking grass, Shutong appears to interpret the escape trait as an acute sensitivity to surrounding anomalies, prompting an immediate response to ensure a successful escape. With this notion in mind, Shutong resolved to seek out additional Pokémon exhibiting the escape trait for experimentation. Unicorn bug, Shutong called out, transmitting her command through a shared mental connection. The unicorn bug swiftly received Shutong's instruction, first utilizing its silk to ensnare a nearby branch, performing a familiar maneuver that lifted it into the air. The unicorn bug then positioned itself directly above the walking grass. The walking grass reacted promptly, executing a rapid stop and turning to flee. However, this time the elevated unicorn bug did not afford it an opportunity. It unleashed a barrage of venomous needles that struck the walking grass squarely on its back. The frail walking grass was unable to withstand such a blow and succumbed to its incapacitation. The unicorn bug then proceeded to wrap the walking grass in silk. consuming its leaves. Go ahead, Shutong commanded. The unicorn bug hesitated momentarily, yet soon complied. It was instinctual for the creature to devour vegetation. Shutong issued this command having thoroughly researched the walking grass's characteristics. As a dual-type grass poison Pokémon, its leaves served as its primary offensive weapon. Possessing significant gripping power, the toxins concentrated within the 5 leaves could regenerate swiftly, even if severed in battle. Thus, Shutong pursued the study of the escape trait while simultaneously allowing the unicorn bug to consume the walking grass's toxins. The unicorn bug swiftly approached the cocooned walking grass, efficiently stripping its leaves bare, resulting in a bald appearance. The poison of the walking grass differed from that of the unicorn bug, and it was evident that new toxic energy attributes were entering the unicorn bug's body. With this walking grass defeated, Shutong and the unicorn bug set out in search of another specimen exhibiting the escape trait. To Shutong's astonishment, escape traits, as hidden abilities, were more prevalent than the chlorophyll trait, having already consumed the leaves of 3 walking grasses with the escape trait. The unicorn bug, burdened by the accumulating toxic energy it could not digest, began to appear bloated. Let us take a moment to rest, Shutong suggested, finding a tree to sit beneath. Having utilized the power of Eternatus 3 times today, she felt unusually fatigued. In this state, another use would surely lead to exhaustion, and she estimated that the unicorn bug could not endure consuming another walking grass leaf. Thus, she settled down to recuperate. Taking advantage of the downtime, Shutong retrieved her phone and searched for walking grass traits. The result revealed that the walking grass's trait is chlorophyll, which doubles its speed under sunny weather. However, many walking grasses lack traits altogether. Such individuals excel merely in evasion and are ill-suited for combat. Could it be that the escape trait remains yet to be thoroughly explored? Shutong once again inquired about the characteristics of the unknown. The response received was that the unknown possesses the trait of scales, which prevents additional effects from moves targeting Pokémon with this trait. There exists a small fraction of unknown devoid of the scales trait, which flee at the slightest hint of danger, rendering them unsuitable for combat training. Now, Shutong could finally ascertain that the fleeing trait had indeed not been discovered, which elucidated the presence of numerous fleeing Leafians and unknown in the vicinity, as most of the Leafians and unknown with standard traits had already been captured. After triumphing over 2 fleeing Leafians, the unknown succumbed to the surging poison energy. Following the exertion of this powerful move, Shutong felt dizzy, nearly losing consciousness, and it took a considerable moment for her to regain her composure. The unknown gazed at Shutong with concern. I'm fine. Today's accomplishments are plentiful, but I need to process them. It's getting late. Let us return, Shutong remarked. The unknown nodded in agreement. Shutong meandered slowly to the electric vehicle stationed outside the forest, recalling the unknown into its Pokeball. The aftermath of employing the powerful move was overwhelming. She could hardly withstand it, and it seemed imperative for her to enhance her physical training. Shutong reclined against the electric vehicle to recuperate while reflecting on the battles of the day. Through her encounters with Pokémon exhibiting the fleeing trait, she gained newfound insights into this characteristic. Such Pokémon are exceedingly sensitive, exhibiting an immediate awareness of their surroundings and a remarkably swift reaction time, instinctively fleeing or evading at the slightest disturbance. If this ability were to be further developed, it could undoubtedly shine in battle. Only after regaining her strength did Shutong ride the electric vehicle home. After dinner, the unknown, much like the previous day, consumed a modest amount of liquor, becoming unusually exuberant. It spun on branches while releasing silk, demonstrating a notable improvement in its silk's resilience, managing to whirl 5 or 6 times before the strand broke. Remarkably, the unknown did not fall, but rather landed gracefully, utilizing its coordination. In just one day, the unknown's progress was nothing short of miraculous. This miracle, of course, stemmed from Shutong herself, who gazed at the unknown with pride. Shutong did not remain idle. She engaged in various physical training exercises in the yard. Squats, frog jumps, push-ups, completing a full set brought her increasing astonishment. Although it felt as if she had accomplished little throughout the day, her physical capabilities seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. The number of squats and push-ups she could perform had doubled, and yet she did not feel fatigued. Could it be that the power of the move was subtly altering her body? With such potent effects, she decided to fully commit. Unknown, let us intensify our training, pushing beyond our limits sooner rather than later. The unknown was already cheering her on. With a sudden thud, the unknown reached its limits and collapsed to the ground. Having fainted, the power of eternity swiftly materialized, cycling through until Shutong felt utterly drained, marking the conclusion of today's rigorous training. Chapter 6. The Fortuitous Encounter at the Elven Department Store. Lying in bed, Shu Tong felt an overwhelming fatigue, devoid of any desire to move. Today, she had harnessed the power of eternity 7 times, which had taken a toll on her. However, each instance of intense training for her Caterpie yielded nourishing benefits from this power, leading to steady improvements across various attributes. The enhancement of her physical capabilities was a delightful surprise. Shu Tong's mind was already devising a specialized training regimen for Caterpie. After all, the impending secret realm held the promise of a Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone in 2 months, necessitating that Caterpie evolve into Beedrill and possess sufficient strength to tackle the Pokémon within the realm. This was a crucial objective, and she believed the recent developments were indicative of a turning point. Success would be measured by Caterpie's ability to navigate its narrative without succumbing to defeat, a sign of triumph over fate. The overarching strategy of intense training combined with the power of eternity was non-negotiable. Following this, targeted training would be imperative, focusing on skill potency, proficiency, and the exploration of unique traits. However, such specialized training would require financial resources, a realization that brought forth a familiar concern regarding monetary matters. Could she possibly consider a loan? With newfound confidence, she felt assured in her ability to secure funding. As long as Caterpie's strength improved, numerous part-time opportunities awaited her, including training partners at clubs and beneficial tasks released by the Trainer Association. With this thought igniting her spirit, Shu Tong abruptly opened her eyes and reached for her phone to investigate the terms of a loan. Upon unlocking her device, she noticed a text message, a transfer notification revealing an unexpected influx of 20,000 yuan into her account, courtesy of her grandfather. Shu Tong was momentarily speechless, a torrent of emotions surging within her. She quickly descended from her bed and approached her grandparents' door, gently knocking and inquiring, "Grandpa, Grandma, are you awake? We're already asleep. You should rest early as well. Don't exhaust yourself before becoming a professional trainer," her grandfather replied, turning off the light. A myriad of words swelled in Shu Tong's heart, yet she struggled to articulate them, settling instead on a quiet promise, "I will not disappoint you." Before dawn broke the next day, Shu Tong departed with only a few simple provisions, catching the first bus to Xing City. With newfound financial resources, she was determined to wield them wisely. The Elven department store in Xing City, a chain under the National Trainer Alliance, offered an array of Pokémon-related merchandise. 20,000 yuan might represent half a year's earnings for many families, yet it would scarcely suffice for purchasing essential Pokémon supplies. Treasures that could enhance a Pokémon's energy were merely for her admiration. She first directed her steps toward the Pokémon food section. The large milk container is priced at 200, while the Moo fresh milk costs 400. Both are lauded as the most nutritionally valuable beverages, with prices that are astonishingly steep, particularly for Moo fresh milk, which is the colostrum of the large milk container and priced exorbitantly. Despite such high costs, demand often outstrips supply. Were it not for governmental price controls, the price of Moo fresh milk would likely soar to unimaginable heights. Shu Tong calculated the time. The horned caterpillar could evolve into a hardened beetle within a month. She merely needed to ensure that she had milk to sustain it during the caterpillar stage. The resilience of the silk produced by the caterpillar is intrinsically linked to protein intake, and it must accumulate sufficient energy to evolve into a hardened beetle, ensuring adequate energy for the next stage. As for evolving into a Beedrill, that would necessitate the cessation of milk consumption. 30 days. 1 bottle of Moo fresh milk a day amounts to a staggering total of 12,000. Initially, Shu Tong hesitated, but upon recalling the secret realm in 2 months, she gritted her teeth and proceeded with the payment. After paying, she registered her delivery address, ensuring that the goods would be delivered to her doorstep, alleviating any concerns regarding safety. In one moment, she felt like a wealthy patron. In the next, reality hit her hard. She had intended to purchase some food for the horned caterpillar, but she surmised that such food would likely be no better than the leaves of the walking grass. Departing from the area designated for Pokémon food, Shu Tong ventured into the section for Pokémon treasures, not to buy, but out of curiosity. Those who frequented this area typically hailed from affluent backgrounds, and here, Pokémon could be released, as they too participated in the selection of treasures. The presence of professional trainers ensured safety, and wherever Pokémon were present, scripts for their actions could be observed, allowing her unique abilities to come into play. This treasure area undoubtedly attracted the wealthy, with Pokémon generally possessing average talents, though a select few exhibited superior abilities. However, recent events seemed to pivot around the impending college entrance examination in 4 months, rendering most observations rather mundane. While everyone else focused on the treasures displayed on the shelves, Shu Tong stood out as she observed the Pokémon instead. After quickly surveying several Pokémon, her gaze shifted to the shelves. The treasures these Pokémon carried were developed from the secret realm, classified as scarce resources. Each item had undergone professional assessment and categorization, ensuring absolute authority. Naturally, the prices of treasures varied in accordance with their quality. Given that Xingqing County is a small locale, the quality of treasures here predominantly falls into the inferior and average categories, with only a few reaching superior quality. Shu Tong glanced at the price of a poison needle and was astounded. The inferior poison needle was priced at 100,000, the average at 300,000, and there was even a superior poison needle, fetching 600,000. With a mere pardon me. She prepared to leave when she encountered a graceful young girl with a bobbed haircut, cradling an EV, followed by a stern-looking elderly man with a head of white hair, exuding an aura of authority. Grandfather, I said it before, how could such a small city like Xingqing offer anything of value? You insisted on bringing me here to test our luck. Just now, in the Evolution Stone area, the highest quality Thunderstone was merely of average grade. How can I possibly evolve my EV into a powerful Thunder Pokémon? The young girl exclaimed. Children are often so impatient. I brought you to Xingqing for a reason. The elder replied. Meanwhile, Shu Tong's attention was fixated on the EV in the girl's hands. Name, EV type, normal, ability, adaptability, skills, helping hand, tackle, sand attack. Quick attack, talent, medium, high special attack, recent turn of events, 1 day later. The trainer successfully acquired a premium Thunderstone at booth number 356 in the underground market of Xingqing, evolving into a Thunder Pokémon with exceptional speed and special attack talents. Recent turn of events. For months later, during the college entrance competition, thanks to formidable strength, they secured a position among the top 30 in Su Province. Shu Tong had firmly etched this EV's information in her mind, especially the gamble at booth number 356, where she could seize the opportunity for herself. From the attire and demeanor of the grandfather and granddaughter, it was evident that they came from a prosperous background. While the EV's script might remain unchanged, it seemed that sacrifices may be necessary. Shu Tong calmly exited the treasure area. Chapter 7. The Underground Market. The underground market of Xingqing is the sole one in the entire Xiangzhou city, representing a unique industry of Xingqing. The origins of this underground market stem from the mysterious realms. When a certain realm emerges, the state promptly intervenes to eliminate hazards and explore resources. Once the majority of concentrated resources have been harvested, certain professional trainers are permitted to enter for exploration, often uncovering resources hidden deep within, akin to treasures encased in rock layers. Numerous large and even colossal mysterious realms remain unconquered by humanity to this day, and professional trainers with a certain rank can apply for entry to explore them. Any items of uncertain value discovered by professional trainers from these realms are sold in the underground market for income. Among these, the most sought-after items are the stones retrieved from the realms, which may yield numerous precious materials, such as evolution stones, carrying treasures, and skill-secret jewels, all of which have been extracted from stones. Thus, the gambling on stones industry emerged, giving rise to some pseudo-experts and thrill-seekers. 1 day later, this grandfather and granddaughter duo would successfully gamble for a premium Thunderstone in the underground market. Time was of the essence. Shu Tong rushed to the underground market of Xingqing without even having a meal. The underground market, located in the southern old district of the city, was converted from a large underground parking lot. Upon entering the market, one was greeted by a series of small shops, each bustling with lively vendors. Step right up. Take a look. Our shop offers heavyweight premium resource dragon horns. With a Kingler carrying a dragon horn for special training, it will soon evolve into a Gyarados. A merchant at the entrance of the shop was vociferously calling out, inevitably attracting a crowd of onlookers. Shu Tong scoffed to herself, contemplating that if he were to mention dragon scales or dragon teeth, she might be inclined to believe him. But what on earth was this about dragon horns? Come and see. Our store possesses a confidential treasure that can enable a green caterpillar to evolve into a formidable dragon-type Pokémon. There's only one, and it's first come, first served. Another merchant was zealously advertising. This was utterly ridiculous. Not only Shu Tong, but many passers-by were criticizing this merchant for his utter lack of decorum in advertising. Dear customers, come and take a look at our fruits, all sourced from secret realms. Behold this apple-like fruit. Its true name is wild apple, and consuming it will swiftly restore a Pokémon's stamina. If consumed regularly, it even enhances physical attributes. And this fruit resembling a dragon fruit. It's called Dragon Fire Fruit, which boosts special attack abilities when consumed, and it's a rare find from secret realms. Originally priced at 1,000 each, Today we are offering it to our loyal customers for just 100 each, and their essay buy one, get one free offer. No. You heard it correctly. As Shutong continued her stroll through this underground bazaar, her confidence in the market waned. What sort of establishments were these? It was blatant deception. Esteemed customers, behold the vitality of this Magikarp. A vendor tossed a Magikarp into the arms of a bewildered young man with blue hair, who stood there, arms outstretched. As the fish flopped energetically against him. Let me share a secret. This Magikarp can produce gold. Its reproductive capacity is extraordinary. One Magikarp can yield 10, and 10 can yield 100. Imagine the astronomical figures that could emerge. In just a few years, you could be a billionaire. The blue-haired youth's eyes glimmered with excitement. This left Shutong dumbfounded. Was this fellow truly gullible enough to believe such nonsense? The brevity of this world's experience with Pokémon, a mere century, has left many aspects shrouded in mystery, allowing people to exaggerate the capabilities of these creatures. The information regarding this Magikarp also appeared before Shutong's eyes. Name, Magikarp. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Skill, splash. Talent, average attack. Recent turn of events. 1 year later, the trainer drowned. In gratitude for the trainer's nurturing, it forcibly broke through its genetic limitations to evolve into Gyarados, saving the trainer. I'll buy it. How much? The blue-haired youth exclaimed eagerly. Shutong shrugged. Considering it perplexing that others could be duped yet still acquire a Pokémon with a compelling narrative, though she wondered if the trainer a year hence would still be this blue-haired lad. Young man, you truly have an eye for talent. How about this? I'll give you a discount and sell it to you for 50,000, the vendor said, just as the blue-haired youth was about to respond. Shutong interjected. Wait a moment. A year later, this young trainer, possessing a Gyarados, now finds himself fortuitously acquainted with a potential future powerhouse. Establishing connections is undoubtedly advantageous. This is a valuable lesson gleaned from my previous life in the workplace. The merchant's owner sensed the precariousness of the situation, while the blue-haired youth gazed at Shutong in confusion. Boss, this is my classmate. You know that Magikarp are exceedingly common. Out of 100,000, perhaps only one evolves into Gyarados. Selling it outside would fetch at most 10,000. Moreover, your claim of possessing the ability to generate gold has yet to be substantiated. On what grounds should we place our trust in you? There is an inherent risk involved. Are you suggesting that we shoulder this risk entirely? Shutong asserted. The merchant's heart sank. He realized he had been exaggerating. Selling for 10,000 would already be a significant profit, let alone 20,000. He forced a smile. If it's 20,000, then so be it. I shall endure the loss. The blue-haired youth swiped his card, and the Magikarp was returned to its Pokeball. Handed over to him. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies to the merchant, Shutong grasped the blue-haired youth's hand and led him away. Thank you for your kindness during our serendipitous encounter. I am Xiaolang. And you? The blue-haired youth inquired. Shutong, are you also from Xingqing? I'm originally from Xingqing, but I attend high school in Jinling. I came to Xingqing to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. The underground market is truly fascinating. The advertisements these merchants employ are even more amusing than stand-up comedy, Xiaolang replied. I must inform you, Magikarp does not produce gold. However, if you nurture it diligently, it will surely reward you in return, Shutong remarked. I am aware, Xiaolang responded. Then why did you purchase it? Shutong asked, astonished. I found this Magikarp to be quite lively, perfect as a birthday gift for my grandfather. In fact, I was unaware of its actual market price until you enlightened me. May I have your contact information? He said, pulling out his phone and opening the Pokémon chat application. Buying without knowledge of the market conditions? You are quite bold. Individuals like you are precisely what those deceitful merchants covet, Shutong replied, also retrieving his phone. The two exchanged contact details. From Xiaolang's words, it was evident that he was a wealthy heir, readily spending 50,000 on a birthday gift for his grandfather. Such generosity implied his family must possess substantial resources. If you trust my judgment, nurture this Magikarp well for a year and a half. If it proves to be of no further value, you can always gift it to your grandfather later, Shutong advised. Believe it or not, I found myself growing fond of this little fellow while it was flopping in my hands just now. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. I have yet to make any friends in Xingqing, Xiaolang invited. Perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to. Next time, be more forthcoming. If you ever find yourself in Jinling, do remember to reach out. Chapter 8. The Master of Thunderbolt Dojo, Shutong examined the shop sign, systematically searching for the correct location. At long last, I discovered shop number 356, nestled in the farthest corner of the underground market. The establishment appeared quite dilapidated, featuring an antiquated plank door. Inside, the space was cluttered with numerous carvings and stones, all shrouded in dust. An elderly man, diminutive and frail, was tidying up, signaling his intent to close for the day. Observing the time, I noted it was still before 3 o'clock, far too early for such an establishment to shutter its doors. I quickly approached him. "Sir, why are you closing so early?" "I still wish to make a purchase," I inquired. The old man continued to busy himself with his belongings, responding, "Hurry and take a look. I must head home by 3. My gaze wandered around the shop. On the left shelf were exquisite carvings of stone spirits, suggesting that the old gentleman was indeed a skilled stonemason. The prices of these carvings were considerably higher than typical, which explained the layers of dust. They had evidently been overlooked by potential buyers. On the right shelf, I spotted what appeared to be ordinary stones. "Are these stones for gambling?" I asked. The old man replied, "These stones were indeed sourced from a secret realm. However, I no longer engage in the gambling business. These are merely the remnants from my previous endeavors, and they hold little value now. Fortunately, stones from the secret realm possess superior quality, making them more suitable for carving." Listening to the proprietor's words, a sense of anxiety began to swell within me, as I could not discern which of these stones might conceal a rare thunderstone. With only 8,000 coins remaining, purchasing all these stones and carvings was simply beyond my means. What was I to do? Time was slipping away, and should the old man close up shop, I would miss my chance to seize this opportunity. Internally frantic, yet maintaining an outward calm, I touched the stones. Feigning a selection process, I meticulously examined the stones on the right shelf, but felt nothing of significance. This was all I could do, though I felt utterly helpless. Shifting my focus to the left shelf, I gazed at the lifelike carvings and pondered the situation. Since the shop no longer engaged in gambling, it would be improbable for that proud girl to easily ascertain which stone contained a rare thunderstone. What, then, could possibly draw her to such a rundown establishment? As this thought crossed my mind, clarity struck me. My gaze landed upon a carving of a thunder spirit on the shelf. It could not be mistaken. I had overheard the conversation between the old man and his grandson. They sought to evolve their EV into a thunder spirit. If there were anything in this shop that could captivate that girl, it would surely be this thunder spirit carving. Placing my hand upon the carving, a surge of energy coursed through me, as I distinctly felt a chaotic, tempestuous force resonating with my own power. My hand tingled with the intensity of it. There was no mistaking it. "Sir, I wish to purchase this thunder spirit carving," I declared. The price was clearly marked. A quick scan and payment would allow me to take it home. The old man spoke without lifting his head, displaying a demeanor that left no room for negotiation. As if to say, buy it or leave. It was no wonder he had no business. He seemed not to be a merchant at all, but rather someone seeking to enrich his twilight years. The price of 5,000 yuan stung Shutong deeply. Yet she scanned the code and took possession of the carved relic known as the Thunder Spirit. Her immediate task was to find a location where this carving could be meticulously sliced open, a process requiring specialized precision instruments to gradually peel away the layers of rock, ensuring the integrity of what lay within. Only a handful of stone gambling shops possessed such equipment. Eager and impatient, Shutong entered the nearest stone gambling establishment. As she stepped inside, the owner approached her with enthusiasm. "Young lady, are you here to gamble on stones? Our shop has yielded many remarkable treasures. Just look at the success stories displayed on our big screen," he exclaimed. Shutong directed her gaze toward the large screen ahead. On December 12th, Wang Chong unearthed a medium-grade waterstone here. On January 7th, Li Fong discovered a medium-grade hard stone. See, the odds of finding treasures at our shop are quite favorable. Come, look at my stones, the luster, the feel. The owner began to boast. This carving helped me uncover something. How much? Shutong cut to the chase. The owner's smile faltered as he replied, "For stones not purchased from our shop, the price is merely 800 yuan, cheaper than other places. However, there is a stipulation. Should you reveal anything, it must be registered on my big screen, and our shop will provide complimentary quality appraisal services." "Agreed," Shutong responded, recognizing a win-win situation. It was undeniable that the owner's sales prowess was impressive. It appeared that not all the success stories showcased on that screen were genuinely from their stones. Moreover, she needed to ensure that her discovery of the Thunder Stone remained discreet. If it were known to be a premium Thunder Stone, it could attract unwanted attention. After paying, the owner approached the operation table. As the machinery whirred to life, the layers of the Thunder Spirit carving began to peel away slowly. "Wow," the owner exclaimed, as a deep green stone was gradually revealed in its entirety. This emerald stone was translucent, with a core featuring a golden lightning rune. "This is a Thunder Stone. You are incredibly lucky. Let me appraise it," the owner said. "No need for appraisal. Your equipment is unreliable," Shutong replied. Who do you think you're looking down on? My apparatus is highly accurate. The owner protested. I require absolute certainty, Shutong insisted, securing the Thunderstone. She was well aware of its premium quality. After all, the underground market lacked the reliability of a department store affiliated with the Trainer Association. The disparity between an ordinary Thunderstone and a premium one was vast. And in such a chaotic environment, one had to be wary of attracting trouble. Just as she was about to leave, the owner called out, "Oh, I haven't caught your name yet." "Shutong," she replied. Shutong tucked away the Thunderstone and, as he departed from the underground market, encountered the elderly duo just as they were entering it. Having already left his name, he was curious whether this pair was truly destined to possess such a remarkable Thunderstone. Their demeanor suggested they were also inclined to gamble on stones in the underground market. Otherwise, what was their purpose in coming to this city? Shortly after Shutong exited the underground market, it was the white-haired elder who hastily pursued him, calling out as he ran, "Young man, wait for me." "Shutong, my young brother, wait." Shutong feigned confusion and turned around, only to see the elder swiftly approaching him. "Sir, are you calling for me?" he asked. "Indeed. May I inquire if you are Shutong?" The elder, though slightly out of breath, could not conceal his commanding presence. His granddaughter had already fallen far behind, stalled in her tracks. "How did you know?" Shutong inquired, astonished. The elder smiled and produced a business card, saying, "I am Ling Jun, the head of the Thunderbolt Dojo in Xiangzhou." "Young brother, did you just acquire a Thunderstone in the underground market?" Shutong gazed at the elder in surprise, realizing he was the master of the dojo, which explained his formidable aura. Chapter 9. Women-a Dojo, as it is known, serves as a place of enlightenment and education. Only those who have attained the rank of a 6-stage trainer are qualified to establish a dojo, and it must possess unique techniques certified by the National Alliance. As far as Shutong knew, the distinctive technique of the Thunderbolt Dojo allowed for the enhancement of Thunder's power even in clear weather, ensuring an almost perfect accuracy rate. Furthermore, the Thunderbolt Dojo was the sole dojo in Xiangzhou. To his astonishment, this elder was indeed the head of the Thunderbolt Dojo, ranking among the top 10 in Xiangzhou. "So you are Master Ling. I never expected to meet you in person," Shutong said with earnestness. "As you mentioned, I did indeed acquire a Thunderstone," Ling Jun replied. "Young brother, I normally shouldn't broach this topic, but as you know, my disciples require a substantial amount of Thunderstones, given that they specialize in electric-type Pokémon. If you are willing, I can take you to the most professional appraisal agency of the Trainer Association to determine the quality of this Thunderstone. I would offer you a price exceeding the market rate by 20%. What do you think, young brother?" At that moment, Ling's granddaughter arrived, panting, and exclaimed, "Grandfather, are we really going to purchase without knowing the quality of this Thunderstone? If it is below standard, I do not want it." "Be quiet," Ling Jun admonished her with a glare. Shutong smiled brightly, responding, "As this young lady has rightly pointed out, if the Thunderstone is of inferior quality, Master Ling, there is indeed no need for you to spend such unnecessary money. A person like me can only make use of such low-quality evolution stones." Ling Jun was exasperated by his rather carefree granddaughter, who had managed to complicate what should have been a straightforward transaction. It seemed that it was high time for her to experience some hardships. Otherwise, her haughty disposition would inevitably lead to her downfall. Shutong, emphasizing her status as an ordinary person, could not abide by her lofty demeanor. In truth, Ling Jun, a seasoned trainer, understood that the resources within gambling stones were often well concealed. Typically, the quality of these hidden resources was not lacking, with the minimum being of moderate grade and a significant chance for high-grade quality, and if fortune favored, even the rarest of gems could surface. Ling Jun continued, "My young friend, do not underestimate yourself. If you are willing to sell this Thunderstone, in addition to the terms we just discussed, I shall add another condition. You may use this business card to train at the Thunder Dojo for 1 month. I am confident that within this month, your abilities will undergo a qualitative transformation." Upon hearing this, Ling Jun's granddaughter was ready to retort, but held her tongue in deference to her grandfather's recent authority. Throughout her life, he had never raised his voice at her, yet now he was doing so for a stranger. Shutong was indeed tempted. The Thunder Dojo was undoubtedly the finest training facility in all of Xiangzhou City. The prowess of the dojo's master was well known, while her school principal was only a 3rd-tier trainer, whereas Ling Jun was a 6th-tier trainer. Countless parents would pay exorbitant sums to secure a place for their children in this dojo for specialized training. Having a month of training as a precursor to the college entrance examination was an unparalleled opportunity. "Thank you, Master Ling," Shutong expressed gratefully. Ling Jun's gaze softened as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses." The girl scoffed, "You certainly won't suffer any losses." our dojo will incur the greater expense. If you believe it to be a loss, then simply do not utilize this Thunderstone, Shutong replied. Haha, my EV will never evolve and will never utilize your Thunderstone, Ling Yun retorted. Oh, so your name is Ling Yun, Shutong remarked, seemingly stating an inconsequential detail. Just as Ling Yun was about to continue, her grandfather interrupted. Enough, focus your energy on training. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center's department store, Ling Yun chose not to enter discreetly this time. Instead, he revealed his identity, which naturally granted him the highest level of service. With a simple expression of his needs, he was escorted by the staff to the quality assurance area. Before him stood an opulent device designed for testing, reassuring all clients that there would be no underhanded dealings. With results displayed immediately on the screen, a middle-aged man hurried over, exclaiming, Old Ling, I am Li Hua, the head of the quality assurance area. What would you like to have evaluated? This Thunderstone, Shutong replied as she produced it from her pocket. Very well, he responded. Li Hua took the Thunderstone and placed it directly onto the identification device. The apparatus activated, causing the Thunderstone to levitate, allowing for a comprehensive 360-degree examination. All others fixated on the large screen, while only Ling Yun displayed an air of disdain, eagerly anticipating a spectacle at Shutong's expense. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, the atmosphere in the identification area so still one could almost hear the collective breaths of the onlookers. It was not until the screen revealed the words Premium Thunderstone that shock rippled through the crowd. What? How is this possible? The first to voice her disbelief was Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded, remarking, Shutong, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. The rarity of a Premium Thunderstone is beyond valuation. Although we had previously settled on a price, I must inquire once more, for I never anticipated it would be of such quality. Shutong inclined her head slightly. Forming a favorable impression of the sect leader Ling, whether feigned or genuine, he had consistently engaged her in discussion, even now, when the advantage lay entirely with him. He still offered her an opportunity for reconsideration. At this juncture, what Shutong required was not the Premium Thunderstone, but rather the monetary compensation. Sect leader Ling, since we have already reached an agreement, there is no reason to retract it. This Premium Thunderstone rightfully belongs to you, Shutong declared. Very well. The transaction price for such a rare resource typically ranges from 1 to 2 million. I shall offer you the maximum of 2 million. Please provide me with your bank card, and I will transfer the funds immediately, Ling Yun replied. Shutong retrieved her card, feeling as though she were in a dream. 2 million was an astronomical sum for her. Ding. It was only when her phone pinged with the transfer notification that she regained her senses. Grandfather, quickly give me the Premium Thunderstone. My EV is about to evolve into a Thunder Spirit. Ling Yun exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Ling Yun's hand in a playful manner. No rush. It depends on your performance. Currently, EV does not meet the evolution criteria. Let it gain a bit more strength first, Ling Yun responded. Shutong glanced at Ling Yun, thinking how fickle women could be. What are you looking at? Let me tell you, I will only ever have affection for EV. Shutong retorted, bidding farewell to Ling Yun as she made her way alone towards the treasure sales area. Chapter 10 Medical Advice. Having secured the substantial sum of 2 million, Shutong proceeded to the resource sales area to purchase the superior-grade poison needles for 60,000, encasing them in an exquisite sealed box, as they were highly toxic and should not be handled carelessly. With all necessary purchases completed, Shutong prepared to return, only to suddenly recall an important matter, prompting her to retrace her steps to the largest pharmacy in Xingqing. What medications do you require? Greeted Shutong as a young and beautiful physician welcomed her. At that moment, Shutong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The doctor smiled and encouraged, please, just describe your symptoms. I feel exceedingly weak, as if I cannot muster any strength, Shutong confessed. The physician's gaze towards Shutong shifted significantly as he inquired, have you experienced any accompanying dizziness or a sensation of being utterly drained? Shutong nodded vigorously. Truly, the physician was astute and precise in his observations. Is there any medication that can remedy this? I seek the most effective and swiftest solution. The physician sighed and shook his head, responding, this is Jiawei Di Huangwan, augmented with extracts of some unique herbs. It is a premier restorative in the country, capable of aiding even the most delicate beings in regaining vitality, albeit at a rather steep price, 2,000 yuan for a bottle containing 100 pills. Money is no object if the results are promising. Please provide me with 2 bottles. Shutong declared. 2 bottles? The physician echoed in astonishment. Shutong, puzzled, asked, is there a purchase limit? No, she retorted. As she took it upon herself to procure 2 bottles, and proceeded to the counter to settle the payment. Soon after, all the patrons in the pharmacy regarded her with peculiar glances. After paying, the physician neatly packaged her purchase, advising, "You must restrict yourself to 1 pill a day. Excessive consumption can lead to an overwhelming surplus of nourishment. And as a reminder, being young, you should exercise moderation." You've misunderstood. I actually understood. Please adhere to the medical advice and take care of your health, the physician interrupted decisively. Shu Tong felt a deep sense of frustration. She had been grievously misjudged. With her robust physique, she would not have required such supplements had it not been for the unicorn worm. Initially planning to spend a night in the city, she opted instead to return to her hometown of Sichuan, as her father was on duty that evening. By the time she arrived home, it was already past 8 o'clock, and her grandparents had been incessantly calling during her journey. Once home, a wave of relief washed over her as her grandparents welcomed her into the house. Shortly thereafter, her grandmother brought out a meal, inquiring, "Why did you return from the city so late?" Indeed, many events had transpired, but overall, it had concluded satisfactorily. "I bought some moo fresh milk for the unicorn worm. Did you receive it?" As for her daytime activities, Shu Tong decided to keep them from her family for the time being, as they did not align with her current identity and would only serve to heighten their worries. She believed that as her strength grew, so too would her status, and at that point, everything would fall into place seamlessly. "It arrived this afternoon and has been placed in your room," her grandfather informed her. "All right, then the unicorn worm shall abstain from wine today." "I will sample the moo fresh milk shortly," Shu Tong replied. "Is it tastier than wine?" "Goodness, have you become addicted to drinking? Hurry and eat. There are important matters to attend to," her grandfather remarked. After finishing their meal, Shu Tong and the unicorn worm quickly washed up and returned to her room. Locking the door behind her, Shu Tong retrieved the exquisite poison needle from its box and set the Joey Di Huang one aside, just in case. "Unicorn worm, look," she said, as she opened the box to reveal a 3-inch-long purple needle nestled within. The moment the caterpie was drawn to the formidable energy emanating from the poisonous needle, it instinctively recoiled a step. The energy contained within the needle was so potent that even a poison-type creature like caterpie felt a sense of trepidation. "Do not fear, caterpie. Attempt to absorb a portion of the energy from the needle. I possess the power of Evergreen to assist you," Shu Tong reassured. With newfound determination, caterpie slowly inched toward the needle. Overcoming its fear, it gazed at the needle and then glanced at Shu Tong. Gathering its courage, it felt a surge of confidence. As caterpie extended its tongue to gently taste the needle, its body suddenly inflated like a balloon, turning a deep shade of purple on the verge of bursting. Recognizing the impending danger, Shu Tong swiftly summoned all her strength, nearly exhausting her entire reservoir of energy to ensure the output of evergreen power. The soothing green energy flowed into caterpie, aiding in its absorption of the needle's energy. "Is it truly this intense after just a single lick?" Shu Tong thought, alarmed. For the full use of evergreen power merely lightened caterpie's form, without altering its size. At that moment, Shu Tong felt dizzy, fatigued, and lightheaded. With no time to spare, she resorted to desperate measures. Grabbing a handful of Jue Dihuang pills from the table, disregarding any medical advice, she consumed them all at once. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Shu Tong felt significantly better, her energy gradually replenishing, transforming into evergreen power that flowed into caterpie. Time passed in a blur. She vaguely recalled consuming 5 handfuls of Jue Dihuang pills before caterpie returned to its normal state, after which she succumbed to slumber. A series of knocks jolted Shu Tong awake. "Tong, wake up for lunch. You can sleep again afterward," her grandmother called from the doorway. "All right, I'm getting up," Shu Tong replied, prompting her grandmother to depart. "Oh dear." Shu Tong grimaced as she felt aches throughout her body, forcing herself to rise. Noticing caterpie still slumbering, she chose not to disturb it and tiptoed out of her room. After lunch, upon returning to her room, she found caterpie slightly opening its eyes. "Quick, drink this bottle of moo milk to replenish your strength," she said, placing a bottle of moo milk before caterpie. It swiftly consumed the entire bottle before regaining its senses. That was far too perilous, Shu Tong reflected, recalling the events of the previous night, still shaken. Having recently researched the topic, she understood that the poisonous needle was a portable treasure, intended to enhance a Pokémon's ability to sense energy, thereby enabling the efficient and powerful use of related skills. It allowed for a slight absorption of energy through resonance. However, while there had been attempts to directly have Pokémon absorb energy from treasures, those who tried had tragically lost their Pokémon. The most recent experiment was conducted by a renowned 8th-degree trainer from a foreign nation, whose primary Pokémon, the Charizard, sought to absorb energy directly from dragon scales. Unfortunately, it perished due to an inability to withstand the overwhelming influx of energy. Shu Tong let out a long sigh and reclined on her bed, reflecting that had she perused this information beforehand, she would have certainly refrained from attempting such a feat. However, having successfully conducted her own experiment has only deepened her confidence in the power of the Evergreen. Chapter 11. The Allure of Evergreen Power. How do you feel? Shu Tong inquired of the still-dazed Caterpie, as its attribute information reappeared before her. Name: Caterpie. Type: Bug. Poison. Ability: Runaway moves. String Shot. Poison Sting. Talent: Intermediate. Recent change: drawing upon the trainer's Evergreen power to absorb energy from Poison Sting. Individual talent is steadily enhancing. Recent change: 2 months hence. During special training in the northern woods of Creek Town, it was at the forefront during an incursion into the secret realm and unfortunately met its demise. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Caterpie chattered incessantly, accompanied by various gestures, eager to ensure that Shu Tong understood its intentions. You are now brimming with energy, yet it feels foreign, unreal. So, you believe that rigorous training will compensate for the progress you have missed in harnessing this energy? Shu Tong remarked, as the Caterpie fervently nodded and quickly scuttled off towards the courtyard. Observing the Caterpie's earnestness, she shook her head, thinking how naive it was. If merely engaging in frenzied training could yield such energy, the concept of innate talent would not exist. Although there was no qualitative leap in talent this time, the recent change indicated a subtle transformation taking place. She believed that as long as her body could endure, the Caterpie's talent would continue to develop. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Shu Tong, as if she were somehow hindering progress. Nevertheless, she knew she must encourage the Caterpie's enthusiasm. While the energy had been absorbed, its application would still necessitate rigorous training and practical experience. In the courtyard, the Caterpie had spun its silk around the highest branch of a ginkgo tree, engaging in aerial acrobatics. Previously, it could only manage 4 or 5 rotations, but now it spun over 10 times before the branch snapped, sending the Caterpie tumbling down. Thud! The Caterpie plummeted from a height of over 5 meters. It could have used its string shot to cushion its fall, yet it opted for this perilous training method. Shu Tong swallowed hard at the sight, feeling a pang of sympathy. However, the Caterpie did not relent. After rising, it persisted with its aerial spins, falling 5 times before finally collapsing. Such determination. A Caterpie so disciplined. Shu Tong approached it, invoking the power of Evergreen, and the Caterpie instantaneously regained its vitality, this time without her experiencing any signs of fatigue. Just as Shu Tong was reveling in her progress with the power of the Evergreen, the horned bug had already begun to move. Oh no! Could it be that this creature covets her Evergreen power? A sense of foreboding washed over Shu Tong. She was still feeling quite weak. She hurried back to check on her Jue Dihuang pills, recalling that she had consumed at least 20 last night. If her grandparents found out, they would surely worry about her well-being. With this thought in mind, she quickly swallowed another pill to calm her nerves. Remarkably, the effects of the Jue Dihuang pills were indeed notable. After taking one, her fatigue visibly lessened. However, witnessing the reckless demeanor of the horned bug left her feeling anxious. Having just regained some strength, she needed to conserve it for later that evening. Horned bug, let's practice some skills, Shu Tong declared. She could no longer allow the horned bug to train in such a manner. Evolving into a Beedrill would make it a formidable close combat fighter. Yet here it was being trained as mere fodder. This needed to be corrected promptly. Riding her electric bike, she headed towards the woods in the northern part of the town. Horned bug, use string shot on that branch and pull it down, Shu Tong commanded. Without hesitation, the horned bug wrapped the branch with its string and, with all its might, tugged backward. Moments later, there was a crack, and the branch broke in two. Indeed, your string shot has become significantly more resilient. However, you have merely grasped the basics of this skill. It is only slightly better than beginner level. This string shot, unless it directly strikes an opponent, will not effectively restrain them. Have you considered that during the time it takes for the string to travel from your mouth to your target, the opponent can easily evade your attack? What will you do then? With curiosity piqued, the horned bug responded inquisitively. Shu Tong continued, to enhance your string shot, we must focus on 3 aspects. First, we need to accelerate the speed at which you release the string, catching your opponent off guard. Second, capitalize on your strengths. If your string doesn't hit, you should immediately attempt to redirect it to ensnare your opponent. Third, you'll need to consistently replenish your protein intake, enabling you to shoot 2 or even 3 strands simultaneously, thereby increasing your attack surface and success rate. If you can master these 3 points, your string shot will be proficient. No longer haphazardly using its string shot. The horned bug fixed its gaze ahead, concentrating intently. With all its strength, it forcefully expelled a string, launching a white filament forward at a speed more than 3 times faster than before. Continue faster, Shutong urged, showing no signs of wanting the horned bug to stop. Faster, faster. Good. The vigorous exercise continued for over an hour, transforming the horned bug into a lethargic, sticky creature lying on the ground. This specialized training, though not as straightforward as a simple fall, proved to be infinitely more effective. Both the coordination of the body and the speed of execution, along with the sustained focus of mental energy, saw significant enhancement during this training. Most importantly, it conserved his own stamina. Come, have a bottle of Moo fresh milk, rich in protein. After you finish, we shall practice the poison sting technique, Shutong said, placing a bottle of Moo fresh milk before the horned bug. Originally, the plan was to limit the consumption to 1 bottle a day, primarily due to financial constraints. However, now that the horned bug could indulge freely, even if it were to evolve into a Beedrill, there was no need for moderation. His Pokémon deserved the best. Not all milk could be called Moo fresh milk. After drinking the Moo fresh milk, the horned bug regained its vigor. This time, without any need for further encouragement from Shutong, it summoned the same energy as before and unleashed the poison sting with all its might. Dozens of poison stings, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shot forth, firmly embedding themselves into a tree trunk. Good, quite impressive. The speed and explosive power are commendable. However, as the only offensive technique at our disposal, the poison sting is critical for victory. Beyond the sheer power of the skill itself, accuracy is paramount. Without precision, all efforts are futile. Furthermore, the poison stings need not be so scattered. This only diminishes their intended potency. The horned bug blinked, gazing at Shutong, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 12. Skill Proficiency. Focus on a single leaf. All poison stings must strike that one leaf. This is merely the preliminary training, Shutong instructed. The horned bug began to concentrate, channeling its poison energy into a multitude of stings that flew forth, successfully knocking down 7 or 8 leaves. This is quite challenging. Find your rhythm. Do not rush. Pay attention to the perception of the poison energy during the process, Shutong advised the horned bug. After encouraging it, Shutong glanced at his phone. Initial proficiency level of the poison sting technique. The ability to launch more than 10 poison stings at once, ensuring that all stings hit a target with a diameter of 5. This was the official assessment of the poison sting skill's proficiency. The authorities categorized skill proficiency into 6 tiers: beginner, mastered, proficient, expert, accomplished, and transcendent. Common skills could be referenced in the Pokémon Encyclopedia for specific proficiency indicators. Currently, the horned bug's 2 skills were at the mastered stage. With continued protein supplementation, the Silk Spit skill would soon reach proficiency. However, the poison sting skill posed a different challenge. Hitting a small target with multiple poison stings, while seemingly simple, required a higher level of control over the poison energy. Previously, Shutong had disregarded such details as insignificant. Without abundant resources and inherent talent, skill proficiency would inevitably stagnate at the mastered stage. Oh, isn't that Shutong? Upon hearing a piercing voice, Shutong turned around to find 3 individuals, roughly of the same age as herself. Although she had traversed into this realm, the names of these 3, Chun-Li, Panzhihong, and Su Wei, surfaced in her mind. They too were students in their final year of high school. Yet they were also known members of the school's bullying faction. Am I mistaken? You're undergoing special training as well? Chun-Li remarked with a sardonic tone. Does a bug-type Pokémon even require special training? Su Wei chimed in. Shutong, you haven't given up yet? Last time during the monthly summary battle, you came in last and surrendered the cultivation funds to our leader. What do you possess now to make that bug-type stronger? Leaves. Panzhihong mocked. As the 3 erupted into laughter, Shutong scoffed softly. After her arrival in this world, she had not given much thought to the bullies who had severely injured her bug-type. However, the appearance of these 3 reminded her that she had spent many years navigating the complexities of society and understood its survival rules. In this world, the existence of Pokémon rendered the law far less robust, and becoming a professional trainer was exceedingly perilous. With numerous trainers meeting their demise each year in secret realms or wilderness, the outcome frequently remained the same: death by Pokémon attack. With a disdainful tone, Shutong inquired, "Is your leader absent today?" "Absent? What of it?" The somewhat oblivious Su Wei responded. Chun-Li immediately retorted, "What is this tone? It sounds as if you look down upon us. How dare you be so arrogant with merely a bug type? You even mention our leader?" Panzhihong challenged. "Come on, let us have a practice match. If I don't leave you searching for your teeth, I shall not bear the surname Pan." As he spoke, he tossed out a Pokeball, and a Houndour appeared before Shu Tong, along with its attribute information. Name, Houndour type, Dark ability, Flash fire skills, Tackle, talent, low-grade attack. Medium-grade defense, recent turn of events. 2 weeks hence, in the northern woods of Sichuan town, perishing in a struggle with a post-ovulation Arbok over its egg. What's this? Pan Zhihong, your leader's absence renders you too timid for even a wager? Just unleashing a rabid dog to bark here. Truly a reflection of the trainer's caliber. Shu Tong retorted, I see you are courting death. A wager of 5,000, can you afford it? If you cannot, my Houndour's attack on your bug type would merely fall within the realm of practice, Pan Zhihong declared. Why not let my Monferno join? I'll take you on in this wager, Su Wei interjected eagerly. Su Wei, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Stay back, Pan Zhihong snapped. Chun-Li laughed heartily. Pan, the both of us will support you. How about we split the 5,000 between us? Both of you stand aside. I have no need for cheerleading against a mere bug type. Don't delay my wager, Pan Zhihong said, clearly growing impatient. Xu Wei and Chun-Li walked away, cursing under their breath. Damn it, today you got lucky. Just wait until I report you to the boss. Beside them, Shu Tong observed the scene with a detached amusement. School bullying is indeed a societal phenomenon. The reckless youth of 16 or 17, blinded by their arrogance, often resort to tormenting the weak to satisfy their misguided desire for attention. Little do they realize that crossing the line of the law can lead to irrevocable consequences. In this world, the prevalence of school bullying is exacerbated by the legality of Pokémon battles. Even the casualties of these creatures fall within the bounds of the law, providing ample opportunity for bullies to exploit the situation. As long as no human is harmed, anything goes. The most straightforward method is through gambling on battles, betting a sum of money, with the threat of annihilating one's Pokémon if the bet is not honored. Thus, in a desperate bid to protect their Pokémon, many are compelled to submit to such extortion. Although reporting these incidents might result in the recovery of lost funds. Entanglement with bullying gangs poses a grave danger to one's Pokémon, leading most to suffer in silence. The Caterpie had endured such torment, fostering a deep-seated hatred for those who now confronted it. Haven't you settled on a plan yet? Or shall the three of you fight amongst yourselves first? Shu Tong remarked. Shall you perish one by one, or all at once? She was astonished at the newfound confidence emanating from the Caterpie. It's none of their concern. Let us begin. Rockruff, charge in and use tackle, Pan Zhihong shouted, his roar echoing with a sense of impending victory. Go, Shu Tong softly encouraged, transmitting the strategy to the Caterpie through their telepathic bond. The Caterpie swiftly unleashed a thread of silk, its speed catching the Rockruff off guard, ensnaring its neck before it could react. Pan Zhihong, now bewildered as a trainer, was at a loss for what to do next. The Caterpie flung the Rockruff into the air, hanging it from a branch, manipulating the silk to execute a series of free falls. The Rockruff yelped in pain, leaving Pan Zhihong and his companions utterly astonished. How is this even possible? Chapter 13, Anti-Bullying. At that moment, Pan Zhihong felt as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell. His heart raced as his face flushed with disbelief. He could not fathom this outcome. A battle he was certain to win had turned against him, and the Rockruff was swiftly subdued by the Caterpie. The silk tightened around the Rockruff's neck, resembling a noose, and after several brutal impacts, the creature could no longer muster a sound, stripped of its will to fight. Transfer the money, or your Rockruff will surely perish if it suffers another fall. Shu Tong's words struck Pan Zhihong like a wake-up call, momentarily paralyzing him with dread. Yet, he was not ready to concede defeat. He turned his gaze toward Chun-Li and Xu Wei. Hurry, lend me a hand. This is the perfect opportunity to deal with that Caterpie. Eliminate it, quickly. Chun-Li let out a hum and remarked. Who is it that just declared we didn't need to cheer from the sidelines? The winnings from the bet are yours, yet now that you face defeat, you think of us. You should go where it's cooler. Su Wei chimed in with a scornful retort. Weren't you just berating us with such enthusiasm? Keep going. You? I will certainly report you to the boss, Pan Zhihong said through clenched teeth, seething with anger. Chun-Li curled slightly, replying, I'm terribly afraid. If the boss doesn't kick you out, I'll change my surname to yours. A faint howl escaped from the Earth Wolf dog. Pan Zhihong ground his teeth, fists clenched, and bitterly declared, I'll transfer. If the Earth Wolf dog dies, it won't just be a loss of 5,000. Only after receiving the transfer notification did Shu Tong allow the unicorn bug to release the Earth Wolf dog. Pan Zhihong reclaimed the Earth Wolf dog, glaring with murderous intent at Chun-Li and Su Wei, saying, You two better remember this, before heading towards the Pokémon hospital. Afraid, are we? Shu Tong scoffed. Chun-Li and Su Wei, having just witnessed the battle of the unicorn bug, felt a lingering shock in just a few days. How could the unicorn bug have progressed so significantly? As Shu Tong stepped forward, Chun-Li and Su Wei instinctively took a step back. The person who had been easily subdued just days prior now exuded a daunting aura. Chun-Li cleared his throat, glancing at Su Wei, and they exchanged a knowing nod. Subsequently, Su Wei stepped forward, tossing a Pokeball, from which a Machop appeared, swinging its fists in front of the unicorn bug. My Machop will teach you a lesson. As per our usual arrangement, 5,000, Su Wei announced. At this moment, Chun-Li discreetly released his Nidoran. Shu Tong understood their trickery all too well. It was a common tactic of bullying groups. One person would challenge, while another would release their Pokémon under the guise of cheering from the sidelines. Should the challenger falter, the sideline Pokémon would intervene, even resorting to rule-breaking to secure the bet's winnings. Shu Tong scanned the scene, discerning valuable insights from the attributes of the two Pokémon name, Machop, type, fighting, ability, guts, skills, scratch, low kick, leer, talent, inferior, medium special attack. Medium defense, recent turnaround, 2 weeks later, in the northern woods of Sichuan town, due to greed for an Arbok's egg. It clashes with a post-laying Arbok and meets its demise. Shu Tong remarked, another expendable. This matchup's Pokémon script was almost identical to that of Panjahong's Earthwolf dog. There shouldn't have been an Arbok in these woods. The reason for its appearance eluded him, yet he resolved to exercise caution. Currently, the unicorn bug would find it challenging to contend with an Arbok. Furthermore, the matchup's talents were grotesquely skewed. Useless special attack and defense were rated medium, while its attack and speed were rated inferior. It was no wonder it would become cannon fodder. Name, Nidoran type, poison ability, poison sting skills, poison needle, glare, peck, talent, low to medium attack, recent development. 2 weeks later, in the woods north of Creek Town, Nidoran fortuitously feasted upon an Awaken's egg, significantly enhancing its physical prowess and elevating its attack talent to a superior level, with other talents rising to a medium grade. Could it be the Awaken's egg? Perhaps it would aid in enhancing the silk spinning ability of the caterpie, as this egg is undoubtedly a prime source of protein. Moreover, the fact that it elevated Nidoran's attack talent to a superior level indicates its efficacy. The monkey monster utilized glare to avoid the reckless advance akin to Panjahong's wild dog. Su Wei foolishly believed he could intimidate the caterpie with glare. What a fool, without their leader. They are utterly ineffectual. Shu Tong disdainfully remarked that glare, unless wielded by a Pokémon of considerable strength, is utterly useless and lacks the described effect of weakening an opponent's defense in the game, even lacking proficiency evaluation. Upon seeing the monkey monster's wide-eyed stare, the caterpie found the large target a far simpler aim than shooting leaves. A volley of dozens of poison needles was unleashed. The monkey monster's eyes grew wider. But in a matter of 3 seconds, it could not react in time, only to see a barrage of needles, shortly followed by darkness. Although only 3 or 4 needles struck the monkey monster's eyes, it was sufficient. In agony, the monkey monster writhed on the ground, pounding its fists against itself. Chun-Li's Nidoran had just taken 2 steps when it was suddenly ensnared by the caterpie's silk and flung towards the monkey monster. Now consumed by rage, the monkey monster furiously hammered its fists upon Nidoran, while Nidoran's poison sting deepened the monkey monster's plight. Chun-Li and Su Wei trembled as they readied their Pokeballs to recall their Pokémon. Shu Tong smirked, commanding the caterpie to act. The caterpie understood and swiftly cast its silk once more, binding the entangled monkey monster and Nidoran tightly, then yanking them backward. Chun-Li and Su Wei's Pokeballs failed to capture the duo. What are you planning, Shu Tong? Chun-Li and Su Wei shouted in anger. There's no need for further discussion. If you don't transfer the funds soon, the delay in getting the monkey monster and Nidoran to the hospital could be dire. Shu Tong stated. Su Wei's face twitched in frustration, compelled to retrieve his phone. You bet against Su Wei. Why should I pay? Chun-Li exclaimed. Su Wei nearly choked on his anger at Chun-Li's words. Shu Tong nodded, deliberately raising her voice. Oh, you make a valid point. Then you need not transfer anything. Caterpie, release Nidoran. In response, the caterpie flicked its silk, releasing Nidoran from its bindings, prompting Chun-Li to hastily return Nidoran to its Pokeball. Damn it. Today I shall teach you a lesson, you little schemer. It was your misguided idea that led us to this predicament. And now you want me to bear the blame alone. With that, Su Wei swung a powerful punch towards Chun-Li. Shu Tong secretly chuckled, although Chun-Li was cunning. He was no match for Su Wei's single-mindedness, making her scheme to incite discord quite effortless. Are you out of your mind, fatty? Chun-Li protested, his frail frame unable to withstand Su Wei's assault. A single blow left him bruised and battered. With no other option, he released Nidolang once more, hoping it could assist him against Su Wei. However, Nidalang had just endured the full wrath of the monkey monster and was gravely injured internally, leaving it indifferent to Chun Li's plight. When Shu Tong noticed a change in the status of the monkey monster's Nidalang, indicating a recent turn of events, she saw that the information now stated it had suffered irreversible damage due to the trainer's failure to seek timely medical attention, rendering it incapable of battle for life. Satisfied with her objectives, Shu Tong departed. Her motivations had transcended the mere 5,000 yuan. The greater significance lay in establishing the confidence of the unicorn bug. Chapter 14. Mastery of the poison needle. The only opportunity on the horizon was the egg of the ABO snake, set to arrive in half a month. From the Pokémon script involving Chun Li and his companions, it was evident that Nidalang had consumed the ABO snake's egg, thus providing a chance for the unicorn bug. However, Shu Tong harbored concerns about Wu Hongjin, the leader of the school's bullying gang. An exemplary student, he received specialized training from teachers, generally remaining unavailable except for 1 day a week, which he often spent gambling to amass wealth for nurturing his Pokémon. His prized cat was among the few in the school that had achieved final evolution. Upon returning home, Wu Hongjin indeed called. Shu Tong knew well what he intended to say. Time was slipping away, with less than a month remaining. She answered the call. Shu Tong, I didn't expect you to grow some skills. You dare bully my people? It seems my last lesson didn't scare you off. This week, let us see if you have the guts to continue gambling, Wu Hongjin taunted. I'm busy, she replied curtly. You little rodent. Trying to dodge? Are you still a man? Wu Hongjin persisted, employing his provocations, which might work on teenagers but felt utterly juvenile to someone like her, who had experienced the world. The monthly summary battle is inevitable. What's the matter, afraid? Afraid I might surpass you this month? Shu Tong's tone was sharp and piercing. Fine, keep that bravado. Don't blame me for being ruthless during the monthly summary battle, Wu Hongjin retorted before hanging up. After ending the call, Shu Tong promptly ordered 5 bottles of Jue Dihuang pills online. In this short span of less than a month, she needed to push herself hard. She would consume the pills relentlessly, ensuring the unicorn bug fully absorbed the energy of the poison needle. After dinner, Shu Tong sat on her bed with the unicorn bug. The time had come. She retrieved the box containing the poison needle. The unicorn bug's expression grew solemn as it first consumed 2 bottles of moo milk to optimize its physical condition. Afterward, it resumed licking its venomous stinger, while Shu Tong directly channeled the power of the eternal oak into the unicorn bug, aiding in the absorption of toxic energy. It felt significantly better than the previous day. Shu Tong was deeply moved. Having utilized the power of the eternal oak for a while, she found herself at a critical juncture, harmonizing with the energy of the venomous stinger. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, she began to feel a sense of exhaustion, a notable improvement compared to yesterday. Just as she felt the onset of fatigue, the toxic energy within the unicorn bug began to expand, causing its body to swell instantaneously. Quickly, she swallowed a 9-flavor rejuvenation pill, alleviating her fatigue and bolstering the power of the eternal oak. That evening, she consumed the 9-flavor rejuvenation pill 8 times, finally reaching a state of saturation where no further nourishment could be absorbed, leading her to abandon the effort as the unicorn bug ceased its absorption of toxic energy. After finishing, without even checking the time, Shu Tong lay down and fell asleep. The next day, it was already noon when her grandmother came to call them for lunch. And Shu Tong and the unicorn bug had just awoken. What have you two been up to these past 2 nights? You seem rather listless, her grandmother inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. We were just engaged in some special training, Shu Tong replied. What kind of special training requires you to be in your room at night? Her grandmother asked, astonished. In any case, it's training to make the unicorn bug stronger. You needn't worry about such things. Let's eat, unicorn bug. Shall we have a drink with Grandpa? Now Grandpa would fill his own cup and pour one for the unicorn bug as well. Shu Tong noticed that after the unicorn bug had a drink, its energy circulation accelerated, significantly enhancing its ability to absorb and utilize energy. The afternoon was devoted to training skill proficiency. Currently, the unicorn bug could drink as much moo milk as it desired, and its physical condition was evidently improving, especially due to the protein intake, which fortified its silk production. Through continuous practice, it developed a foundational understanding of various techniques for silk spinning, including whipping, striking, entangling, wrapping, and binding. Regarding the consumption of moo milk, it was a staple for affluent families, and Shu Tong did not possess a significant advantage in this regard, as powerful trainers typically hailed from wealthy backgrounds. Many trainers who nurtured Pokémon such as Beedrill or Butterfree often overlooked the enhancement of silk spinning skills, as once they evolved into Beedrill or Butterfree, the silk spinning ability was lost. This was a departure from the games. as one seldom encounters bees or butterflies that can spin silk. The primary reason for enhancing the silk spinning skill was to facilitate evolution. When the unicorn bug evolves into a metapod, it does so by expelling silk to form a sturdy cocoon. During the metapod stage, it cannot consume food and relies solely on the energy contained within the cocoon. Once the energy is fully absorbed, it will break free from the cocoon and evolve into Beedrill. If the energy contained within the chrysalis of the iron shell bug is abundant, then the potential for evolving into a great needle bee becomes significantly greater, making the silk threads that form the chrysalis particularly crucial. Now, with the conditions favorable, Shutong will provide the unicorn bug with an ample supply of protein to ensure sufficient energy post-evolution. If one were to assert that the specialized training in silk spinning skills lays a solid foundation for the future, then the poison needle skill stands as the primary means of combat, destined to endure. Undoubtedly, it is the poison attribute that experiences the most remarkable advancement, along with the steadily enhancing innate talents. The unicorn bug, directly absorbing the energy from the poison needle, is undoubtedly the first to undergo this transformation. Today's specialized training in the poison needle marks a substantial leap from yesterday's practice. Yesterday's poison needle skill was merely grasped, evidenced by the ability to swiftly utilize it while maintaining a certain level of accuracy. The training tasks from yesterday have now become effortlessly manageable for the unicorn bug. Thus, today's training naturally escalates in intensity. When the unicorn bug opens its mouth, the energy of the poison rapidly coalesces and forms the poison needles in a seamless manner, allowing it to simultaneously launch 2 to 30 poison needles, embodying an area of effect assault that ensures accuracy against swift opponents. Similarly, in utilizing the poison needle, the unicorn bug effortlessly meets Shutong's previous requirement of concentrating the energy of 2 to 30 poison needles into a single, maximized attack, striking the target with precision. This approach proves effective against foes with formidable defenses but lacking speed, enabling the unicorn bug to concentrate its power for maximum damage. Thus, it appears that the unicorn bug's poison needle skill has reached a level of proficiency, demonstrating the capability to employ the skill in various forms while adhering to established usage techniques. Much like the poison needle skill, which still involves the gathering of poison energy within its mouth, it can unleash a rain of poison needles or execute a singular piercing poison needle infused with all its energy. And the speed of execution has notably improved since the mastery phase. Chapter 15. The Forest Ranger at the Outpost now, after consuming a few leaves of the walking grass. The unicorn bug shows no discernible effect. Shutong can almost ascertain that once the unicorn bug fully absorbs the energy from these superior-grade poison needles, any subsequent absorption of lower-quality poison resources will likely yield minimal results. In the afternoon, Shutong plans to take the unicorn bug for a leisurely stroll through the woods. As the upcoming opportunities are closely tied to this small forest, it is imperative for her to become intimately familiar with every inch of this woodland to target her endeavors effectively. The bravery to explore the previously daunting depths of the forest has been instilled in her by the unicorn bug's enhanced strength. As they journeyed, they encountered only a handful of Pokémon, with nearly identical scenarios playing out. Upon emerging from the forest, a glimpse of a mountain path leading into the Mongshan can be seen, where the entrance is marked by an outpost, with 2 individuals in green uniforms engaged in Pokémon battles before it. Shutong approached. The BB bird unleashed a flash of electricity, while the mosquito frog emitted a bubble beam. The 2 Pokémon clashed fiercely, their strengths seemingly evenly matched. However, upon noticing Shutong's presence, they halted and followed the figure clad in green towards her. "Wait, what are you doing?" inquired one of the individuals in green attire. "May I ascend the mountain?" Shutong deliberately asked. "Do you possess a professional trainer's certification?" one of them queried. After rummaging through her belongings, Shutong discovered that she only held an apprentice trainer's certificate, which anyone who had caught their first Pokémon could obtain by registering at the local trainer association. To ascend to the rank of a professional trainer, one must navigate the National Examination League. Only those meeting the admission standards for the Pokémon University Trainer Program could become professional trainers. If one fails to gain admission, their only recourse is to participate in the examination again the following year, which explains why it is not uncommon to see individuals in their 30s or 40s striving to succeed in this world. However, the educational institutions typically allow a maximum of 3 years of repeated attempts. Exceptional results in the examination league directly determine one's ranking. The champions emerge from their respective provinces, with the provincial league champion instantly attaining the rank of a 3rd-tier professional trainer. The top 4 can ascend to 2nd-tier status, while the top 30 may achieve 1st tier. Those who do not earn a ranking must rely on provincial assessments to qualify, compared to the prodigies who shine in the examination league. Those who manage to secure third-tier professional trainer qualifications during their 4 years of university can also be considered remarkable. As for advancing beyond the third tier, the challenges multiply significantly. Young man, this Mang Mountain is not a place for you. As seasoned forest wardens of Mang Mountain, we dare not venture within, let alone you as an apprentice trainer, one of the wardens remarked. Shu Tong realized that the two gentlemen were indeed the guardians of Mang Mountain, truly the protectors of Sichuan Town. Seizing the moment while observing the BB bird and mosquito frog, she lavished them with compliments. It was evident that such flattery was irresistible. As the two men beamed with delight, responding, "Oh, it is merely our duty." However, one of the forest wardens hesitated. Shu Tong feigned eager interest. "Addressing us as uncles feels rather inappropriate given our ages. You may simply call us brothers." "Ha ha ha," Shu Tong chuckled awkwardly. "Greetings, brothers. I can only imagine that your work as forest wardens is quite arduous." "Not particularly. Our primary task is to restrict access to Mang Mountain. Should any incidents arise, we report promptly, and if manageable, we resolve them ourselves, as our abilities are quite formidable," they replied. "Name, mosquito frog type, water ability, water storage skills, water gun, hypnosis, bubble beam, mud shot, rain dance, talent, intermediate, recent development." 2 weeks later, it was ambushed and poisoned by a descending Arbok and recuperated at the county Pokémon hospital. Thus, Shu Tong realized that the Arbok preparing to lay eggs could no longer remain in Mang Mountain. Otherwise, it would not have descended in search of a safer refuge. It is worth noting that these two rangers are professional trainers, possessing certain strength despite lacking ranks. The Pokémon script of Pidgey revealed to Shu Tong some additional insights. Name, Pidgey type, normal, flying ability, keen eye skills, quick attack, gust, sand attack, whirlwind, talent, intermediate, recent development. 2 weeks later, it accompanied its trainer to the city for a work report and obtained certain resources, leading to an enhancement of its strength. Recent development. 2 months later, due to an invasion of a secret realm, it was gravely injured in a battle against Fiero, which unlocked its potential and led to its evolution into Pidgeotto. From Pidgey's script, it is evident that it was conspicuously absent during the Arbok's descent 2 weeks later, thereby granting the Arbok an opportunity to rush down the mountain. Previously known was the secret realm 2 months later. It is now clear to Shu Tong that this realm harbored Fiero, and only those with the strength of professional trainers could contend with it. As for the number of Fiero within that secret realm, it remains uncertain. Return now. Many aspiring trainers like you mistakenly believe they possess Pokémon and are unaware of the perils that lie ahead. The dangers of the wilderness are beyond your current imagination, let alone those of secret realms, remarked the ranger. "I actually have another request," Shu Tong said. The two rangers replied, "We are professional trainers, bound to our duties, and will not engage in other matters." Shu Tong smiled apologetically. "I came here empty-handed today, so it feels inappropriate to ask. I shall return tomorrow. See you then." Esteemed rangers. The two rangers exchanged glances and said, "This is not a place for you. It is best you come less often." Shu Tong smiled as she departed, saying nothing further. Upon exiting the forest, Shu Tong headed directly to the bank on her small electric scooter. She was well aware of what needed to be done in her line of work. In this day and age, it is rare to find anyone, even among relatives, who would help unconditionally without expecting anything in return. Moreover, no one is obligated to assist you without conditions. At the bank, she withdrew 20,000 cash from the ATM, dividing it into 2 envelopes to fund the specialized training of her unknown and the development of its escape traits, which required the assistance of 2 professional trainers. Upon returning home, her grandmother had prepared a sumptuous dinner, featuring nourishing dishes such as beef and rib soup. "Is dinner particularly sumptuous tonight? Is there some joyous occasion?" Shu Tong inquired. Grandmother replied, "I noticed you have been quite exhausted these past few days, restlessly toiling away at night. Thus, it is essential to replenish your energy." Oh. Chapter 16. Special training from a professional trainer that evening. The caterpie continued to absorb the energy from its poison sting, and Shu Tong could distinctly feel the transformations within her body. With a mere adjustment, she was able to harness the power of the evergreen, and her endurance had increased to 3 or 4 times that of her initial stamina. Throughout the night, Shu Tong and the caterpie persevered until the early hours, only ceasing their efforts when Shu Tong's energy was utterly depleted. In the afternoon, Shu Tong rode her electric bike towards the northern woods once again. Upon entering the forest, she released the caterpie and headed straight for the ranger station. It appeared that the 2 rangers were anticipating her arrival. "Why are you back?" Did we not advise you to refrain from coming here frequently? One ranger remarked. Our work may demand us to engage in battles at any moment. If we are unable to keep an eye on you, you would be in grave danger, the other ranger added. With a sheepish smile, Shu Tong responded. It is precisely because I am aware of my own limitations that I wish to request the assistance of you two gentlemen to help my Caterpie undergo specialized training. As she spoke, Shu Tong produced 2 envelopes and seamlessly slipped them into the pockets of the rangers. The 2 rangers instinctively reached into their pockets, feeling the thickness of the envelopes, then exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Well, I did not expect someone so young to possess such ambition. Pray, tell me your name, the ranger said. Shu Tong, I hail from Sichuan town, she replied. Ah, I am Yuan Tian, and my Pokémon is Pidgey. This is my comrade In Shu, whose Pokémon is Krogunk. We are both professional trainers, Yuan Tian introduced. Shu Tong, is it? Since you seek specialized training, let us begin. First, I shall have my Krogunk spar with your Caterpie. In Shu, straightforward by nature, acknowledged the transaction without any pretense. Thank you, brothers. Ingu. If you would kindly instruct Krogunk to employ bubble at various angles, but please moderate its intensity, Shu Tong requested. Not a problem, In Shu replied, directing Krogunk to unleash bubble. Caterpie, utilize poison sting. You must pierce every single bubble, Shu Tong commanded. This exercise not only honed the use of poison sting, but also enhanced their speed and reaction time. Krogunk leaped forth, its palms extended as 2 streams of bubbles shot towards Caterpie like threads. Caterpie was poised, releasing poison sting in 2 directions, with a continuous supply of poison energy, nearly matching the diameter of Krogunk's bubbles. This direct confrontation bore the most formidable impact, and such a straightforward assault could potentially overwhelm Caterpie in an instant. Although In Shu exercised some restraint with the mosquito frog, his moderation was not excessive. His primary intention was to demonstrate the prowess of a professional trainer to Shu Tong, encouraging him to willingly invest his resources. Unexpectedly, the Caterpie managed to endure for such an extended duration. Remarkable, this Caterpie harbors an impressive amount of poisonous energy. In Shu remarked, let us test this technique. With a swift command, the mosquito frog unleashed a flurry of bubbles that scattered like balloons in the breeze. The Caterpie, caught off guard, found itself overwhelmed as more than 10 bubbles burst before it could react, only managing to pop a few in return with its rapidly firing poison sting. The Caterpie writhed and squirmed, exerting itself in every direction, while the airborne poisonous energy remained undisturbed, with the poison sting targeting a new position with each release. Eventually, the Caterpie exhausted its stamina, succumbing to unconsciousness. Shu Tong had been closely observing the Caterpie's use of poison sting. Although only about 50% of the bubbles had been burst, he recognized the value of this specialized training. The enhancement of the Caterpie's abilities would be most directly reflected in this aspect. The mosquito frog ceased the use of bubble beam, collapsing onto the ground, utterly fatigued. Shu Tong rushed to the Caterpie's side, uncapping a bottle of moo moo milk, discreetly employing the power of the everlasting oak, albeit in a subtle manner to avoid detection by Yuan Tian and In Shu. After consuming the moo moo milk, the Caterpie was nearly restored. Shu Tong, nonetheless, recalled the Caterpie into its Pokeball, indicating it was time for rest. Your Caterpie possesses considerable strength, particularly in terms of its poisonous energy. It must have cost you quite a bit. Not every household can afford such indulgence as moo moo milk, In Shu commented. Shu Tong shook his head, replying, I merely allocated all the funds intended for purchasing Pokémon towards nurturing the Caterpie. His words left In Shu and Yuan Tian momentarily speechless. Yuan Tian remarked, indeed. Most aspiring trainers initially desire their first Pokémon to possess high evolutionary potential and impressive base stats. Often, they exhaust their funds at this stage, leaving insufficient resources for proper nurturing. If not developed adequately during its growth phase, even a future evolution may suffer a significant reduction in power. The Caterpie can swiftly evolve into a Beedrill, granting you immediate combat capability. Perhaps your journey as a trainer will be smoother, In Shu noted. This is indeed a necessary compromise. Shu Tong feigned helplessness. Considering this, you certainly have a vision. If given another chance, I might also choose a Caterpie, In Shu mused. Shu Tong merely smiled faintly, contemplating that this was far from solely about the Caterpie. Brother Yuan, I wish for my Pidgey to employ close-range techniques to challenge the Caterpie. Honing its reflexes and evasive skills, Shu Tong stated. Is your Caterpie fully recovered? Yuan Tian inquired, puzzled. Almost, came Shu Tong's response. As she spoke, Shu Tong released the horn bug. Horn bug, summon all your strength to evade the attacks of the BB bird, she instructed. The horn bug emitted 2 chirps, The first was tinged with trepidation, while the second served as a rallying cry, prompting it to confront the BB bird. A flicker of yellow-green energy coursed through the horned bug. Shutong suddenly realized that the horned bug was indeed an insect, and that its fear of birds was quite natural. Experiencing fear was entirely reasonable, and it was a point she had overlooked. However, she felt a sense of satisfaction as the horned bug swiftly overcame its fear. With a piercing cry, the BB bird swooped down. Its form gradually became indistinct until it transformed into a streak of white light, appearing before the horned bug in the blink of an eye. Such incredible speed. Is this the electric flash? Shutong exclaimed. No wonder this skill is categorized as a priority attack in the game. Its speed is astonishingly swift. Did the horned bug stand a chance of evading it? Shutong harbored little confidence. Chapter 17. Shutong's charisma. A white light swept past. The BB bird ascended again, surveying the ground below. Horned bug? Shutong called out. Chirp, the horned bug replied. Seeing the horned bug reappear before her, Shutong clapped her hands in delight. At that moment, the horned bug was positioned beneath a tree. Had it attempted to evade directly, it would have surely failed. To her surprise, the horned bug exhibited remarkable reflexes, utilizing its silk to ensnare the tree trunk, leveraging the pull to propel itself away. In that instant, without extraordinary reflexes and the innate instinct to flee, it would have been impossible to evade the BB bird's electric flash. Reflecting on it, Shutong realized that since her initial encounter with the horned bug, it had been employing its silk to secure itself to branches. Was its evasive trait inherently linked to its use of silk to evade attacks? Or was this an innate ability? How fascinating. This horned bug was truly exceptional. Inshu gestured a thumbs up, shaking his head in disbelief. This is intriguing. The electric flash is typically the most reliable skill during training, and in battles of equal levels, it has never been dodged before. Yet, your horned bug managed to evade it. You've broadened my understanding, young one. Yuan-gu. Let us continue, Shutong urged. BB bird, go forth and use electric flash repeatedly, Yuan Tian commanded. Meanwhile, the BB bird was holding its breath. For its once infallible skill, electric flash had surprisingly failed this time. The BB bird flapped its wings and charged once more at the horned bug. This time, the caterpie was better prepared, utilizing its silk spinning ability to narrowly evade a flash of electricity. However, the Pidgey had also gained experience. With a graceful somersault in the air and a flap of its wings, it severed the caterpie's thread. Without its silk, the caterpie resembled a kite with a broken string. Devoid of support, the Pidgey's flash of electricity struck again. The caterpie became anxious, for there were no points nearby from which it could leverage itself. However, with Shutong's encouragement, the caterpie experienced a moment of clarity. It directed its silk toward the Pidgey, but the Pidgey merely tilted its body slightly and effortlessly evaded the attack. Yet, the caterpie was not done. It began to whip its body, sending its silk flying in a frenzied 360-degree motion. Remarkably, it proved effective, ensnaring the Pidgey's body. The caterpie continued to wrap its silk, attempting to bind the Pidgey. Alas, the disparity in their levels was too great, rendering it incapable of halting the relentless advance of the flash of electricity. Bam! The caterpie was struck by the electric attack. What a struggle! Yuan Tian remarked with a sigh. It's not over yet, the caterpie called out, signaling the Pidgey to come again. Yuan Tian had thought the battle was concluded and had relaxed completely, only to be astonished that the caterpie could still rise after being hit by the Pidgey. Remarkable. Yuan Tian chuckled softly. Inshu approached Shutong and said, Your caterpie possesses extraordinary potential. With such reflexes, had Yuan Tian's Pidgey not been of a significantly higher level, that silk whipping maneuver would have surely restrained it, paving the way for further offensive moves and leading to victory. That move isn't merely silk whipping. It's a counterattack shield. Shutong replied nonchalantly. What shield? The counterattack shield isn't a particularly complex tactic, especially since using a solid skill like silk spinning requires only a head whip to achieve its effect, leveraging centripetal force to cover a broader area for interference and defense. It was first seen in the anime with Ash, though it is not an original concept, as many similar techniques exist, akin to the twirling sword flower in Chinese martial arts. After enduring 2 electric strikes, the caterpie bravely rose once more. Yuan Tian and Inshu silently admired the caterpie's tenacity. Its will was remarkably indomitable, embodying an unyielding spirit. For the sake of eternal power, I shall persevere. The caterpie resolved. Shutong's expression was serious, but internally, she scolded, You stubborn caterpie. After being knocked out, you finally speak the truth. You are indeed coveting my eternal power. In the final blow, the caterpie fell. Though the Pidgey emerged victorious, as a training mentor, it felt no joy. Shutong approached the Caterpie, observing the yellow-green energy enveloping its body, which then concentrated around its teeth. Ding! The Caterpie's information was updated. Name, Caterpie type, Bug. Poison ability, Runaway moves, String Shot, Poison Sting, Bug Bite potential, medium recent developments, with the aid of the trainer's enduring strength. The Caterpie has been absorbing energy from Poison Sting, resulting in a continuous enhancement of its innate talents. Recent developments, 2 months later. During rigorous training in the northern woods of Creeksong Town, it faced an unfortunate demise while bravely confronting an incursion from the secret realm. It appears that Caterpie has mastered the Bug Bite skill, gradually unlocking the latent Bug-type energy within. With the trainer's enduring strength complemented by fresh milk, Caterpie closed its eyes and emitted peculiar laughter. It was not until the night fully enveloped the sky that Shutong returned home with Caterpie. As the shadows lengthened under the fading glow of the sunset, Yuan Tian remarked, "Old Een, do you think Shutong will eventually become a distinguished trainer?" "I find it highly probable," Inshu replied. "Should we place our bets on him? If he achieves greatness, he may assist us in return. We cannot remain mere forest wardens in this small Mongshan forever," Yuan Tian suggested. "Indeed. Should we repay him the 20,000 yuan?" Inshu inquired. "Let us refrain from that for now. Instead, let us offer our utmost effort during his training sessions. If he perceives our assistance as invaluable, he will undoubtedly express his gratitude," Yuan Tian stated. "You always articulate such beautiful thoughts." Upon returning home that evening, Shutong paused in the courtyard. "Come forth, Caterpie. Today, you have just mastered Bug Bite. Let us test it by biting through that branch," Shutong instructed, pointing towards a branch of the ginkgo tree. Caterpie executed the command with precision, ascending the branch with the aid of String Shot, akin to a wirework performance. The Bug Bite move operates similarly to the mechanics of moves such as Bite, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, and Ice Fong, employing its teeth for the attack. But differing in the energy concentration, Caterpie concentrated Bug-type energy in its mandibles and swiftly gnawed, severing the branch within moments. "Turn that branch into splinters and truly immerse yourself in the essence of Bug-type energy," Shutong encouraged. Caterpie exhibited unwavering obedience to Shutong, a testament to the unique charisma of this particular trainer. Chapter 18. Developing potential. As Caterpie utilized Bug Bite on the branch, with chips scattered through the air. The current strategy was to focus on String Shot and Poison Sting as the primary skills. String Shot's control effects and the energy provision for future evolution into Metapod are irreplaceable, while Poison Sting serves as the primary combat skill, boasting the highest proficiency level. The mastery of Poison Sting has not only transformed Caterpie's body, potential, and innate talents, but has also endowed it with formidable Poison-type energy, rendering Poison Sting its most powerful skill, surpassing even its current level. Today, the revelation of the Bug Bite skill took me by surprise. I speculated that perhaps the presence of the Pidgey had awakened the inherent bug-type nature of my Caterpie, causing its bug energy to surge forth. This, of course, is not a detriment. Rather, it allows Caterpie to gradually delve into and harness its bug energy, enhancing its perception and application of this power. After all, when it evolves into Beedrill, it will possess a plethora of highly practical bug-type skills. Moreover, my recent online purchase of the 9-flavor Rehmannia pill has arrived, and thankfully, the seller was discreet, ensuring the packaging was substantial enough to conceal its contents from prying eyes. If my grandparents were to discover it, I would find myself at a loss for words. As I gazed upon my increasingly prominent biceps and the more defined contours of my physique, I became increasingly convinced that the more I utilized the power of the Evergreen, the more the process of recovery intertwined with the enhancement of my physical constitution. Currently, I find my command over the Evergreen power to be more adept. Even when depleted, the reactions are far less intense than before. Under the gentle ministrations of Caterpie, the energy within the superior Poison Sting has diminished, while my Evergreen power continues to grow stronger, making this a gradually effortless endeavor. Another unforgettable evening ensued. After lunch with Caterpie, I made my way to the Ranger's outpost, where Inshu and Yuan Tian awaited my arrival. Money truly is a marvelous thing, I mused. Let us continue yesterday's specialized training. Inshu's Krogunk was eager to begin. In an instant, Krogunk unleashed a flurry of bubbles, and without hesitation, Caterpie released its Poison Sting, shattering the bubbles into countless fragments. Yet, Caterpie did not relent. It utilized the technique of whipping its head to launch the Poison Sting, creating a swirling tempest of purple projectiles. Surely, there were over 100 Poison Stings. Yuan Tian was left speechless, wondering what had transpired that evening. Let us try this move. Inshu commanded as Krogunk prepared to execute Mudshot. As the clumps of yellow earthen energy hurtled toward Caterpie, it faced its first encounter with a ground-type attack, leaving it somewhat bewildered. Evade first, I communicated to Caterpie, instilling the instinct to dodge whenever faced with an unknown skill. Caterpie swiftly maneuvered across the field, deftly avoiding Krogunk's assault. Observing this, Inshu was taken aback, though he maintained a facade of calm. He felt a surge of anxiety within. Krogunk had already exerted at least 60% of its strength, yet Caterpie responded with such ease. Its speed and evasion skills rivaled even those of the renowned Pikachu. I too sensed that Caterpie's evasive capabilities were being progressively refined. Inshu, take a moment to rest. Allow me to step in. Pidgeotto, unleash a tornado. Shutong, instruct your Caterpie to strive to escape the vortex. The flying-type abilities will counter it. We must surely overcome this challenge. Yuan Tian commanded Pidgeotto to initiate the battle. Shutong, with no time to engage in further conversation, stated directly, Caterpie, face the tornado head-on. At that moment, Pidgeotto flapped its wings, stirring up dust and debris, conjuring a small tornado from thin air. Its formidable suction power instantly engulfed Caterpie. Using String Shot, Caterpie enveloped itself in silk. This was the only strategy Shutong could conceive. While it was also feasible for Caterpie to withstand the tornado alone, its stamina and willpower had already been proven. Rather, the resilience of the silk needed to be tested, to ascertain if the milk from the past few days had yielded any effect. Within the tempest of flying-type energy, Caterpie, despite continuously wrapping itself in silk, was repeatedly torn apart. Indeed, Yuan Tian remarked with a shake of his head. What troubles you? Shutong inquired. Before you arrived, we had both deliberated on having both the Krogunk and Pidgeotto expend about 60% of their energy to see if you could cope. I did not anticipate you would feel no pressure at all, Inshu interjected. Caterpie has reached its limits, Shutong replied. Yuan Tian sighed. We may have spent 4 years training at a formal Pokémon university, although we are still interns as forest rangers. We are seasoned trainers with over 4 years of experience. It is surprising that even at 60% power, we find it so challenging to contend with a novice like you. It is merely special training. There is no need to take it so seriously. In a genuine battle, even if Krogunk and Pidgeotto exert only 60% of their strength, Caterpie would still stand no chance, Shutong remarked. Inshu responded. Your skills in offering consolation leave much to be desired. If we were truly to battle and you defeated us, what would that say about us? We might as well resign ourselves to fate and end it all, unworthy of the years spent in training. Years of training? Indeed. Your Pokémon King rank has reached the stellar level, Yuan Tian chimed in, undermining the sentiment. In any case, I have registered for the upcoming trainer assessment organized by our team, which will take place at the Xiangzhou Trainers Association. I am determined to secure my qualification as a trainer, Inshu declared with fervor. Best of luck. As for me, I plan to wait until Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot before participating in the assessment. I refuse to engage in futile struggles, Yuan Tian stated. I, too, wish to wait for Krogunk to evolve into a Frogadier before proceeding. But the Waterstone is prohibitively expensive. Even the lower grade ones cost around 150,000 to 160,000, let alone the higher quality ones. Inshu expressed the shared frustration of many trainers. At this moment, Caterpie successfully broke free from the tornado. Shutong inquired, a trainer assessment? When will it take place? In a month, was the reply. Could you take me along to witness it? Shutong asked. Of course, came the response. Inshu readily agreed, as he felt that accompanying Shutong would spare him the expenses of food and lodging. His 4 years of indulgence in leisure and revelry during university had now turned into a source of regret. He had come to realize that even the most formidable heroes could be thwarted by a mere stone in the water. Shutong's motivation for this endeavor primarily stemmed from her desire to witness various Pokémon. Should she encounter a script featuring a rare Pokémon, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 19. Training with the Bubble Frog. After a brief respite, Inshu proposed, Shutong, do you not find that mere intensive training is rather monotonous? How about I allow my Bubble Frog to hold back half of its strength and engage in battle with your Caterpie? It is only through combat that one can understand the intricacies of skill integration and accumulate battle experience. I shall endeavor to prolong the match between the Bubble Frog and the Caterpie, utilizing all manner of skills to demonstrate how a professional trainer manages the rhythm of battle. As he spoke, a swell of pride surged within him. All right, let us proceed, Shutong replied. Meanwhile, Yuan Tian moved aside to sit and remarked with a chuckle. Having boasted for so long, let us hope you do not falter. Bubble Frog, use Bubble Beam. Inshu commanded. Poison Sting, Shu Tong instructed. Upon receiving Inshu's command, the bubble frog thrust its palms forward, unleashing 2 rapid streams of bubble beam. This was not merely a playful display. The attack bore significant aggression. The caterpie, summoning nearly all of its poisonous energy, focused it into 2 poison stings, which launched forth like miniature missiles, piercing through the bubble beam with astonishing force. Inshu nearly leaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Faced with such a dire situation, he could hardly accept the outcome. It was too late to augment the bubble frog's energy now, and he regretted having limited its power. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to impress Shu Tong with a post-battle explanation, only to find himself on the brink of ridicule from Yuan Tian, not to mention losing all credibility in front of Shu Tong. This was a disaster. The 2 poison stings pierced through the bubble beam and struck the bubble frog's palms directly. The bubble frog succumbed to the poison and collapsed. Inshu quickly retrieved an antidote and administered it to the bubble frog, but it merely subdued the toxin within. It did not neutralize it. Why has the antidote not worked? Inshu fretted, observing the bubble frog's lack of improvement, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Shu Tong, is your caterpie's poison particularly potent? Does a standard antidote prove ineffective? Yuan Tian inquired. I have no idea. This is the first time my caterpie has poisoned another Pokémon. Shu Tong feigned ignorance, while Caterpie displayed an expression of guilt. I'll drive. We need to get to the Pokémon Center immediately. With that, Yuan Tian hastily took the wheel. After the 2 individuals boarded the vehicle, Yuan Tian remarked, Shu Tong, please keep an eye on the outpost. I have already informed the leadership about the situation. Ordinarily, there is nothing amiss here. You need not worry. I shall depart only after your return. Shu Tong replied affirmatively. Once their vehicle had driven far away, Shu Tong turned to the unknown bug, who, at that moment, bowed its head, poised to accept any criticism from Shu Tong. Unknown bug, I did not anticipate that the toxicity of your poison sting skill would be so potent. It is indeed surprising. We must continue to strengthen your abilities. You performed admirably in the recent battle. One must always give their utmost in every confrontation, irrespective of the opponent. Even if the adversary falls, it is a testament to their inadequacy. Likewise, you must strive to enhance your own strength for informal battles. Opponents will show no mercy, Shu Tong declared with gravity. The unknown bug gradually lifted its head, evidently affirming its own capabilities. Shu Tong continued. The mosquito frog only utilized 50% of its strength in the previous encounter and initially dismissed your poison sting, which allowed it to be struck. Such opportunities will not present themselves again. Hence, underestimating an opponent during battle can be fatal. Even when you evolve into a Beedrill, victory will hinge on speed and power. In essence, one should never require a second strike to secure triumph. The unknown bug nodded vigorously. A gentle smile graced Shu Tong's lips as her heart settled. At last, the unknown bug seemed to comprehend the necessity of unwavering confidence. Should she fail to instill this in it, there was a grave risk that the unknown bug might become hesitant in future battles, a potential flaw that could prove disastrous. Approximately 2 hours later, Yuan Tian returned. Shu Tong promptly inquired, the mosquito frog is unharmed, I hope? Fortunately, it received timely treatment. Otherwise, it could have led to significant complications. The poison is gradually being expelled, but it will require a few days of recuperation, Yuan Tian responded. I shall visit the Pokémon Center tomorrow to check on the mosquito frog and perhaps procure some supplements to bring along, Shu Tong suggested. That is unnecessary. Your intentions were benign. Moreover, Pokémon battles inherently carry substantial risks, and such occurrences are not uncommon. However, I must admit that I am astonished by the ferocity of your unknown bug's toxin. Even some pure poison-type Pokémon do not exhibit such strength, compelling me to regard you with newfound respect, Yuan Tian remarked. Indeed, I am equally surprised, Shu Tong maintained her stance of feigned ignorance. The ensuing period of specialized training would, regrettably, be limited to sessions with the Pidgey. After 5 or 6 consecutive days of intensive training, the unknown bug's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. However, the resources provided by the poison sting technique had begun to dwindle, and consequently, the unknown bug's progress had commenced to slow. On this day, Inshu finally returned, and Shu Tong had already procured 2 boxes of Moo Moo milk as an apology for the mosquito frog, which left Inshu, who had already accepted 2,000 in gifts from Shu Tong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, considering the considerable cost of the milk. Is the mosquito frog fully recovered? Both Yuan Tian and Shu Tong inquired simultaneously. Yes, it is, Inshu replied. And what about you? Yuan Tian continued to question. Inshu was perplexed. What? What's wrong with me? I am not poisoned. You may not be poisoned, but you did take an oath. Declaring that it would be better to meet one's end than to endure this, Yuan Tian teased. Oh, come now, I merely underestimated my opponent. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional this horned bug may be, it would take at least a year and a half to triumph over the incense frog, Inshu replied. Indeed, Shu Tong concurred. Yes, 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 Yuan Tian nodded repeatedly, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would agree to anything. The following day, Yuan Tian went to the city to report on work matters. The horned bug and incense frog were engaged in their routine training. Shu Tong sensed that an opportunity was swiftly approaching. Observing the fervent training of the horned bug and incense frog, Inshu remarked to Shu Tong, I must admit, I feel that my incense frog has significantly enhanced its resistance to toxins after this poisoning incident. If it were to encounter a similar toxin again, it certainly wouldn't suffer as gravely as before. I genuinely wish to find another poison-type Pokémon to test the incense frog's resilience. Watching Inshu's reckless demeanor, Shu Tong even began to ponder whether the recently mentioned ABO snake was summoned by him. Chapter 20. Vital Energy. That evening, Shu Tong and the horned bug remained seated on the bed, gazing at the now feeble poison needle. It seems that the energy of this needle is nearly depleted, Shu Tong commented. The horned bug looked longingly at the poison needle. It's all right. We can always purchase another one, Shu Tong reassured, noting that the horned bug had become quite enamored with the sensation of absorbing energy aided by its enduring strength. However, Shu Tong was acutely aware that unless it was a premium poison attribute resource, the enhancement effects for the horned bug would be minimal. Premium resources are elusive, often unattainable even with money. Given his current status, how could he possibly acquire such treasures? This time, the horned bug absorbed a portion of the poison needle's energy. Although it was considerably less than the poison attribute energy absorbed previously, it was still not something any ordinary Pokémon could assimilate. It required its inherent strength to facilitate the digestion process. Checking the time, which was just past 9, Shu Tong declared, No, we should rest early tonight. I haven't gone to bed at a reasonable hour in over 10 days. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds echoed. Shu Tong turned to see the horned bug gnawing on the poison needle, consuming it with the ease of biting into hard candy. Is it delicious? Shu Tong thought, utterly bewildered by the horned bug's wild behavior. Before Shu Tong could fully comprehend the situation, the horned bug's body began to swell dramatically, as if the poison attribute energy within it were about to burst forth like a deluge. This is not good. The poison needle seemed to have lost its energy. Yet the adage holds true, a starving camel is larger than a horse. The needle, being a crystallization of poison-type energy, despite having most of its energy absorbed, still contained the most primal form of energy within its crystalline structure. The most primitive toxic energy appears feeble at first glance, yet it embodies the purest essence, with a concentration far surpassing that of previously absorbed energies. Typically, such treasures are merely worn by sprites, allowing them to resonate with the corresponding energy whenever they utilize skills of the same attribute. Through this resonance, the energy within the treasure gradually permeates the sprite's body, fortifying it. This process may extend over 5 or 6 years, or even a decade or more. As for the treasures once the energy has nearly dissipated, no guidelines have been disclosed regarding their disposal. They are simply reclaimed by the National Trainer Alliance, which is regarded as a form of benefit among trainers. Observing the current state of the Caterpie, Shu Tong felt an urgent need to act without delay. She channeled nearly all of her life force into the Caterpie, which barely managed to subdue the overwhelming toxic energy. In an instant, Shu Tong felt utterly drained. Yet, disregarding her fatigue, she hastily seized a bottle of Jiwei Dihuang Wan from the table and poured it into her mouth. After consuming 2 vials, the vigorous output of her life force gradually stabilized the toxic energy. Although her body was thoroughly exhausted, Shu Tong finally felt a sense of relief. After swallowing one last mouthful of Jiwei Dihuang Wan, her life force surged once more into the Caterpie. To her astonishment, a faint energy began to manifest within the Caterpie, striving to harmonize with her life force. Though weak, Shu Tong sensed its vibrant vitality and burgeoning life force. This phenomenon transcended her understanding. Yet she was certain it signified nothing but good fortune. With this realization, Shu Tong paid no heed to her own condition, intensifying the output of her life force to aid the Caterpie in fully absorbing the toxic energy. The energy then seamlessly intertwined with her life force, blossoming like grass sprouting in spring, thriving and flourishing under its nurturing embrace. As Shu Tong slowly opened her eyes, she discovered that the Caterpie's information had indeed transformed. Name: Caterpie. Type: Bug. Poison ability: Runaway skills: String shot, Poison sting, Bug bite. Talent: Superior. Recent transformation: nourished by life force. It has grasped the fundamentals of life energy, leading to an extension of its lifespan and enhanced recovery abilities, enabling it to learn skills related to life energy. Recent transformation. Talent elevated to superior, resulting in a qualitative shift in power. Recent transformation. After 2 months of intensive training in the northern woods of Sichuan Town, it managed to barely protect itself during a secret realm invasion due to its enhanced strength. The corners of Shu Tong's mouth lifted slightly, despite her unprecedented weakness. Her mind was exceptionally clear, and the changes in the caterpie were remarkable indeed. What remains perplexing is how, after more than half a month has elapsed, the recent turn of events still indicates that the invasion of the secret realm is 2 months away. I have come to interpret this as suggesting that a period of 2 to 3 months could indeed be considered as 2 months later. I wonder if the passage of time will yield more precise details, especially regarding that unfamiliar energy. I have discerned from the recent turn of events that it is, in fact, life energy, which explains its vitality. When it comes to skills associated with life energy, the grass-type creatures possess a considerable array, such as moves like Leech Seed, Absorb, and Photosynthesis, all of which are linked to the restoration of vitality. The skill known as Heal Wish is particularly advanced. Furthermore, there are also some aggressively potent abilities related to life energy, such as the Curse ability, which, when wielded by ghost-type creatures, inflicts a curse upon the opponent at the cost of the user's life energy. This brings to mind a more terrifying skill, the Song of Ruin. I recall that in the game, any creature afflicted by this status would lose its combat ability within 4 turns. What might the real-world effects of the Song of Ruin be? I shall have to investigate online tomorrow. At present, the most crucial matter remains the caterpie. Although it has developed a sensitivity to life energy, even evolving into a metapod does not provide it with any suitable skills worthy of learning. The Curse and Song of Ruin are beyond the grasp of metapod, and any skills that absorb the opponent's stamina would hold no significance for it, even if it could learn them. Still, I recall one skill of metapod, Tackle, that forces the opponent's stamina to equal its own, undeniably related to life energy. Ultimately, skills are secondary. The most profound effect of life energy is undoubtedly the extension of life. Bug-type creatures grow rapidly but have short lifespans. For instance, Metapod evolves swiftly, completing its transformation in merely a month, yet the typical lifespan of bug-type creatures ranges from 5 to 10 years, or even less. Naturally, I hope that Metapod can enjoy a long life, allowing me to invest more resources in its development without hesitation. In the world of renowned trainers, none have a bug-type creature as their primary partner. Even the illustrious Scyther, which boasts the longest lifespan among bug types, only lives for a little over a decade. Due to inherent racial deficiencies, bug types are predominantly suited for transitional roles, and few trainers would commit significant resources to them, resulting in their reputation as the weakest type. The importance of lifespan is self-evident. In certain fields, longevity equates to becoming a venerable artist. I believe that with the foundation of life energy, Metapod can surely transcend the constraints of its species regarding lifespan. With this thought in mind, I resolve to further mobilize the power of the everlasting force within me to bolster the life energy within Caterpie, until I ultimately succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 21. The Secret Realm of Jesher. The following day, Shu Tong spent the entire day in slumber, dismissing her grandmother's calls for dinner with vague excuses. When she finally awoke, night had already descended. She swiftly tidied her room, leaving only a final jar of Juwei Dihuang Wan, which she placed into her backpack, discarding the empty containers. During dinner, Shu Tong still felt drowsy until she consumed a bottle of Mo fresh milk from her unicorn bug, which invigorated her considerably. The unicorn bug had indulged in half a gene of liquor with her grandfather, preparing to revel in drunken antics, but was mercilessly recalled into its pockball. Not today, she resolved. After dinner, Shu Tong took a refreshing bath, feeling revitalized as though reborn. Once she lay on her bed post-bath, she exhaled deeply and murmured, "It has been ages since I felt this comfortable." With a lingering curiosity about the Song of Doom, Shu Tong accessed HUD's search function, only to find no introduction for the Song of Doom. This absence perplexed her. Was it a classified secret, or did this skill never truly exist? In any case, this world was brimming with mysteries waiting to be explored. Now that she had regained her composure, Shu Tong finally focused on her unicorn bug. If life energy was an unexpected delight, then the elevation of all her attributes to a superior grade was undoubtedly the fruit of her arduous efforts over the past 10 days, compounded by last night's reckless actions, which had allowed her to absorb every last vestige of energy from the superior grade Venom Needle. Her unicorn bug had now begun to gain a distinct advantage in terms of talent. Thus far, She had yet to encounter any Pokémon with all attributes at a superior grade, including 2 professional trainers and the granddaughter of the Thunderbolt Dojo's master. Furthermore, with the impending secret realm invasion in 2 months, her unicorn bug had acquired the means for self-preservation, effectively liberating itself from the tragedy of untimely demise. This marked the first step toward altering its fate. Shu Tong switched on the television, recalling that today was the live broadcast of the semifinals for the National College Individual Competition. Nidoking, Horn Attack Rampage. On the silver screen, a colossal purple creature, adorned with sharp horns, charged valiantly towards its opponent, each step causing the ground to tremble. Blazing Beast unleashed a torrent of flames. A searing inferno swept forth, and even through the screen, one could feel the intense heat, distorting the surrounding air. Yet, Nidoking showed no signs of halting its assault. A faint, gossamer glow shimmered around its body. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and the tension among the spectators was palpable. The commentators, too, were somewhat flustered. Here comes Shunhauern from Jiangnan University in Su Province, whose Nidoking is renowned nationwide. At this pivotal moment, the blessing of moonlight has appeared. Will Nidoking be able to overcome the fiery beast of Chida from Shijiao University with this boon? We eagerly await the outcome. Moonlight blessing? Shu Tong encountered an unfamiliar term. However, she remained unperturbed, knowing that a visit to the homepage of Shunhauern on the Unknown Totem Live platform would surely provide an introduction. Indeed, Nidoking charged into the jets of flame without any sign of being scorched. Rather, it accelerated with increasing fervor, completely overwhelming the fire beast in its momentum. Once engaged in close combat, the fire beast was no match for Nidoking's formidable strength. Its frantic horn attacks resembled a stampede, and with each step inducing tremors beneath its feet, the fire beast was relentlessly pushed back. Nidoking's close-quarters combat techniques were executed to perfection, leaving one to ponder the lineage from which such mastery had been derived. With a triumphant roar, Nidoking pinned the fire beast beneath its feet, rendering it utterly incapable of further resistance. Following his victory, Shunhauern waved to the audience, whose cheers filled the arena, a testament to his immense popularity. Shunhauern and Chida met at the center of the arena to shake hands in mutual respect. Your Nidoking is indeed formidable. I concede to your prowess. However, Jiangnan University cannot solely rely on you. Shunhauern, all the best in the finals. But Qi Tianzi from Moda University has clearly showcased a significantly stronger performance this time. Chida remarked. Shunhauern smiled in response. As long as I have no regrets, that is sufficient. Winning or losing, there is no need for undue attachment. They exchanged knowing smiles, both fully aware that if victory were truly attainable, how could one not be passionate about it? The next segment involved interviews. Due to his recent immersion in intensive training, Shunhauern had missed the team competition in the National University League, learning only of the results through the news. Jiangnan University, as he had been informed by Chida, had reached the quarterfinals, ultimately falling short against Jingxiang Union University, while the championship title was claimed by Moda University. Now, the television screen shifted to the interview segment with Shunhauern. First, congratulations on advancing to the finals. If you manage to secure the championship, based on your points, it would equate to an early qualification as a 4th-tier professional trainer. How confident are you about the upcoming finals? The reporter, as always, relished in posing such provocative questions to garner attention. My opponent in the finals is Qi Tianzi. As long as I can exert my utmost and showcase the results of our regular training, that will suffice, Shunhauern replied diplomatically, finding little further interest in the proceedings. Shu Tong turned off the television. Subsequently, she accessed the seldom-visited Unknown Totem Live platform, where Shunhauern's fan support group was active. Shunhauern, the top scorer from Su Province last year and a 3rd-tier professional trainer, was the son of the headmaster of the Confucius Dojo in Jinling City. He continued his studies at Jiangnan University, the premier institution for Pokémon in Su Province. Last year, he reached the top 8 in the National Freshman League, earning the right to enter the prestigious National Secret Realm, the Jiesher Secret Realm. In the mysterious realm of Jiesher, Shunhauern acquired a Supreme Moonstone, leading to the evolution of his Nidorino into Nidoqueen, thereby awakening a new ability, Moonlight Protection. This ability not only shields Nidoqueen from harm, but also restores a portion of its vitality. With this formidable Nidoqueen, Shunhauern's prowess ascended to new heights. As for his opponent in the finals, Qi Tianzi, he was further blessed by the halo of a protagonist, having obtained a Mega Evolution Stone for his Charizard within the Jiesher realm. Additionally, Qi Tianzi's father serves as the chairman of the Haishu Group in the Magic City and is a benefactor of the National Alliance. which facilitated his acquisition of a Mega Evolution Keystone from the national headquarters. Presently, Qi Tianzi stands as an invincible force among his peers. Consequently, Shu Tong watched a video of Qi Tianzi's Charizard's Mega Evolution. It was revealed to be a Super Charizard with attributes of both fire and flying. This raised the tantalizing possibility that an even stronger Charizard with fire and dragon attributes remained undiscovered. Shu Tong's heart raced. Although these individuals possessed formidable strength, their ascendance was largely attributed to the Jieshe realm. Chapter 22. A year later in the Mongshan Secret Realm? The Jieshe realm is a preeminent resource haven in the Huaxia Nation, located on Jieshe Island at the eastern estuary of the Magic City and Su Province. The resources within the Jieshe realm comprise various evolution stones, with qualities ranging from inferior to supreme. The state mandates that each individual entering the Jieshe realm may only retrieve one evolution stone. Notably, 3 individuals from Huaxia have successfully obtained Mega Evolution Stones, creating quite a sensation. The sole access to the Jieshe realm is through the National University Student League, where only the top 16 contestants each year are granted entry. Theoretically, an individual may have up to 4 opportunities to enter the Jieshe realm, as the government restricts access to prevent individuals from indefinitely prolonging their academic tenure for the sake of resources. Figures like Qi Tianzi and Shun Haoran have gained considerable renown nationwide, making the prospect of reaching them seem distant. As Shu Tong prepared to turn off her phone for the night, she received a text message. Tomorrow afternoon, same place, gambling battle. I believe you will come. Chun-Li Su Wei. Shu Tong closed her eyes slightly, realizing it was from those two. Pan Zhihong's hound should be fine now, making his investment of 5,000 yuan worthwhile. The diagnostic results for Chun-Li and Su Wei's Nidoran and Mankey should also be forthcoming. Could this be a quest for revenge? They surely lacked the strength to confront her directly, indicating they might be seeking assistance. However, Shu Tong felt undaunted. Her newly elevated strength from her unown and the rigorous training and energy refinement over the past 10 days bolstered her confidence. Finally, after a restful night, Shu Tong arrived early in the woods. Upon entering, she sensed something amiss. The once vibrant forest felt as though it had been abruptly silenced. She released her unown, knowing that as long as it encountered a spirit, she could glean information through it. In the depths of the forest, the curious bug called out. Although the rustling of leaves suggested the presence of fairies hidden within, it was evident that they were frightened and hesitant to reveal themselves. No need to wait any longer. Let us draw them out, Shu Tong declared. The bug nodded in agreement, employing its silk-spinning ability to quietly slip through a small gap between the leaves, returning with a green caterpillar before Shu Tong. Upon inspecting the caterpillar's fairy script, Shu Tong discovered that it had perished during a realm invasion, yielding no significant information. It seemed they would have to rely on the bug after all. Through a series of communications, the bug finally conveyed to Shu Tong that a sudden encounter with an arbok had occurred in the woods last night, resulting in the snake swallowing 2 small rattatas whole. Consequently, many fairies had taken refuge in hiding. So, it has indeed arrived. I just wonder how Inshu is faring, Shu Tong mused as she dialed Inshu's number. As soon as the call connected, Inshu's anxious voice emerged before Shu Tong could utter a word. Shu Tong, please do not come to the outpost this afternoon. My Krogunk was ambushed and poisoned by an arbok last night. I am currently at the Pokémon Center. That arbok is lurking in the woods leading to your outpost. It is extremely dangerous, so stay away. The association is already dispatching personnel to capture it. Understood, Shu Tong replied before hanging up, her gaze fixed upon the forest. It was time for the bug to unleash its potential. Accompanied by the bug, Shu Tong began to inquire among the concealed fairies and soon located the arbok's lair. Nestled within the hollow of a towering tree lay the arbok, coiled protectively around 3 eggs. As Shu Tong observed, the details of the arbok materialized before her eyes. Name: Arbok. Type: Poison. Ability: Intimidate. Moves: Poison, Sting, Acid, Bind, Glare, Bite, Screech. Potential: Intermediate. Superior attack. Recent developments: Gained significant strength after consuming a high-grade Nidoran during its pregnancy, leading to severe injuries from being attacked by its own kind. Postpartum: Having transferred all its energy to its offspring, it now finds itself in a perilous state. Recent developments: After fleeing from Mongshan, it was captured by a professional trainer, thus averting the cataclysmic fate brought by the impending invasion of the Mongshan realm a year later. Upon gleaning the information about the arbok, a wave of confusion washed over Shu Tong. What had transpired here? Could it be related to her own arrival in this realm? Why would the Mongshan region manifest a mysterious realm a year later? And what did the term cataclysm imply? It was evident that this was no ordinary realm. However, The information at hand provided no clarity regarding what lay within such a realm. Without any knowledge, Shutong resolutely decided against taking unnecessary risks. It appeared that she would need to explore Mongshan at some point, as perhaps other fairies might offer different insights. At that moment, the Arbok's breath was faint. Its injuries grievous. Shutong recognized that the opportunity lay before her. From the recent turning point, it is evident that the strength of the Arbok will significantly diminish after childbirth, rendering it devoid of any value. While the eggs may not greatly enhance the strength of the caterpie, the unique proteins contained within will undoubtedly elevate the proficiency of its silk spinning ability. Caterpie, Shutong remarked. The caterpie gazed at Shutong, aware that its mission was at hand. You are to engage in combat with that Arbok, and you must not show the slightest hint of leniency or mercy. Defeating it does not signify the end of the battle. When a Pokémon is dealt a fatal blow, a special mystical energy will momentarily protect it, allowing it to cling to life. However, this energy will soon dissipate, and your task is to wait for its departure before delivering the final blow, Shutong stated coldly, her gaze deepening. Some experiences are essential. A soldier who has never seen blood cannot be deemed a true soldier. The caterpie responded affirmatively, and then a thread of silk was launched, ensnaring the head of the Arbok. Suddenly, the Arbok awoke, facing the advancing caterpie. With a piercing cry, the Arbok's patterns shimmered with a bizarre light. Shutong covered her ears. The sound sent shivers down her spine, making her feel as if her flesh might detach from her bones. The caterpie was also significantly affected, its descent interrupted by the shrill sound. While the eerie light caused it to tremble, the caterpie's reaction stemmed fundamentally from a lack of combat experience. Had it undergone targeted training, it would not have found itself in such a passive position. This illustrates the Arbok's considerable level, utilizing both its deafening cry and the intimidating glare simultaneously to not only disrupt its opponent's actions, but also induce a state of paralysis. Seizing this opportunity, the Arbok opened its gaping maw, dark energy coalescing within, ready to unleash its dark-type move, Bite. In that instant, the caterpie would have no capacity for resistance. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a surge of life-affirming green energy flickered over the caterpie, dispelling its paralysis. Chapter 23. A change in the script. Faced with the looming threat of being devoured by the Arbok, the caterpie fixed its gaze intently upon it, the accumulation of poisonous energy in its mouth unwavering. At this moment, Shutong felt a profound sense of reassurance. The toxic energy that the caterpie was gathering was exponentially greater than that of the previous day. The primordial essence of the poison within this needle was indeed extraordinary. A single poisonous needle, brimming with immense toxic energy, was unleashed as the Arbok lunged forward. The Arbok emitted a heart-wrenching howl as the needle pierced its mouth, the toxic energy swiftly beginning to erode its body. Even the poison-type ABO snake had never encountered such an intense surge of toxic energy, causing its formidable spirit to wane as an instinctive trepidation took hold. For even amidst an onslaught from its entire clan, the cumulative force of all their venomous abilities paled in comparison to the dread instilled by this solitary Beedrill. Seizing upon the ABO snake's moment of hesitation, the Beedrill unleashed another silk-spinning attack, ensnaring the serpent's head before propelling itself backward with a powerful thrust. The resultant tension yanked the ABO snake off balance, sending it careening through the air. Casting a glance at its precious eggs, the ABO snake's eyes ignited with a resolute defiance, rekindling its once diminished courage. With a fierce expulsion of a purple corrosive liquid, it severed the silk bindings. As it plummeted, the ABO snake coiled its body into a spring-like form, mitigating the impact and preventing significant injury. However, the already grave wounds it bore were exacerbated by the recent exertion, with several gashes reopening. The Beedrill adhered to the combat strategy imparted by Shutong, which emphasized relentless assault until the enemy lay defeated. Thus, the recently rejuvenated ABO snake faced a barrage of venomous needles, each one sealing off its escape routes. Left with no choice, the ABO snake was compelled to employ its own poisonous spines in a direct confrontation. Although the ABO snake held a higher level, it was gravely injured. Conversely, the Beedrill, despite its lower level, possessed superior innate abilities and abundant energy. In their initial exchange, the collision of poisonous needles saw the Beedrill subtly on the back foot. After all, the ABO snake boasted formidable offensive talents, and had it been at its peak, the Beedrill would have faced untold demise. Wear it down, continue utilizing the venomous needles. Shutong communicated telepathically to the Beedrill. Shutong was exceedingly pleased with the Beedrill's current needle attack, as its toxic energy was potent and domineering, with the needles being sharp and penetrating. He believed that, with practice, the proficiency of this skill would swiftly reach mastery. The relentless application of needles by the Beedrill left the ABO snake wary of making any reckless movements, should it cease its needle assault. A ferocious counterattack from the Beedrill would surely ensue. The exchange of needle strikes persisted for a while, unfolding as Shu Tong had anticipated. Soon, the ABO snake could no longer bear the strain, its wounds widened, and its capacity to harness toxic energy dwindled. The initial advantage it had was now completely eroded, leaving it at the mercy of the Beedrill's assault. In contrast, the Beedrill's toxic energy flowed continuously and seemed inexhaustible, growing ever stronger. Finally, the ABO snake faltered, pausing to catch its breath. In that fleeting moment, the Beedrill's needles unleashed a volley as relentless as a hailstorm, striking toward the ABO snake. In despair, the ABO snake attempted to muster a skill to defend itself, but found itself unable to gather even a modicum of toxic energy, allowing the needles to pierce its body, even further aggravating its existing wounds. The aggressively potent toxin spread with alarming rapidity, tormenting the Arbok to the point of agony as it writhed on the ground. The attack of the Caterpie showed no signs of abating. The silken threads ensnared the Arbok to a tree, its entire body wrapped in strands as though it were a mummy. At this moment, the Arbok resembled a condemned prisoner awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Suddenly, Shutong heard footsteps approaching. Could it be the forest ranger? A wave of panic surged through her if the ranger arrived. Her plan to have the Caterpie consume the Arbok's eggs would be thwarted, rendering her perilous battle utterly meaningless. Caterpie, devour those 3 eggs first, leave no trace behind. Shutong commanded. After all, the Arbok was now akin to a lifeless entity, even if it possessed any remaining resistance. The ranger would surely be able to handle it upon arrival. The Caterpie swiftly reached the location of the Arbok's eggs, utilizing its bite attack. A sharp crack echoed as the first egg was crushed. Soon, the first egg was entirely consumed by the Caterpie. The Arbok's body seemed to twitch. These 3 eggs were its offspring, bound by an unbreakable connection of blood, and even in its unconscious state, the Arbok could feel the anguish. The Caterpie acted with alacrity, completely devouring the second egg. The Arbok began to convulse. Shutong observed with bated breath. Though she felt tense, she forced herself to relax. No need to worry. Even if it escaped, it posed little threat. However, when the information about the Arbok reappeared before her, Shutong gasped in alarm. The Arbok's condition had transformed into, having its eggs destroyed, it awakened a profound energy from the depths of its soul, evolving into an Arbok monster. Caterpie, run! Shutong shouted. The Caterpie had just finished consuming the 3 eggs, feeling a warm energy coursing through it. The energy absorbed from the toxic needles now felt even more refined. Shutong's sudden warning alerted the Caterpie to the gravity of the situation, prompting it to hasten towards her. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a deafening sound that was exponentially more powerful than before. Shutong could scarcely endure such a piercing noise, hastily covering her ears. The Caterpie utilized its silk to block its ears, effectively creating a snug earplug. Truly remarkable. This was the essence of battle experience. Before Shutong could fully express her admiration, dozens of poisonous needles, akin to steel spikes, hurtled toward the Caterpie. Her heart clenched. It was unavoidable. The Caterpie unexpectedly unleashed 5 strands of silk, twirling them around itself, creating a barrier as impenetrable as silk in a dance. Shutong found herself momentarily entranced. Was it the extraordinary effect of those 3 Arbok eggs, or the Caterpie's remarkable absorption capabilities? The proficiency in silk production has undoubtedly reached a commendable level. With a firm grasp of the fundamentals, one can deploy skills in various forms under a consistent methodology. At this moment, the unicorn bug demonstrated its mastery by unleashing 5 strands of silk, a true testament to its finesse. However, the evolved Abai monster exhibited a significant surge in power. Although its injuries remained, the overwhelming pressure of its energy was almost suffocating. Shutong gazed beyond the woods, anticipating the arrival of the forest ranger. Chapter 24. The fierce battle against the Abai monster. Chen Li and Su Wei were approaching with 5 slightly older individuals. What was that beam of light? Chen Li exclaimed with delight. Could it be a treasure has emerged? Then we would be in luck, Su Wei replied with a grin. Don't be foolish. There are no treasures in the secret realm, interjected one of the older men. Zhou, we're merely dreaming. After all, both of our Pokémon were rendered useless. We must cultivate new ones. This year's college entrance examination is surely beyond our reach, so we can only hope for a miracle, Chun Li lamented. Indeed, Zhou, who in Xingqing does not fear your name. Even our leader holds you in high esteem. You must help us seek revenge. Eliminate Shutong's wretched unicorn bug to assuage my deep-seated resentment, Chun-Li implored. Rest assured, as long as your funds are in order. Anything is possible, Zhou Gu assured them. You can count on us. We will not shortchange you. Chun-Li and Su Wei replied, bowing and flattering profusely. Shutong cast a glance at the group, recognizing the leader, Zhou Dafa, a notorious delinquent in the county. He was, in fact, a failure who had flunked the college entrance examination for 3 consecutive years and was expelled from school. Although he could still participate in future exams, his chances of obtaining a qualification as a professional trainer were slim, as he could no longer attend school. This was a policy of the state. Each year, only a certain proportion of trainers could gain admission to Pokémon universities. Those who excelled could directly attain rank, while others merely had the opportunity to retake the exams. However, those who failed for 3 consecutive years faced expulsion from high school. Zhou Dafa and his companions belonged to that unfortunate group. While their Pokémon's abilities surpassed those of newcomers with limited resources and backgrounds, it was certain that their current strength was likely inferior to that of the promising stars nurtured by the school. For instance, Chun-Li and Su Wei's leader, Wu Hongxuan, was among the newly cultivated stars of this cohort, benefiting from direct guidance from professional trainers and the school's resources, thus enhancing his strength rapidly. It was unexpected that Chun-Li and Su Wei harbored such animosity towards him, fully aware that the upcoming school summary would scrutinize his confrontation with Wu Hongxuan. Yet they still sought the assistance of these thugs to eliminate his unicorn bug. Were they truly concerned about their reluctance to attend school? It was utterly absurd that they had met their demise now. Shutong spat in disdain. The unicorn bug was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the abolished beast, leaving her with no choice but to retreat to a safe distance behind their confrontation, seeking refuge. At that moment, the abolished beast appeared to be in a frenzied state, akin to a tiger descending the mountains or a dragon emerging from the sea, manifesting an intent to annihilate the unicorn bug at all costs. Responding to Shutong's mental cues, the unicorn bug adeptly utilized its silk to evade amidst the trees. The relentless assault of the abolished beast was formidable, and a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Its injuries would not vanish with evolution, and only after this ferocity subsided would there be a glimmer of hope. Seizing this opportunity, the unicorn bug could also digest those 3 eggs, allowing for better utilization of its toxic energy amidst such an intense battle. The abolished beast's assaults were devastating, sweeping through everything in its path, with its tail crashing into trees and snapping trunks with alarming ease. Chun-Li and Su Wei, caught off guard, witnessed a tree tumble before them. When they looked up, they were struck with terror. It was the abolished beast. The 7 of them immediately turned and fled, with Zhou Dafa sprinting ahead as if propelled by the winds. After running several hundred meters, panting heavily, they finally halted. What on earth is an abolished beast doing in such a place? One of Zhou Dafa's subordinates inquired. I have no idea. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. There's a ranger station on the front lines of Mang Mountain. How could such a dangerous creature descend? Chun-Li responded. There's definitely something amiss. Let us observe the situation. If it becomes uncontrollable, we can always reschedule with Shutong for another day, Zhou Dafa suggested. Zhou Gu is right. We shouldn't suffer further losses due to him, Chun-Li remarked shrewdly. Wait, is that a unicorn bug battling the abolished beast? How utterly reckless! Su Wei exclaimed, gazing into the distance. His words immediately captured the group's attention. A unicorn bug engaging an abolished beast? They all stared in disbelief. Jaws agape. A single unicorn bug? And it was able to hold its own against the abolished beast? Was it the kind that could evolve into a Beedrill? Meanwhile, Shutong continued to conceal herself, ensuring that the abolished beast could not directly assault her. However, the abolished beast, blinded by rage, fixated solely on the unicorn bug, driven by a singular desire for vengeance. Yet, the unicorn bug, swinging back and forth, navigated through the trees with agility, even as the abolished beast attempted various skills to disrupt its silk. At that moment, the unicorn bug's silk seemed almost sentient. Whenever one strand broke, another swiftly followed, and at times, it would send out 5 or 6 strands simultaneously toward different trees. The abolished monster found itself at a loss, its fury escalating until it transformed into a mindless instrument of slaughter. The battle had raged for over an hour, evolving into a test of endurance and energy. This confrontation encapsulated all the achievements of the horned beetle, the absorption of venomous energy, the nurturing effects of the power of eternity following each rigorous training session, and the comprehensive training it received compared to the mosquito frog. The life energy within it surged forth, providing the horned beetle with a formidable foundation. At that moment, The abolished monster's wounds burst open once more. Although it had long since lost the sensation of pain, its body displayed clear signs of disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the horned beetle prepared to strike. Perched on a tree branch, it let out a resonant call, as if resonating with the very essence of the world. It unleashed a barrage of venomous needles. To Shutong's astonishment, a portion of these needles aimed directly at the abolished monster, while others inexplicably soared skyward. When they reached the air above the abolished monster, they suddenly veered downward, plunging towards it with alarming speed. Chapter 25. Mastery level skills. The simultaneous assault from both the ground and the sky transformed the abolished monster into a veritable pincushion. The erosion from the venom had only just commenced. What followed would be even more horrifying. Mastery, indeed. Mastery. The proficiency of the horned beetle's venomous needle technique had attained a level of expertise. Even Shutong, typically composed, felt an exhilarating rush as if ascending to the heavens. Achieving mastery in skill proficiency signified an initial understanding of the essence of energy. With a fixed method of skill application, one could control the technique at will, fundamentally centered on the manipulation of energy. At his age, encountering a Pokémon with skills at such a level of mastery was virtually impossible. Having witnessed last night's competition, even the prodigious Shunhauren, with his most powerful Pokémon, Nidoking, had not achieved mastery in any of its skills. This was the source of Shutong's confidence. Numerous factors influence a Pokémon's combat strength, yet it is indisputable that skill proficiency stands as one of the most significant. The horned beetle had unleashed its trump card, gazing down upon the abolished monster, poised for the final blow. After a period of convulsions on the ground, the abolished monster lay still, reduced to a mere flicker of life. Now was the moment. The horned beetle unleashed another venomous needle, piercing through the abolished monster's body. It began to corrode, evidence of its demise. Otherwise, a Pokémon resistant to poison would not succumb in such a manner. Ultimately, only a darkened, purplish snake gallbladder remained. Go ahead, consume it. As Shutong conveyed his intentions, the Unihorn swiftly descended beside the snake gall and consumed it in one gulp. This snake gall no longer held any potential energy enhancement for the Unihorn. At best, it merely solidified its prior energy. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance stood motionless, resembling statues, their astonishment akin to that of witnessing the Chinese national football team clinching the World Cup. Did you all see that? Zhou Dafa was the first to speak, a tremor of apprehension in his voice. The others nodded vacantly. Why are we still standing here, dazed? The battle's over, Zhou Dafa remarked. Suddenly, Chun Li, caught off guard, slapped himself across the face, letting out a sigh. What are you doing? Su Wei inquired. If only we had recorded that moment. The Unihorn defeating the abomination. It would have created a sensational buzz in the live stream, surely attracting a massive influx of viewers, Chun-Li lamented. Are you sure recording that would not have been akin to courting death? Zhou Dafa shot back with a sidelong glance. Chun-Li momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Forget it, let us just wait for Shutong. He needs to understand the agony of losing a spirit, Su Wei proposed. This time, I want to let him off easily, Chun-Li vowed with a fierce expression. No need to wait. I'm already here, Shutong declared. Slowly approaching from behind, the Unihorn perched on his shoulder, a sight familiar to the group. What? That Unihorn belongs to him? Zhou Dafa shouted at Chun-Li and Su Wei. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Su Wei stammered, his disbelief palpable. Brother Zhou, this can't be true. I know Shutong's Unihorn. It was nearly defeated by my boss over half a month ago. It cannot be that powerful. Trust me, Chun-Li insisted fervently. To hell with you, Zhou Dafa retorted, kicking Chun-Li to the ground. Damn it, you bastard, trying to trick me into a death sentence. With that, Zhou Dafa and his companions fled toward the woods. Although Chun-Li and Su Wei were baffled as to how Shutong's Unihorn had suddenly become so formidable, they were certain that the creature on Shutong's shoulder was indeed the one that had just slain the abomination. Since you're here, why rush to leave? Shutong said coldly. The Unihorn, having swung through the trees, unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles that fell around the 7 adversaries like a celestial shower. Presently, the ground surrounding these 7 individuals was littered with needles, rendering them immobile unless they could defy gravity itself. Shutong's icy demeanor betrayed no emotion as he advanced toward them. What do you intend to do? I must remind you that murder is a crime, Chun-Li stammered, trying to muster courage. Young man, we are strangers. This must be a misunderstanding. I, Zhou Dafa, apologize on behalf of my group. Please allow us to leave, Zhou Dafa pleaded. However, Shutong paid him no heed. Didn't you want to challenge me to a duel? Come forth, Shutong declared. I concede. No more blocking, Su Wei declared. Chun-Li also shook his head, saying, I too concede, I concede. Conceding may be an option, but must I speak of the price? Shu Tong's words resonated like infernal echoes, shaking their very souls. The terrifying pressure, akin to that of a devil, rendered Chun-Li and Su Wei breathless. The dread within compelled them to escape Shu Tong's clutches at once. All right, I understand. Su Wei hastily retrieved his phone and transferred 5,000 to Shu Tong. Upon receipt, Shu Tong smirked disdainfully, allowing the caterpie to expel Su Wei with its silk, sending him sprawling. Ignoring the pain, Su Wei scrambled to his feet and fled. Chun-Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately had to transfer funds to Shu Tong, casting a venomous glance at him as he departed. Shu Tong observed this with keen awareness, but realized there was little more he could do. Exceeding limits could provoke the trainer association, which, while not overly punitive, would inevitably result in warnings and the return of wagered funds. Now, only Zhou Dafa and his 4 subordinates remained. Brother Shu Tong, we meant no harm. We are not like those two. Please, let us go, Zhou Dafa pleaded. Shu Tong found it amusing. Have you forgotten the innocent trainers you bullied? You exploited the weak for money, yet now you falter? Zhou Dafa's face shifted from blue to purple. Perhaps a sudden assault from his 5 would have a chance against that caterpie, but now, bound and subdued, he lacked the confidence to speak. I'll pay. Zhou Dafa stammered, nearly biting through his teeth. Each of you owes 10,000, Shu Tong stated. 10,000? Why do they pay 5,000, and we must pay 10? Instantly, the 5 erupted in protest. I am not negotiating. I am merely informing you, Shu Tong replied. These adults had long exploited the weak to amass wealth. It was only natural they possessed money, and seizing the opportunity to extract some was essential for their memory. The caterpie poked its head out, and upon seeing it, the 5 men quickly quieted. Shu Tong provided his account number, and the 50,000 was transferred in succession. Now can we leave? Zhou Dafa's tone feigned stubbornness. Shu Tong, accompanied by the caterpie, began to walk away, leaving behind a parting remark. In half an hour, the poison will dissipate. Just wait. With that, Shu Tong abruptly turned, causing the 5 to shut their mouths tightly in alarm. Chapter 26. National University Student League. Due to the impending arrival of the forest ranger, he chose not to linger. As for those 5, they were insignificant before the ranger. Should the ranger inquire about them, how they chose to respond was their own prerogative. Upon returning home, Shu Tong infused the unicorn bug with the power of Tokiwa, discovering that its internal energy surged with vigor, brimming with vitality. The life energy flowed through the unicorn bug like an ethereal spirit, nurturing every limb and cell relentlessly. Today, a sum of 60,000 yuan had arrived, replenishing recent expenditures. Coupled with the unicorn bug's dramatic increase in strength and its now superb talent, Shu Tong found herself quite content. As for achieving an extraordinary talent, it would undoubtedly require exceptional resources, and certainly not just 1 or 2. The stark reality was evident. Elevating the unicorn bug from inferior to medium talent had been relatively effortless, accomplished through several intense training sessions and the power of Tokiwa. However, the transition from medium to superior talent was another matter entirely. Extreme training could only be described as a near brush with death, with the unicorn bug frequently flirting with peril, only to be revived by Shu Tong's Tokiwa energy. Thus, the thought of advancing from superior to extraordinary talent was daunting. And even if such exceptional resources were available for purchase, her finances were insufficient, leaving her to rely on chance. With the assistance of the Abai monster today, the proficiency of the silk spinning and venomous needle skills had stabilized at the levels of adeptness and mastery, respectively. In the afternoon, she had planned to rest well, but unexpectedly, her grandfather and the unicorn bug were in high spirits, engaging in a drinking spree that lasted the entire afternoon. Her grandmother busied herself preparing warm dishes while Shu Tong poured drinks for them. Her grandfather chatted amiably while the unicorn bug chirped in response, as if it could comprehend the conversation. Shu Tong even speculated that the telepathic effect of her Tokiwa energy might be a familial inheritance. Fortunately, by nightfall, they settled down and fell into a deep slumber. Dinner was shared solely between Shu Tong and her grandmother. After taking a shower and returning to her room, Shu Tong opened her phone, where a local news notification captured her attention. An Abai snake had ambushed a forest ranger's spirit on Mang Mountain, only to be thwarted and eliminated by a group of passing trainers, including Zhou Dafai, ensuring the safety of the townspeople of Sichuan. The Xingqing Trainer Association decided to reward the 5 individuals with 50,000 yuan. The comments section was flooded with praise, elevating these individuals to near-heroic status. Shu Tong realized she had underestimated their shamelessness. Initially, she had thought they would feign ignorance in front of the ranger, for once such incidents became associated with oneself. It felt akin to a moral obligation. One would be compelled to act whenever similar situations arose, lest their previous persona crumble. This group of wayward youths, who had previously engaged in bullying and extortion, had suddenly intertwined their identities with that of justice. Did they not fear starving in the future? In the comments section, Shutong quietly replied with 3 words, unicorn bug. In less than a minute, Zhou Defy surprisingly messaged her, promising to keep it a secret and stating that 10,000 yuan would soon be transferred to her account. As Shutong anticipated, the facade has already begun to be maintained. From now on, one must be more prudent, otherwise I shall expose you. With the limited capabilities of your group, how could you possibly vanquish the Abai monster? It is truly laughable to utter such words. Shutong's message was, in fact, a means of gathering evidence to firmly control these individuals. At this moment, Zhou Dafa was being exalted to great heights, basking in an inflated sense of self-importance. In truth, he possessed no evidence to incriminate him, and he could easily disregard Shutong. Yet, his mindset resembled that of one precariously perched in a dilapidated building, teetering on the brink of collapse. In an effort to preserve his persona, he momentarily lost the capacity for rational thought. Indeed, a message from Zhou Dafa arrived. Rest assured, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would never dream of declining. Shortly thereafter, another 10,000 yuan was deposited. All of this provided Shutong, who initially lacked evidence, with the proof she needed. Glancing at the time, she noted that the live broadcast of the National College Student League Finals was about to commence. She turned on the television, where Shunhauern was set to face off against Qi Tianze. Qi Tianze, with his strikingly handsome features, commanding presence, and graceful demeanor, was every bit as captivating as she was. It was no wonder that the audience erupted into thunderous cheers, with shouts of husband rising in a crescendo. Wait, something was amiss. Why were there also shouts from men? Regrettably, the match progressed too swiftly. Both Qi Tianze and Shunhauern were seasoned trainers at the 3rd level. According to National League regulations, once a trainer achieved professional status, they could apply for a 2nd Pokémon, and with each subsequent level, they could apply for an additional one. A 3rd-level trainer could possess up to 5 Pokémon. Such regulations were undoubtedly sensible, as the global community strictly controls the training and ownership of Pokémon. After all, Pokémon are akin to strategic weapons. Excessive private ownership would pose significant challenges for national governance and public safety. The National College Student Pokémon Battle was a nationwide event, and even at the finals, the competition was merely a 3-on-3 match. At this age, cultivating 5 battle-ready Pokémon was nearly impossible. Shunhauern's 3 Pokémon could only withstand Qi Tianze's Charizard for a moment, before succumbing entirely. Unfortunately, she could not discern the attributes of that Charizard through the screen, forcing her curiosity to be stifled. Lying alone in bed, Shutong suddenly felt an emptiness within her. The energy from the superior poison needle had been fully absorbed, and she had defeated the Abai monster. The strength of her Nidorino had transcended several dimensions. Now, it seemed there were no shortcuts left except to enhance her experience through specialized training and practical battles. The influence of poison-type energy on Nidorino was irreplaceable, not only refining her physique and enhancing her talent, but also improving her sensitivity to poison energy. Otherwise, the poison needle skill could not have reached the mastery level. Sensitivity to poison energy? Shutong suddenly experienced a moment of revelation. The silk spinning skill, from what he had gleaned about this world, was quite straightforward. Augmenting protein intake would enhance the resilience of the silk produced. However, he recalled that in the Pokémon games, the silk spinning skill was classified as a bug-type move. Yet, at present, his proficiency in the silk spinning skill did not exhibit any discernible bug-type energy. Indeed, not all game mechanics necessarily applied in reality. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to heighten his perception of bug-type energy with his unique horned caterpillar. Currently, he had mastered the bug bite move. Once he evolved into a Beedrill, he would undoubtedly acquire numerous bug-type skills. Thus, establishing a solid foundation now would surely prove advantageous. To this end, Shutong specifically researched methods to enhance bug-type energy. The official sources provided the fastest method, dissolving silver powder in hot water to allow bug-type Pokémon to soak. However, it was imperative that this process be conducted under the meticulous supervision of professional researchers and breeders, as improper control of the silver powder quantity could lead to the Pokémon suffering from excessive energy absorption, potentially resulting in bodily rupture. Indeed, dissolving silver powder in water would result in considerable energy loss. It would be fortunate if even 1/10 of it could be absorbed by the Pokémon. Such wastage was regrettable, Consuming it directly would be far more efficient. Chapter 27. The Abandoned Secret Realm. The following dawn, Shu Tong set off early for the county town. First visiting the department store to purchase a carton of Moo Moo milk before heading to the Pokémon Center to visit In Shu's Frogadier. Perhaps due to the previous poison sting attack, Frogadier had developed a heightened resistance to toxins. This time, the poisoning was not severe, and he would likely be discharged tomorrow. Shu Tong's visit also fortified the bond between him and In Shu, with the time until the secret realm invasion drawing ever closer. Having In Shu and his companions to provide cover would significantly increase the chances of successfully acquiring the Beedrill Megastone. After leaving the hospital, Shu Tong continued to the department store, hoping for a fruitful find. His first destination was the section for rare treasures. However, he was disappointed to find no high-quality resources. He only managed to purchase 2 portions of medium-grade silver powder for 600,000. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar-looking young man entered, flanked by 2 middle-aged men in formal attire and sunglasses. "I'll purchase all your poison-type resources," the young man declared. The sudden commotion startled the clerk, who quickly summoned the district manager. Upon seeing the young man, the manager hurriedly offered a conciliatory smile. "Ah, it is the son of Director Zhu. What brings you back?" Upon hearing that he was the son of Director Zhu, Shu Tong rifled through his memories to recognize the young man before him. The director of the wastewater treatment plant where his father worked bore the surname Zhu. Due to his single-parent upbringing, Shu Tong often waited at the plant after school for his father to finish work and return home. Thus, he had seen this young man before. He was Zhu Zhixiang, the son of Director Zhu. However, since entering high school, he had been sent to study in Jinling by his father. After that, they never met again. A person of his stature would never deign to acknowledge someone of such humble significance. Purchasing all the toxic resources in one go was truly an act of extravagant disregard. Realizing that she and Zhu Zhixiang inhabited entirely different worlds, Shu Tong departed alone. Seizing the opportunity of her father's day off, she returned to their home in the county. As soon as she stepped inside, a foul stench assaulted her senses. Her father was in the living room, playing with his work partner, Grimer. "Dad," Shu Tong called out. "Why didn't you inform me of your return? I didn't even buy any groceries. Please wait for me here." Her father immediately stood up, preparing to return Grimer to its Pokeball. "Wait," Shu Tong urged, noticing Grimer's information. Her father, puzzled, recognized that his son usually detested the foul odor of Grimer. Yet this time he seemed oddly drawn to it. The information about Grimer appeared before Shu Tong's eyes, and she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Name: Grimer. Type: Poison. Ability: Stench. Skills: Poison Gas, Mud Slap. Hardened. Talents: Low Tier Attack, Defense, Special Attack, Special Defense, Speed. Medium Tier Stamina. Recent change: Deceased due to the collapse of an abandoned secret realm after half a month. "Dad, what is going on? I recall that your station handles the industrial wastewater for the entire Shangzhou city, right?" "Yes, you know that," her father replied, taken aback by her question. "You should return Grimer to its ball." "Ah, okay." Her father felt completely out of sync with his son's rhythm and promptly returned Grimer. "What is the operational principle of your wastewater treatment station?" Shu Tong inquired. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Her question seemed to create a tense atmosphere, prompting her to smile and add, "I'm just curious about how the sewage is treated. Is it all reliant on Grimer?" Her father chuckled with pride, stating, "You've come to the right person. I've been working at the water treatment station for over a decade." Shu Tong couldn't help but cover her face, amused that he was building suspense. "The core of this water treatment station is actually an abandoned secret realm," her father explained. "A secret realm?" "Yes. Once the resources of small or medium-sized secret realms are fully exploited and deemed devoid of value, they are handed over to the Environmental Protection Bureau. Wastewater and garbage within a certain radius are directed to these realms, and Grimer thrives on refuse and sewage. Thus, cultivating more Grimer to process this waste serves a dual purpose. Otherwise, how could our living environment be so clean? Grimer has contributed significantly to this effort," her father remarked. "Oh, I see. However, as far as I know, secret realms gradually integrate with their surroundings after emerging. Why haven't these realms fused?" Shu Tong questioned. With a hearty laugh, Shu Ba remarked, "We owe our gratitude to Dr. Li Chongyao, the head of our country's Environmental Protection Agency. Once the resources in the secret realm have been completely exhausted, the energy will dwindle. However, Dr. Li has ingeniously devised a base apparatus that can emit energy, preventing this abandoned secret realm from merging with our world, thus maximizing its value." "Does that mean if this base apparatus is damaged, the secret realm will collapse?" Shu Tong inquired. "You need not worry about that. Over the years, nothing has ever gone awry. It is said that Dr. Lee utilizes energy with spatial properties, and the core technology of this base apparatus is firmly in the hands of Dr. Lee's team, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to destroy it, Shu Ba assured her. Nodding thoughtfully, Shu Tong fell into contemplation, uncertain of how to express her thoughts, particularly the troubling vision of the realm's impending collapse that she had witnessed. Sensing that Shu Tong had no further questions, Shu Ba felt relieved and descended to purchase groceries. In a fortnight, following the upcoming end-of-month assessment, she sensed an inexplicable intricacy in the situation. However, her current status was too humble to unravel it completely. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to devise a way to salvage her father's foul mud, as it had been his companion for many years. During lunchtime, Shu Tong asked, "Dad, may I visit the abandoned secret realm at your station?" Shu Ba's brow furrowed instantly. What on earth would you want to go to that dreadful place for? It's filled with toxic substances. You would need full body protection to enter. Generally, we just send the foul mud in, and inspectors might go in occasionally. But they emerge feeling nauseous for weeks. Shu Tong had already prepared her reasoning, responding, "After all, it is a secret realm. I am now a trainee trainer. And someday, I must confront secret realms directly. Having the opportunity to experience the formation and structure of a secret realm firsthand would be an invaluable training opportunity." Shu Ba pondered her words and replied, "Since my son is so ambitious, I will take care of it. Although you're not officially part of the station, entry is strictly prohibited, but as a squad leader, I have some influence. I happen to be on duty tonight. I can take you in through the back entrance." "Great. Thank you, Dad," Shu Tong replied, knowing that gratitude was unnecessary between them. Chapter 28. Entering the abandoned secret realm after a restful afternoon, Shu Tong, under her father's guidance, went to the station to change shifts. Having frequented the place in her childhood, she was somewhat familiar with the personnel, allowing her to enter the station smoothly. The abandoned secret realm formed the core of the wastewater treatment station. After Shu Ba conducted a brief handover with the day's shift squad leader, he proceeded to inspect the premises. A couple of hours later, most of the staff had left for the day, leaving only a few on duty. Shu Tong remained in the office, perusing various websites and expert publications on the cultivation plans for the unicorn beetle, the time passing swiftly. "You can go now," Shu Ba announced, knocking on the office door. Shu Tong immediately stood up. Though several staff members were present along the way, it was evident that father had already greeted them, merely exchanging smiles with Shu Tong. After donning full protective gear and gas masks in the changing room, father led Shu Tong towards the secret realm. As he turned the keystone, an opening appeared in what seemed to be an identical space. Once the gap was revealed, a noxious gas billowed forth. Fortunately, there were devices in place to neutralize the toxins. Otherwise, the air would have been compromised. With that, father guided Shu Tong into the secret realm. Is this truly the secret realm? It resembled an independent dimensional space, unlike anything she had encountered before. And the sight was profoundly striking. Shu Tong couldn't help but marvel. Upon entering the secret realm, a wave of nausea washed over her. The air was thick with purple toxic mist, and before her lay an expansive lake, its water darkened to a deep purple, teeming with hundreds of foul mud creatures. Hastily, Shu Tong approached to examine the essence of these stinky mud sprites. Without exception, they had perished due to the impending collapse of the realm in just half a month. Father, unaware of what Shu Tong was observing, dared not stray far from her side. The foul creatures lurking in the murky waters did not recognize her, and any misstep would be unbearable for him as a father. He instructed his own mud creature to remain close behind him. As Shu Tong continued her exploration, she stumbled upon a small black hill. "Father, is that not black sludge? What is it doing here?" she inquired. "That is the remains of the stinky mud and foul mud creatures after their demise. While it bears some distinction from the toxic property resource known as black sludge, the station master periodically adds toxic resources to the lake to supplement the mud creatures' nourishment. Thus, their ability to absorb toxins is quite commendable, and what remains after their death crystallizes into toxic energy. Though its quality may not rival that of black sludge, it is still valuable," father elucidated. "Adding toxic resources to the lake? That seems excessively extravagant," Shu Tong exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the toxic resources purchased by Zhu Zhixiang at the department store this morning were intended for this secret realm? Father pondered. Well, one might say that even the stinky and foul mud creatures require these toxic resources to maintain their efficiency. Although Shu Tong still found it difficult to comprehend, considering the already substantial wastewater being funneled into the realm, adding more toxins seemed like an undue burden on the mud creatures. Nevertheless, as a mere junior, she could only speculate. But why not dispose of the black sludge? Surely, it would fetch a good price if sold, Shu Tong pressed further. This matter is beyond my control. It is said that Dr. Lee has prohibited the removal of items from the secret realm to prevent secondary pollution. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. Although our secret realm is relatively small compared to many abandoned ones across the country, it boasts one of the longest histories. The lakebed is entirely composed of this black sludge, as stated by Father Shu. This revelation sparked a sense of curiosity in Shu Tong. Where did all the toxic substances go after the collapse of the secret realm? And what of the hundreds of foul-smelling creatures that perished? Did they all transform into this black sludge? Have they vanished into another dimension, or did they erupt into this world? While she has gained a basic understanding of this abandoned secret realm, she remains completely oblivious to the impending collapse event scheduled for half a month later. After wandering for a while longer without any fruitful discoveries, Shu Tong decided to leave the secret realm with her father. Once outside, they underwent 3 rounds of disinfection, which certainly left her feeling nauseous. Shu Tong spent the night resting in her father's office until morning when he was preparing to switch shifts. Old Shu, don't leave just yet. Station Chief Zhu has arrived with his son, and they are here to replenish the nutrients for the foul creatures. He wants all team leaders and above to assemble in the hall, announced the day's shift team leader. All right, I will head over first, Father Shu replied, making his way to the hall, with Shu Tong trailing closely behind, curious to see if there would be more spirit scripts to peruse. The hall gathered more than 10 individuals, but Shu Tong remained at a distance, peering in from outside. Why aren't any spirits being released? She sighed to herself. After Station Chief Zhu concluded his address, he instructed his son, Zhu Zhixiang, to distribute some toxic attribute resources to the capable personnel for execution. As they exited, Station Chief Zhu spotted Shu Tong standing there. Hello, Station Chief Zhu, she greeted, realizing there was no escaping this encounter and approaching him directly. Station Chief Zhu, known for his amiable and approachable demeanor, inquired, and who might you be? You look so familiar. At that moment, Father Shu hurried over, saying, Chief, this is my son. He used to frequent this place and caused you quite a bit of trouble in his younger years. Station Chief Zhu's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, the young lad has grown up. I believe he is of the same age as Zhixiang. They used to play together often, didn't they? Zhixiang, this is your childhood friend. Zhu Zhixiang glanced at Shu Tong and replied, I'm sorry, I don't recall. Ah, this child is perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure of the college entrance examination. The training must have made him forgetful, Station Chief Zhu quickly interjected. Father Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, these kids are under immense pressure, all consumed by their studies. Quite normal. A series of polite exchanges concluded this awkward encounter. Shu Tong was indifferent, recognizing that it is only natural for people to have elevated standards. Her own lack of prowess may have rendered her unremarkable in their eyes. Life is inherently like this, rather than lamenting the perceptions of others. It is far more beneficial to strive for self-improvement. On the way back, Shu's father continually sought to console himself, while Shu Tong responded earnestly. As a single-parent family, burdened with both elders and children, the cold glances and grievances faced by fathers far surpassed the minor inconveniences he experienced. Dad, Shu Tong suddenly called out. What is it? Shu's father turned to look at his son. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what you would like for lunch, Shu Tong replied. Come on. Dad will treat you to something nice. Chapter 29. The Elf Club. After finishing their lunch, Shu Tong prepared to return to their rural hometown. However, Shu's father intervened, reminding him that there was only a week left until the monthly assessment. What was the purpose of returning home? Wouldn't the back and forth be exhausting? Primarily, the open spaces back home are ideal for intensively training my own. In the city, releasing Pokémon is prohibited, and there are no conditions for proper training. Shu Tong explained. How can that be? We can go to the Elf Club. I see Zhu Zhixiang training intensively at the Xingqing Club every day. Come on. I'll take you to get a membership, Shu's father insisted. Dad, I understand what you're thinking, but training in the woods back home is not much different from training at the club. There's no need to spend that money, Shu Tong argued. At the ranger station back home, there are 2 professional trainers available for practice sessions. While the club offers similar services, the prices are exorbitant, Shu's father countered. Enough with the excuses. When I was about to buy you a Pokémon, you insisted on using Unown because of its rapid growth cycle, saying we should save money for resources. Yet, I see you have no intention of purchasing any resources. As someone with a few days of training experience, you should listen to me this time. Let us settle this, allowing your grandparents some peace for a few days. Shu Tong, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. Shu's father led him to the club. Upon entering, a professional female staff member approached them, saying, Gentlemen, would you like to review our training packages? All right, let us take a look, Shu's father replied. No need, let us see the training in action. It feels more authentic, Shu Tong interjected. Please follow me, the staff member said, leading them to a sandy area. A group of individuals was cheering, go, go, just a little longer. They observed several Pokémon struggling forward, each carrying a small Geodude, some even with two. This must be weight training, Shu Tong remarked. Indeed, the staff member confirmed. These Geodudes are raised by the club, weighing between 20 and 30 pounds. Weight training significantly enhances the Pokémon's strength, stamina, and speed. Isn't that akin to carrying 60 pounds of rice? Shu Tong posed a profound question. Our Geodudes are professionally trained and can adjust the weight they bear through their ability to levitate, the staff member replied. Oh, so the maximum weight they carry is effectively 60 pounds, Shu Tong concluded. Indeed, a burden of 60 pounds is already the limit for the Pokémon of novice trainers, remarked the salesman. But why are there still 3 Geodudes over there? Shu Tong inquired, pointing into the distance. The salesman explained that Geodude, weighing an impressive 200 pounds, is far beyond the capacity of ordinary Pokémon. Hence, they are also engaged in specialized training for both defense and attack power. Defense is merely about withstanding blows, and attack power is inherently linked to strength. These two abilities are indeed the forte of Geodude. Shu Tong nodded in agreement. The salesman smiled slightly and remarked, it appears your expertise is quite comprehensive. In specialized defense training, the 4 arms of Geodude can strike at 4 different angles of a Pokémon's body simultaneously. Only those Pokémon that have undergone rigorous training can possess formidable defensive capabilities. As for the specialized attack training, it involves having your Pokémon strike the solid Geodude. The force rebound from each impact will enable your Pokémon to better grasp the rhythm of their offensive maneuvers. Shu Tong responded with a thoughtful hum, stating, Geodude is quite impressive. However, the specialized training involving Geodude is tailored for professional trainers, making it inaccessible for newcomers. She approached to examine the 3 Geodudes, sensing something amiss with their narrative. Name, Geodude type, rock, ground ability, sturdy moves, rollout, tackle, rock polish, rock slide, heavy slam, talent, medium grade, recent twist, 2 weeks later. Succumbing to poisoning after training with a toxic mook, resulting in its untimely demise. Shu Tong found herself lost in thought. She was indeed aware of mook's poisonous nature. Yet the notion that it could lethally poison Geodude, especially all 3, was rather alarming. Such a feat was beyond even the current capabilities of a Beedrill. What kind of mook could possibly achieve this? It was only upon a reminder from her father that Shu Tong regained her focus. The salesman then led Shu Tong to the next area, a cubic enclosed space containing a dozen Pidgeys and a single Pidgeotto. This area is designed to enhance the speed, reflexes, and evasive abilities of Pokémon. Clients can choose how many Pidgeys to simultaneously attack their Pokémon, and these Pidgeys are quite quick, the salesman elaborated. Shu Tong observed the Pidgeys and the Pidgeotto, finding their narratives to be quite normal. Indeed, if it were mook, there would be no necessity for speed training. Finally, they arrived at the battle area, which comprised 20 ordinary arenas available for rent, including the most expensive option, professional trainers offering tailored battle guidance. The club features 1 primary trainer and 3 additional professional trainers, available for hire on a per-session basis. The salesperson proceeded to introduce the credentials of the 3 professional trainers, stating, aside from 1 professional trainer who has been hired as a personal coach by the son of Director Zhu from the wastewater treatment plant, the other 3 professionals are available to provide you with battle guidance. Is that the conclusion of your introduction? Shu Tong inquired. Upon hearing that Director Zhu's son had surprisingly engaged a trainer from their facility, Shu Ba's expression momentarily faltered. Yes. May I ask what services you gentlemen are interested in? We currently have a promotional offer for card recharge bonuses. A recharge of 800 yuan grants an additional 500 yuan, 800 yuan offers 1,000 yuan, and 800 yuan rewards 2,000 yuan. Shu Tong's smile became somewhat rigid, as this tactic felt all too familiar. Then I shall recharge 800 yuan, Shu Ba declared. Dad Shu Tong was about to dissuade him, fully aware that nearly 20,000 yuan was a substantial sum. She genuinely wished to convey her financial stability, but feared that clarifying her situation might yield adverse effects. After processing the card, the salesperson remarked, in the future, should you wish to engage in any specialized training sessions at the club, simply swipe your card. Moreover, you will enjoy complimentary access to the battle arena. If you wish to arrange for private sparring sessions, you may directly apply to me. I will ensure you are accommodated whenever a space is available. Very well, Shu Tong said as she exchanged contact information with the salesperson. This arrangement could be seen as a form of bundled sales, also providing an opportunity to sell spectator tickets, undoubtedly beneficial in boosting the club's popularity. Chapter 30. The new script of the unicorn bug. Upon returning home, Shutong first informed her grandparents of her well-being, then took a restful afternoon nap. Later, Shuba left for his night shift. That evening, Shutong was alone at home when Inshu called, saying, "Shutong, thank you for the moo fresh milk you sent for your mosquito frog. We will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Yuan Tian and I will return together. You can come to the outpost as usual in the afternoon. Brother Shu, I have my month-end assessments at school in a few days. I might as well stay in the city for a while longer. After the assessments, I will accompany you to Xiangzhou City for the professional trainer evaluations," Shutong replied. "Since you've made your decision, I won't press further. However, from now on, you are my brother Inshu. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to tell me," Inshu declared, his chest thumping audibly on the other end of the line. "Understood, Brother Shu. I will surely rely on your assistance in the future," Shutong responded. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they ended the call. Having spent a little money to foster some connections, Shutong considered this an investment. Later that evening, back in her room, she released the unicorn bug from her bag, placing the last remaining bottle of 9-flavor Remania pills on her bedside table. Finally, she took out 2 packets of silver powder she had prepared. "Unicorn bug, give this a try," Shutong instructed. The unicorn bug inhaled the scent of silver powder, displaying a look of pure enjoyment. It was evident that this silver powder lacked the aggressive potency of the poison needle. Having previously absorbed the poison needle's energy, it was reasonable to assume that the process of absorbing the energy from this silver powder would be considerably easier. The unicorn bug attempted to lick a small portion of the silver powder, and immediately, the energy of the insect attribute surged into its body, causing it to swell with the overwhelming energy. Indeed, even though it was a mid-grade resource, the treasures it contained were not something that a sprite could casually absorb. Shutong, not daring to be negligent, swiftly employed the power of the Evergreen to assist the unicorn bug in its absorption. With a relieved exhale, Shutong realized that within 2 minutes, without the need for the 9-flavor Remania pills, she had helped the unicorn bug fully absorb the insect attribute energy. During this initial absorption, the unicorn bug's attributes did not undergo any transformation. Shutong then encouraged the unicorn bug to continue licking the mid-grade silver powder. With the experience of the first attempt, the unicorn bug grew bolder this time and directly swallowed a sizable mouthful of silver powder. Although Shutong had to consume 2 doses of the 9-flavor Remania pills midway to stabilize the unicorn bug, the overall experience felt significantly more manageable compared to the absorption of the poison needle energy. Indeed, the disparity between mid-grade resources and superior-grade ones was vast, and the energy of the insect attribute was far less aggressive than that of the poison attribute. Furthermore, having previously absorbed the superior-grade poison needle, the unicorn bug's body had undergone thorough refinement, and its talent had advanced to a superior level. Thus, this absorption process exerted minimal pressure on both Shutong and the unicorn bug throughout the course of an entire night. Through the combined efforts of Shutong and the unicorn bug, a full portion of mid-grade silver powder was astonishingly absorbed. The information regarding the unicorn bug also underwent changes. Name: unicorn bug, attributes: insect, poison, traits, escape, skills, silk spitting, poison needle. Insect bite, talent, superior, recent developments. Nourished by the power of Evergreen, it has grasped the fundamentals of life energy, leading to an extended lifespan and enhanced recovery abilities, along with the potential to learn certain skills related to life energy. Recent developments. Due to the effects of the silver powder, its perception of insect attribute energy has increased, allowing for a better and quicker mastery of insect-type skills, with a faster improvement in skill proficiency. Recent developments. Talent has risen to a superior level. However, as it already possesses a toxic constitution, the enhancement of its talent has ceased without the absorption of poison attribute resources. Recent developments. In 2 months, during specialized training in the northern woods of Creek Town, it will barely manage to protect itself during a secret realm invasion due to enhanced strength. From these recent developments, Shutong gleaned crucial information. The unicorn bug's toxic constitution requires the absorption of poison attribute resources to elevate its talent, while the absorption of insect attribute energy only enhances its perceptual abilities regarding insect energy. It became clear to Shutong that sprites were indeed categorized by their constitutions, enlightening her understanding profoundly. It is no wonder that research indicates many Pokémon possess certain treasures, some of which can enhance overall strength, while others merely amplify the potency of specific skills. This suggests that the treasures capable of augmenting overall prowess are indeed compatible with the Pokémon's inherent attributes. whereas those that do not experience enhancement are evidently mismatched. Consequently, Shutong visited the official website of the National Research Institute to peruse specialized papers on the subject and discovered that the issue of Pokémon attributes had long been studied by Dr. Li Chongyao. This remarkable figure, Dr. Li, has successfully forfeited a lucrative opportunity for himself. Nevertheless, Shutong gained clarity regarding the attribute of her Caterpie. It appears that to further elevate its capabilities, she must delve into resources pertaining to its poison type. Of course, resources related to the bug type are not without merit, as energy affinity directly influences skill proficiency. Upon evolving into Beedrill, skills such as Fury Attack and Pin Missile will serve as primary offensive techniques, necessitating utmost diligence. After a brief 2-hour nap, Shutong arose, refreshed and prepared, and made her way to the club, arriving precisely on time. She found that the establishment had just begun its operations, making her the first client of the day. As for the activities planned, she had already devised a strategy. Given that the power of eternity also has the ability to accurately gauge the timing of Pokémon evolution, after absorbing a portion of silver powder that morning, Shutong sensed that her Caterpie was on the cusp of evolution. Thus, prior to this transformation, she aimed to consolidate its various abilities. Undoubtedly, rigorous training in weight-bearing exercises and evasive reflexes would be most suitable. As for tactical guidance from professional trainers, she deemed it unnecessary. Aside from that one designated trainer, Yuan Tian and In Shu would surely not be inferior to those without ranks. Shutong first ventured to the area designated for weight-bearing training. Registration. She announced at the window of the area supervisor. A man in his 30s replied, "What is your Pokémon?" "Caterpie," Shutong responded. "The weight-bearing training lasts for 2 hours and costs 500. If you find it unbearable and wish to withdraw midway, the fee will not be refunded." "Understood," she replied, swiping her card. Her generous demeanor pleased the area supervisor greatly. "Young lady, you seem quite amiable. I shall select the finest Geodude for you. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am a ranked Pokémon breeder, Linzung. All these Geodudes are my own breeding. No one knows them better than I do." Shutong nodded and replied, "Hello, Breeder Lin, but I do not require a Geodude." "You don't want a Geodude? What do you desire then?" Linzung asked, somewhat perplexed by Shutong's response. "A Graveler," she stated quite naturally. "What?" Linzung almost shouted, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Are you joking? Your Pokémon is indeed a Caterpie, correct?" Linzung sought to confirm with Shutong once again. "Yes, why do you ask? What is it now? Just look at your naive demeanor. If you were a more robust type of sprite, perhaps something like a powerhouse, I wouldn't react this way. But a single-horned bug? It's astounding that it wasn't crushed flat by the weight of the boulder." Linzung's spittle splashed across Shutong's face. "I merely intended for the horned bug to use its silk to drag the boulder," Shutong explained. "This would not only test the silk's resilience and the weight it could bear, but also enhance the physical capabilities of the horned bug, achieving multiple objectives in one endeavor." "What absurdity! A boulder weighing over 400 pounds. Can the horned bug truly pull that?" Linzung remarked. "I have faith in my horned bug," Shutong retorted. Seeing Shutong's stubbornness, Linzung relented, waving his hand and saying, "Do as you wish, but I must remind you, the fee is non-refundable." "I understand this rule well enough," Shutong replied. "Enough of this. I have no time to waste on you." Linzung, noticing others approaching from behind, promptly dispatched a staff member to retrieve the boulder's Pokeball. Shutong entered the weight training area and released the horned bug. The staff soon arrived, releasing the boulder, which they disdainfully retreated from, seemingly waiting for a spectacle. The horned bug and the boulder locked eyes. And while Shutong couldn't decipher the boulder's words, she understood that the horned bug was essentially conveying, "I am not here for weight training. I am merely a mover of stones." A cacophonous voice startled Shutong, sending chills down her spine. Turning to look, she saw a robust youth entering the weight training zone, her classmate Qiankale, coming from a family that owned several chain stores, hotels, and real estate. Qiankale was undoubtedly a privileged second-generation heir. His Pokémon was a fighting-type wrestler, and he himself was a fitness enthusiast, embodying the quintessential muscle-bound figure. However, his personality was quite peculiar, giving off an impression of being all brawn and no brains. Qiankale had ranked 3rd in the last monthly assessment, his strength comparable to Wu Hongzhen's. It was practically a certainty that he would be selected for the school's designated training program, yet he adamantly refused, citing a disdain for teachers and the school. Despite the school's repeated attempts to engage his parents, they were at a loss. Nevertheless, it became evident that he possessed a certain talent, consistently placing within the top 5. "Is that you, Shutong? I don't believe we've met here before. What is your horned bug doing?" Practicing its glare with the boulder? Qian Kale laughed. Shu Tong shot him a glance and replied, "Are you that bored? Yet." Qian Kale was notoriously thick-skinned and undeterred by Shu Tong's aloofness, continuing to approach her closely. "I heard you were bullied by that scoundrel Wu Hongzhen. If you call me big brother, I'll help you get your revenge. What do you say?" "No need," Shu Tong said, pondering whether these high school students had watched too many gangster films, always eager to play the role of the boss. If they were to witness shows like the Kangxi Dynasty or Emperor Wu of Han, would they still harbor aspirations of becoming emperors? "Oh, why are you being so stubborn? I am merely trying to assist you. What harm is there in addressing me as brother? It won't cost you a thing, will it?" Qian Kale exclaimed animatedly. At that moment, the staff arrived, presenting the 4 small onyx that Qian Kale had requested. The Hurricross began to bind the onyx, preparing for specialized training. Seizing the opportunity while Qian Kale examined the onyx, Shu Tong took a moment to issue commands to the Hurricross. Suddenly, a thread was ejected from the Hurricross, prompting Shu Tong to gasp in amazement. The speed of both the ejection and the piercing of the thread had increased by 2 or 3 times compared to before. Indeed, there was significant progress, and a satisfied smile graced Shu Tong's face. Having absorbed a substantial amount of bug-type energy the previous night, the silk spinning skill now bore the full imprint of bug energy. It was precisely due to this bug energy that such a remarkable transformation in the silk spinning skill had occurred. Before long, the Hurricross had bound all the onyx. "What is your Hurricross up to?" Qian Kale interjected once more. "Binding the onyx for weight training," Shu Tong replied, and upon noticing Qian Kale preparing to speak again, she quickly continued, "I have already answered you. Can you not be quiet for a moment?" "Ha ha." Qian Kale disregarded Shu Tong's retort and burst into laughter. He turned to a few familiar faces who had just entered and exclaimed, "This is too amusing. He claims he will use his Hurricross to pull the onyx for weight training." The others laughed along, feeling as if they had heard the most absurd joke. "Are you here to perform a comedy? This is utterly ridiculous. Do you not realize how heavy the onyx is? 400 pounds, at the very least," Qian Kale remarked. "My powerhouse is a pure fighter, best known for its strength. It can only manage 4 small onyx for weight training. Do you truly believe your Hurricross can drag an onyx? If it can, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother." "Are you certain?" Shu Tong asked. "So many witnesses can attest. If I go back on my word, let me never eat again and perish in the streets," Qian Kale declared, thumping his chest. His solemn vow was indeed sincere. Shu Tong was willing to wager with Qian Kale primarily because he was a man of integrity. Though he often appeared oblivious and somewhat juvenile, he never bullied the weak nor abused his wealth. Shu Tong contemplated that if she could temporarily leverage Qian Kale's strength to restrain Wu Hongzhen, it would be far easier to confront him, especially considering Wu Hongzhen's formidable family background. "Hey, why hasn't he started yet?" Lin Xing shouted from the window outside. Shu Tong could hardly fathom that her Hurricross would attract such attention. Shu Tong confidently called out, and the unicorn bug understood, pulling the thread backward. The rolling stone remained motionless. "Ha ha, I knew it." Qian Kale was the first to laugh. "No, this isn't right," Lin Xing exclaimed. The unicorn bug surged with energy, its life force sustaining its vitality, while the toxic energy erupted with immense power, and the bug-type energy ensured the thread's resilience. At that very moment, the rolling stone moved. "What?" Qian Kale gasped, his jaw nearly dropping. "This is impossible. It must be rolling on its own. I refuse to believe it," Qian Kale struggled to assert. "Did you not see that the rolling stone's feet and 4 hands are all exposed? How could it roll? Why don't you demonstrate?" Shu Tong retorted. "You," Qian Kale said indignantly. His mind seemed to short-circuit, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. However, the unicorn bug's intention was not merely to pull, the energy persisted, and it had already begun to drag the rolling stone backward. The training for the unicorn bug's weight-bearing had commenced. Chapter 32, The Script of the Underling. Qian Kale watched in astonishment as the unicorn bug dragged the rolling stone across the arena. The ones who had mocked earlier dared not even breathe, fearing Shu Tong might discover their embarrassment as clowns, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. How was this cultivated? Lin Xing, peering through the window, wore a stiff expression. Qian Kale's heart raced, his throat dry. "Have you seen enough?" Shu Tong asked, fixing her gaze on Qian Kale. "I still don't understand. If your unicorn bug possesses such abilities, how could it have been so badly beaten by Wu Hongzhen? Does your unicorn bug have some inherent flaw?" Qian Kale inquired, perplexed. "You need to fulfill your promise." Shu Tong directly dismissed Qian Kale's interruption. "All right, fine, I'll call you big brother." Qian Kale relented reluctantly. "Huh." Shu Tong knew he was exceedingly unwilling. However, from this moment on, she intended to make these reluctant individuals gradually bow their heads. Indeed, Qian immediately stated, "I've called you Big Brother, but the strength of Pokémon cannot be judged by a single criterion. My underling can carry 4 small punch stones and see who lasts longer. If I win, haha, I won't be calling you Big Brother anymore. If you think it's unfair, you can have your unicorn bug pull 4 small punch stones as well. Let us begin." Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Tong agreed. Qian, still processing the situation, paused before releasing his underling. A chubby, yellow Pokémon resembling a short bear appeared before Shu Tong. To be fair, this underling and Qian's appearance were quite fitting. The information about the underling also appeared before Shu Tong. Name: Lower Tier Warrior, Attribute: Combat, Characteristic: Thick Fat Skills, Cross/, Impact, Energy Accumulation, Heavy Push, Talent: Intermediate, Superior Stamina, Superior Attack, Superior Defense, Recent Turn of Events: Each time it falls, it rises resiliently, accumulating energy for evolution. The greater the energy amassed, the higher the talent after evolution. Recent Turn of Events: After half a month, due to the trainer's anger, it battled a toxic Grimer and succumbed to the poison, unable to resist. Yet again, it was a toxic Grimer. What is its origin? Shu Tong fell into deep contemplation. This world is rife with poison-type Pokémon, with varying degrees of toxicity. However, some fruits found in secret realms possess excellent detoxifying properties. Unless there is a significant disparity in strength, it is improbable for one to be directly poisoned to death. When a Pokémon is on the verge of demise, a unique energy envelopes its remaining life, a divine protection that can withstand potent toxins. Thus, succumbing directly to severe poison is scientifically implausible. It is a pity for this lower-tier warrior, endowed with 3 highly useful superior talents and possessing a formidable inherited skill. Cross/. "Hey, are you afraid?" Qian remarked, observing Shu Tong's pensive demeanor. At this moment, the lower-tier warrior was already adorned with 4 small punch stones. Shu Tong cast a sidelong glance at Qian, hoping he would not renege on his word again. "I will never lose. Let us begin," Qian declared. The lower-tier warrior finally commenced its strides, each of its limbs burdened by the 4 small punch stones, a far greater challenge than merely carrying them on its back. Every step was arduous. However, this detail revealed that despite Qian's seemingly simple appearance, he possessed a shrewd mind, not resorting to shortcuts. Meanwhile, the horn bug faced an even greater challenge, its small frame attempting to drag a 400-pound Geodude. Initially, a brief burst of energy sufficed for movement. But now it was a battle of endurance, necessitating a constant output of energy. Any misstep could be detrimental. First and foremost, the source of strength, poison-type energy, was paramount. The foundation for this rigorous training. The bug-type's endurance was critical. Otherwise, how could its silk threads withstand the strain of 400 pounds? Life energy was of utmost importance for sustaining endurance. Only through continual restoration of the horned bug's stamina could it avoid early exhaustion. The match begins. A radiant smile adorned Qian's face, even prompting him to hum a little tune. Occasionally glancing at Shu Tong, his heart swelled with joy. The lower-tier warrior had been undergoing this specialized training since its birth, possessing ample experience, and its physical prowess was indeed remarkable. As the match commenced, both the horned bug and the lower-tier warrior exhibited formidable physical qualities, advancing steadily. Their breaths were heavy, yet they maintained a rhythmic pace. Typically at this hour, the weight training area would be bustling with at least a dozen individuals engaged in specialized training. Yet now, they have all transformed into mere bystanders. The contest of strength between the unicorn bug and the wrestler from the lower ranks is undeniably sensational. How amusing. I must record this. A tall, slender youth produced his phone, eager to capture the moment. Who grants you the right to invade another's privacy? Shu Tong's sudden outburst startled the youth, causing him to pause. Although he felt aggrieved, a glance at the formidable unicorn bug silenced any further protest. As time ticked away, Qian's playful tune ceased. The wrestler's breathing had become noticeably erratic. Each lift of his foot required a firm clenching of his teeth, drawing on every ounce of his strength. In contrast, the unicorn bug, though expending energy rapidly, was managing to sustain itself through the synergy of 3 types of energy. Shu Tong nodded in silent approval. This specialized training was indeed beneficial for energy development and utilization. With a roar, the wrestler attempted to lift his leg again, only to retract it. It was evident that he had reached his limits. The smile faded from Qian's face. The wrestler was on the verge of defeat. Nearby, spectators began to murmur. Could the unicorn bug possibly possess dragon lineage? How else could it be so extraordinary? Everyone cast a glance at Shu Tong, bewildered as to the origin of this remarkable entity, questioning why they had never encountered such a talent before. Surely, they're not from our Xingqing No. 1 high school, where the prize students are kept in seclusion for training. It must be another wealthy scion. Qian Kale shouted at the crowd. Enough noise, how bothersome. It was understandable that they did not recognize Shu Tong. However, within this club, no one was unfamiliar with Qian Kale. His reputation and prowess were intimidating, prompting the onlookers to fall silent. After approximately 30 minutes, the wrestler finally collapsed, completely unconscious, demonstrating his admirable tenacity. Meanwhile, the unicorn bug continued, merely elongating its breath. Shu Tong was unconcerned with the outcome. Instead, he directed the unicorn bug. Continue the specialized training until all energy is expended. Upon hearing this, the unicorn bug surged with renewed vigor, aware it would soon be able to absorb the power of the everlasting. Chapter 33. The Poison Needle Tactic. In a final surge, the unicorn bug drained all its energy, utterly depleted and exhausted. Nevertheless, it had persevered for an additional 10 minutes beyond the wrestler. Shu Tong recalled the unicorn bug into its Pokeball. All eyes turned to Qian Kale. The wager he had made with Shu Tong had not gone unnoticed by the assembled crowd. What are you staring at? Do you have nothing better to do? Qian Kale scolded. The onlookers exchanged disdainful glances at him, their expressions dripping with contempt as they prepared to resume their own training. Qian Kale felt a tingling sensation all over his body and said to Shu Tong, "This afternoon, we shall engage in a battle. If you emerge victorious, you shall forever be my elder brother. You can command me to go east, and I shall never venture west." Shu Tong cast a glance at Qian Kale, pondering the limits of shamelessness. Must he continue to endure such humiliation? I, Qian Kale, am a man of my word. This shall be the final time, he declared, patting his robust chest. Let us hope so, Shu Tong replied before making his way to the resting room. Within the resting room, Shu Tong silently infused the power of J-Ban into his Caterpie through the Pokeball. Once revitalized, the Caterpie followed Shu Tong to the speed training arena. Faced with dozens of Pidgeys, even a swift Pokémon like Pikachu would find it challenging to evade all attacks. This training was akin to the specialized exercises Yuan Tian had undertaken with his Pidgey, except this time, the Caterpie had to account for assaults from multiple directions simultaneously. It was a considerable test of the Caterpie's reflexes, evasion speed, and bodily coordination. After enduring relentless assaults from the Pidgeys for half an hour, the Caterpie was battered and bruised. However, it seemed indifferent to its injuries, appearing increasingly elated the more it suffered. Shu Tong even began to suspect that the Caterpie had a severe masochistic tendency. In the afternoon, under the watchful eyes of many, Shu Tong and Qian Kale took their positions in the battle arena. The Mutates beneath the stage swung its fists, each powerful punch suggesting it could easily crush the Caterpie. Yet, at that moment, Qian Kale no longer dared to underestimate the Caterpie, his mind racing to devise a strategy for breakthrough. The battle commenced as a novice referee waved the command flag. Mutates, roll forward and use cross-chop when you are near the Caterpie, Qian Kale ordered. It must be said that Qian Kale possessed considerable talent for battle. This tactic was undoubtedly among the most effective, capable of resolving the conflict swiftly upon closing in on the Caterpie with a cross-chop. However, Shu Tong's Caterpie was no ordinary creature. Toxic Needle, Shu Tong commanded. The corners of Qian Kale's mouth lifted slightly. A direct attack with Toxic Needle could easily be deflected by the rolling Mutates. Yet, what followed was an unexpected maneuver from the Caterpie. A continuous stream of toxic needles shot into the sky, then plummeted at high speed, littering the path of the rolling Mutates with the needles. Shu Tong smiled faintly. This tactic of dispersing toxic needles was inspired by the Toxic Spikes technique, a masterful control strategy that could only yield such results due to the Caterpie's proficiency in the Toxic Needle skill. Creak, creak, creak. The Mutates rolled into the field of toxic needles. Roar. One by one, the toxic needles pierced the Mutates' body. In agony, the Mutates howled, losing the courage to continue its advance and coming to an immediate halt. Toxins infiltrated the body, and it was inevitable that the understage wrestler would succumb to poisoning. The toxic energy spread throughout the wrestler's physique, swiftly eroding their stamina. Clad in coarse attire, the wrestler felt a dizzying whirl, unable to maintain their footing. Surrender. The understage wrestler can no longer endure, Shu Tong remarked. Qian Kale wiped the cold sweat from his brow, disregarding any semblance of pride. Nothing was more crucial than the well-being of his Pokémon. Anxiously, with a face full of concern, Qian Kale swiftly recalled the understage wrestler and hurried to the Pokémon hospital. It was evident that he deeply cared for the wrestler's safety. However, it was clear that he would not return that day. That evening, The unicorn worm finished another serving of mid-grade silver powder, further enhancing its affinity for bug-type energy. The following morning, Shutong made his way to the club. Qian Kale was already at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. "Big brother," Qian Kale said respectfully. "Oh, have you come to a realization?" Shutong replied with a slight smile. Qian Kale adopted a proud demeanor, declaring, "I, Qian Kale, am a man of my word, and I am not one to shy away from defeat. If I cannot win, then I must concede. Thus, I shall honor my promise. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Anyone who dares to harm you shall find themselves at odds with me, Qian Kale. Your understage wrestler's resistance to toxic energy is far too weak. They will undoubtedly face severe consequences in the future. Fighting-type energy inherently fears toxic energy and is easily targeted," Shutong cautioned. "I have noticed that as well. Moreover, when I visited the Pokémon hospital yesterday, the doctor mentioned that the poison within the understage wrestler is exceptionally potent, even more so than that of pure poison-type Pokémon like Arbok, Grimer, and Weezing. Therefore, I hope that your unicorn worm can assist the understage wrestler in strengthening its poison resistance," Qian Kale responded. Shutong smiled knowingly, realizing this was likely the reason for his earnestness in addressing him as elder brother. Nevertheless, he indeed required an ally with influence, fostering mutual cooperation. Noticing Shutong's expression, Qian Kale hastily added, "Rest assured, I, Qian Kale, am not one to take advantage of others. I will cover all the food and nutritional supplies for your Pokémon for a year." "Such generosity. My Pokémon requires moo milk daily," Shutong remarked. "Fear not. We have a large dairy farm in the west, and the source of moo milk in Xiangzhou is indeed from our family," Qian Kale assured him. "Impressive. I am considering raising a little Snorlax as my second Pokémon," Shutong said. "You are even more impressive. However, there is something I must inform you," Qian Kale replied. "What is it?" Shutong inquired. "Have you had a falling out with Wu Hongzhen? He has rallied many, including myself, preparing to take deadly measures against you in the upcoming monthly summary battle assessment," Qian Kale informed him. "Did you agree to this?" Shutong asked. "I certainly declined vehemently, but my refusal stems from my lack of fear of him. As for others, I cannot guarantee their stance," Qian Kale said. "Others have promised me and understood. After all, everyone wishes to protect themselves. As for those individuals, I harbor no intentions of retribution. However, regarding Wu Hongzhen, he should brace himself." A fierce glint flashed in Shutong's eyes. Upon entering the club, Shutong primarily focused on intensive training with weights, complemented by speed and evasion drills, one serving as the foundation and the other as enhancement. Before returning home in the evening, the unicorn bug rewarded the underlings with a deadly strike, while Qian Kale continued to escort them to the Sprite Hospital. After 5 consecutive days of specialized training at the club, the unicorn bug's innate talent showed no signs of improvement due to the absence of toxic attribute resources. Nevertheless, its strength was indeed progressing steadily, nurtured by the rigorous training and the essence of the evergreen power. Signs of evolution in the unicorn bug became increasingly apparent, yet it had not reached the optimal moment. As the day of returning to school approached, Shutong realized that she had yet to locate the highly toxic sludge mentioned in the recent turning point involving Long Stone and the underlings. Chapter 34, Dr. Li Chongyao. The date marked for the demise of Long Stone and the underlings due to the toxic sludge had now shifted to a week later. Shutong felt an anxious urgency within her. How could there be no signs whatsoever? Upon returning home, Shutong began to pack her belongings, for she was to return to school the following day. This time, she carried a sense of mission, embodying a rebirth as she aimed to overturn all prior criticisms and seek justice against those who had bullied her. To that end, she feared that overusing the evergreen power might be detrimental, so she purchased 3 more cans of Ju ID Huing WN. Shu Dad was resting in the living room when Shutong inquired, "Dad, why haven't you brought back any sludge these past few days? You needn't neglect it just because I'm at home." Shu Dad shook his head and replied, "No, the station has been quite busy lately, and Station Master Zhu has ordered that all sludge, except during sleep, must remain in the secret realm." A sense of unease crept into Shutong's heart, prompting her to ask, "Dad, could I visit the secret realm once more tonight?" Shu Dad explained, "Tonight is truly not feasible. I don't know what's going on, but the station master has been strictly controlling personnel access to the secret realm. Even I, as a squad leader, need to submit an application to enter." His words deepened Shutong's anxiety, leading her to inquire further, "Then could you bring your sludge out from the secret realm for me to see?" Shu Dad looked puzzled and asked, "What is wrong with you, child? You seem quite peculiar." Realizing she had somewhat lost her composure, Shutong struggled to avoid arousing her father's suspicion. I just feel that the toxicity within the secret realm is too strong, and I worry that the sludge might not withstand it. So I wanted to take a look, she confessed. Shu's dad chuckled heartily, saying, "You're worrying unnecessarily. The sludge thrives on toxicity. The stronger the poison, the more it relishes it." Shu Tong let out an "oh," her expression tinged with disappointment, unsure how to persuade her father. "However, if you truly wish to see the sludge, you can accompany me to the station today," Shu's dad offered. Shu Tong's face brightened as she exclaimed, "All right." Shu Ba nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. That evening, Shu Tong accompanied her father once more to the wastewater treatment station, where it was evident that the security measures had intensified significantly since their last visit. The 3 gates at the entrance to the secret realm required the approval of the station chief for entry. Fortunately, her father was on duty that day, conducting inspections within the secret realm while she had to remain in the office. With time on her hands, Shu Tong perused some historical documents regarding the wastewater treatment station. Decades ago, during the invasion of the secret realm in Xing City, it was the young and talented trainer, Li Chongyao, who led a team of professional trainers to eradicate all the Pokémon within this realm. The resources collected were subsequently handed over to the Xing City Trainer Association. Li Chongyao gained significant resources during this endeavor, which propelled his rapid rise in strength, culminating in 2 consecutive National League championships. However, it was perplexing when Li Chongyao suddenly transitioned into the field of research. His accomplishments in this area were even more impressive, particularly his invention of a device that stabilized abandoned secret realm spaces, which quickly gained nationwide adoption. Dr. Li Chongyao is regarded as a hero in the fight against environmental pollution, earning renown across the globe. This wastewater treatment station is, in fact, the first of its kind in the country and served as Dr. Li's pilot project, benefiting the local populace. The current station chief, Zhu, is a protege of Dr. Li, embodying the principles of his mentor's research. The secret realm is essentially an alternate dimension, and its origins, as well as its emergence and disappearance, remain subjects of global research. Dr. Li's invention marks a significant advancement for humanity, deserving of admiration. Shu Tong closed the document. Shortly thereafter, her father returned to the office, releasing a Grimer from its Pokeball. The impending transformation of the Grimer was indeed approaching, with the threat of its demise in 6 days due to the impending collapse of the secret realm at the wastewater station. "All right, Dad, I finished reading," Shu Tong announced. "How was it? Any questions?" her father inquired. Shu Tong shook her head. "No questions. It seems you were right, Dad. Grimer indeed feeds on toxins, so it wouldn't fear potent poisons. That's a relief. You should head home now. You have school tomorrow," Shu Ba replied. "Okay, I'll go back then. Please be careful. Since Chief Zhu advised limited contact with the secret realm, it's wise to keep your distance," Shu Tong expressed. In 6 days, she resolved to find a way to prevent her father from going to work. After all, with the secret realm's imminent contraction, who could guarantee the effects on people? Shu Tong mused to herself. "Don't worry, I've been here for over a decade. I know what I'm doing," her father reassured her with a comforting tone. As Shu Tong made her way home, her mind was occupied with the matters mentioned in the recent documents. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Qian Kale. Upon answering, she said, "It's quite late. Is something the matter?" "Boss, is it too late? The nightlife has only just begun. Come to the date Songya Gourmet Street for some delectable barbecue, and I'll introduce you to a few people you should know," said Qian Kale. "It's rather late. Let us postpone this for another time, perhaps earlier," replied Shu Tong. "Boss, don't be so dismissive. I've specifically brought along a few capable allies this time. If we happen to encounter any trouble with that scoundrel Wu Hongjin and his gang, we won't be at a disadvantage," Qian Kale insisted. "Very well, wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Shu Tong called for a ride to Songya Gourmet Street. Upon her arrival, Qian Kale was already waiting, accompanied by 2 young men and a woman. "Let us go, boss. I've reserved a private room for us," he said. Under Qian Kale's guidance, they entered a barbecue restaurant's private room, and soon, a roasted leg of lamb was served. "Boss, let me introduce these individuals to you. These 2 gentlemen are Liu Bei and Guan Yu. And this lady here is Zhang Fei. They are all members of the school's elite group," Qian Kale introduced. "You mean the one called Zhang Fei?" She pointed at Qian Kale. "Very well, you are a beauty. This is my boss, Shu Tong, and she will be your boss from now on. During the upcoming end-of-month assessment battle, Wu Hongjin and his ragtag bunch intend to cause trouble for her. You all know what to do, right?" Qian Kale stated. "I am well aware of Wu Hongjin's subordinates. I'll create a group for the 5 of us and share the list there," Liu Bei said. "Sounds good. You seem well suited for intelligence work," Qian Kale remarked. "My twin blades of the flying mantis are itching for action," Guan Yu declared. Are you familiar with the venom of the spoon snake? Zhang Fei said, feigning mystery. Qian Kale shot her a glance and replied, your little tricks are utterly insignificant before Shu Tong. Shu Tong stood up and said, thank you all. She was genuinely grateful to Qian Kale. Wu Hongzhen's grip on the top position in the school remained unyielding, and those who rallied behind him were countless. It was impossible to uproot them all. However, with these newfound allies, they would surely come to know their strength. I've long been displeased with that old dog Wu Hongzhen. He pretends to be a model student while secretly engaging in disgraceful acts, Zhang Fei remarked. I also know a secret about Wu Hongzhen. Liu Bei adjusted his glasses. Chapter 35. The battle for the power of Evergreen. The eyes of the four friends were fixed on Liu Bei, who suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Initially intending to play coy, he decided to abandon that plan and said, his pet, the cat boss, had a special ability of item retrieval while in its meow meow form, which you all must know about. The four shook their heads. Guan Yu remarked, when I first met Wu Hongzhen, he had the cat boss with him. It must be a pet raised at home. Otherwise, how could he have evolved so quickly? Liu Bei added cryptically, you've only guessed half of it. Shu Tong, lost in thought, remarked, could it be due to the ability to collect? As far as I know, the Pokémon with the pickup ability are particularly sensitive to fluctuations in energy, allowing them to accurately locate resources or fruits brought out from secret realms. Liu Bei responded, no wonder the wealthy Qian recognizes the boss. Your expertise is truly impressive. Wu Hongzhen's Meowth, akin to the powerful minions of Qian, also acquired its prowess through points obtained from the National Research Institute. Not only does it possess extraordinary inherited skills, but its pickup ability has also significantly aided Wu Hongzhen in uncovering numerous treasures. Guan Yu sighed. It is no surprise that the formidable cat leader hails from the National Research Institute. Although my flying mantis boasts high base stats, its innate qualities cannot compare to those bred within the institute. Is it possible that Meowth's evolution is also linked to the pickup ability? Shu Tong inquired, realizing she currently lacked the energy to concern herself with the National Research Institute, as it felt too distant from her present identity. Liu Bei nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. Who knows what stroke of luck it had to find an exquisite cat's eye ruby. It is precisely thanks to the immense energy within that ruby that Meowth could evolve into the cat leader ahead of time. What's even more astonishing is that this cat leader is said to possess dual abilities, retaining the pickup ability from its Meowth days alongside the technical mastery trait. Does that mean it has the perpetual ability to collect treasures? Zhang Fei asked. Theoretically, yes, Liu Bei replied. Qian, how confident are you in defeating that cat leader? Zhang Fei teased. Just wait until my minion evolves into a steel fist warrior. I will crush it, Qian Kale proclaimed, speaking the most cowardly words with bravado. Shu Tong interjected, you need not worry about Wu Hongzhen. That matter is between him and me. Liu, Guan, and Zhang exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Qian Kale remarked, if anyone among us is likely to defeat Wu Hongzhen, it would be you, boss. The rest of us should have no trouble dealing with his lackeys. Liu Bei, with a hint of skepticism, asked, is Shu Tong really that powerful? Qian Kale stated plainly, do you think I would willingly call someone my boss? Then let us wish for success. Zhang Fei raised a glass of beer. Shu Tong chuckled, I do not drink, but I will find someone who can join you. Suddenly, an unknown appeared before the four. Come drink, boomed the unknown, showcasing its impressive capacity. Remarkable unknown. Tomorrow, when facing the cat leader, we will rely on you. Let us drink. Shu Tong sensed an unusual atmosphere and felt the urgency to address more pressing matters before everyone became intoxicated. Qian, I would like to inquire about something, Shu Tong said. Speak freely, boss. I am all ears, Qian Kale replied. Shu Tong, feeling awkward, suspected that perhaps Qian had truly had too much to drink. While you have been training intensively at the club, do you know if there are any who train there with a stunky? Shu Tong asked. Qian Kale patted his chest and confidently declared, of course I know him. It's that cold-faced fellow Zhu Zhixiang, who always acts as if the entire world owes him a debt. If it weren't for the fact that his father is the director of the wastewater treatment plant, I would have dealt with him long ago. Zhu Zhixiang, I haven't seen him around these days, Shu Tong remarked thoughtfully. He is attending high school in Jinling and is undoubtedly engaged in the month-end evaluations, accompanied by a professional trainer from the club, Lu Kuang, Qian Kale responded. Does he really have such influence? Shu Tong asked in surprise. There's no other way. The wastewater treatment plant is a subsidiary of the Trainer Association, and his father is a student of Dr. Li, the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. He commands respect wherever he goes, Qian Kale explained. Shu Tong nodded, continuing to eat alone. Her doubts grew heavier. The wastewater treatment plant was filled with foul sludge, and Zhu Zhixiang's Pokémon also dealt with muck. Could there be some connection? She resolved to wait for his return from Jinling. The group drank until the early hours, and eventually, she arranged for them to take cabs home. The caterpie, however, seemed even more invigorated. Upon returning home, Shu Tong said to the caterpie, "Get ready to shine tomorrow. Rest early tonight. The power of the evergreens has already been prepared for you. Chirp. We live to battle, and battle is for the power of the evergreens." The caterpie replied, prompting a smile from Shu Tong. The next day, Shu Tong returned to school as usual. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wu Hongjin appeared, blocking her path with several companions. "Shu Tong, you certainly look imposing," Wu Hongjin said sarcastically. "Step aside," Shu Tong replied coldly, gazing straight ahead. Wu Hongjin chuckled and said, "It's not me who is stopping you. The homeroom teacher wants to speak with you and asked me to bring you over. Let us go?" Ignoring him, Shu Tong walked towards the teacher's office. Wu Hongjin scoffed, "Good luck. Why would the homeroom teacher want to see her?" She couldn't recall leaving a favorable impression. Could it be that Wu Hongjin had spoken ill of her? Such a despicable act was certainly within his character. Shu Tong pondered as she walked. Upon reaching the homeroom teacher's office, she politely knocked on the door. The homeroom teacher, Sun Yozhong, looked up, revealing his plump face, with a broad nose adorned by large glasses. Despite being a professional trainer, he appeared rather greasy. It was no wonder that it was said that once a professional trainer found stable employment, their strength would cease to grow. Although he had seen Shu Tong, the teacher continued to lower his head. Shu Tong turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Sun Yozhong exclaimed, standing up as she attempted to exit. "Back to the classroom. Wu Hongjin said you wanted to see me, so I came to check." "It seems he was deceiving me," Shu Tong replied. The teacher, unable to grasp any inconsistencies, responded sternly, "I was just busy in the office. Couldn't you wait a moment?" As the time for class approached, Shu Tong remarked, "It's almost time for class." "No need to go," the homeroom teacher interjected. The first exam for the end-of-month assessment was originally supposed to be in mathematics. But due to your math teacher's ill health, we will proceed directly to the combat assessment when I arrive. Shu Tong nodded, feeling an eerie familiarity with the scene before her. However, the demeanor of her homeroom teacher suggested an impending confrontation. The teacher, clearly vexed, had his flow interrupted by Shu Tong's presence. Chapter 36. Conflict with the homeroom teacher. "Is there something you need?" Shu Tong feigned confusion, inquiring. "Nothing. I just wanted to play with you." "Come in," the teacher replied as he entered the office. Taking a seat at the desk, he sipped his tea and spat the leaves back into the cup. "Do you know that Chunli has dropped out?" Shu Tong gasped. "He dropped out? Why?" The teacher scoffed. "Come now, don't pretend. You must have wagered against Chunli. Do you have any evidence?" Shu Tong retorted. The teacher, taken aback by her defiance, felt his frustration boiling over. Although he was aware of Shu Tong's rebellious nature, he had not anticipated such obstinacy. Su Wei witnessed it firsthand. "And there are money transfer records between Chun Li and Su Wei. Do you still wish to deny it?" The teacher nearly shouted. Yet, Shu Tong remained unfazed, inciting further ire within her teacher. "Is that all? You consider that evidence? How do you know it wasn't him who challenged me? Last month's end-of-month assessment rankings were abysmal. Who wouldn't want to pick on an easy target? Besides, would you like to review my transfer records with Wu Hongjin? I believe you are fully aware that, as a homeroom teacher, you lack the authority to prevent all gambling. Therefore, do not stand upon your moral high ground to criticize, for you are equally unqualified." Shu Tong's voice rose with each word. The homeroom teacher's face reddened with anger. Each of Shu Tong's words struck like daggers, mocking him relentlessly. Seeing the teacher's flustered state, Shu Tong huffed and turned to leave the office. "Shu Tong, you're ruining yourself. I tell you, your future is doomed," the teacher shouted, pointing at her retreating figure. Unfazed by his threats, Shu Tong thought, "What can a mere half-hearted trainer do to impact my future?" Upon returning to the classroom, she approached her seat. "Shu Tong," Qian Kale called out to her. Shu Tong turned. "Sit beside me," Qian Kale suggested. Shu Tong glanced at her former deskmate, Wang Jing, who was strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure. "Kale, I don't want to leave you," Wang Jing said in a sweet, girlish tone. Shu Tong felt a shiver run down her spine, hastily retreating, fearful of being ensnared. Bang! Qian Kale slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at Wang Jing. "Go to the back. I have no interest in women." Wang Jing was left speechless, covering her face as she hurried to occupy Shu Tong's seat. Just as she sat down, the chair collapsed beneath her. Shu Tong chuckled, realizing that someone had orchestrated this. "Thanks," she muttered. Shu Tong took a seat beside Qian Kailu. "Where? I would readily take a stab for the boss," Qian Kailu remarked. At that moment, Wu Hongjun and several others were staring at Shu Tong, perplexed as to why Qian Kailu would come to her aid. "Immature," Shu Tong retorted directly at Wu Hongjun. He slammed his hand on the table, but his desk mate quickly restrained him, for their homeroom teacher, Sun Yuzhong, entered with a dark expression. Another month had passed, leaving only 3 months until the college entrance examination. I want to observe how much progress you all make this month. If you continue to languish at the bottom, I suggest you consider dropping out, to spare your Pokémon the torment of accompanying you, Sun Yuzhong declared, occasionally glancing at Shu Tong. Gritting her teeth, Shu Tong thought to herself, for now, I cannot defeat you, so I must endure. One day, you will regret your actions today. What's this? It seems some are still unconvinced. Then let us assemble on the playground, Sun Yuzhong stated before striding toward the field. The entire class followed suit. Although referred to as a playground, it was essentially a vast expanse composed of numerous battle arenas. With over a dozen classes in the entire grade, they gradually gathered on the field, which comprised approximately 400 to 500 students this year. The monthly summary battles primarily targeted the entire grade. Traditionally, the mornings were reserved for cultural assessments. However, they had been entirely commandeered. Thus, all homeroom teachers were making final tactical adjustments for their respective students, particularly aimed at the top performers. The homeroom teacher summoned the few prized students to his side. Meanwhile, Qian Kai Lu approached Shu Tong and remarked, I drank too late last night. I still have a bit of a headache. Qian Kai Lu, come here. The homeroom teacher called out. Qian Kai Lu raised his hand and shouted, Teacher's son, I need to use the restroom. Our class's top students consisted of merely 6 individuals, primarily allied with Wu Hongzhen, while only Wang Jing sought to curry favor with Qian Kai Lu. It was likely that after Qian Kai Li's antics, she would become incensed and turn against him. The top students from each class undoubtedly possessed abilities far surpassing their peers. These individuals engaged in various battles with the homeroom teacher daily, making their prowess well known to him. The afternoon battles would also involve these top students. From 15 classes, each class would select 10 individuals, meaning a selection of 4 individuals, excluding the 6 top performers, would be chosen for the school-wide battle assessment. As for the class selection process, it was straightforward, a ranking challenge. The results from the previous month's battles were already established, allowing those ranked lower to challenge the top 5. If successful, they would usurp the rank of the challenged. This process would continue until no further challenges were made, establishing the final rankings. The top 10 would then qualify for the school-wide battle assessment the following day. At this moment, the top 6 had already summoned their Pokémon. The homeroom teacher provided an analysis of each Pokémon's current situation and points to watch out for. Can you still see me clearly? Shu Tong also focused her gaze on the 6 Pokémon: Big Cat, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, Little Fire Horse, Tiny Elephant, Lobster Soldier, and the Mischievous Monkey. Name: Big Cat. Attribute: Normal. Ability: Pickup, Technical Master Skills: Collect, Power Gem, Feint, Provocation, Bite, Scramble, Talent, Medium, and Superior Attack. Recent development. 3 days later. In the bushes south of the city, discovered 10-ton fruits through pickup, which greatly enhanced its resistance to poison-type energy after consumption. Recent development. 2 weeks later. In the serene forest of Xiangzhou City, found the rare mint, which helped Big Cat unearth its hidden potential, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of attack, defense, speed, special attack, and special defense. The other 5 Pokémon indeed lacked any compelling narrative, while Wu Hongzhen's Big Cat was undeniably enviable. It is no wonder that the strength of this Big Cat has surged so rapidly. Could it be that its pickup ability is somewhat overpowered? How could it possibly acquire so many extraordinary items? The Ton fruit and rare mint both originate from the secret realm and belong to a category that cannot be cultivated once removed from it. After the invasion of the secret realm, a plethora of plants previously unseen in this world was discovered. Many trees bore an array of fruits. Through the diligent research of scientists over the years, the functions of these tree fruits have gradually been uncovered. Chapter 37. The resource of tree fruits such as orange fruit, sweet pomelo fruit, and wild apple fruit that restore stamina have been successfully transplanted outside the secret realm after generations of research, thus diminishing their value. However, fruits like dragon sunny fruit and sandscale fruit, which enhance specific abilities of Pokémon, along with ton fruit and chocolate fruit, which bolster resistance against various energy attributes, can only survive within the secret realm and cannot be transplanted, resulting in exorbitant prices for such fruits. Nevertheless, fruits like dragon sunny fruit are essential for enhancing Pokémon strength. Without an advantage like Shu Tong, allowing Pokémon to consume these fruits is one of the pathways to elevate their singular talents, but the quantity required remains undetermined, perhaps just a minuscule amount. The rare mint mentioned in Big Cat's second development is a high-grade resource that stimulates energy absorption. Only likely to be found in large-scale secret realms, and fiercely contested by powerful Pokémon. One cannot help but wonder how Big Cat managed to stumble upon such a treasure. It can be said that with the rare mint, latent potential can be further unlocked, allowing for more efficient energy absorption, given the body's conditions permit. Rare mint, Shu Tong murmured. This exceptional resource is something she desperately needs, and she must devise a way to obtain it. Even if she cannot secure it, she must ensure it is destroyed. Wu Hongjin must not benefit from it. Regarding the unicorn bug, while it is unnecessary for Dong Jiao, the might of Qian Kale's underlings is essential. If he can secure it, it would serve as a personal favor, especially since he has been fortunate enough to enjoy a year's worth of the exquisite elven cuisine without any reciprocation, which occasionally stirs a twinge of guilt within him. Alas, there is little he can offer in return, compelling himself to dismiss such thoughts. At noon, the battle for the top 10 positions in the class commenced. Those already within the top 10 essentially assumed the role of defenders. Qian Kale's prowess ranked just below Wu Hongjin, yet he did not participate in the elite training sessions, thus securing the 7th position. The privileges granted to these 10 individuals were quite substantial, as they were provided seats directly behind the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher rose to his feet, reiterating the names of the top 10 students, and proclaimed, "The positions in the top 10 are not immutable. Should you defeat any one of them, not only will you be allowed to participate in tomorrow's grade competition, but if you manage to best one of the top 6, you will earn a place in next month's elite training." Mr. Sun Yozhong, the homeroom teacher, enthusiastically rallied the students, outlining the rules, following last month's rankings. They could only challenge those ranked within the top 5. "Let us begin. Who will step forth first?" "I will," came the immediate response. As the teacher's words faded, Shu Tong emerged from the crowd. Last month's bottom contender. It seems you wish to make a push this time," the teacher chuckled, eliciting laughter from the class. Save for Su Wei and Pan Zhihong, who trembled in apprehension, fully aware of the current formidable nature of Shu Tong's unicorn bug. In front of the assembled crowd, Shu Tong did not even glance at the teacher. "However, you may only challenge one of the contestants ranked between 25 and 29. Have you decided whom to challenge?" The teacher inquired further. 25, Shu Tong replied without hesitation. A tall, lanky student stepped forward, saying, "Shu Tong, I didn't expect you to challenge me directly. It seems last month's lesson hasn't left a mark on you." "Let's not waste time," Shu Tong retorted, already releasing her unicorn bug. "Still relying on the unicorn bug? How presumptuous. Come forth, Diglett." A brown creature emerged, only its head visible above the ground, comically bobbing up and down. "Hey, Panjahong, do you think Shu Tong's unicorn bug can defeat Shinming's Diglett?" "Diglett stands no chance," Panjahong, ranked 15th in class, asserted with conviction. "No, it's impossible. Shinming has improved remarkably this month, particularly with Diglett's speed," came the retort. "Enough, it's over," Panjahong stated firmly. As the battle commenced, just as Diglett prepared to retreat underground, a venomous spike from the unicorn bug darted forward at lightning speed, striking Diglett squarely on the head, rendering it instantly incapacitated. "Diglett! My Diglett! Impossible! How could this happen?" Shinming exclaimed, frantically losing his composure. Everyone, including the top 10 and even the homeroom teacher, wore expressions of bewilderment. The classroom was eerily silent. They were at a loss for words, as no one had witnessed how the unicorn bug had executed its skills. Since the beginning of the battle, Shu Tong had not spoken a single word. They were still waiting for her command, and many believed that a period of probing would ensue after the commencement of hostilities. A genuine confrontation would take at least 3 to 4 minutes. How had the mole so inexplicably lost? "Quickly, head to the infirmary, otherwise, the mole will be in trouble," Shu Tong stated. Shunming angrily withdrew the mole, feeling as if he were in a dream, like a wandering spirit rushing towards the infirmary. "The results can be announced." Shu Tong looked towards the homeroom teacher. The teacher was momentarily stunned, feeling a profound sense of shame. A professional trainer like himself had failed to discern the battle tactics of his own student's Pokémon. If the director or the principal found out, he would be in serious trouble. After clearing his throat, the teacher feigned composure and declared, "Shu Tong has successfully challenged. Her current ranking is 25. Will you continue to challenge?" "Yes, to the 20th place," Shu Tong replied. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Several from the top 10 stood up, eager to observe Shu Tong's match closely. Wu Hongjin glared at those obstructing his view, internally cursing them for not sitting properly. Now he was torn between standing or remaining seated. The homeroom teacher perked up, his eyes nearly slitting into a focused line. "I concede," Su Wei declared. Coincidentally, Su Wei was the one in 20th place, and he had already been psychologically scarred by Shu Tong. He dared not face her in battle and was prepared to concede as soon as his student number was called. Oh, what a waste of expression. Su Wei, can you not be a bit more manly? My eyes are about to pop out, and you tell me you concede? Amidst a chorus of jeers, Su Wei retreated behind the crowd, timidly stating, I truly do not wish to provoke that night demon again. Meanwhile, Pan Zhihong was counting on his fingers. Now that Shu Tong was in 20th place, moving towards the top 5, 19, 18, 15, good heavens, it was indeed 15. What rank will be the next challenge? The homeroom teacher inquired. Typically, such class competitions involved multiple battles taking place simultaneously. However, everyone's curiosity had been piqued by Shu Tong, drawing them all to watch. 15. Shu Tong's words had barely left her lips when Pan Zhihong eagerly shouted, I concede. Pan Zhihong, do you not have any spine? Wu Hongjin yelled. Rising to his feet, Pan Zhihong, like Su Wei, cowered back into the crowd, muttering, if you have the guts, you go. In a short span, Shu Tong had completed a remarkable leap, rising from the last position in the class to the 15th. Many were baffled as to why Pan Zhihong and Su Wei had conceded so decisively. There were even many speculations that Shu Tong had bribed the two of them. A considerable number of individuals had been preparing to challenge her. Who would have thought that Pan Zhihong would concede defeat, thereby rendering those who had just geared up to challenge Shu Tong suddenly devoid of their opportunity? At that moment, a fellow with a head full of red hair swaggered down from the upper seats, striding with an audacious gait. Shu Tong, I am the 10th. Are you prepared to challenge me? He proclaimed boldly. Shu Tong did not waste words. The cater pie had been out for quite some time, and aside from launching a single poisonous needle, it had done nothing. If it did not warm up soon, it might catch a chill. Lu Yixiong, being the 10th, had a ducklet that was particularly effective against cater pie, and I doubted Shu Tong could prevail. Silence. It was your incessant chatter that caused me to miss the match between cater pie and Diglett, I retorted. As Lu Yixiong's ducklet emerged from its pokeball, it unleashed a burst of flames to bolster its presence. String shot, Shu Tong commanded succinctly. Cater pie had been eagerly waiting. A white thread shot forth like an arrow towards ducklet. Although Lu Yixiong, as the 10th, was considerably inferior to the top 6 contenders, he was still a remarkable competitor in the class. Ducklet did not disappoint. Sparks erupted as it met Caterpie's string shot. This defies logic, Wu Hongjin exclaimed, surprisingly interjecting before Lu Yixiong could respond. How is this possible? The scene unfolding in the arena challenged the perceptions of those present. In their understanding, fire-type moves would instantly incinerate the string shot upon contact, potentially spreading flames if the string shot was not promptly severed. However, at this moment, Ducklet's flames could not incinerate the thread, resulting in a stalemate. It is bug-type energy, the homeroom teacher remarked in astonishment. What did you say, teacher's son? Wu Hongjin inquired. Let us observe the match, the teacher replied, glancing at Wu Hongjin. It seemed that defeating Shu Tong rested solely upon him. An opponent like Lu Yixiong was nowhere near the level that would compel Caterpie to exert its full strength. Currently, Caterpie's proficiency in the string shot skill had reached an expert level, a pleasant surprise afforded by the mid-tier silver powder. Due to Caterpie's toxic constitution, bug-type resources did not enhance its innate abilities. However, its sensitivity to bug-type energy had significantly increased, which allowed the string shot skill to attain such mastery. The thread was now infused with rich bug-type energy, transcending mere protein strands. Thus, as long as the bug-type energy was sufficiently potent, it could indeed resist fire-type energy. Let us conclude this, Shu Tong declared. Caterpie directly amplified its energy output. The bug-type energy erupted forth, swiftly overpowering Ducklet's sparks. The thread ensnared Ducklet, wrapping it up in an instant, rendering it akin to a mummy. There was no time for astonishment. Even Lu Yixiong found himself bereft of the opportunity to contemplate. Under the influence of the formidable unicorn, the duckbill baby was relentlessly slammed to the ground until it completely lost its combat ability. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, flowing seamlessly like a river, signifying that once the unicorn had mastered the rhythm of battle, the outcome was already determined. Such brutality was astonishing. Qian Kale was the first to applaud, his amazement surpassing even that of his previous match. The raw aesthetic of violence displayed just now was precisely what he sought. Pan Zhihong and Su Wei, did you foresee the strength of Shu Tong's unicorn? Otherwise, how could you concede so decisively? How do you compare your prowess to Chun-Li's? Pan Zhihong posed a soul-searching question. Chun-Li had once ranked among the top 10 in our class, yet inexplicably dropped out. It was because Shu Tong had rendered his monkey monster permanently incapable of battle, Su Wei remarked, a shiver coursing through him as he lamented his earlier foolishness in provoking Shu Tong. However, glancing at the Pokeball in his hand, he realized how formidable the unicorn could be. Su Wei's words caused those who had contemplated challenging Shutong to instinctively take a step back, relieved at their restraint. Lu Yixiang withdrew his duckbill baby, descending from his seat in disappointment, pondering how he had lost in the blink of an eye. You may proceed, Lu Yixiang said as he approached Shutong. No rush. Shutong replied. At that moment, Wang Jing, beside Qian Kale, clenched her fists, wondering if she would be next. When she lifted her gaze, she found Shutong looking back at her. The moment the two trainers locked eyes marked the commencement of battle. Come on, Shutong. Today I shall demonstrate the prowess of a top student after professional training, Wang Jing boldly declared as she stepped down to face Shutong. Professional training? Shutong retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, you wouldn't understand the magnitude of the difference without undergoing such training. Bring it on. Wang Jing, oblivious to Shutong's tone, confidently asserted her readiness. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher, Sun Yozhong, felt a surge of frustration, perceiving this as a direct slight against his role as their instructor. Come forth, Nwila. Wang Jing commanded, releasing her Pokeball. The battle commenced, with the homeroom teacher personally officiating. Nwila, use quick attack. Wang Jing directed. Nwila's speed was exceptional among Pokémon, transforming into a streak of black light as it surged forward. String shot, Shutong simply stated. However, Wang Jing dismissed the string shot, believing that as long as it didn't hit Nwila, even the mightiest of moves would be futile. Sun Yozhong's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Despite being from the same class, Wang Jing had already established herself among the elite, undergoing rigorous training daily. If she were to lose, where would that leave his reputation as a teacher? The silken threads of the unicorn bug were expelled, and Nyla effortlessly evaded them, drawing ever closer to the creature. Nyla's claws were charged with formidable energy. Once within striking range, it would herald the demise of the unicorn bug. Chapter 39. Becoming an expert through illness. Go, Nyla. At that moment, Wang Jing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Victory was within reach. The homeroom teacher, observing the flying threads and Nyla, now mere inches from the unicorn bug, prepared to announce the outcome of the match. She mused that while the threads were indeed impressive, they paled in comparison to true masters. After all, what use was such energy if it failed to strike? Just as Nyla was poised to leap into action, 5 additional threads erupted from the unicorn bug's mouth. This sudden turn of events startled Wang Jing, but her extensive training allowed her to react far more adeptly than Lu Yixiang, and she immediately commanded, Nyla, use your claws to sever those threads. The entire class was baffled by the unicorn bug's actions. Qian Kale exclaimed, Dude, how many secret techniques do you have hidden? I've never seen threads like this before. The first one shot out and hasn't even retracted, and now it's spewing 5 more? They're all entwined. There's no way to dodge them. Shutong's lips curled into a slight smile. Everything was unfolding as she had anticipated. The mastery of the silk threads had reached a level where it could manipulate the very essence of energy, allowing for precise control of the skill within a fixed operational framework. The initial thread was merely a feint, now rigidly held under the control of bug-type energy, serving to disrupt Nyla's rhythm. Despite Nyla's formidable strength, as it swung its claws, the chaotic threads ensnared the air, simultaneously shielding its front with impenetrable defense. Wang Jing, Nyla, subdue it. Wu Hongzhen could no longer contain himself and rose to speak. Hey, do you have a thing for Wang Jing? Qian Kale raised an eyebrow at Wu Hongzhen. I don't have time for your nonsense, Wu Hongzhen replied. Look, you have everything going for you. You should be quite appealing to girls, but your dark heart, your wickedness, and your shamelessness make you unlikable, Qian Kale commented. Don't think I want to deal with you, Wu Hongzhen said, keeping his voice low while maintaining a calm facade. What, do you think I'm afraid of you? Qian Kale scoffed. The threads, the homeroom teacher suddenly shouted, jolting everyone's attention. Had they moved? How could that be? The previously launched thread began to retract with astonishing speed, whipping around from behind Nyla to ensnare its waist. Followed by a sharp tug, Nyla instantly lost its balance and fell backward. In that very moment, the 5 threads ensnared Nyla, binding it tightly. Nyla, quickly break free. Break free. Wang Jing was drenched in sweat, causing her carefully applied makeup to wash away, revealing a stunningly natural visage. Qian Kale clicked his tongue and remarked, Are you trying to break free? What sort of skill is that? Unfortunately, the efficacy of the skill to escape was vastly inferior to that of standing firm and refusing to surrender. Mastery-level silk spinning techniques were not likely to be found in creatures such as the caterpie or Weedle due to their rapid evolution cycles, which precluded the development of such skills to a high degree. Perhaps one might observe proficient silk spinning abilities in creatures like Ariados. Nidoran was still struggling. While the Weedle merely watched, as it was clear that such feeble strength could not possibly free it from the silk. Ultimately, the homeroom teacher advised Wang Jing, recall Nidoran. It is no match for Weedle. As the first top student to be defeated, Wang Jing felt a deep sense of resentment. She was determined not to concede. Thus she held on. The teacher's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her mental defenses completely. After recalling Nidoran, Wang Jing pouted and declared vehemently, I was unprepared this time. I won't lose again. Perhaps I can wait for you in 5th place. You can continue your challenges shortly, Shutong suggested. In a fit of anger, Wang Jing stormed off to the infirmary, certain she would return to climb the ranks once more. Following her departure, the class fell silent. All eyes fixated on Shutong. The shock of the day had been tremendous. Shutong, who had started in last place, had ascended to 5th without encountering formidable obstacles. Dominating the competition. Do you think Shutong will continue to challenge? I doubt it's necessary. It would be wise to quit while ahead. If he continues, Old Sun's reputation will be at stake. True, a little humiliation for him would be beneficial, considering he constantly boasts about the top students as if we were less than human. Indeed, I support Shutong's continued challenges. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly persist. Pan Zhihong and Su Wei affirmed. I seem to notice that you two are quite familiar with Shutong, someone remarked. Well, one becomes well acquainted with the subject through prolonged exposure, came the reply. Will you continue to challenge? The homeroom teacher, Sun Yozhong, inquired. I am waiting, Shutong replied. Waiting for what? The teacher asked. Shutong pointed at Wu Hongjin and said, the 6th, 8th, and 9th are all members of your crew. Why do they not come to challenge me? Are they afraid? Wu Hongjin retorted, what are you saying? Whether to challenge or not is their choice. It has nothing to do with me. Shutong scoffed. What a pity. It seems I shall not hear the cacophony of their barking. What did you say? Yonko interjected. Do you truly believe a mere Weedle can turn the tide with a silk spinning skill? As he spoke, a young man with a pompadour swaggered forward. Wu Hongjin inwardly cursed the fool. Stepping forward now would only be an admission of weakness. Come on, 6th place, another top student. Impressive indeed. Such courage is commendable. Unlike certain timid turtles, Shutong's words were like pearls of wisdom. In this era, few rebellious youths can withstand the temptations surrounding them. Otherwise, gambling would not be so rampant. The 8th and 9th contenders glanced around, assuring themselves that as long as they did not feel embarrassed, it was others who would bear the shame, for no names were mentioned. The 7th contestant, Qian Kale, addressed the two, saying, Diao Peng, Shui Fei. I'm referring to you two. Qian Kale's timely intervention nearly caused Diao Peng and Shui Fei to choke with indignation. After all, they were far from being top students, and stepping forward would only invite ridicule. Just as they pondered how to exit gracefully, Yonko dashed forward. Come forth, lobster minion, and split that bug in two. With a flamboyant display, the lobster minion emerged, wielding its pincers. Without waiting for the teacher to signal the beginning, Yonko commanded an immediate attack. One pincer extended like a cannon barrel, unleashing a barrage of foam projectiles with tremendous force towards the unicorn bug. Chapter 40. The key to popularity. Shutong merely whispered a command, and the tactic was swiftly conveyed to the unicorn bug. The creature expelled 5 strands of silk in rapid succession, its body twisting and turning, creating 5 threads that, enhanced by its insect energy, surged forth like emerald dragons. The sound of the foam projectiles bursting echoed as the silk threads advanced like an unstoppable force. Water jet, Yonko ordered, instantly shifting tactics. Yonko displayed commendable combat acumen. Fortunately, Shutong had foreseen the lobster minion's skill. Otherwise, the surprise attack of Water Jet could have caught many off guard. The lobster minion was enveloped in aquatic energy, propelling itself towards the unicorn bug like a rocket. What incredible speed! Truly a precursor skill, Shutong marveled. By this time, the silk strands had been fully deployed, making timely support impossible. Therefore, it was essential to leverage the existing threads. Utilizing the 5 strands was effortlessly achieved, with 3 anchoring themselves to the ground as the unicorn bug began to retract the silk. Familiar tactics were successfully integrated into the combat. Guided by the strands, the unicorn bug was swiftly drawn closer, skimming past the lobster minion. Bug bite, poison spike. Shutong recognized the opportunity and felt an inexplicable excitement. In the fleeting moment after the lobster minion brushed past, the unicorn bug severed the 3 anchoring strands, pivoting with the remaining 2. A flurry of poison spikes shot towards the lobster minion. 3 to 4 spikes swiftly eroded the water energy enveloping the lobster minion, followed by dozens more piercing through. With a crash, the lobster minion plummeted, its body engulfed in violet energy, convulsing upon impact. If you don't recall it soon, I'll have to deliver the finishing blow. Shu Tong's words rang like a wake-up call, sending a shiver down Yang Ku's spine, nearly causing him to fumble his Pokeball. At this moment, Yang Qiang found himself in a predicament, even feeling a chill at the piercing gaze of Shu Tong. Shu Tong had achieved his objective. After all, he was merely a pawn in this game. Next time, even if Wu Hongjin sent him to confront Shu Tong, he would surely think twice. Is there anyone else? Shu Tong inquired, glancing at Jiao Peng and Xue Fei. Jiao Peng, with an awkward smile, said, I urgently need to use the restroom. You all continue. If anyone wishes to challenge me, please let me know. With that, he headed towards the restroom. Jiao Peng forgot to bring tissue. I'll take him some, Xue Fei chuckled. Eventually, the two distanced themselves, and the class realized, does one need tissue when in urgent need? Shu Tong, take a breather. I will challenge the second place. Qian Kale declared. Shu Tong nodded, withdrew his Caterpie, and occupied the fifth position, placing his Pokeball in his pocket. The energy from the Tokiwa power would nurture the Caterpie within it. Currently, the Caterpie had only expended a bit of energy, and a slight infusion of Tokiwa power had already revitalized it. Qian Kale's pace of battle was not particularly swift, although his strength was superior. The second place ride-on was no pushover, and both sides engaged in a contest of strength and stamina. Ultimately, the sumo wrestler executed a close-range cross-chop, concluding the battle. Shu Tong fiddled with his phone, while beside him, the fourth-place Tong He occasionally cast sidelong glances at Shu Tong. After Qian Kale finished his fight, Shu Tong remarked, Stop staring, let us go. Tong He, resigned to his fate, recognized that he could not escape. His little elephant was purely a powerhouse Pokémon, and after witnessing the Caterpie's battle, he found himself without a strategy to counter it. Moreover, Little Elephant could easily fall under the control of String Shot. I concede, Tong He declared, rising only to sit back down. Despite his internal struggle, he felt there was no need to engage in a battle he was bound to lose. If Little Elephant exhausted itself in such an endeavor, only to be picked off by others, it would be a fruitless effort. The entire class jeered at Tong He, especially those he had previously bullied. A fourth-place student surrendering without a fight was quite a spectacle. How could he claim to be a reserve talent for the nation when he would likely turn traitor on the battlefield? Wu Hongjin glared at Tong He, nearly having his eyes pop out in frustration. He had hoped these two would wear down the Caterpie's stamina, but now one had conceded outright. Wu Hongjin contemplated messaging Chung, due to use the flames of his Ponita to deplete the Caterpie's energy, for its stamina was undoubtedly its Achilles heel. Chengdu glanced at his phone and replied, I'm confident of victory. Wu Hongjin quickly responded, Don't underestimate it. That Caterpie is not easy to handle. Focus on exhausting it. However, at that moment, Chengdu stood up and declared, Shu Tong, I've been waiting. Let us begin. Shu Tong stepped down from the arena, not overly concerned about winning against Chengdu, but rather focused on concealing his true strength. In the final battle, Wu Hongjin's prowess was undeniably formidable. It would be a daunting task for the Unicorn to secure victory without exerting its utmost effort. Shu Tong and Chengdu were already poised, awaiting the instructor's proclamation to commence the duel. Today, due to Shu Tong, the entire class's competitive assessment had morphed into a personal showcase for him. Ordinarily, multiple battles could occur simultaneously, yet now all eyes were fixed solely on Shu Tong. The chatter surrounding the event had been incessant. Why does Shu Tong challenge one at a time? Why not confront Wu Hongjin directly? What were they thinking? Were they unaware of Wu Hongjin's capabilities? Even the ironclad rhino could be vanquished in a single blow. Did they truly believe the Unicorn stood a chance? Indeed, while Shu Tong was undeniably strong, Wu Hongjin was a different breed altogether. Were the Unicorn to evolve into a Beedrill, perhaps it could contend with the formidable Cat Elder, but at present, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Realistically, Shu Tong's current rank of fourth was commendable, having secured a place among the elite. Obsessing over third place was unnecessary, especially given that Chengdu's little fire horse employed a strategy too inscrutable to penetrate. It was hard to envision how the Unicorn could find an opening. If the Unicorn managed to defeat Little Fire Horse, it would surely make headlines, but that was an impossibility, absolutely inconceivable. Meanwhile, Pan Zhang and Su Wei had seemingly deciphered the secret to garnering attention, discreetly retrieving their phones and activating the camera function. The instructor observed the two Pokémon in the arena, his heart a tumult of emotions. What had transpired over the past month? How could the Unicorn's strength have surged so dramatically? It was utterly unscientific. After this assessment, he must ensure the Unicorn remained at the school. There might be some clandestine method at play. The match commenced. The instructor announced, Little Fire Horse, Spark, Charge Flame Strike, go. Chengdu commanded. Before them, the Little Fire Horse was enveloped in flames, resembling a volcano as it charged towards the Unicorn. As it advanced, the little fire horse continuously utilized spark to amplify its fiery energy. Furthermore, this particular little fire horse possessed the blaze ability, drawing surrounding fire-type energy closer as it dashed forward. Here it came, the accumulation of fire-type energy induced by the blaze ability, further enhanced by the effects of spark. Chengdu had studied at the Fire Wind Dojo in Xiangzhou for a month during winter break, and the results were striking. The unicorn was doomed. Chengdu was adept at making a single move reign supreme, and we had all witnessed the power of this tactic. The charge flame strike would accelerate the little fire horse's speed exponentially, while the blaze ability would continually augment its attacks. This little fire horse was rapidly transforming into a fiery overlord. It was over. The flames of the little fire horse were about to engulf the unicorn. Alas, even in defeat, the unicorn retained its honor. To maintain the fate, there was no other choice. Shu Tong gazed at the inferno unleashed by the little fire horse, already preparing his strategy. Unicorn, you have worked hard. Shortly, I shall replenish your strength with the power of eternity. Shu Tong's intentions were conveyed to the unicorn. The unicorn bug, enveloped in a swirling aura of venomous energy, proceeded to cocoon itself in silk. In the fleeting moment when the little fire horse attempted to devour the unicorn bug, the silk was first corroded by the fiery energy. However, this was precisely what Shutong had orchestrated. The little fire horse thrust the unicorn bug away with its head, and in that instant of contact, a venomous needle from the unicorn bug pierced the little fire horse's body. Although the unicorn bug was subsequently knocked aside, it sustained minimal damage due to its dual protection. And even when it fell to the ground, the slight injury was hardly significant. Conversely, the little fire horse's energy accumulation for the flame strike, which had initially increased its speed, began to wane, causing its velocity to diminish while the fiery energy gradually dissipated. Little fire horse, rally yourself, Yanka shouted, bewildered by the unfolding events. It was not until the little fire horse exhibited streaks of purple on its body that the homeroom teacher began to sense something amiss. Shutong had deceived everyone. Such a covert strategy undoubtedly bore the mark of a skilled tactician. Explaining her audacity to challenge him, he mused. With a thunderous crash, the little fire horse collapsed before it could reach the unicorn bug. Little fire horse, Yanka screamed frantically as he rushed over. What have you done to my little fire horse? He shouted at Shutong. I understand now, Pan Zhihong announced, drawing the attention of everyone present, as they were all perplexed by the turn of events. The little fire horse had seemed assured of victory. Its charged flame strike had struck the unicorn bug successfully, and it had managed to send the unicorn bug flying. From the very beginning of the battle, the little fire horse had commanded the battlefield. Why then had it inexplicably fallen? Many began to suspect that Shutong had resorted to underhanded tactics. As Pan Zhihong revealed his understanding of the situation, all eyes turned toward him. I have been recording the entire event. Look here. The moment of contact between the little fire horse and the unicorn bug was but a fleeting instant. Let me slow down the footage for you. Do you see it clearly now? At the moment, the little fire horse thrust the unicorn bug away. It was precisely during that instant of contact that the unicorn bug injected its venomous needle into the little fire horse's body, Pan Zhihong explained. Haha, I'm going to upload this video to the Unknown Totem live streaming platform. It's bound to go viral, he chuckled. Zhu Wei, grinning as he took out his phone, chimed in, I recorded it too. Now, as everyone cast their gaze upon Shutong, they found her slightly terrifying. Both the prowess of the unicorn bug and the lethal strategies devised by Shutong left no room for mercy. She bore no resemblance to a novice trainer. You are despicable, Chengdu said, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage, unwilling to accept that he had been ensnared by the unicorn bug due to a mere moment of contact. Given another chance, he was certain he could triumph. If victory could be achieved merely through insults, I would suggest you learn the incessant prattling skills of a chatterbird. Shutong replied. The homeroom teacher exclaimed, Chengdu, why haven't you taken the little fire horse to the infirmary? Do you want it to perish? Chengdu was taken aback, realizing the little fire horse's condition was worsening. He quickly retrieved it and rushed towards the infirmary. At that moment, Wu Hongzhen fell into contemplation. The venom of that unicorn bug was exceedingly potent, and any physical contact was strictly inadvisable. However, aside from the power gem, all of Cat Boss's skills were melee. Must he resort to that particular move? Shu Tong withdrew the unicorn bug and seated herself in the resting area, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts, secretly channeling the power of eternity into the bug. Suddenly, someone called her name. She opened her eyes to find Sun Yozhong before her. Is there something you need, teacher? The homeroom teacher, despite his dullness, had observed the ongoing match long enough to recognize that Shu Tong was focused on Wu Hongzhen. They were undoubtedly the two strongest individuals in the class, and if they could unite, they would surely secure the top rank in their grade. I have come to congratulate you on achieving third place in this month's assessment battle, the teacher said with a beaming smile. The competition isn't over yet. It seems premature to draw conclusions, Shu Tong replied, resuming her meditation. The teacher was aware of the underlying tension between her and Wu Hongjin, but emphasized that they were part of one big family and should support one another. I must also announce that you have been selected to join the elite group. Next month, I will personally guide your special training until the college entrance examination. Only specialized training can unlock a Pokémon's greater potential. He began to entice her with promises. Shu Tong rolled her eyes, recalling how her previous boss had made numerous empty promises that had never materialized. And now it seemed it was her turn to endure the same. No, thank you, she replied resolutely. Shu Tong, don't let a bit of success inflate your ego. You must understand the vastness of this world. There are always greater talents beyond. If you remain complacent and refuse specialized training, it will be too late. And you will find yourself filled with regret, the teacher continued, driven by a desire for his own teaching achievements. I am already undergoing specialized training, so your assistance is unnecessary, Shu Tong stated firmly. Shu Tong, I am a professional trainer. Within this school, you might receive guidance from the head of teaching and the principal, who are both advanced trainers. Such opportunities are like a beacon in the long night of your life, illuminating your path, the homeroom teacher insisted. Mr. Sun, I am considering transferring schools, Shu Tong declared. Don't jest. Forget I said anything. As long as you represent our school in the college entrance examination, that will suffice, the teacher chuckled as he walked away. Indeed, if a room is too dark, one must open a window, yet most resist this idea. However, if one suggests tearing off the roof, they become amenable to opening a window. Chapter 42. The Treasure of Skills at last, it has begun. Shu Tong faced Wu Hongjin, and it was exhilarating. Shu Tong, it's your turn, Qian Kale shouted. Who do you think will win? In the current situation, it matters not who emerges victorious. I shall first record the video. Just moments ago, Pan Zhihong and Su Wei filmed the battle between the Fire Horse and the Unicorn, and already the likes have surpassed 1,000, with rockets being launched in abundance. Should this trend continue, I find myself hoping for the Unicorn's triumph, as it would attract greater attention. Ah, what a fanciful notion. Little do you know the multitude of hidden talents possessed by Wu Hongjin's feline overlord. Yanka scoffed dismissively. Meow. The feline overlord licked its paw, taunting the unicorn. The unicorn, upon seeing the feline, was filled with an intense desire for vengeance. It recalled the previous encounter where it had been nearly vanquished, saved only by its master awakening the power of eternity. Revenge consumed the unicorn's thoughts, driven solely by the countless times its master had exhausted their strength to aid its absorption of toxic energy. Chirp. The unicorn responded to the feline's provocation. Shu Tong's gaze remained fixed on the feline overlord, whose formidable strength was undeniable. In terms of both level and the number of skills, the feline held a distinct advantage. Moreover, there was a powerful hidden skill, a source of great concern for Shu Tong. The hidden skill in the game could only be unleashed once all learned moves had been utilized in battle. In reality, the hidden skill allowed the creature to temporarily block its perception of other energy types, enabling it to fully attune to the energies of the general type, and thus unleash the hidden skill. In truth, countering the hidden skill was relatively straightforward. Once the creature closed itself off from perceiving other energies, it could only employ general type skills. In such a scenario, if a ghost type creature were to be introduced, the tactic would be rendered ineffective. Regrettably, Shu Tong did not possess a ghost type creature, allowing the feline overlord to confidently employ its hidden skill. The competition commenced. As announced by the homeroom teacher, Meow, the feline overlord sneered, launching a beam of power gem energy directly at the unicorn, which promptly concentrated its silk to resist. The collision of their skills resulted in an explosion, heralding the impending clash. The feline overlord initiated its assault, its seemingly erratic movements charging towards the unicorn. Thanks to its padded paws, the feline's approach was utterly silent, leaving those creatures reliant on auditory cues at a disadvantage. Provocation, feigned attacks, and chaotic strikes. These three combined techniques constituted the feline overlord's typical repertoire, proving overwhelmingly effective against novice trainers. The feline had already applied the provocation skill against the unicorn. However, the impact was minimal, as the provocation was merely superficial, its proficiency barely at the novice level. Such skills require mastery to unleash their full potential. Only at the mastery level does one begin to tap into the essence of energy. The provocation skill, in particular, incites the opponent's inner rage energy. causing it to dominate the creature's state and thrust it into a frenzy of assaults, rendering supportive and enhancement skills ineffective, and even hindering evasive maneuvers. The presence of such immense toxic energy within the caterpillar-like creature renders it impossible for the force of anger to dominate its essence. The provocation from the cat boss is merely a futile display. At this moment, the cat boss feigned an attack on the caterpillar. Employing a strategy of deceptive offense that has proven effective against novice trainers time and again. "Unleash it," commanded Shu Tong. The caterpillar, with a graceful motion, unleashed a silk thread towards the heavens, and as its body spun, a colossal white protective shield formed around it. The cat boss's relentless assaults were thwarted by this barrier. Is Shu Tong employing a secret technique? Has he trained at some dojo? Murmured several classmates, recording the event and engaging in animated discussion. Indeed, how else could one's strength elevate so rapidly within a month? Even direct tutelage from the principal Wu Ti yields such results. It was confirmed that the old man's son had approached Shu Tong to join the elite ranks, only to be outright rejected. Is that true? No wonder old son's nose has turned redder. Quiet down. Do not disturb the match, the homeroom teacher admonished. As the students appeared to possess a keen understanding of the unfolding events. "Cat boss, unleash chaos." Wu Hongjin finally issued the command. The energy surging through the cat boss's claws intensified abruptly, creating a breach in the white shield. The caterpillar promptly severed the silk thread, and its toxic stingers rained down upon the cat boss like a barrage of bullets. The cat boss demonstrated considerable combat prowess, skillfully wielding its chaotic claw technique, causing the toxic stingers to plummet harmlessly to the ground, their poisonous energy dissipating. With the chaotic claw skill now evenly matched against the caterpillar's toxic stingers, the emergence of the treasured skill would undoubtedly lead to an overwhelming victory, Wu Hongjin mused. Indeed, as the cat boss engaged with the caterpillar, it fought while retreating, preparing for the treasured skill. Shu Tong's lips curled slightly. One cannot rush a well-cooked meal, and he had fallen for the trap. It must be acknowledged that the caterpillar, in terms of levels, vastly differed from the cat boss. To secure victory, it could only capitalize on its inherent advantages, its toxic energy, and the proficiency of its skills. The distinction between a skilled and a master level of proficiency is monumental. Thus, most Pokémon remain at a skilled level, as extraordinary talent is required to access the essence of energy. Meow. The cat boss's speed in executing the chaotic claw technique noticeably diminished, as it began to seal off its perception of the remaining attribute energies. The ability to execute the chaotic claw while simultaneously preparing for the treasured skill was unexpected. However, such a battle was far more intriguing, as the caterpillar also needed such experiences to accumulate wisdom, Shu Tong remarked generously. Wu Hongjin sneered, "What is this? Out of tricks? Do you intend to sway my judgment with mere trash talk? Dream on. Here it comes, the treasured skill," he exclaimed with fervor. "The caterpillar is doomed," echoed Yangku. Qian Kale clicked his tongue, remarking, "Do you two imbeciles comprehend anything?" A figure of arrogance and extravagance, Qian Kale had always been overbearing. Although he had allied with Yangku and Wu Hongjin, they dared not retort against him. "Unicorn bug, attack," commanded Shu Tong. Suddenly, a barrage of venomous needles shot forth, dispersing into the sky like a swarm, a display of mastery and toxic prowess. Qian Kale mused, recalling how he had once fallen victim to this very technique, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia upon witnessing it again. What? Mastery-level venomous needles? Chapter 43, The Final Battle with Cat Boss. The mere mention of mastery resonated profoundly, as Sun Yozhong gazed incredulously at the unicorn bug, astonished that its toxic skill had reached such a zenith. It was rare for even seasoned trainers to possess a Pokémon with a mastery-level skill, let alone two. Amidst gasps of astonishment, the unicorn bug unleashed its venomous needles like a celestial shower. Cat Boss found itself besieged not only by frontal attacks, but also by the rain of needles descending from above. Meow. Cat Boss was struck by the falling needles, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. However, at that moment, Cat Boss had managed to seal off other elemental energies. "Cat Boss, charge. Tear that bug apart," Wu Hongjin bellowed. Cat Boss could only fight desperately, already afflicted by poison. Wu Hongjin had witnessed the potency of the unicorn bug's venom. Although Cat Boss was stronger than the smaller fire steeds, prolonged exposure would inevitably weaken it. Fortunately, in a critical moment, Cat Boss unleashed a powerful energy, erupting with vigor. Meow. Cat Boss let out a final roar, wielding its claws to deflect the venomous needles, the energy blasts even rendering the descending needles harmless. Cat Boss proved superior. Shu Tong was simply too inexperienced. A smirk adorned the face of Qian Kale. "Yangku, witnessing Cat Boss's resurgence, felt an unexpected thrill and seized the opportunity to taunt Qiankale. Nothing was more amusing than this. Most spectators had put away their phones, sensing little worth capturing, while Pan Zhihong and Su Wei, though eager for attention, found themselves cheering for Cat Boss, epitomizing the fickleness of the crowd. Even Qiankale began to question himself, wondering if this was truly the only outcome. Cat Boss, now brimming with formidable momentum, began its charge. Chirp! The unicorn bug launched another volley of venomous needles. But this time, it was a strategic aerial assault, littering Cat Boss's path with perilous projectiles. Cat Boss hesitated, knowing that the longer it delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. Wu Hongjin gritted his teeth and lamented that he never imagined the battle would unfold in such a disheartening manner. It felt as though he had failed to find his rhythm. Fortunately, the formidable Cat Boss was poised to secure a final victory. Cat Boss, too, rallied his spirits, enduring the pain as he surged forward, albeit at a speed reduced by more than half. Meanwhile, the unicorn bug remained undeterred, enveloping itself in a vast reservoir of toxic energy before rapidly concentrating it at the tip of its horn, which now extended longer than its own body, radiating a darkly vibrant hue. By the time Cat Boss arrived, he was already at his limit, wielding his energy-infused claws to swipe at the unicorn bug. The creature met the attack with its toxic horn. Were they truly at an impasse? Those who had already put down their phones now lifted them once more. How could the unicorn bug possess such strength to engage Cat Boss in a direct confrontation? Are you all foolish? Have you not noticed that Cat Boss has been poisoned and has suffered greatly from the toxic needles during his recent advance? Shu Tong was skillfully leading Cat Boss into her rhythm. It was truly remarkable, remarked Qiankale. Humph, it is merely a stalemate. The outcome is still uncertain. Wang Jing retorted, visibly displeased. Suddenly, the poison coursing through Cat Boss resonated with the unicorn bug's toxic horn, violently siphoning away Cat Boss's vitality. As a result, Cat Boss trembled, his body convulsing. The unicorn bug pierced forward as if breaking free from chains, driving its entire horn into Cat Boss's form. Cat Boss could not even muster a final cry, collapsing limply to the ground, devoid of consciousness. Shu Tong scoffed, asserting that without the sanctuary of the secret realm's energy, he would have perished long ago. Wu Hongjin's hands trembled as silence enveloped the classroom. No one dared to utter a sound. Such a dominating presence had ultimately succumbed. It was evident to all that Wu Hongjin had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he remained unable to overcome the unicorn bug. A stark display of the disparity in their abilities. The taste of defeat is bitter, Shu Tong remarked with a smirk as she withdrew the unicorn bug. Wu Hongjin's heart was a tumult of resentment, anger, shame, and jealousy, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Wishing he could simply vanish into a crack in the earth. Shu Tong's words pierced him like a dagger to the heart. You. Wu Hongjin suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Do not be so agitated. You will experience many failures in the future. Get used to it, Shu Tong quipped mockingly. Just wait, he seethed, nearly revealing that he had once almost defeated the unicorn bug in a wager. However, he swallowed his words, realizing that disclosing such a defeat in front of an audience would undoubtedly have dire consequences. He was relieved not to have acted impulsively. I hope you have more opportunities like this in the future. Shu Tong deliberately provoked Wu Hongjin, intending to delay his efforts to treat Cat Boss. If the unicorn bug's poison was not swiftly eradicated, it could have serious repercussions on future strength enhancements, even if it did not prove fatal. The homeroom teacher bellowed. Wu Hongjin, what are you prattling about? Are you not aware that our dear Cat Boss is in dire need of treatment? Losing a match. Have you lost your wits as well? It was only then that Wu Hongjin recalled the ailing Cat Boss, hastily returning it to its pokeball and dashing toward the infirmary under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Feeling as if a significant number were whispering about him behind his back, Shu Tong naturally took the front position, awaiting challengers. Yet, having witnessed Shu Tong's prowess, who would dare to confront him? What followed was the true class challenge tournament, with 3 to 4 matches occurring simultaneously. As Shu Tong observed the back-and-forth skirmishes on the battlefield, he genuinely appreciated the remarkable growth of his Unown over the past month. He reached into his pocket, channeling his power into Unown, and the signs of impending evolution became increasingly pronounced. It was time for evolution. The impending invasion of the secret realm, previously set for 2 months hence, had now been advanced to just a month and a half away. This meant that around mid to late next month, the secret realm would open, and before that, he must ensure Unown evolves into Beedrill. How's that? Exciting, isn't it? Qiankale remarked, sitting beside Shu Tong. Not bad. Shu Tong replied with a smile. Tomorrow, you will be participating as a seed player in the school's end-of-month assessment battle. Defeating Wu Hongjin essentially makes you the top in the school, and being the number one comes with special benefits, Qian Kale continued. Benefits? Shu Tong inquired. Are you unaware of the perks of being the top student? Qian Kale countered. I had no idea. I was always at the bottom. So why would I concern myself with the top? Shu Tong responded. Well, now you're about to experience it, Qian Kale said. Our school has 5 reserved spots for university admission, and as long as you gain admission, you will obtain a professional trainer's license. The rule is that the top student from the month-end battle can secure one of these reserved spots, Qian Kale explained. Which university? Shu Tong asked. That depends on the college entrance examination scores, Qian Kale replied. What's the use of that? Shu Tong scoffed. Not at all. If you secure this spot, the Trainer Association will recognize you as a future professional trainer, granting you the right to carry a second Pokémon ahead of time. Although it cannot be used in formal battles. I have long desired a second Pokémon, but lacked the opportunity. It's infuriating. Qian Kale lamented. A second Pokémon. Shu Tong suddenly felt a surge of aspiration. With financial capability permitting, the idea of acquiring a second Pokémon was indeed worth considering. Especially with Qian Kale offering free sustenance. The sooner he obtained a second Pokémon, the sooner he could benefit from Qian Kale's generosity. Are you feeling tempted now? Qian Kale teased. Where can one acquire a small Snorlax? The battle raged on until dusk, and at long last, the top 10 contenders emerged, qualifying for the forthcoming school-wide end-of-month battle assessment. The first place, Shu Tong, entered the top 32 as a seed competitor, with a total of 15 classes participating. Each class's champion representing their group, while the remaining participants vied for the remaining 17 spots in the top 32. Wu Hongjin's cat boss and Chengdu's little fire horse, both severely afflicted, would require at least 2 days for recovery, thus forfeiting their participation in tomorrow's match. It appeared that in 3 days, amidst the southern city woods, Cat Boss would be unable to collect the Tong Tong fruit, leaving it solely for Shu Tong to retrieve. That evening, Qian Kale hosted a celebratory banquet, which also included Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the previous night. Upon arriving at the restaurant's private room, Zhang Fei eagerly approached Shu Tong, exclaiming, Shu Tong, let me see your unicorn. Initially, I intended for it to join us for the meal as well. With that, Shu Tong released the unicorn. Zhang Fei immediately took a selfie with it. Me too. Count me in. Liu Bei and Guan Yu chimed in, joining the fun. What is happening? Shu Tong inquired. You may not be aware, but your unicorn has gone viral. Your class uploaded the footage of your battle to the Unknown Totem live streaming platform this afternoon, creating quite a sensation. I simply came to ride the wave of popularity. Zhang Fei explained. Shu Tong quietly opened her Unknown Totem live streaming account and was taken aback to find 99 private messages waiting for her. Wow, Shu Tong thought, momentarily overwhelmed. However, she soon realized that she could leverage this surge in attention to share her analysis of the escape characteristics. I initially thought we would assist you in trimming Wu Hongjin's excess, yet you decisively eliminated him instead, quite impressively, Guan Yu remarked. In tomorrow's school-wide battle, Wu Hongjin will undoubtedly be unable to compete. However, those in his entourage who can be severely injured will be, at the very least, made aware that following Wu Hongjin will yield no fruitful outcomes, Shu Tong asserted. Rest assured, aside from a few individuals who are our equals in strength, the majority do not stand a chance against us. I have already analyzed their list and capabilities, which I will share in the group, Liu Bei added. Shu Tong glanced over the list, gaining a fleeting impression, and then turned to Qian Kale, asking, I heard from Liu Bei and the others that your assistant wrestler was obtained from the National Research Institute? Indeed, what of it? Qian Kale replied. The primary members of the National Research Institute are researchers and breeders, correct? Shu Tong stated. Liu Bei remarked, indeed. The National Spirit Alliance primarily consists of 3 major institutions, the Trainer Association, the National Research Institute, and the Spirit Corps. The Trainer Association represents the international stature of trainers, emphasizing their individual capabilities. In contrast, the Spirit Corps operates clandestinely as the nation's strategic force, focusing on the unified coordination of spirits in combat, particularly excelling in large-scale siege warfare. As for the National Research Institute, it provides technological research and logistical support. Local research facilities, breeding houses, and spirit hospitals fall under its jurisdiction. Guan Yu then added, the Trainer Association is responsible for the assessment and certification of trainers' promotions. However, the various ranks of trainers are merely symbolic. The nation does not directly provide financial support. Instead, monetary rewards are earned through competitions. To attain stability and secure a position, one must join institutions such as forest wardens, inspectors, firefighters, or stability maintenance teams under the Trainer Association. Of course, some trainers also enlist in the Spirit Corps. But the Corps does not adhere to the rank structure of professional trainers. It operates as a military organization with its own ranks, though professional trainers will correspondingly receive military titles. Liu Bei continued. In fact, Shuatong has her own understanding of the Trainer Association and the Spirit Corps. Professions that require public exposure are typically affiliated with the Trainer Association. The Spirit Corps places greater emphasis on national secrets and conducts unified training across various military districts. In terms of positions, ranks correspond to those within the Spirit Corps, while the Trainer Association is segmented into ranks that include corresponding political positions. For instance, the president of a municipal trainer association holds a title equivalent to that of a mayor, subordinate to high-ranking city officials. You've explained everything in great detail, but I would like to inquire about how one can obtain spirits from the National Research Institute, Shuatong inquired. Liu Bei and Guan Yu exchanged awkward glances before responding. That would require consulting Qian, the wealthy benefactor. Points. Qian Kailai interjected. Points? Yes, by contributing to the nation or advancing spirit research, one can earn points. My father gained points by donating to 2 Hope primary schools, which allowed me to claim a Mu Xia leisure from the Research Institute in Jinling, Su Province. Qian Kailai elaborated. Shuatong and her companions chuckled awkwardly. Donating to 2 Hope primary schools? Truly impressive, we cannot compete with that. However, this provided Shuatong with a clearer direction. There was no need to invest in private enterprises where one might only earn a modest fee, as their ultimate goal is profit, often leading to attempts to buy out patents. The National Research Institute, however, operates differently, though there are no fees. Points can be accumulated to acquire high-quality spirits, which is far more advantageous than merely receiving a small remuneration. Upon returning home that evening, Shuatong registered for an account on the National Research Institute's official website under her real name. Chapter 45. The privilege of carrying a second spirit. The following day marked the school's monthly summary battle. As a seeded player, Shuatong had no matches scheduled for the morning. Alongside him was Liu Bei, the top student in their class, who also, as a seeded participant, was exempt from battles below the top 32. Shuatong, look over there. The one battling Guan Yu is also part of Wu Hongzhen's group. And Guan Yu has cornered him with his flying mantis, Liu Bei explained as they walked. Shuatong observed the Pokémon, searching for any unique narratives. After wandering for 2 laps with no discoveries, he couldn't help but lament the lack of extraordinary creatures in this small county. Even Liu, Guan, and Zhang would only have the capability to enter an ordinary university in the upcoming College Entrance League 3 months from now. At this moment, Qian Kale would only secure a place in the top 30 of Su Province if his underneath warrior evolved into an Iron Palm warrior. Shuatong glanced at the Pokeball containing his Caterpie, confident that its evolution into a Beedrill was assured. The main competition commenced in the afternoon. After 4 rounds of battles, Shuatong successfully faced Qian Kale in the finals, where Qian Kale unexpectedly conceded, leaving everyone astonished. Thus, Shuatong rightfully claimed the title of the top contender for the month's SN summary. After the competition, their homeroom teacher, Sun Yozhong, called Shuatong over, stating, "The director of the guidance office requests your presence." "Director Zhao?" Shuatong inquired. "Indeed, follow me," replied Sun Yozhong. Under the teacher's guidance, Shuatong arrived at the guidance office. Director Zhao Mingjing was a woman in her 50s, a second-tier professional trainer specializing in grass-type Pokémon. "Good day, Director Zhao." Shuatong greeted politely. Zhao Mingjing first turned to Sun Yozhong and remarked, "Son, how can you say Shuatong is unruly? He seems like a fine young man to me." This left Sun Yozhong in a rather awkward position. "Shuatong, first of all, congratulations on achieving first place in the entire grade. Here's the honorary certificate from the school. With this certificate, you can apply to the Trainer Association to carry a second Pokémon. However, in public battles, you must wait until after the College Entrance League to become a true professional trainer before you can use a second Pokémon," Zhao Mingjing explained. "Thank you, Director Zhao," Shuatong replied, accepting the honorary certificate. "There's one more matter I wish to discuss with you," Zhao Mingjing said gently. "What is it, Director?" Shuatong asked, already anticipating her inquiry and prepared for the response. "I heard from Teacher Sun that you do not wish to undergo special training at school. What is the reason for that? The top students here can utilize the various facilities free of charge, enjoying the most comprehensive special training available, complete with guidance from professional trainers. These benefits are simply unattainable outside the school," Zhao Mingjing elaborated. Shuatong smiled slightly and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Director, but I have already scheduled special training at the Thunder Dojo in Xiangzhou with Master Lingzhen." "What?" Both Zhao Mingjing and Sun Yozhong expressed disbelief simultaneously. "What happened?" Shuatong feigned a look of innocence. Master Ling, a 6th-tier professional trainer. No wonder your strength has escalated so rapidly over the past month. It seems you have encountered a venerable mentor, Zhao Mingjing remarked. Shu Tong found herself at a loss for words. Since you have already garnered Master Ling's favor, the school shall not impose further demands upon you. However, you must represent the institution in the College Entrance Examination League, Zhao Mingjing continued. Rest assured, Director Zhao, university is a coveted destination for every trainer, and I shall certainly attend, Shu Tong replied. That is splendid. Now, go forth and train diligently to bring honor to our school, Zhao Mingjing said, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Shu Tong bowed slightly and exited. Upon returning home, Shu Tong opened the live streaming application, where numerous individuals had recorded videos of her recent battles with the unknown. The buzz surrounding it would likely persist for a day or two. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly logged into the National Research Institute's official website to share her insights and analyses regarding the fleeing characteristics of Pokémon. Coupling this with the complimentary footage provided by various esteemed trainers over the past days, she extracted segments showcasing the unknown's reflexes and evasion capabilities, culminating in a paper that occupied her for 3 to 4 hours. After a thorough review, she submitted it for approval. Exhausted, she lay down on her bed, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. The following day, Shu Tong made her way to the Trainer Association office building in Xingqing, a prominent landmark characterized by its impressive size. Particularly noteworthy was the battle arena at the entrance, where members of the association would engage in Pokémon battles and training. The offices of subordinate institutions such as forest rangers and investigators were housed within this expansive edifice, making its considerable scale quite reasonable. Amidst the blaring sirens of the stability team, Shu Tong entered the lobby on the ground floor and approached the lobby manager, a well-dressed young man in his 20s, embodying a harmonious balance of features, neither particularly striking nor flawed. Hello, I am Gao Feiwu, the lobby manager here. How may I assist you? Shu Tong produced her honor certificate and inquired, may I apply in advance to carry a second Pokémon? Upon examining Shu Tong's certificate, Gao Feiwu regarded her with envious eyes, remarking, you are essentially poised to step into the gates of university. Becoming a professional trainer is merely a matter of time. It appears that exceptional individuals are already preparing to train their second Pokémon. I recall that the finals of the National College Freshman Challenge consists of 3-on-3 battles. I am merely preparing for my second Pokémon. What significance does that hold? Shu Tong responded nonchalantly. However, Gao Feiwu cast her an unusual glance, pondering whether today's youth had become so audacious. After all, the top student from Xingqing High School in previous years had scarcely made it into the top 30 of Su Province, let alone nationwide. Is it possible? Shu Tong pressed further. Gao Feiwu chuckled twice to alleviate the awkwardness and said, all right, I shall assist you. He led Shu Tong directly to his office, where he affixed the official seal of the Trainer Association onto Shu Tong's trainee certificate, annotating her permission to carry a second Pokémon, albeit not for participation in public battles. Thank you. Shu Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her politeness, Gao Feiwu remarked, Shu Tong, is it? You possess a gentle demeanor and remarkable presence. Being the top student of Xingqing No. 1 High School, I foresee even greater accomplishments in your future. As someone who has walked this path before, I would like to offer you a piece of advice. Please, continue, Shu Tong replied. Gao Feiwu felt a slight confusion regarding Shu Tong's understanding. Though you are indeed the top student, the nation is vast, and you must continue to strive to face even greater challenges, correct? He continued. Shu Tong nodded, pondering whether Gao Feiwu might not excel in literature, as he seemed to have overused the idioms gentle and jade-like and extraordinary presence. Chapter 46. Forced to perform in the afternoon, Shu Tong went to the club, initially intending to see if Zhu Zhixiang would appear, as she had learned from Qian Kale that the only Grimer associated with this club was Zhu Zhixiang. This inevitably sparked her speculation. In 4 days, her father's Grimer would perish due to the collapse of the wastewater treatment station's secret realm. In 7 days, a Grimer from the club would poison Qian Kale's underling. Furthermore, Zhu Zhixiang's Pokémon was indeed a Grimer, and he was the son of the wastewater treatment station's director. Could this all merely be coincidence? Shu Tong found it hard to believe. In her view, there were no coincidences, only predetermined inevitabilities. Unfortunately, she did not encounter Zhu Zhixiang, and her Heracross happily engaged in gravity training for the entire afternoon. After the special training, Shu Tong arranged to meet Qian Kale the next day in the southern woods, with the aim of locating the 10 Tong fruits. Perhaps Qian Kale's underling would enhance its resistance to poison-type energy after consuming those fruits, potentially altering its fate. The southern woods are filled with Rattatas and Oddish, What business do we have there? Qian Kale complained. To see if there are any worthy opponents for battle. Shu Tong replied. Fighting those feeble Pokémon won't even yield any battle experience. Qian Kale waved his hand dismissively. If you want to go, I shall. Shu Tong declared. Fine, if you insist, I shall accompany you. Qian Kale relented. As they walked, Shu Tong pondered. Ordinarily, the Tong Tong fruit would only appear in secret realms. How could it be in these wild woods? Had it been dropped by someone? Who could be so careless? The next day, Shu Tong and Qian Kale arrived early at the southern woods, only to find nothing unusual after 2 hours of searching. Qian Kale continued to grumble. Shu Tong sank into contemplation, questioning whether this truly was Wu Hongzhen's opportunity, only to be discovered by the likes of Cat Boss. Certainly, I shall refine and enhance the text as requested. One could hardly believe such folly, for Shu Tong had previously experienced the interception of the exceptional Thunderstone. Surely, she must have overlooked something. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to remain unaware. As she pondered this, a few green caterpillars emerged from a hollow in a distant tree, ascending towards the treetop, perhaps in search of tender leaves. When the ethereal script of these caterpillars appeared before Shu Tong, a conjecture began to form in her mind. Name: green caterpillar. Type: bug. Ability: scales powder. Skills: silk spit. Tackle: talent. Inferior. Recent incident: pecked by a polyper. Today the scripts of these green caterpillars were identical, all indicating they had been pecked by a polyper earlier that day. It seemed that apart from these creatures, there were no other Pokémon in the forest, was there? Shu Tong inquired. Not at all. Perhaps we should return. Qian Kale replied, somewhat irked. Polyper? How could a polyper appear here? Shu Tong mused, exuding an air of mystery that piqued Qian Kale's curiosity. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. Wait, let us conceal ourselves, Shu Tong said, pulling Qian Kale behind a tree. Shu, someone is coming, she whispered. From the entrance of the woods strode 2 individuals, both in their 30s and clad in green camouflage attire. This opportunity granted by the organization to enter Yunshan must be seized. We must perform admirably, one of them remarked. Indeed. Only by aligning with the organization can I realize my aspirations. The Alliance's brainwashing process may fool the newcomers during training, but I see through it, he continued. Huh. Your aspirations are just to sponsor a young model. And you, don't think you're any better. I know you've been eyeing your sister-in-law for quite some time. The two conversed jovially as they made their way towards the ranger station. Aren't those two the professional trainers responsible for sparring at the club? Qian Kale noted. Club members? Shu Tong confirmed. Having spent little time at the club and not participating in sparring sessions, she had no recollection of the two. If they are professional trainers, they must each have 2 Pokémon. What are their Pokémon? Shu Tong inquired. The one on the left is Sheng Kai, who uses a polyper and a weasel. The other, Gong Yingchun, utilizes a bear and a Bidoof, Qian Kale replied. Can you greet them? Shu Tong asked. What should I say? He responded. Can't you just make something up and strike up a conversation? Shu Tong rolled her eyes. But I cannot lie, Qian Kale protested. No sooner had he said this than Shu Tong pushed him forward. Hey, Sheng Ge Gong Ge, Qian Kale called out. Sheng Kai and Gong Yingchun turned around, recognizing him. Isn't this young Master Qian? What brings you here instead of the club today? Qian Kale chuckled and remarked. The primary reason is that the atmosphere in the club is rather dull. I thought I might venture into the wilderness to see if I could encounter any formidable Pokémon and hone my skills, hence I came out with my classmates. Shu Tong smiled in greeting, acknowledging that she was unfamiliar with them, merely nodding as a form of salutation. This forest has already been scoured by the Trainer Association. It is unlikely to harbor any powerful Pokémon unless one were to venture up Yunshan. However, as you are not a professional trainer, you lack the authority to apply. Sheng Kai stated. We are set to undertake special training at Yunshan today, so we shall not accompany you, Gong Yingchun added. Bro Sheng, Bro Gong. What is the procedure for entering Yunshan? Qian Kale inquired, quickly falling into conversation. Shu Tong followed suit, joining them. The process is quite intricate. First, one must apply to the Trainer Association. Once the application is approved, it is necessary to register with the Forest Rangers, detailing the items you are bringing into Yunshan and the number of Pokémon, all of which will be inspected. As non-government personnel, we are strictly prohibited from removing anything from the mountain, Sheng Kai explained. Is that so? I truly envy you both for being able to enter Yunshan and encounter more powerful Pokémon, Qian Kale expressed. Shu Tong glanced around to alleviate her awkwardness, reflecting on how he had just claimed to be incapable of lying. It seemed that his ability to fabricate tales was quite effortless. As they conversed, they arrived at the ranger station. Sheng Kai and Gong Yingchun presented the receipt from the Trainer Association to the 2 rangers, who then proceeded to inspect their belongings. Why carry a compass? Doesn't your phone have a built-in compass feature? One ranger remarked, pulling out a brass-like compass from their backpack. Well, it's better to be prepared in case the phone runs out of battery, Shunkai replied. Indeed, it's commendable. You are a seasoned professional trainer, the ranger acknowledged. Not at all. We cannot compare to you esteemed government personnel, Gong Ingshun flattered. We are all on a similar level. It is merely a matter of the paths we choose. Please release your Pokémon so I can register them, and then you may proceed, the ranger instructed. Very well. Shunkai and Gong Ingshun responded as they released their respective Pokémon. Chapter 47. The Binding Game. Name, Gyarados type, Water, Flying, Ability, Keen Eye skills, Water Gun, Drench. Quick Attack, Air Slash, Tailwind, Wing Attack, Throw, Charge, Swallow. Spit, Talent, Intermediate, Recent turn of events. Sustained serious injuries from a mischievous thunderbolt due to unsuccessful transport of Tong fruit. Shutong's gaze immediately fell upon Gyarados. And the ranger also focused on it first. Please have Gyarados open its mouth, the ranger instructed. Is that truly necessary? Shunkai chuckled. It is protocol. We kindly ask for your cooperation, or else you will not be permitted to enter Yunshan, the ranger replied earnestly. All right. After Gyarados opened its mouth, the ranger carefully checked for any concealed items before moving on to the next. The role of a forest ranger is indeed quite intricate, remarked Qiankale. The largemouth gull can store a multitude of items. It is certainly a prime candidate for inspection. I imagine they will focus their scrutiny on the gulls as they descend from the mountain, Shutong added. Shunkai cast a disapproving glance at Shutong, which only fortified her suspicion that something was amiss. The remaining meerkats made it convenient for the charging bear and the big tail to conduct their inspections. Yet Shutong had gleaned the underlying intricacies from their Pokémon scripts. The scripts of both the charging bear and the big tail were remarkably similar, due to the emergence of a micro-resource secret realm in Yunshan. They battled against the guardian of the Tong fruit tree, the spoon snake, and sustained severe injuries. This indicates that a secret realm indeed exists within Yunshan, specifically that of the Tong fruit tree, with the guardian Pokémon being a spoon snake. Both professional trainers' Pokémon were gravely wounded by this spoon snake. And this was merely a micro-secret realm, highlighting the formidable strength of the Pokémon within such realms. However, the meerkat was the one that reaped the most rewards. Name, Meerkat / Type, Normal Ability, Poison Boost Skills, Scratch, Quick Attack, Claw Sharpening, / Cut, Talent, Intermediate, Recent Turnaround. Due to the emergence of a micro-resource secret realm in Yunshan, it battled the guardian spoon snake, triggering its ability after being poisoned. And with the assistance of its companions, it defeated the spoon snake, consuming its gallbladder, thereby enhancing its ability's effects. After completing the inspection, Shutong watched as the two professional trainers entered Yunshan. Let us depart, she said. Is that it? We're just leaving like this? Qiankale responded. We lack the qualifications to enter Yunshan. What purpose would it serve to linger here? Shutong replied as she began to retrace her steps, deciding to wait patiently by that tree. Shutong had an instinctive feeling that these two individuals seemed to possess prior knowledge of the secret realm's emergence in Yunshan, and she recalled that the nation did not yet have such technology. A secret realm's presence could only be detected through energy fluctuations after it appeared. If there were means to foresee such occurrences, many unnecessary losses could be averted. It's dreadfully dull. I've just been wandering around the woods with you today, Qiankale remarked. It appears that the tedium may soon dissipate, Shutong replied. How so? Qiankale inquired. Look, Shutong pointed ahead. There, Wu Hongjin appeared in the woods, accompanied by Chengdu and Yangku. Qiankale, rubbing his hands together, dashed forward, exclaiming, what are you three up to? Upon seeing Qiankale, Wu Hongjin felt no warmth and replied, What we are doing is none of your concern, young Master Qian. Shutong approached as well. You two are in the small woods? Yangku wore an expression akin to someone who had just heard an astonishing rumor. What of it? We came here to teach you a lesson, Qiankale declared as he summoned his Muxialishi. Do you think I fear you? Chengdu summoned his little fire horse. Yangku's lobster soldier was also prepared for battle. As Wu Hongjin observed the situation, it was evident that his feline companion had yet to fully recuperate, and combined with the abilities of Yangku, they were no match for Qiankale. In this state, his cat could hardly contend with Shutong's unicorn bug. Let us depart, Wu Hongjin declared through gritted teeth, turning to leave. What? Both Chengdu and Yangku were filled with a sense of indignation. Being bullied was indeed a most frustrating experience. However, they had no choice but to heed Wu Hongjin's words. Without him, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two of them to confront Qiankale, let alone contend with Shutong. With a grunt of discontent, they followed him back. Hey wait, the battle hasn't even begun yet. How about I have the underling warrior fight you with one hand? Qian called out. Wu Hongzhen and his companions nearly choked with rage at his audacity. What a waste of effort, Qian lamented. I'll have the unicorn bug bind the underling warrior's hands, allowing it to break free using its strength. This specialized training should prove effective. Creatures like the underling warrior, who rely on brute force, are particularly vulnerable to control-based skills. If it fails this challenge, it could easily become a target, Shatong explained. A binding game? How delightful. Count me in. I shall test my strength as well, Qian exclaimed. Shatong regarded him with incredulity, wondering if his brain had been overtaken by muscle. The unicorn bug promptly ensnared the underling warrior's hands. With its silk displaying remarkable resilience and infused with potent bug-type energy, the underling warrior's muscles tensed, concentrating all its strength in its arms. It appeared ready to tear the silk apart, yet it remained unbroken. Goodness, how resilient is this silk? Qian marveled, observing the underling warrior's bulging veins. Do you wish to continue testing? Shatong asked. No, it is unnecessary. I have underestimated it, Qian replied, waving his hand dismissively. The underling warrior exerted every ounce of its strength, attempting various positions, feeling as though it was perpetually on the brink of success, yet unable to sever the bindings. Eventually, when the underling warrior was utterly worn out and collapsed onto the ground, the unicorn bug approached and bit through the silk. How fascinating. I sense that the underling warrior has summoned all its strength. While this may not significantly enhance its power, it will undoubtedly benefit its specialized training in strength concentration. Qian exclaimed with excitement. That is good to know, Shatong replied. Come now, let me also partake. Just a few strands of silk will suffice. I must train my own strength concentration, Qian insisted. Shatong shook his head in resignation, pondering whether those who favored fighting-type creatures often fancied themselves as fighters too. He recalled the legendary martial artist Master Shiba and Mr. C, the master of the Azure Gym, both exemplifying the archetype of muscular men, even to the point of battling alongside their Pokémon. Ultimately, the world of muscle-bound men is beyond my comprehension, Shatong mused, before instructing the unicorn bug to apply 2 strands of silk to Qian. Ah, this feels exhilarating, Qian exclaimed, his face flushed as he contorted into various positions, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. With every ounce of strength, they struggled to break free from the bonds of the silken threads. Exhausted, Qian and his companions lay on the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 48. The unexpected tong-tong fruit. As dusk approached, a powerful bird call echoed through the air. What was that sound? Qian jolted upright. Conceal yourselves, Shatong instructed, retreating from the tree to hide behind a sturdy trunk. Qian hastily followed. But his bulky companion had to retract his Pokeball first. Just as Qian was about to speak, Shatong silenced him. A swooping seagull darted down, colliding with the tree trunk, causing the entire tree to tremble violently. Out poured numerous green caterpillars, as if an earthquake had struck. This was precisely what the seagull had been waiting for, and it began a ruthless onslaught, causing the caterpillars to fall one by one. Many Pokémon peered from the trees, but upon witnessing the seagull's brutality, they quickly retreated. The sight of such a formidable creature stirred the fighting spirit within a horned beetle, almost provoking it to charge forth. Clearly, this creature had grown a bit too arrogant. Shatong swiftly recalled it into its Pokeball. A gentle breeze swept through the woods, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Shatong felt a shiver. The Pokémon world was far more brutal than she had imagined. The seagull emitted a victorious cry as it dove into a tree hollow, plucking a feather from its own body and leaving it as a warning to other Pokémon. With this feather, most creatures would dare not approach. One had to admit that the seagull's trainer, Shinkai, possessed a certain wisdom. Only after the seagull vanished from sight did Shatong emerge from her hiding place. That seagull looked strikingly like Shinkai's, Qian remarked. Be confident. Remove the like from your statement, Shatong replied. So, is that seagull truly his? Qian speculated, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Do we even need to ask? Let us go capture it, Shatong declared, already releasing the horned beetle. Have the beetle retrieve everything from that tree hollow, she commanded. The horned beetle used its silk-spinning ability to enter the hollow, soon producing 10 green fruits resembling papayas, along with some ordinary fruits. These are tong-tong fruits. Consuming them enhances resistance to poison-type energies, Shatong explained. What a remarkable find. These are only found in secret realms. Qian exclaimed. Shatong nodded, saying, let your companions consume them all. Isn't that a bit excessive? Qian laughed. It would be rude not to reciprocate. If you refuse, I shall still request this year's Pokémon food from you, Shatong countered, musing that the Tong fruit would suppress poison energies, but for the horned beetle, it might have the opposite effect. Otherwise, it would all be a boon for him. All right, let my companions consume them all, Qian commanded. The underworld wrestler swiftly devoured all 10 Tong fruits in a matter of moments, leaving no trace behind. Shutong and Qian were left in stunned silence. The wrestler gazed at them, seemingly bewildered, as if to say, "Didn't you just instruct me to consume them all? Stop daydreaming. We must leave this treacherous place," Shutong urged, dashing towards the edge of the forest. What a thrill! Who would have thought that stealing could be so exhilarating? Qian exclaimed with excitement. Stealing is hardly the right term, Shutong replied. It was merely a fortunate find. Qian nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the county town, at Qian's invitation, they visited his training facility. The arena, a steel structure adorned with glass walls, was replete with an array of equipment that dazzled Shutong. Regrettably, the lifeless machines could not compare to the tangible, spirited training at the club. Well, it seems our underworld wrestler needs to digest those 10 Tong fruits quickly. An all-night training session is in order. Hurry, bind me, Qian declared. First, prepare a high-quality antidote. I can have the unicorn beetle employ its venomous stingers. A lighter touch combined with the training should yield better results, Shutong suggested. We have no shortage of that at home, she added, opening a cabinet filled with top-tier potions. Curse that wretched rich kid, she muttered. Come on, Qian urged. Under Shutong's command, the unicorn beetle bound both the underworld wrestler and Qian, each with a spirit. As they thrashed on the ground, exerting greater strength to break free from the silken threads. Listening to the peculiar moans of the wrestler, and Qian sent shivers down Shutong's spine. Resigned, she settled in the lounge, deep in thought. Only 3 days remain. Only 3 days, she contemplated. The collapse of the abandoned secret realm at the wastewater treatment station loomed just 3 days away. What secrets lay within? Zhu Zhixiang had yet to return from Jinling. Did his foul mud have anything to do with it? With the death of her father's foul mud and the demise of Qian's underworld wrestler entwined within, she alone bore this secret. Anxious, yet unable to articulate her thoughts, she withdrew her phone. As anticipated, the news broke forth. A small-scale resource secret realm had erupted in Yanshan, featuring over a dozen Tong fruit trees. 2 professional trainers from the Xingqing Spirit Club, Sheng Kai and Gong Ping, had slain the guardian spirit, the rice spoon snake. The trainer association would bestow accolades upon them. The presence of those fruit trees promised sustained financial income for Xingqing. An interview with Sheng Kai and Gong Ping was forthcoming. This outcome, though expected by Shutong, left her puzzled by the apparent foresight of these 2 individuals regarding the secret realm's emergence in Yanshan. If that were indeed the case, could it mean that the impending secret realm invasion in Sichuan town, scheduled for a month and a half later, would also be foreseen? The endeavor to seize the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone has undoubtedly become more formidable. It is imperative to cultivate strong relationships with Yin Shuyuan, Tian, and Qian, for they are the only allies I can rely upon in my journey as a Pokémon trainer. The strength of an individual is inherently limited. Successful individuals often excel at leveraging the strengths of others. Crack, crack. That feels delightful, Qian exclaimed. It turns out that both the underbelly wrestler and Qian had extricated themselves from the bug silk and were now celebrating in each other's embrace. Shutong smiled, remarking, had it not been for the nearly halved energy of the Scyther, you would not have had the chance to break free. The underbelly wrestler and Qian, having consumed 2 bottles of moo milk, lay down to rest momentarily. Let us continue. They seemed invigorated, akin to being energized by a potent stimulant. The Scyther, not one to relent, continued to use bug silk to cater to their needs. I shall unleash my primordial strength, Qian shouted at intervals, sometimes gritting his teeth, at other times pushing off the wall for leverage. Observing the underbelly wrestler in his pursuit, Shutong addressed the Scyther. We, too, must intensify our efforts. Tomorrow, we have club training to prepare for evolution. Chapter 49. A marvelous world. Shutong had dozed off in the lounge. The sudden sound of 2 roars jolted her from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she discovered that Qian and the underbelly wrestler had once again freed themselves from the bug silk. Underbelly wrestler, that was quite a feat, she exclaimed. The 2 muscular behemoths unexpectedly embraced and wept before collapsing in relief. It seems they have exhausted themselves completely. Their determination is commendable, Shutong chuckled. Reflecting on recent nights when she and the Scyther had been drained to the point of unconsciousness, she felt a glimmer of hope emerging. She draped a blanket over the underbelly wrestler, while deeming Qian, with his robust physique, capable of withstanding the ordeal. Let me share the power of the everlasting tree with you, Perhaps it will expedite the digestion of the berries and restore your stamina, she mused. As she began to channel her energy, as her hands touched the underbelly wrestler, the life-infused power of the everlasting tree flowed into his body, enveloping both him and Qian Kale in a warm glow. Suddenly, they stirred, prompting Shu Tong to cease her exertion. Indeed, they awoke, stretching languidly. I think I just dreamt. Qian Kale rubbed his temple thoughtfully. Did you really manage to dream during this brief interlude? Shu Tong replied, bemused. I felt an influx of divine energy, awakening a fierce and potent strength within me. I now feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch, he declared, demonstrating his might with a fist pump. Continue dreaming. There's a world of wonders in slumber, Shu Tong teased. However, when she noticed the changes in the underbelly wrestler's status, her heart raced with astonishment. Name, undercard wrestler attribute, fighting, characteristic, thick fat skills, cross/, impact, charge, heavy push, talent, mid-tier, high-tier physical ability, high-tier attack, high-tier defense, recent turn of events. Each time it is knocked down, it rises with indomitable spirit, accumulating energy for evolution. The more energy gathered, the higher the talent post-evolution. Recent turn of events. After enhancing its poison resistance using the all-encompassing fruit, it triumphed against the toxic sludge by successfully knocking down the toxic gem it carried 5 days later. Recent turn of events. The power of Tokiwa awakened the fighting spirit within the trainer, allowing for practice with the trainer to enhance talent. This information is quite overwhelming. Shu Tong couldn't help but exclaim. What are you doing? Qian Kale asked. Oh, nothing. I just feel that you seem to be brimming with power. Why not directly train with the undercard wrestler? Shu Tong suggested. That makes sense. How did I not think of that? Come on, undercard wrestler. Qian Kale exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. It was astonishing that his unintentional invocation of Tokiwa's power had awakened Qian Kale's fighting spirit. Training with Pokémon could indeed enhance their talents. It felt reminiscent of Shi Ba and Asi. The fact that Tokiwa's power had such an effect was surprising. However, it was evident that Qian Kale already possessed fighting spirit within him, and this awakening felt like serendipity, as if fate had predetermined it. Just as Shu Tong had crossed over with Tokiwa's power. With Shu Tong possessing Tokiwa's power and Qian Kale possessing fighting spirit, one couldn't help but wonder if there were other unique abilities in this world. Who might possess such extraordinary powers? Were they kindred spirits? In that instant, Shu Tong was filled with boundless curiosity about this world, which suddenly seemed so unfamiliar, igniting a desire to explore every corner of it. What a marvelous world it was. Captivating and enchanting. Of course, such wonders require formidable strength to support them. Thus, what of the toxic gem? From the recent turn of events with the undercard wrestler, the origin of the toxic sludge became clear. It merely bore the toxic gem. Such exceptional items are rare, far more precious than superior evolution stones. After all, evolution stones can be traced, much like certain mineral resource secret realms scattered around the world, including the country's own Jieshur secret realm, which harbors many resources akin to evolution stones. In contrast, these exceptional items can only be obtained from serendipitous secret realms, contingent entirely on the whims of fate. If Shu Tong could acquire the toxic gem, the talent of the Caterpie upon evolving into Beedrill would be significantly enhanced. Suppressing his emotions, Shu Tong decided to rest in the lounge, as he would be heading to the club tomorrow, now awaiting Zhu Zhixiang. In the city of Xingqing, the only individual who might possess the exquisite and lethal precious orb is none other than Zhu Zhixiang. The following day, as Shu Tong prepared to depart, Qian Kale was still engaged in training, embracing his fellow wrestlers in the training arena, lost in the dream of practice. Once home, Shu Tong refreshed himself and indulged in a nutritious breakfast with his unique insect companion before heading to the club. Upon arriving at the club, Shu Tong did not rush. Instead, he allowed his unique insect to undergo rigorous weight training as usual. However, by midday, there was still no sign of Zhu Zhixiang, nor could he find even a single professional trainer within the establishment. Feeling restless, Shu Tong realized that his plan to wait patiently had now compelled him to take the initiative. After lunch, Shu Tong sought out Lin Zeng. Master Lin, I require one-on-one training assistance from a professional trainer this afternoon, he stated. That's not possible, Lin Zeng replied with a shake of his head. What? Are you afraid I cannot afford it? Shu Tong retorted. Lin Zeng responded. You certainly have a sharp tongue. There are only 4 professional trainers at the club. You must have heard the news yesterday. Both Sheng Kai and Gong Yingchun's Pokémon are injured and currently recuperating. One trainer took leave a few days ago to return home, and the only remaining trainer has become the private coach for Director Zhu's son, who is undoubtedly instructing him at the director's residence right now. Didn't I hear that trainer accompanied Director Zhu's son to Jinling? Shu Tong inquired. The end-of-month assessment is over, and he returned to Xingqing yesterday, even meeting with his two subordinates, Lin Zeng clarified. So, I have no opportunity then, Shu Tong lamented. It is what it is. In this world, one must possess both wealth and power. You are still young. When you reach my age, you will understand everything with clarity, Lin Zeng said, patting Shu Tong's shoulder. Lin Zeng had previously inquired several times about Shu Tong's unique insects breeding, but each time, Shu Tong deftly deflected with the excuse of its exceptional talent. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Shu Tong's mind. Perhaps he could encounter Zhu Zhixiang, treating it as a last-ditch effort. What Pokémon does Director Zhu's son use? Is it very powerful? Shu Tong asked deliberately. Lin Zeng looked at him quizzically. Why do you ask that? Chapter 50. Points from the National Research Institute as a trainer. What do you believe is the most important aspect? Shu Tong queried. Eating. Of course, Lin Zeng replied without hesitation. Shu Tong was momentarily speechless, mustering the courage to respond. Master Lin, you are a somewhat renowned breeder. How can you state such a thing? Am I not correct? Is it sleeping men? Lin Zeng continued. Shu Tong seriously doubted whether Lin Zeng had experienced some form of trauma, asserting, I believe it is about challenging stronger opponents to accumulate battle experience and enhance one's own strength. Enough of that. When you reach my age, you will surely think of eating and sleeping as well, Lin Zeng remarked dismissively. With a sigh, Shu Tong remarked, Master Lin, I ranked first in the end-of-month assessment at Xingqing No. 1 High School. Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Director Zhu's son? I wish to challenge him to gauge my strength and see what level I would reach in Jinling. Why not say so earlier? No need for circumspection. I still have some influence. Just contact his mentor directly, Lin Zeng replied. Thank you, Master Lin, Shu Tong responded. Can we discuss something practical? How do you cultivate your unicorn bug? Lin Zeng inquired. I have already published my findings on the official website of the National Research Institute. I believe results will emerge shortly, Shu Tong explained. Oh, that's impressive. What's your account? I want to follow you and see your work, Lin Zeng said. All right, Shu Tong replied, thinking that Lin Zeng was rather impatient, as only a few days remained. After they mutually followed each other, Lin Zeng only relented after he forwarded the paper to Shu Tong. Don't forget my request, Master Lin, Shu Tong reiterated. Go on, go on. You can rely on your own efforts, Lin Zeng replied. Seeing that Lin Zeng's attention was fully absorbed in her paper, Shu Tong departed with a hint of disappointment. In the afternoon, the unicorn bug trained its reaction speed and evasion skills at Bobo's place. When it was time to return, Shu Tong approached Lin Zeng once more. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Zeng interjected. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the club. That lad Zhu will come with a professional trainer from our club, Lu Quan. Thank you, Shu Tong said. I glanced through your paper. You're truly a genius. You even managed to uncover traits that are nearly hidden from view. I need to study it thoroughly tonight, Lin Zeng remarked. It was merely coincidence, Shu Tong replied. Lin Zeng scoffed. And why hasn't such luck come my way? Is it simply because you are handsome? Shu Tong responded. Master Lin, you have certainly gained insight. Upon returning home that evening, Shu Tong received a reply from the National Research Institute's website. Researcher Xiao Jian, congratulations. Your paper has passed the review and has become a key research project, earning you 40 points. For further procedures, please add my Bojimin account. Without delay, Shu Tong added the researcher Xiao Jian's account, realizing that 40 points were significant. She knew that Qian Kale's father had donated a Hope primary school and only received 40 points in return. The value of this paper exceeded her expectations, even overturning her previous understanding. How could a mere paper earn 40 points while a Hope primary school garnered the same? This clearly indicated the nation's emphasis on Pokémon research, hoping to cultivate more research-oriented talents. It was fortunate that she submitted directly to the National Research Institute. Had she sent it to a private enterprise, a mere 100,000 would have been an extraordinary gain. Just after adding the researcher as a friend, Xiao Jian sent her a message. Researcher Xiao Jian, greetings, Shu Tong. I am Hao Jian, an intern at the Jinling Research Institute in Jiangsu Province. Your paper on escape characteristics has been designated as a key research project by the National Research Institute. If it is convenient for you, you may come to the institute at any time to complete the necessary procedures, but it must be in person. Shu Tong, all right. I will come by once I finish my current tasks. Researcher Xiao Jian, do you have any further questions that I can assist you with? Shu Tong, what kind of Pokémon can be exchanged for a certain number of points? Researcher Xiao Jian, 80 points can be exchanged for Pokémon with a total base stat below 500. 120 points allows for Pokémon with a base stat of 500. 180 points can be exchanged for those with a base stat below 530, and 230 points can be used for Pokémon with a base stat below 540. These are the current standards for Pokémon exchanges at the National Research Institute. Shu Tong, understood. Researcher Xiao Jian. Then, we shall meet in Jinling. Shu Tong, see you in Jinling. Having perused the types of Pokémon available for exchange, Shu Tong's mind began to take shape. The Pokémon that could be exchanged were within the base stat range of 530 to 540, predominantly comprising the water and fire types referred to as the starter Pokémon in the anime. For instance, there are the water-type Blastoise, Croconaw, and Blaziken, as well as the lizard-like Sceptile and Kingdra, all boasting base stats of 530. The fire-type Charizard, Blaziken, and Infernape have base stats of 534, while the base stat for Swampert is 535. These are all quintessential representatives of their kinds. However, the 230 points required seem a distant goal. Having already qualified to carry a second Pokémon, Shu Tong certainly would not wait to accumulate 230 points. It would be best to obtain the second Pokémon as soon as possible. While a second Pokémon may not be necessary for the college entrance competition, this is only true within Jiangsu Province. The National Freshman League after the university semester begins would undoubtedly require the use of a second or even a third Pokémon. It is always wise to prepare ahead of time. Moreover, the signs of evolution for her horned caterpillar are becoming increasingly evident. Had it not been for Zhu Zhixiang, who carelessly purchased all the poison-type resources in Xing City, Shu Tong would have already bought even mediocre poison-type resources, potentially bringing her horned caterpillar to its optimal evolution state. The power of the Evergreen can determine the perfect timing for Pokémon evolution, which is why Shu Tong diligently monitors the changes in her horned caterpillar's body. The following day, Shu Tong arrived early at the Pokémon Club. As it was still early, Lin Zeng intercepted her. Have you seen the National Research Institute's official website? Lin Zeng inquired. Not today, Shu Tong replied. The headline today is about you. Take a look. Lin Zeng held his phone up to Shu Tong. A high school student from Xing City, Shu Tong, has discovered a new characteristic of the horned caterpillar, and the National Research Institute has designated this characteristic as a key research project. I don't wish to be in the spotlight, Shu Tong said. Lin Zeng remarked with profound significance. It is indeed challenging. In the future, this characteristic will undoubtedly be associated with your name, Shu Tong. However, the National Research Institute has yet to officially announce this characteristic, Shu Tong replied. It is not so simple. Did you not see that a dedicated project has been established? The researchers must meticulously explore every detail, and only after applying for a patent with the International Alliance can it be officially disclosed, Lin Zeng explained. Yet, this has no bearing on me anymore, Shu Tong stated. After all, I have already secured the points I desired, and as for the arduous task of in-depth research, I lack the energy to pursue it. Chapter 51. The Script of the Sludge Sprite. When will they arrive? Shu Tong was now seated in the resting area of the battlefield. Soon, my reputation still holds sway, Lin Zeng assured. Shu Tong decided to close his eyes and meditate, seeking not victory, but rather something to gain from this battle. Hurry, hurry. I do not know what you are so impatient about, old Lan. A tall, burly middle-aged man approached, accompanied by Zhu Zhixiang. Upon seeing him, Lin Zeng smiled and exclaimed, Ah, at last you've arrived. There is a good show in store. How could I not urge you? Oh, Lu Kuang scrutinized Shu Tong. This lad has made quite the name for himself in our club, so I brought you here to teach him a lesson, Lin Zeng remarked. In an instant, Shu Tong understood. It was not Lin Zeng's influence at play, but rather his own betrayal. Zhixiang, it's a perfect opportunity to practice, Lu Kuang said. Is that necessary? Zhu Zhixiang questioned. He is the top student from Xingqingno. One high school, you know. And so what? Zhu Zhixiang retorted, his face brimming with disdain. Shu Tong merely smiled and refrained from responding. Now was not the time for showing off, and his objective was not to engage in combat. Zhixiang, you can compare the strength of the county-level high schools, Lu Kuang suggested. Since the teacher has said so, let us proceed, Zhu Zhixiang affirmed. To avoid any awkwardness, Shu Tong quietly moved to one side of the battlefield and summoned his Caterpie. The poison-type Caterpie stands no chance against my sludge, Zhu Zhixiang declared, producing a sludge. Finally, he beheld it. Shu Tong focused intently on the sludge as its script unfolded before him. Name, sludge, type, poison ability, poison touch skills, pound, poison gas, mudshot. Toxic mist, talents, moderate level attack, defense, special defense, speed, superior level stamina, recent turn of events. 3 days later, due to the collapse of an abandoned secret realm, all poison-type energy will condense into a premium poisonous orb, gradually enhancing its training talents. Caterpie, Shu Tong called out. Chirp, Caterpie responded. Shu Tong had conveyed his instructions to Cater Pie to simply engage in light sparring and then lie down after a short while. Although Cater Pie did not fully comprehend Shu Tong's intentions, it complied nonetheless. After several rounds of skill exchanges, the unicorn bug was struck down by the sludge of the stench mud. Is this how the top student of Xingqing No. 1 High School meets his end? Zhu Zhixiang remarked. Old Lin, your words are somewhat misleading, Lu Quan commented. Lin Zeng chuckled awkwardly, pondering what role Shu Tong was playing. He had thought she was merely trying to show off again. Shu Tong, with a heavy heart, departed, yet felt a sense of satisfaction. Having achieved her goal of witnessing the stench mud spirit script without drawing Zhu Zhixiang's attention. After leaving the club, Shu Tong headed directly towards the wastewater treatment plant. This facility, located on the outskirts, was surrounded by various factories, and she wandered around, surveying the terrain. It turned out that the exquisite toxic gem was the crystallization of the toxic energy accumulated over decades in this abandoned secret realm. Compounded by countless deceased stench muds and their foul counterparts, along with an unknown quantity of toxic resources that had been invested. All these elements combined to form the exquisite toxic gem. Shu Tong felt a surge of excitement. Was the formation of this exquisite toxic gem originally belonging to Zhu Zhixiang a mere coincidence or a meticulously planned endeavor? Various signs led her to believe it was the latter, heightening the difficulty of her acquisition and stirring a sense of unease within her, as if dark currents were lurking beneath the surface. Nevertheless, her determination to seize the exquisite toxic gem remained unshaken. After all, fortune favors the bold, and where would high returns come from without a spirit of adventure? She recalled a saying, if it were guaranteed that every entrepreneur could succeed and make a fortune, who would still choose to work for others? It is precisely the entrepreneur's willingness to bear risks that leads to their eventual success. Shu Tong firmly believed that if the exquisite toxic gem was indeed the result of careful planning, then its orchestrator would certainly be lurking nearby, like a director watching their own grand performance. Furthermore, they would undoubtedly ensure its immediate acquisition, just in case. As she continued on her way, she suddenly spotted Qian Kale appearing despondently in her line of sight. What are you doing here? Shu Tong quickly approached him and inquired. Qian Kale sighed. It's so annoying. My old man is acting strangely and actually sent me to collect rent. Collect rent? Shu Tong echoed in disbelief. Yes, the commercial properties in this industrial area belong to my family. I can assure you, there is no job more exhausting than collecting rent, Qian Kale replied. Speak in plain language, Shu Tong couldn't help but retort. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, does your family have any vacant commercial spaces? Yes, there is one. But it's a bit off the beaten path, tucked away in a corner, Qian Kale replied, looking bewildered. Let's go take a look, Shu Tong said. What for? Qian Kale asked, puzzled. I want to start a business. Is that a problem? Shu Tong explained. Huh, aren't you going to be a trainer? Qian Kale exclaimed in surprise. Shu Tong could not help but admire the peculiar logic of this fellow. Is it not acceptable for my family to engage in business? Oh, you startled me. I momentarily failed to respond. Qian Kale chuckled. Shu Tong began to suspect that perhaps awakening his combat prowess had also eroded some of his intellect, which would indeed be a grave misfortune. Following Qian Kale, they navigated several turns before arriving at the storefront. This establishment was reminiscent of the old-style shops from over a decade ago, a three-story building where the ground floor served as the storefront, with a yard behind it. The yard was covered with a fiberglass roof, utilized as a storage area, while the majority of the second floor housed valuable items, with one room set aside as a bedroom. The third floor was predominantly used for accommodation. Typically, family businesses would require such space, though if not needed, it could also serve as a storeroom. Shu Tong explored from the first to the third floor, where there was also an external enclosed balcony. Excellent, truly excellent, Shu Tong exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. From the balcony, she could see the wastewater treatment plant diagonally across, approximately a kilometer away. This distance was trivial. The unicorn bug could traverse it in 5 silk spins. Furthermore, she and the unicorn bug maintained a telepathic connection. This place was indeed a treasure trove of fortune. Suddenly, Shu Tong felt a rush of clarity and refreshment. What is so good about it? Qian Kale inquired. Make an offer. I intend to rent this property, Shu Tong declared. What? Are you serious? Qian Kale nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Make an offer, Shu Tong reiterated. I refuse to rent it. Qian Kale shook his head. Why not? Collecting rent is simply too exhausting. Shu Tong could not help but curse in disbelief. Chapter 52. All set, I will transfer the payment directly to you. There is no need for you to personally collect the rent, she said, somewhat exasperated. Do you think that simply transferring money absolves you of any complications? I can hardly keep track of how many transactions I have received today. As I mentioned, collecting rent is too burdensome. So I have decided to grant you a decade's lease, equating 1 year's rent for the entire term. After all, my father has transferred all the properties in this area to my name. Should my aspirations as a trainer lead to a dead end, I would have no choice but to return and inherit the family business, Qian Kale explained. I will not be polite. Hand over the keys. I need to procure daily necessities, Shu Tong stated, as this fellow seemed indifferent to such trivial amounts. Qian Kale handed her the complete set of keys. Be cautious of the professional trainers at the club. They are no longer around, and they will undoubtedly suspect us, Shu Tong warned. Having eaten, what more could they do? Even if they suspect us, without evidence, their words carry no weight. Besides, their own dealings are hardly above board. Qian Kale responded with an air of indifference. I understand that publicly they may not act against us, but I worry about their covert maneuvers, Shu Tong remarked. They are professional trainers, after all. Surely they would not stoop so low, Qian Kale replied. In summary, it is wise to remain vigilant. Caution is paramount, Shu Tong advised. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare harm me. Qian Kale confidently replied. Very well, Shu Tong surmised that, given Qian's affluent family background, they likely employed professional trainers as bodyguards, their influence surpassing that of the elf club. However, this would inevitably place her in the crosshairs. After Qian Kale departed, Shu Tong procured some essential supplies and provisions, hiring 5 domestic helpers to conduct a thorough deep cleaning of her residence due to her lack of time. She then proceeded to the elf department store. Her first purchase consisted of 10 bottles of Jiuwei Dihuangwan, as she anticipated needing them should she acquire the exquisite and highly toxic gem. Continuing toward the treasure-carrying area, she found no resources related to poison. However, to her surprise, 2 portions of premium silver powder had appeared. Without hesitation, she spent 1.2 million to acquire these 2 portions, leaving her with just over 100,000 remaining. Yet, she felt no remorse for this expenditure. Although the silver powder could not enhance the innate abilities of her unicorn beetle, it would undoubtedly sharpen her sensitivity to insect-type energy, allowing her silk skills to become increasingly adept. Even if she evolved into a steel-shelled insect, she would still utilize her silk and poison needle skills, albeit with reduced mobility, thus necessitating reliance on the control effects of her silk. She could even use it for movement, ensuring that her steel-shelled form would retain some combat prowess. Most importantly, she was now aligned with a wealthy benefactor, ensuring an ample supply of elven food and eliminating her need for further expenditures. After leaving the elf department store, Shu Tong hurried home. Upon arriving, she found her father asleep. Dad, she gently nudged her slumbering father. He opened his eyes slightly and inquired, What's wrong? Are you working the night shift again? Yes, are you? Shu Tong asked. Indeed, why? Her father replied. Having already devised a plan and communicated with her grandparents, Shu Tong said, Why don't you take a week off after your night shift tonight? Grandma and Grandpa mentioned that there's a lot of farm work at home and they need your help. Ah, I see. They're getting older, and with so much land to tend to, they indeed need assistance. I will head back first thing tomorrow morning, her father responded. Shu Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was all she could do. The collapse of the secret realm would undoubtedly be accompanied by an explosion of spatial energy, and she could not predict what would transpire. Therefore, it was imperative to keep her father away from that perilous place. However, it was certain that her father's sludge creature could not be brought out. If he were to attempt to do so, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, she could not allow her father to know what would occur 2 days hence. That would only burden him with additional concerns regarding his partner, the sludge, and his colleagues. Thus, from the outset, she had no intention of disclosing anything to him, as her sole focus was his well-being. After dinner, Shu Ba went off to work. Shu Tong returned to her room, and it was time to feed the unicorn bug once again. The premium silver powder, unlike the toxic needles that are a crystallization of pure poisonous energy, is composed of individual crystalline energies of the insect attribute, resembling insect eggs. When carried normally, it is crafted into fragrant sachets to be worn. The unicorn bug, however, licked it directly. At this moment, both Shu Tong and the unicorn bug experienced a significant enhancement in their physical prowess, and the energy of the eternal power became increasingly formidable. Shu Tong's mastery over the eternal power improved remarkably. The initial awkwardness had vanished, and even when she depleted this energy, she remained conscious and aware. The empathic connection between Shu Tong and the unicorn bug maintained a synchronized perception of energy. As the unicorn bug licked the silver powder, the insect energy entered its body, while Shu Tong infused it with eternal power, ensuring the unicorn bug's absorption. They maintained a harmonious balance for over an hour before Shu Tong began to feel fatigued. Sensing something amiss, She hurriedly grabbed a handful of Jue Dihuang pills and consumed them. By the time dawn broke, only half of the premium silver powder had been absorbed. Yet Shu Tong had reached a state of exhaustion and had no choice but to stop. Both she and the unicorn bug drank 2 bottles of Moo fresh milk before drifting off to sleep. At that moment, slumber was the most effective means of restoring vitality. Perhaps she should consider capturing a spirit capable of healing energy. This might enhance her efficiency in utilizing eternal power. The following day, after finishing work, her father hurried back to their hometown, leaving Shu Tong with a simple admonition: eat on time and don't overexert herself. Shortly after Shu Ba departed, Shu Tong set off as well, heading straight to her rented accommodation in the industrial area. Upon entering the rental, she locked the door securely. Having prepared ample food and water, with Moo fresh milk being indispensable, for she would not leave this place in the coming days, she ascended to the 3rd floor. The room she had arranged featuring an external balcony, allowing her to observe the wastewater treatment station at any time. Drawing the inner curtains, with their combined efforts, the unicorn bug finally completed the absorption of the remaining premium silver powder. When Shu Tong awoke, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the outside world had succumbed to darkness. After consuming a light meal, she stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the distant wastewater treatment station. With today passing, only 2 days remained. She believed she had sufficiently prepared, and success or failure hinged upon this pivotal moment. Chapter 53. Insect Silk. At mastery level, the unicorn bug climbed up to the balcony as well. In truth, it could sense Shu Tong's intentions. Even if it did not fully grasp the specifics of the situation, it understood the significance of what was to come. Unicorn bug, do you see that dimly lit wastewater treatment station? Shu Tong pointed towards it as she spoke. The unicorn bug nodded and crawled to the window. You should attempt to use your silk to descend onto the rooftop of the building across from the wastewater treatment plant, Shu Tong suggested. The unicorn bug, brimming with confidence, expelled silk and soared over 200 meters, deftly navigating past 3 buildings before landing atop one. This successful endeavor was followed by a series of 5 silk launches that brought it to the intended destination. Excellent. Return now, Shu Tong conveyed. Even with more than a kilometer between them, the unicorn bug swiftly received the message and utilized its silk to fly back, completing the round trip in merely 2 minutes. Shu Tong felt increasingly assured. Such speed was unmatched. With a sense of certainty, Shu Tong began to elaborate on some specifics. The location you just reached is merely over 100 meters from the wastewater treatment plant, well within the silk's coverage, correct? The unicorn bug nodded in affirmation. And your ability to sense toxic energy is unequivocally reliable, Shu Tong continued. The unicorn bug nodded again. We shall remain at this location for the next 2 nights. Should any significant fluctuations in toxic energy occur, you must promptly ensnare it with your silk and return immediately. There can be no delays. The entire process must be swift. The unicorn bug nodded resolutely, practicing the back-and-forth method as instructed. Well done, Shu Tong praised. After a light dinner, Shu Tong instructed the unicorn bug to begin absorbing high-quality silver powder. Time is of the essence. We need to enhance our strength. Every fraction of improvement increases our chances, Shu Tong urged. The unicorn bug swallowed a mouthful of silver powder. Shu Tong also invoked the power of the evergreen to support the process, and both the unicorn bug and Shu Tong became increasingly adept at this task. After a brief respite, a full day and night passed, and the second batch of high-quality silver powder was entirely absorbed. Shu Tong's anxiety grew as they drew closer to their objective. Based on Zhu Zhixiang's predictions regarding the script of the foul mud, it was highly likely that the secret realm would collapse tomorrow night. The unicorn bug climbed back to the window. Since we need not absorb energy tonight, let us practice a few more times, Shu Tong suggested. The unicorn bug's gaze sharpened significantly. Suddenly, a strand of silk materialized as if summoned by a celestial envoy to escort the unicorn bug. The unicorn bug coiled around the silk, leaving no room for hesitation, and promptly reached the destination. Shu Tong's excitement was indescribable. The proficiency of the silk spinning skill had soared to an advanced level after 2 successive batches of high-quality silver powder. The mastery of skills has reached an advanced level, allowing for a departure from conventional methods of application. One can now harness a more potent energy, as long as it remains within the confines of the sprite's control and energy perception range. For instance, the current capabilities of the Caterpie have evolved to the point where it no longer needs to expel silk from its mouth. It can conjure silk in the void, provided it is within its sensory range. Furthermore, as long as it possesses an ample supply of bug-type energy, it can simultaneously extrude countless strands of silk, making the weaving of an extensive net entirely feasible. Although it is said that the potency of a skill diminishes as proficiency increases, making skills like silk spinning, lacking any offensive capability, among the easiest to master. Attaining the pinnacle of mastery still requires a span of 2 to 3 years. Even with the aid of high-grade treasures, perhaps those prodigies, blessed with outstanding innate talent and abundant resources, can expedite this process. Take, for instance, the silk spinning skill, which, according to research, was mastered in merely 1 year by Feng Zhu, a 7-tiered professional trainer from Ganning province, with his Ariados reaching an advanced level of proficiency. In just over a month, Caterpie has achieved such remarkable success, a testament to dedicated nurturing. Shutong felt a swell of satisfaction. With the advanced proficiency in silk spinning, traversing a distance of 1 kilometer now takes merely seconds, a speed increase by several folds, significantly bolstering Shutong's confidence. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Shutong's mind, a sensation that his capabilities had expanded once more. Indeed, the script of Caterpie's information reappeared before him. Name, Caterpie type, bug, poison ability, runaway skills, silk spinning, advanced. Poison sting, proficient, bug bite, skilled, talent, high quality recent developments. Nourished by the power of the evergreen, it has grasped the fundamentals of life energy, leading to an extended lifespan and enhanced recovery abilities, enabling the learning of skills related to life energy. Recent developments. Thanks to the influence of silver powder, its sensitivity to bug-type energy has improved, facilitating a swifter mastery of bug-type skills. Recent developments. In a month and a half, during specialized training in the northern woods of Creek Town, it barely managed to protect itself amidst an incursion due to its enhanced strength. The proficiency of each skill has been displayed, indicating that Caterpie has activated this feature due to achieving advanced mastery in one skill, at least allowing visibility of proficiency below the advanced level. This enhancement will undoubtedly aid in better understanding the information of sprites in the future. That night, Caterpie darted through the darkness with the grace of instant movement, its silk now an integral part of its being. After finally enjoying a restful sleep, the following day, Shutong stood on the balcony, observing the transformations of the street. In the afternoon, he was greeted by the sweet sound of a bird's song. Gazing into the sky, a large-mouthed gull was soaring gracefully. Is that the gull of Shankai? Shutong quickly realized. Indeed, Shankai and Gong Yingchun had appeared on the street, scanning their surroundings. This sudden turn of events left Shutong somewhat bewildered. The 2 professional trainers from the Elf Club had undoubtedly been drawn into a web intricately linked to Zhu Zhixiang's family. From the resource secret realm of Yinshan to the current wastewater treatment incident, Shutong sensed that this was no mere coincidence. What could have entwined them together? The appearance of this gull was a source of great concern for Shutong, akin to the enemy possessing aerial supremacy. Should the Caterpie be spotted by the gull, all plans would be rendered futile. Unable to confront it directly, was there truly no alternative? Anxiously, Shutong paced back and forth on the balcony. Chirp! The Caterpie had also noticed the gull overhead and was eager to engage in battle, but Shutong swiftly restrained it. I surmise the adversary must have numerous professional trainers ensuring the smooth execution of this operation. However, when the secret realm collapsed, no one would dare remain nearby. The forces of space could claim their lives at any moment. Thus, this was our opportunity. We must rely on cunning rather than brute strength. When night falls and the gull seeks its meal, make haste to the designated location and conceal yourself. The poor visibility at night will make it difficult for the gull to spot you. Remain vigilant for any changes at the wastewater treatment station. I will ensure timely communication through our psychic connection, Shutong instructed the Caterpie earnestly. The Caterpie, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded repeatedly. The exquisite venomous gem must be secured. With it, the Caterpie could achieve its evolution directly. Shutong's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 54. Securing the exquisite venomous gem. As night descended, the sky became shrouded in a gray pall, creating an oppressive atmosphere devoid of light save for the faintest glimmers. It seemed that fortune was favoring us, Shutong mused. The gull, having flown throughout the afternoon, was now weary, its ascent growing sluggish. Each flap of its wings appeared laborious. At a lower altitude, Shutong intercepted the gull's information. The gull's recent twist of fate shone like a beacon in the night, illuminating her path. Recent twist of fate. Tonight, due to the collapse of the abandoned secret realm, spatial distortion ensued. It exerted every ounce of strength to avoid being sucked into the void, narrowly escaping with its life. A smile crept onto Shutong's lips. The gull's narrative confirmed that the collapse of the secret realm would occur tonight. As for the gull's struggle to escape the grasp of space, perhaps she could lend a helping hand. At last, the gull descended, presumably to partake in its evening meal. Seizing this moment, the caterpie swiftly utilized its silk to reach the designated location, easily concealing itself due to its small size. Moments later, the gull returned to the sky, this time circling directly above the vicinity of the wastewater treatment station. Shutong merely left a slender gap in the curtains, just wide enough for the horned bug to enter. As time ticked away, it unbeknownst to her reached midnight, and the night was exceptionally tranquil. Shutong and the horned bug intermittently maintained a profound connection. Suddenly, a resounding crash shattered the serene night. The lights in every household flickered to life, and voices shouted that an earthquake had struck. In an instant, a cacophony erupted, and at that very moment, uniformed individuals emerged at a safe distance from the wastewater treatment facility. Dear residents, we are the stabilization team of the Trainers Association. We have just received an alert regarding a safety incident at the wastewater treatment station. However, there is no cause for concern. Please remain indoors and refrain from wandering about. Otherwise, the foul sludge and noxious muck from the facility may pose a danger to your safety. The booming voice of the stabilization team echoed loudly, and the clamor gradually subsided, as their presence served as a reassuring balm for the anxious populace. Indeed, none dared to venture outside. The prospect of being harmed by the vile sludge or the repugnant muck was far too grave. The stabilization team? Shutong pondered in astonishment. Was this team genuine? Or had their influence grown so formidable that they could summon such a force? Yet, upon a moment's reflection, she firmly believed it was not the real stabilization team. The members of the stabilization team were professional trainers. If they could indeed mobilize such a force, how could a seagull have flown freely for an entire afternoon? Their audacity to use the name of the stabilization team likely stemmed from a plan to call for help once they secured the exquisite venomous gem. And now that the genuine stabilization team had arrived, the public would naturally harbor no doubts, everything falling into place seamlessly. At that moment, the wastewater treatment facility began to collapse at a visibly alarming rate, drawn into a black hole-like void by an overwhelming force. Coincidentally, the seagull was positioned directly above this abyss. The formidable pull immediately destabilized its flight, causing it to plummet rapidly. Realizing the peril, the seagull flapped its wings desperately, squawking incessantly. In such a treacherous situation, even if it called for its trainer, it dared not approach. Shutong recognized this as her opportunity. Horned bug, use your silk to pull the seagull down. Shutong conveyed her intent to the horned bug. The mastery of high-level silk manipulation was at her fingertips. A seemingly inconspicuous white thread materialized beneath the seagull, and in an instant, with a swift tug, it vanished. The sudden force of the pull caused the seagull to entirely lose its balance, and in the blink of an eye, it was drawn into the void. My seagull! Oh, my seagull! Shunkai nearly lost his composure, ready to charge forward. Calm down, Gong Yingchun urged him. Did you see that? I saw it. A white thread appeared beneath the seagull, pulling it down. Someone must be trying to harm my seagull. Shunkai exclaimed frantically. Is that possible? You must be seeing things. We are surrounded by our own people. Who would attempt to harm the seagull? Who would dare approach that place? Gong Yingchun remarked. Shunkai, pounding his chest and weeping, lamented, my beloved Gulpin, this is my first Pokémon. Last time, I nearly lost it to that scoundrel Lu Kuang because I failed to secure several Tong fruits. After enduring a day's suffering, it may perish like this. I am so sorry, so very sorry. Shunkai, do say less. Team Lu and Director Zhu are just outside the industrial zone, Gong Ping interjected. Shunkai, fueled by indignation, retorted, they are quite comfortable. It's a good 3 to 4 kilometers from the industrial zone to here. They sit safely in their luxury cars while we bear the brunt of the hardship. They are merely waiting for things to stabilize to reap the rewards. Well, who can we blame for our lack of strength? Such is fate. Your Gulpin has indeed contributed. Once this matter is resolved, you can seek another Pokémon. The organization will surely provide funding for its cultivation, Gong Ping reassured. Ah, such is fate. Sheng Ping's eyes brimmed with despair. Shu Tong observed as the space began to contract. Most of the wastewater treatment station structures had been reduced to rubble. The swirling distortion of space grew smaller, the energy intensifying. Is it about to emerge? Shu Tong's heart raced with excitement, her blood quickening, her eyes yearning to witness the scene. Finally, a small orb, no larger than a marble, glowing with a violet hue, appeared as the spatial distortion ceased. It's the toxic orb. The toxic orb has appeared. It has truly manifested. Gong Yingchun exclaimed, tugging at Sheng Ping. What relevance does it have to us? It will ultimately be given to that pompous son of Zhu, Sheng Kai scoffed. At least we have achieved something. Gong Yingchuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the sacred violet light. However, Sheng Ping, having sacrificed one of his Pokémon, could hardly share in the joy. Beedrill, Act now. Shutong immediately conveyed her thoughts to the bug Pokémon. The orb was swiftly ensnared by silken threads, its brilliance swiftly concealed. Under the influence of the threads, the orb was taken into the beetle's mouth and promptly returned to the balcony. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. From the moment the exquisite toxic orb was sealed to its appearance before Shutong, all within mere seconds. Where's the toxic orb? Gong Ingchun panicked. His mind momentarily blank. In just a few seconds, why did the toxic orb seem to vanish into thin air? Shengping, now anxious, realized that if the toxic orb were lost, severe repercussions awaited them. Quickly report to Team Lu. We must seal off the industrial zone immediately. I am certain the toxic orb is within this area. Gong Ingchun trembled, unsteadily retrieving his phone. Chapter 55. Evolution, Iron Shell Beetle. Well done. Shutong said as she closed the window and drew the curtains after receiving the beetle. The toxic orb was expelled, the threads nearly corroded. The energy is too potent. They will not let this go easily, Shutong asserted. The exquisite and highly toxic gem left Shutong astonished by its overwhelming energy fluctuations, which would undoubtedly be detected with ease. It was clear that enemies were lurking nearby, and escape was no longer an option. Indeed, as Shutong had anticipated. A loudspeaker blared. Attention residents, please remain indoors and refrain from moving. The wastewater treatment plant has been attacked by criminals who are currently hiding within this industrial zone. The stability team will soon conduct searches in every household. Your cooperation is requested. The entire industrial area is now sealed off, and the perpetrators have nowhere to flee. What should I do? Shutong's mind raced as the sound of knocking echoed through the air, accompanied by the glare of powerful flashlights. It would not be long before they came searching here. If she did not open the door, they would undoubtedly force their way in, which would only arouse greater suspicion. Shutong's gaze fell upon the Jue Dihuang pills on the table. It was a gamble. With determination, she twisted open the lid and consumed the entire bottle of Jue Dihuang pills, followed by 2 bottles of milk. Suddenly, Shutong felt a rush of blood and surging energy, as if her body were about to explode. Unicorn bug, swallow this toxic gem quickly, Shutong urged, her breathing becoming rapid and her body unbearably hot. The unicorn bug, sensing her distress, displayed a fearless expression and promptly devoured the exquisite toxic gem. Knock, knock, knock. The voices from downstairs called out, please open the door. We are members of the Trainer Association Stability Team conducting an investigation into criminals. Your cooperation is requested. Shutong observed as the unicorn bug's body began to swell rapidly after consuming the toxic gem. They're here. I'm getting up now, Shutong shouted. With that, she returned the unicorn bug to its Pokeball. However, even this could not conceal the overwhelming poison energy emanating from it. Shutong knew precisely what to do. Clutching the Pokeball in one hand, she slipped it into her pocket, as the immense power of the everlasting surged like a tide into the unicorn bug's body. At that moment, the unicorn bug felt as though it were draining Shutong's everlasting energy like a vampire. Fortunately, she had taken a bottle of Jue Dihuang pills beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As she descended the stairs, Shutong exerted herself to channel the everlasting energy, gradually stabilizing the poison energy. With the unicorn bug's own efforts, it was finally subdued, albeit temporarily. Shutong opened the door to find a group of uniformed individuals entering, presenting their identification. Greetings, officers, Shutong said with a forced smile. How many people are in your household? Have you seen any suspicious individuals? The team leader inquired. Just myself. And I haven't seen anyone suspicious, Shutong replied, stifling a yawn, her eyes half closed and innocent. As these individuals beheld Shutong, still a mere adolescent, they initially relaxed. For it was well known that the recent incident involved the instantaneous acquisition of a highly toxic gem, a feat only achievable by a seasoned perpetrator endowed with formidable prowess. No one would ever suspect that this high school student was the culprit. We must conduct our routine inspection, the captain declared. Certainly, I shall fully cooperate, Shutong replied. With a wave of his hand, the captain signaled, and all present produced devices, brandishing them about. Indeed, they were instruments designed to detect energy fluctuations, specifically tailored to identify toxic energy signatures. Shutong felt a surge of panic. Had he not been audacious, he surely would have fallen into their hands. Presently, his palms were slick with perspiration, yet he struggled to maintain composure. If he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly falter. Gentlemen, are you in need of refreshments? Allow me to fetch some water, Shutong offered. No need, they replied. In a matter of moments, the group had thoroughly inspected all the rooms, discovering nothing of significance. As anticipated by the captain, what could a mere child possibly harbor? Once Shutong had seen them off, he swiftly locked the door behind them. Captain, can you guess what I found in that boy's room? What? Jue Dihuangwan. Huh. Today's youth truly lacks restraint. Indeed, the young are blissfully unaware of value. They laughed heartily. Shutong staggered against the wall as he made his way to his chamber, releasing the unicorn bug from confinement. Devoid of the power of Jiquan, the creature's form swelled with toxic energy. Shutong, unable to afford a moment's negligence, recognized that had it not been for the remarkable enhancement in the unicorn bug's physical constitution over the past month, it would have surely burst upon consuming the exquisite toxic gem. One arm cradled the unicorn bug as he infused it with Jiquan power, while the other hand deftly opened a bottle of Jue Dihuangwan, consuming one handful after another. He drank copious amounts of Moo fresh milk to restore his vitality, fearing that any interruption in the flow of Jiquan power would jeopardize the unicorn bug's safety. Over the course of a month, Shutong's Jiquan power had grown exponentially, rendering him nearly impervious to high-grade silver powder. Yet he was astonished by the sheer might of the exquisite toxic gem, its invasive energy instilling a profound tremor within him. In that moment, Shutong's focus remained solely on the unicorn bug, which gazed back at its trainer with wide, alert eyes, oblivious to the passage of time. Finally, after consuming all of the Jue Dihuangwan and depleting 2 crates of Moo fresh milk, he realized he had yet to fully absorb the energy of the exquisite toxic gem within the unicorn bug. A wave of despair washed over him. Was this to be the end? Would all his labor over the past month amount to naught? At this moment, Shutong's mind was clouded, his body devoid of strength. Even as he bit down until his teeth bled, the Jiquan power refused to yield further. He watched helplessly as the unicorn bug's body swelled once more. Overwhelmed by the toxic energy, Shutong slightly parted her lips, wishing to utter an apology, yet found herself devoid of strength. The unicorn bug responded to her, suddenly rising to its feet, utilizing its silk-spitting ability. The originally white silk was now enveloped entirely in a purple, venomous energy. Layer upon layer of silk enveloped the unicorn bug's body. Salvation had arrived. A smile graced Shutong's face before she fainted. The unicorn bug expelled the remaining toxic energy using its silk-spitting skill, wrapping it around itself. Thus, the radiance of evolution erupted forth. This sacred and solemn light of evolution was a divine gift, an immortal wonder bestowed upon the sprites. Once the light of evolution shone, all energies must converge. No force could interrupt its brilliance. Bathed in the light of evolution, the residual toxic energy from the exquisite venom orb and the energy of the silk transformed into a shell. Evolution commenced. Iron Shell Bug. Chapter 56. The Male Nanny? It is uncertain how much time had passed when Shutong groggily opened her eyes. The Iron Shell Bug came into her view. However, this particular Iron Shell Bug was unlike any ordinary one. It was cloaked in deep, inky blackness and adorned with delicate strands of silk. The Iron Shell Bug responded to Shutong's gaze. This was her first experience of such profound weakness, yet she smiled warmly at the Iron Shell Bug. Her eyes filled with concern. The information about the Iron Shell Bug appeared before her. Name: Iron Shell Bug. Type: Bug. Poison ability: Molt skills: Silk spitting mastered. Poison sting: Expert. Bug bite: Proficient. Harden: Novice. Talent: Superior. Recent developments: the shell contains an immense amount of energy from the exquisite venom orb and silk, normally requiring a year for evolution into a Beedrill. Recent developments: continuously absorbing energy from the shell, its evolutionary potential steadily increases. Recent developments: a month later. While undergoing special training in the northern woods of Creek Town, it could only protect itself during a realm invasion due to restricted mobility. Recent developments: 3 days later. During a spar with a formidable assistant, the hardened skill accelerated energy absorption upon being attacked, enhancing its evolutionary potential. Finally evolved, Shutong said weakly. However, gazing upon the current state of the Iron Shell Bug, she felt a mixture of joy and concern. Firstly, the Iron Shell Bug had successfully transformed all the energy from the exquisite venom orb into an integral part of its being, thereby continuously enhancing its potential and talent. Yet, the overwhelming energy meant that the Iron Shell Bug typically required a year to evolve into a Beedrill, introducing considerable uncertainty regarding the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone in a month and a half. Relying solely on the Iron Shell Bug would surely yield the results as foretold in the script, mere self-preservation. Nonetheless, the final point in the script provided Shutong with a direction, suggesting that if the Iron Shell Bug utilized Harden to endure attacks, It would not only hasten energy absorption, but also elevate its evolutionary potential, effectively achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Is this truly the means to inflict the most potent blows upon the iron shell bug? To accumulate the potential for evolution? This seems to be a remarkable discovery. One can only wonder how much time such specialized training would permit the iron shell bug to evolve into a Beedrill ahead of schedule. All of this necessitates personal experimentation. Shu Tong cast another glance at the iron shell bug. Its pitch-black appearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions if it were to venture outside. The personnel at the wastewater treatment plant must be conducting extensive searches for the whereabouts of the precious toxic pearl. It is impossible not to draw connections if they were to encounter such an iron shell bug. The power of the eternal oak must certainly be effective. Shu Tong was confident. Even if the power of the eternal oak cannot enable the iron shell bug to fully absorb the energy of this rare toxic pearl immediately, it might temporarily contain that energy within its shell, allowing the exterior to return to its normal state. With this thought in mind, Shu Tong mustered the strength to rise, preparing to request supplies from Qiankale. Upon checking the time, she realized that a full day and night had passed. No wonder she felt so weak. The moo milk was gone, leaving only water to drink. She nibbled slowly on some bread with mineral water, gradually regaining a bit of strength. She then fed the iron shell bug its specialized food. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was her father calling. Shu Tong hurriedly answered, "Dad." "Shu Tong, where are you? What is going on?" Her father's voice was laced with urgency. "Something significant has happened at the station. I returned early and didn't see you at home, so I called." Her father explained, "Dad, I'm at a classmate's house. There's no need to worry. I saw the news about the wastewater treatment plant, and no one expected such an incident." Shu Tong reassured him. Her father sighed deeply. "The foul sludge is gone, and several good friends have also departed in this upheaval. I truly cannot accept it." His voice betrayed a hint of emotion. "Dad, take care of yourself. Your health is paramount. Both Grandma and Grandpa and I still need you," Shu Tong said gently. "Rest assured, I'm fine, really," her father replied. "Also, Dad, since the wastewater treatment plant is no more, you should take a break and refrain from working in such hazardous places with abandoned secret realms. It's too dangerous," Shu Tong advised. "We can only take one step at a time. Nonetheless, there's always a way out." "This challenge is not insurmountable," her father responded. "Let us discuss it further once you've dealt with the current matters," Shu Tong concluded. After hanging up with her father, Shu Tong promptly dialed Qiankale's number. "What is going on so early in the morning?" Qiankale yawned. "Please bring me 10 bottles of Jiuwei Dihuangwan and 10 boxes of moo milk to the shop. I'm in urgent need," Shu Tong requested. "What?" Qiankale exclaimed, clearly startled. "What is this about? You scared me. 10 bottles of Jiuwei Dihuangwan. What a sight you are, truly a paragon of virtue. Abstaining from drink, smoke, and gambling, yet it seems you indulge in this vice," remarked Qiankale. "Enough with the chatter. If you do not bring it over soon, I shall perish," Shu Tong retorted, lacking the stamina to continue their banter. "Alas, it will be delivered shortly," Qiankale replied with a tone of pity. At that moment, Shu Tong had no energy left to spar with him and promptly ended the call. She descended the stairs in anticipation of Qiankale's arrival. After a mere 10 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she beheld a van parked at her doorstep, from which Qiankale, the driver, and 2 movers emerged. "Hurry, hurry," Qiankale urged. Shu Tong took a seat and remarked, "Is it really necessary to employ movers for such a trivial amount? Have you become so idle, young master?" "Just wait until you see it," Qiankale replied. Come, here are 10 bottles of Jiuwei Dihuangwan. Where should I place them?" "In the storage room on the 3rd floor," Shu Tong responded. "And these 10 boxes of moo fresh milk, where do they go?" "In the storage room on the 3rd floor as well. Here are 20 pounds of pig kidneys, 20 pounds of lamb kidneys, 20 pounds of beef kidneys, along with 30 pounds of ribs, 30 pounds of beef, and 30 pounds of lamb, all for your soup." "Where shall I put these?" Qiankale inquired. "When did I request these items?" Shu Tong replied, exasperated. "We're all brothers here. I understand. No need for formality," Qiankale said with an all-knowing demeanor. "There's a refrigerator in the back kitchen, but it might not suffice," Shu Tong noted. "Fear not. I have already procured a freezer," Qiankale assured, directing the movers to bring it down. Once everything was delivered to the kitchen, he added, "I even arranged for a caretaker to look after you." "You must be joking." "I don't need one," Shu Tong protested. Qiankale patted her shoulder, saying, "Rest easy. It's a male caretaker, so you need not worry about any improper thoughts. Get lost. Get lost. Go to hell." Shu Tong nearly lost her temper, pushing Qiankale out and locking the door behind him. "The caretaker will arrive shortly. Keep him for yourself. Farewell." Chapter 57. A new work mode for Father Shu. After dismissing Qiankale, Shutong proceeded to the kitchen, where she prepared to simmer some ribs and stir-fried kidney. Enjoying a hearty meal before taking a rejuvenating nap, restoring her energy significantly. Upon returning to her room, she released the iron shell Kuin from its pockball. "Let us start with a bottle of Moo fresh milk," she said, placing a straw at iron shell Kuin's mouth, which promptly consumed it in one breath. "Chirp." Iron shell Kuin reveled as always. "Now, let us begin," Shutong declared, channeling the power of the everlasting life directly into iron shell Kuin. The energy, imbued with formidable life-restoring properties, radiated a serene glow. Shutong felt an immense thrill. This time, the everlasting life she utilized was evidently more refined and powerful than before. If the previous power of J-Ban was akin to a gentle stream, then the current power of J-Ban resembles a surging river. Shutong continued to harness the power of J-Ban. With its enhancement, she resolved to amplify her output in one vigorous effort. Once the power was exhausted, she would consume the Jiuwei Dihuangwan, akin to fresh milk. She only ceased her endeavors when the energy was nearly depleted. Just as she was preparing to descend and continue her culinary pursuits, Shutong discovered a new development in the first script of the iron shell bug's recent turning point. The script revealed that the shell contained an abundance of exquisite, highly toxic pearl energy, along with the energy of silkworm threads. Typically, it would require a year to absorb this energy and evolve into a Beedrill, but due to the daily intake of J-Ban's power, the transformation could occur in just 6 months. Excellent. Shutong could hardly contain her excitement. The power of J-Ban, indeed, was a formidable energy that had enabled Master Sakaki to reach the pinnacle of the world. As long as she maintained the iron shell bug's absorption of J-Ban's power, the evolution period could be shortened by half a year. The previously pitch-black body of the iron shell bug gradually lightened, instilling hope in Shutong. After a hearty meal and a warm bowl of soup, Shutong felt invigorated. It must be said, eating and sleeping are the best ways to restore one's energy. The gifts from Qiankale were indeed well chosen. Upon awakening, she resumed channeling J-Ban's power into the iron shell bug. This cycle continued for an entire week until the iron shell bug had completely absorbed the remaining exquisite toxic pearl energy and its shell color returned to normal. At this moment, the information regarding the iron shell bug reappeared before Shutong. It turned out that the proficiency of the toxic needle skill had reached a masterful level. Shutong exclaimed with joy, pondering the effectiveness of this master-level toxic needle. Her thoughts immediately wandered to Qiankale, whom she could practice against. Shutong recalled the iron shell bug into its pockball, tidied her room, and then stepped outside. After being indoors for over 10 days, the fresh air was indeed refreshing. During these days, she had kept in touch with her father. The wastewater treatment plant had ceased operations, and Director Zhu had taken his son to Jinling. Now they awaited the government to identify a new abandoned secret realm to establish a new wastewater treatment plant. Currently, the sewage from Xiangzhou City was temporarily redirected to nearby cities' treatment facilities. As for the employees at the plant, they had received appropriate compensation, and the Environmental Protection Bureau was preparing to arrange for them to work at nearby wastewater treatment stations. Naturally, Shu's father did not wish to lose his job so easily. Despite Shutong's attempts to persuade him, he was unwilling to resign, even if it meant renting a house in another city to continue his profession. Shutong understood her father's perspective well. After so many years in the field, he was intimately familiar with the workflows. Transitioning to a new career would certainly not yield the same salary, and he was reluctant to forfeit better conditions. However, today, Shutong intended to reveal her true identity to her father. She was, in fact, a wealthy second generation. Upon returning home, she found her father cleaning the house. "Dad." Upon returning, Shuba inquired about Shutong's recent whereabouts, to which she cryptically replied that she had been occupied with significant matters. "I shall take you to a place," she declared, prompting her father to ask where they were headed. "You will know once we arrive," she responded, leading him outside, leaving Shuba bewildered. They took a taxi straight to the industrial park, where Shuba beheld the dilapidated remains of a wastewater treatment facility, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. As Shutong guided him from the rental area, she pointed to a 3-story building with a storefront. "Father, look. What is there to see?" Shuba replied, utterly perplexed. "Come in and see for yourself." With that, Shutong unlocked the door, leaving Shuba astounded, hesitating at the entrance as countless thoughts raced through his mind. "Are you not curious?" Shutong asked. Stammering, Shuba responded, "What is this?" "Let me explain," Shutong began. "This week, I discovered a rare thunderstone at the underground market and sold it for 7.2 million. Before she could elaborate further, Shuba interrupted, nearly shouting, "What? 720,000? Calm down, father, Shutong cautioned. Are you not concerned about potential robbery? Shuba struggled to regain his composure, insisting on remaining calm. Although I spent a significant portion of the money on resources for the unicorn, which has now evolved into a steel bug, I still have a considerable sum left. I rented this house from a classmate for 10 years. 10 years? That must cost a fortune, Shuba remarked. Regardless of the expense, why worry? Shutong replied. Still, one must be frugal. Becoming a trainer and nurturing Pokémon requires substantial funds. Shuba advised. Shutong smiled. This is an investment, father. Consider this vast industrial park, with the wastewater treatment station gone. Do you think the government will allow such a large area to remain abandoned? They will surely rebuild factories, attracting numerous construction workers. Once the factories are operational, employees will follow. Opening a breakfast shop here could yield great success. With Grandma's expertise in steaming buns, making pancakes, and frying dough sticks. This is a perfect opportunity to bring Grandma and Grandpa over, an advantageous endeavor indeed. After contemplating her words, Shuba conceded, since you have already rented the house, I suppose there is no turning back. However, I will transfer the rent money to you. After years of hard work, I still have some savings. Originally meant for your college fund. Investing a portion now seems prudent. No need for that. Consider it my share in the venture, Shutong insisted. You silly child. It's all yours. Why speak of shares? Shuba laughed joyfully. Thus, Shuba ultimately resolved to resign from his job and embark on a new professional journey in this promising venture. For many years, my father has taken care of himself, and he has far surpassed my grandmother's culinary skills. However, this is indeed an excellent opportunity for my grandparents to directly lease out their farmland. Chapter 58. The hard upgrade father began organizing the renovation, while I, Shutong, moved back to the city for convenience. Thus, the living arrangements between my father and me were exchanged. I now firmly believe that the professional trainers at the Fairy Club are not as simple as they appear, so I must remain out of their sight. I met with Qian Kale at their training ground, where Lu, Guan, and Zhang were also present. How have you been? Qian Kale immediately inquired upon seeing me, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. There's no need for you to worry, I replied, shifting my focus to the undermat fighter, who had significantly improved his strength in recent days. Your observation is keen. Ever since I adopted your suggestion, I've been practicing daily with the undermat fighter. Not only has his strength improved at a much faster pace than before, but my own physique has also become more robust. Therefore, I recommend you engage in more training. Relying solely on supplements is insufficient, Qian Kale remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu, Guan, and Zhang exchanged glances with me, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Shall we have a spar? I proposed. Qian Kale took 2 steps back, exclaiming, I wouldn't dare. What if you were to feign an injury? I nearly choked on my frustration. In truth, my strength could easily match his. Each time I channeled my energy for recovery. It was a process that enhanced my physical capabilities. Over the past month, I have felt significant changes in my body. While Qian Kale possesses combat prowess, he has only just awakened it, and it has yet to reach its full potential. Be careful. Here it comes, I announced before launching a powerful punch towards Qian Kale. Fearful of injuring me, he immediately raised both hands in a defensive posture. I adapted my punch into a chop, striking across his arms. Ouch, that hurts, Qian Kale exclaimed, being thrust backward and losing his balance, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Wow, Qian, your act was too convincing, Liu Bei remarked. With such acting skills, you could win an award for best performance, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei chimed in. Qian Kale quickly regained his footing and retorted, You lot are ridiculous. He had just experienced the formidable power I possessed. Despite my attire concealing my muscles, my explosive strength was unexpected. Now he was fully alert, swinging his fists towards me. I had not mastered any fighting techniques, relying solely on my innate strength for defense. Nevertheless, during our exchange, my blows left Qian Kale's hands numb, as if his entire arm was on the verge of giving out. His arm trembled, and it took him quite some time to recover. Is it really that serious? Shutong asked somewhat bashfully. It seems quite genuine, Guan Yu remarked. Qian Kale's expression was one of agony as he exclaimed, Shutong, you truly are a master of disguise, aren't you? And you're her across as well. Oh, it's excruciating. Shutong replied, That's enough. Let us commence the special training for the spirit. With that, she released her iron beetle into the arena, securing its position with silken strands. Ah, your Heracross has evolved, Qian Kale observed. Indeed, Shutong confirmed. Suddenly, Qian Kale wore a mischievous grin and said, Now it lacks mobility. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I may never get another chance. Then, seemingly invigorated, Qian Kale gestured dramatically, commanding, Muku surely. use cross slash. Muku surely crossed its arms over its chest and charged towards the iron beetle. Become tougher, Shutong instructed. The entry-level skill of hardening indeed required frequent practice. However, Shutong was oblivious to the fact that enhanced proficiency could lead to significant improvements. Would it merely become harder? If that were the case, external stimulation could achieve the same result. The entry-level skill could only be executed in a straightforward manner. Yet, upon receiving the command, the iron beetle quickly enveloped itself in a layer of toxic energy. To Shutong's astonishment, it was the first time the iron beetle had used the hardening skill, and its proficiency soared to the mastery level. At the mastery level, skills could be executed swiftly and with assured accuracy. The impact of Muku Shirley's cross slash against the iron beetle merely dissipated some of its surface energy without inflicting any substantial damage. Continue. Keep using cross slash, Qian Kale ordered. Muku Shirley treated the iron beetle like a training post, swinging its arms repeatedly, each blow stronger than the last. Ding! The iron beetle's hardening skill reached the proficiency level. At this stage, it could utilize the skill in various forms based on a fixed method. However, proficiency merely meant a denser concentration of energy and a certain degree of shock absorption, ensuring the iron beetle's safety within its shell. Despite Muku Shirley exerting all its strength, the iron beetle remained utterly immovable, as if it had achieved an invulnerable form, impervious to blades and bullets. Eventually, Muku Shirley came to a halt, panting heavily, feeling as though all its energy had been expended. It seems like Muku Shirley is poisoned, Shutong observed, looking at the expression on Muku Shirley's face. Impossible. How could it be poisoned? Qian Kale replied incredulously, gazing at Muku Shirley. It appears that the wrestler below the stage was unable to gather sufficient energy during the final instances of using the cross slice, resulting in the infiltration of toxic energy from the armored insect. However, it is not a grave issue, as Shutong remarked. This is not very serious. It is the first time I have heard of an armored insect, known for its formidable defense, succumbing to poison. I can no longer place my trust in you. Qian Kale hurried off to fetch an antidote for the wrestler. After administering the antidote, Qian Kale suggested to Liu Bei, "Let your Houndoom give it a try." I refuse to believe that even its armored insect, impervious to blades and bullets, could withstand fire. Then I shall test it. Houndoom, use Ember, Liu Bei commanded. The sparks accumulated, gathering into a small jet of flames, scorching the armored insect from the front. Yet, the fire energy from Houndoom was trivial in comparison to the toxic energy shielding the armored insect. It seems ineffective, Liu Bei admitted. Hang in there. Are you giving up already? Qian Kale retorted. I shall add to the flames. Scyther, use wing attack. Guan Yu declared. In an instant, Scyther soared into the air, flapping its wings, increasing the airflow. The flames from Houndoom intensified under the influence of the wind. Chapter 59. So real the combination of Houndoom and Scyther proved to be remarkably effective, their combined power exceeding the previous attempt by more than double. The flames grew fiercer, threatening to engulf the armored insect entirely. I shall join in the fray. Snivy, use poison strike, Zhang Fei commanded. A large black serpent swiftly slithered across the arena, occasionally extending its head to unleash a burst of toxic energy directed at the armored insect above. Snivy's role was primarily one of distraction, as its glaring eyes, flicking tongue, and piercing sounds all contributed to disrupting the energy concentration of the armored insect. Clearly, the armored insect was affected by Snivy's interference, as its energy exhibited noticeable fluctuations. Well done, Zhang Fei. I didn't expect you to be both brave and cunning. I shall have to reconsider my opinion of you, Qian Kale praised. Who are you calling a rogue? Do you dare to challenge me now? Zhang Fei shot back. Witnessing Zhang Fei's fierce demeanor, Qian Kale quickly conceded. Your trio has indeed demonstrated great synergy, Shutong affirmed. In truth, Shutong could have commanded the armored insect to utilize its silk and poison sting skills to conclude the battle swiftly. However, by hardening itself, the armored insect would absorb energy more rapidly when attacked, thus enhancing its evolutionary potential. Therefore, to expedite its evolution, it was imperative for the armored insect to endure the most severe blows. All right, Shutong, you may be heading for a downfall. Haha. Qian Kale clapped in delight, seemingly more pleased by the prospect of Shutong's defeat than by his own victory. At this moment, the iron-shelled insect was enveloped in flames. Although it had yet to breach the toxic energy that formed its protective shell, a miniature vortex of fire had emerged, creating a confined space. If this continued, the air within would become increasingly stale, and coupled with the interference from the spoon snake, the iron-shelled insect would inevitably succumb. The insect's cries amidst the blazing inferno were remarkably poignant, silencing even the shrill sounds of the spoon snake. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged forth, disrupting the previously formed vortex of flames. Before the astonished onlookers, an intact iron-shelled insect reappeared. Ding! The information script of the iron-shelled insect materialized once more before Shu Tong's eyes, akin to a continuous loop. Name: iron-shelled insect. Type: bug. Poison ability: molt skills, silk spit, mastered. Poison needle, mastered. Bug bite, proficient. Harden, expert. Talent: superior. Recent developments: the shell harbors an abundance of exquisite toxic pearl energy and silk energy. Due to the daily absorption of the power of eternity, it accelerates energy absorption when attacked under the hardened skill, allowing for evolution into a Beedrill in 5 months. Recent developments: after a month and a half of intensive training in the northern woods of Stream Valley with its trainer, it was forced to self-preserve during a realm invasion, unable to act freely. Recent developments: continually absorbing energy from within its shell, its potential is steadily increasing. The proficiency of the hardened skill has skyrocketed, akin to a rocket ascent, thanks to the iron-shelled insect's formidable energy reserves. At the expert level, the hardened skill not only withstands physical and special attacks, but also generates an energy repulsion effect, serving as a defensive mechanism. The iron-shelled insect had just utilized the shockwave of energy to dispel the threatening fire-type energy. Furthermore, while in a hardened state and under continuous assault, it could not only accelerate energy absorption, but also enhance the proficiency of its hardening skill. This had already shortened the evolutionary period into a Beedrill by another month, reigniting hopes within Shu Tong. It seemed that this rigorous training regimen was destined to become the primary strategy moving forward. Come at me, Shu Tong provocatively challenged. Observing the bewildered expressions of the four. Oh, Qian Kale exclaimed in frustration, mighty underling, attack. I refuse to believe this. Flying Mantis, execute a series of slashes. Spoon Snake, use Poison Tail. Arcanine, unleash Flame Wheel. After a flurry of attacks, all 4 Pokémon were left exhausted, while the iron-shelled insect remained steadfast as a mountain. Should I take my turn to attack now? Shu Tong timidly suggested. The iron-shelled insect attacking? Come on, don't joke with me. I'm feeling quite disheartened right now. Qian Kale retorted. The iron-shelled insect stage is a process of energy consumption. We should just await its evolution. It practically lacks any offensive capabilities, Liu Bei remarked. That is because you have yet to master it. The official introduction states that while the steel shell bug may seem nearly immobile when faced with peril, it appears to raise its poisonous spines in defiance and may even employ toxic needles, Shu Tong remarked. Allow me to take the lead. I never shy away from Pokémon battles, Qian Kale declared. No, I meant the 4 of you should engage together, Shu Tong clarified. Let's go attack him. Qian Kale commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the 4 Pokémon to charge at the steel shell bug. Before them, the poisonous needles blossomed around the steel shell bug like flowers. What is happening? Quickly defend yourselves. The 4 were taken aback, bewildered by the origin of this skill. Scyther, break through from above, Guan Yu instructed. At that moment, Scyther soared high into the air, gazing down imperiously at the steel shell bug, its scythes poised to strike. Yet, what awaited Scyther was yet another barrage of poisonous needles. Why are there more needles? Do they possess sight? Guan Yu exclaimed in frustration. In the ensuing chaos, each Pokémon flailed their skills in an attempt to counter the poisonous needles. How is this even possible? Liu Bei was the first to regain his composure. I'm puzzled too. Qian Kale and the others echoed in agreement. I recall that only at the mastery level can one transcend the inherent method of skill execution. As long as it is within the Pokémon's perception range, this skill can be utilized. Could it be that the steel shell bug's proficiency in poisonous needles has reached mastery? Liu Bei's gaze deepened, reflecting disbelief. Mastery? What does that entail? Zhang Fei inquired. Let me put it this way. You must have watched the recent National Collegiate League, Liu Bei replied. The others nodded in affirmation. Even the top-ranked Qi Tianze and the second-ranked Shen Haoran did not exhibit mastery-level proficiency in this competition, Liu Bei continued. What? That is astonishing. How on earth have you trained it? Tell me. Qian Kale grasped Shu Tong's hand tightly. Primarily, it is due to the high innate talent of the horned bug. As for how to cultivate your Mak-Hoke, I've already shared that with you, Shu Tong explained. Training together? Qian Kale confirmed again. Indeed, Shu Tong affirmed. Then how should we cultivate our Pokémon? Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei gazed at Shu Tong eagerly. Unfortunately, your Pokémon's innate talents are rather poor, Shu Tong remarked. That is quite the reality check. Chapter 60, An unexpected incident in Xingqing that evening. Shu Tong received a call from Yin Shu. It's been half a month since you last contacted me, Yin Shu remarked. Indeed, I have been quite busy, coupled with the evolution of my horned bug, which required me to stay longer, Shu Tong replied. Didn't you say you would accompany me to a professional trainer assessment? Are you still going? Inshu inquired. Of course, I will be there tomorrow, Shu Tong assured. No need. I will head directly to Xingqing tomorrow and take you with me. The assessment begins in 5 days. And I've already arranged for time off to acclimatize ahead of time, Inshu explained. No problem at all. After hanging up the phone, Shu Tong retrieved her suitcase, which contained 2 boxes of Moo fresh milk, food for her iron shell bug, Jiawei Di Huang Wan, and 2 sets of clean clothes. Once she had organized her belongings, Shu Tong took out her phone to check the map of Xiangzhou City. A segment of the professional trainers assessment venue was located at the Trainer Association's Pokémon Stadium, where the chief examiner was someone she was familiar with, the master of the Thunderbolt Dojo, Ling Zhun. Additionally, Shu Tong was concerned about 2 other locations, the Thunderbolt Dojo and the Xiaoxiao Forest. This time, she intended to undergo intensive training at the Thunderbolt Dojo for a month. Initially, she had planned to wait until her iron shell bug evolved into a Beedrill before going. But given the current situation, it would take another 5 months for that evolution to occur, which was too long. The most pressing matter was to facilitate the evolution of her iron shell bug. The Thunderbolt Dojo undoubtedly had numerous formidable trainers, providing an excellent opportunity for practice that would help her bug absorb energy quickly. After a month of specialized training at the Thunderbolt Dojo, it would be nearly time for the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone to invade the Sichuan town. As for the Xiaoxiao Forest, her purpose for visiting was to earnestly train her mint bug. With her iron shell bug's current strength, facing Wu Hongzhen's Meowth would pose little challenge. As she needed to rise early the next day, Shu Tong used the power of the Evergreen on her iron shell bug before resting for the night. The following morning at 5:30, Shu Tong awoke, and by 6 o'clock, Inshu drove to the entrance of her community. Shu Tong placed her suitcase in Inshu's trunk. It feels like we're preparing for a prolonged battle in Xiangzhou City, Inshu remarked. It's still in the planning stages. Shu Tong replied. Once in the car, Inshu sang cheerfully as they set off towards Xiangzhou City, while Shu Tong closed her eyes to rest. After approximately 30 minutes, Inshu suddenly received a phone call. What? Is that true? He exclaimed, nearly shouting. He then pulled the car over to the side of the road. And after hanging up, his expression turned grave. What is going on? Shu Tong inquired. Something has happened in Xingqing. The captain has ordered me to return. The professional trainer matter will have to wait, Inshu explained. What happened? Is it that urgent? Shu Tong asked. A professional trainer has died in the woods outside Yinshan. Inshu replied. A professional trainer? Dead? Shu Tong asked in astonishment. Yes, we need to head to the scene now. There aren't enough forest rangers in Xiangzhou City. We may need several to enter Yinshan and check for any unusual occurrences. It could be the work of the Pokémon in Yinshan, Inshu said, turning the car around towards Xingqing. Half an hour later, they arrived at the scene, where the entire southern woods of the city had been cordoned off by the fire brigade, and the stability maintenance team had also arrived. The forest rangers were currently assembling. Captain, Inshu called out to a tall, sturdy middle-aged man upon reaching the destination. Inshu, that was quick. This situation is special. I appreciate your effort. The captain replied. Executing orders is my duty. It's no trouble, Inshu responded. Who is this? The captain of the forest rangers glanced at Shu Tong, who stood behind Inshu, and remarked, Ah, this is Shu Tong, who was supposed to accompany me to Xiangzhou, but he turned back midway. He is still an apprentice trainer. Inshu replied, An apprentice trainer? It is best for him to return home. Our task as forest rangers is to investigate the situation in Yinshan, and it would be too perilous to bring him along. The captain responded, I understand. I will send him back immediately. Captain, do you not find it peculiar? Why does it seem that incidents are continuously occurring in Xingqing? First, there were reports about a miniature resource secret realm appearing in Yinshan, then the collapse of the wastewater treatment plant, which caused my father to lose his job. Now, there is a case of a professional trainer's death. Professional trainers are typically educated individuals with a fundamental level of competence. Being killed in these woods suggests an ambush. Otherwise, how could the forest rangers stationed nearby be unaware? Shu Tong inquired. The captain was momentarily taken aback by Shu Tong's astuteness and replied, You are quite perceptive. However, the deceased professional trainer was indeed not ambushed, as his Pokémon, the Weasel Slash, was also killed, and it can be confirmed that he was slain in a direct confrontation. Weasel Slash. The name flashed through Shu Tong's mind. I recall that a professional trainer from the Xingqing Pokémon Club, Shankai, utilized the Weasel Slash. The captain immediately cast a look of surprise and said, Indeed. It is Shankai. You have hit the nail on the head. Given that there are only a few professional trainers within the non-league system of Xingqing, And considering his recent encounters with these two individuals, it was not difficult to draw the connection to Shinkai. Suddenly, Shu Tong awkwardly made a request. Captain, may I accompany Ranger Yin Shu into Yinshan? The captain shook his head and replied, that is not permitted. Very well, Shu Tong conceded, recognizing that as an apprentice trainer, such confidential matters were beyond his purview. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. Shinkai had just perished alongside his Pelipper, and now the Weasel Slash was also gone. Perhaps he could glean some information from his partner, Gong Yingshan. Surely, the Trainer Association would investigate thoroughly. Regrettably, his own plans had to be cancelled. After retrieving his suitcase from Yin Shu's trunk, he realized he would have to return alone. Just then, he heard an irate voice call out, Captain Hao. Shu Tong looked into the distance and saw several individuals in standard white lab coats from the National Research Institute approaching. What do you researchers require? Captain Hao inquired. We have come at the invitation of your Xingqing to assist in stabilizing that miniature secret realm. Yet now there has been a death of a professional trainer. We feel that our safety is compromised and have decided to terminate our work until you resolve this matter. The leading researcher stated. This situation is intolerable. Every additional day that passes in this enchanted grove of fruit-bearing trees brings us closer to their complete integration with our world. Once that happens, these precious trees will perish entirely, Captain Hao remarked. It seems this is not our concern. It is your city of Xing that has failed to ensure adequate safety measures, the researchers responded. Everyone, remain calm, commanded a robust voice that instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 61. The Blossoms of Our Nation. The speaker was He Chongling, the president of the Xing City Trainer Association, a 4-star professional trainer. Following him was a man in his 20s, whose face seemed familiar to Shu Tong. After a moment of recollection, she recognized him as Gao Feiwu, the manager of the association's office. Upon He Chongling's arrival, the researchers immediately quieted and timidly retreated to the side. He Chongling also noticed Yin Shu and Shu Tong, as they were the only two not in uniform. Captain Hao, are these two forest rangers as well? He Chongling inquired. Captain Hao replied, President, this is Yin Shu, a forest ranger. He was on his way to Xiangzhou City today for an assessment as a professional trainer when this unexpected incident occurred, and I called him back. This individual is accompanying Yin Shu. He is an apprentice trainer and was about to return. It is currently unsafe around here. How can you allow an apprentice trainer to leave on his own? As professional trainers, it is our duty to protect them. Given the uncertain circumstances, it is best for him to remain with your group of forest rangers. We must safeguard the nation's blossoms, He Chongling stated. Upon hearing this, Shu Tong feigned an innocent demeanor, realizing she was indeed considered one of the nation's blossoms. Yes, President, Captain Hao affirmed. Don't you want to thank the President? Yin Shu nudged Shu Tong. Oh, thank you, President, Shu Tong responded. Wait, aren't you Shu Tong, the top student from Xing City No. 1 High School last month? I was the one who issued your permit to carry a second Pokémon, Gao Feiwu remarked. Hello, Manager Gao, Shu Tong greeted. He Chongling could not help but glance at Shu Tong. So, it seems you are already on the brink of entering the realm of professional trainers. I still need more training and experience, Shu Tong replied modestly. Then seized this opportunity to train alongside Captain Hao, the top student from Xing City No. 1 High School is likely to become a 3-star professional trainer. With effort, attaining 4 stars is not out of reach, He Chongling encouraged. Thank you for your encouragement, President. For now, I can only focus on taking one step at a time. As for becoming a higher-ranking trainer, I dare not speculate, Shu Tong said. Gao Feiwu chuckled. This young man certainly knows how to speak. You should know that, President, he is the most talented prodigy in Xing City in over a decade. Now a 4-star professional trainer. Aspiring to reach that level is quite a challenge. He Chongling shot a glance at Gao Feiwu, thinking that the latter's flattery skills were becoming increasingly lacking. At that moment, the leaders of the Fire Brigade, Stability Team, Forest Rangers, and the head of the Pokémon Hospital had gathered. Let us take a look at the scene. And perhaps Director Liu could enlighten us on the circumstances of the investigation, remarked President He as he strolled towards the crime scene. Upon reaching the site, Shu Tong, due to her status, could only stand at the back, straining to catch a glimpse. Indeed, it was Sheng Kai and his wheezing. She mused to herself about Sheng Kai's misfortune. Was it perhaps a clash of fate? First, his Tangela had been pilfered by her, and then his Pelipper had fallen victim to her ambush. However, now that he was deceased, it bore no consequence to her. Everyone, please observe, Director Liu announced. Having donned protective gear, the identity of the professional trainer had been confirmed. He worked at the Pokémon Club and was named Sheng Kai. This Weezing was his Pokémon, and from the wounds, it was clear that it had fallen victim to a lethal strike, undoubtedly a killing move, and moreover, it was laced with poison, Director Liu stated. This wound is quite shallow, and with the presence of toxic substances. Could it be the work of a fast-attacking poison-type Pokémon? Captain Hao inquired. Director Liu responded. I was just analyzing the situation and preliminarily concluded that this toxin likely originated from a Zubat, as the wound resembles the damage inflicted by its wings. The assailant executed such a clean and swift kill, illustrating their formidable prowess. It is worth noting that Captain Hao's forest rangers are not far off. Any disturbance would surely draw their attention. President He scrutinized the scene and asked, do you believe you could achieve such a feat? Capable of slaying a professional trainer's Pokémon in one strike? Captain Hao replied, my Pokémon is power-oriented, and thus lacks the necessary agility. Captain Gao of the Fire Brigade added, my Masquerain excels at extinguishing fires, but its ambush capabilities are lacking. Captain Feng of the Stability Team shrugged and said, though we three are all second-tier professional trainers, I have always been the weakest. If even Captain Gao and Captain Hao cannot manage it, then I certainly cannot. President He nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, without the prowess of a third-tier professional trainer, it is exceedingly difficult to execute such a decisive kill. After a moment of contemplation, he fell into deep thought. After a significant pause, Gao Feiwu inquired, President, shall we make this public? He shook his head, sighing, let it be. The mortality rate of professional trainers has been steadily rising, instilling fear in many regarding this profession. Continuing down this path is untenable. If we lose our professional trainers who explore the hidden realms, how shall our nation contend with world powers such as the United States? Gao Feiwu continued. What shall we do next, President? He replied, Captain Gao, seal off this area and transport the body discreetly. Maintain confidentiality. Understood. Captain Gao responded before departing to make arrangements. He then directed, Captain Feng, arrange for your stability team to search and investigate every hotel and restaurant within Xing City over the next few days. Any suspicious individuals must be thoroughly examined. Yes, Captain Feng affirmed. Captain Hao, your rangers should venture into Yunshan, particularly observing any poison-type Pokémon. Understood. As Captain Hao prepared to lead his team, he noticed Shu Tong and inquired, President, how shall we arrange for this trainee trainer? President He turned to Shu Tong and asked, you have just witnessed that being a professional trainer is a perilous vocation. Have you ever wavered in your conviction regarding this profession? Shu Tong replied confidently, I shall not waver. His demise merely indicates his lack of strength. Her words astonished those present. President He remarked, you possess great courage. Would you be willing to accompany Captain Hao into the Cloud Mountain? I must forewarn you that while the terrain is not exceedingly complex, it harbors many formidable Pokémon, and even a seasoned professional trainer may not emerge unscathed. I eagerly seek any opportunity for prior experience, Shu Tong asserted. She contemplated that entering Cloud Mountain might allow her to glean insights through the narratives of certain Pokémon. Recent events had stirred her unease, stemming from her ignorance of potential dangers. If she could achieve self-awareness and knowledge of her adversaries through the Pokémon narratives, she could avert some risks in advance. Naturally, obtaining resources through examining these narratives would be even more advantageous. Very well, let Captain Hao take you into the mountains. And ensure his safety, President He instructed. Rest assured, President, Captain Hao replied. All forest rangers, you have 20 minutes to prepare. We shall enter the mountains in 20 minutes and must thoroughly search Cloud Mountain within 3 days. Captain Hao issued his command. Understood. Chapter 62. Into the mountains, In Shu led Shu Tong to his vehicle. You truly have guts. I wouldn't have dared to participate in outdoor training during my university days. In Shu remarked. With so many of you to protect me, what is there to fear? Shu Tong replied, opening her suitcase. She requested a large backpack from In Shu and placed some water and bread inside. Our forest rangers have designated personnel to carry logistical supplies. Given that it's only for 3 days, you need not bring all these items, In Shu advised. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself, Shu Tong asserted. She arranged her provisions with dry food at the bottom, layered with clothing, and finally placed her iron shell Pokémon atop, zipping the bag so that only its head protruded. Captain Hao gathered with over 10 forest rangers at the lookout post. Everyone, release your Pokémon and keep them vigilant. We are heading into the mountains, Captain Hao called out. He then released his 3 Pokémon, Strength, Quick Punch, and Fiery Monkey. Quick Punch. Stay close to Shu Tong and ensure her safety, Captain Hao instructed. Quick Punch moved to Shu Tong's side, and simultaneously, its information appeared before her. Name: Quick Fist Type, Fighting Ability, Iron Fist Skills, Absorb Punch, Proficient, Bullet Punch, Expert, Enhanced Punch, Proficient, Sonic Punch, Proficient, Energy Gathering, Proficient, Thunder Punch, Mastered, Ice Punch, Mastered, Flame Punch, Mastered, High Speed Movement, Novice, Million Ton Heavy Punch, Novice, Close combat. Novice. Individual talent. Medium grade. Recent turn of events. 2 days hence. The trainer was slain by a Zubat while entering a concealed cave, leading to his recall by the Trainer Association. Upon reviewing the script for Quick Fist, Shu Tong was gripped by a chill and hastened to examine the scripts of other Pokémon. She discovered that the scripts for Hao's other 2 Pokémon, Machoke and Infernape, also indicated 2 days later they would be ambushed and killed by Zubat upon entering the concealed cave. Furthermore, over half of the forest rangers had met their demise at the hands of Zubat. Given this, it appeared that during their expedition to Yunshan, the rangers would suffer substantial losses. Shu Tong silently followed the main group, burdened with heavy thoughts. The more she pondered, the more ominous it felt. In a small area like Yunshan, where forest rangers were stationed, the terrain and the Pokémon situation would have been thoroughly investigated. How could the ranger captain be unaware of the presence of Zubat in a cave? There must be something amiss. If everyone knew about the Zubat in Yunshan, then when Director Liu mentioned that Sheng Kai and Weasel had perished at the hands of Zubat, the rangers would surely have reported the existence of Zubat in Yunshan. Even if these Zubat were not responsible, it would at least serve as a clue. Shortly after entering Yunshan, they encountered several modern devices arranged as if forming a formation. Not only was Shu Tong curious, but some of the forest rangers also inquired, "What are these things?" Hao explained, "Not long ago, a miniature fruit secret realm appeared in Yunshan, right? When a secret realm manifests, it gradually begins to merge with its surroundings. However, once those fruits merge with our world, they perish. Therefore, in the face of secret realms of medium size or smaller, we can use these high-tech devices to prevent the merging of the secret realms. These realms can cultivate fruits, among other things, and are of great significance. These devices were developed by Dr. Li Chongyao, weren't they?" Shu Tong remarked. Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, Shu Tong." Shu Tong smiled in response, then added, "A week ago, the wastewater treatment plant in Xingqing collapsed. Was there an issue with the equipment?" Hao replied, "I'm not too sure about that either. That incident was investigated by Team Leader Foam from the Stability Maintenance Team. However, the investigation concluded that it was due to improper operation by the on-duty staff." Shu Tong acknowledged with a few O's. "Those researchers just now also belong to the National Research Institute, right?" Inshu inquired. "Yes, they are part of the research bureau under the National Research Institute, focusing on high-tech devices and equipment, and are headed by Dr. Li Chongyao. Their responsibilities differ from those of the Pokémon Research Institute, which studies Pokémon." Hao elaborated. "These researchers possess considerable strength, do they not?" Shu Tong casually asked. "Not inferior to our forest rangers," remarked Team Leader Hao. Shudong nodded in agreement. As they ventured deeper into Yunshan, Team Leader Hao divided the area into 4 sectors, assigning each team their respective search tasks, ensuring they could call for assistance in case of any unusual occurrences. Shudong remained closely behind Inshu, feeling reassured with the swift and capable Quaquanlang accompanying them. Along the way, they encountered numerous sprites, yet there was no need for Shutong to intervene. The forest rangers were more than sufficient. As dusk approached, all forest rangers reconvened at the designated location set by Team Leader Hao. Each team leader reported that the day had yielded no anomalies. After dinner, Shutong turned to Inshu and said, "Brother Shu, could your mosquito frog assist me in a special training session? How do you intend to train it against the iron shell bug?" Inshu inquired, perplexed. "You'll find out shortly," Shutong replied, retrieving the iron shell bug from her backpack, which had already secured itself using its silk. "What is this?" Inshu asked. "Just have your mosquito frog attack the iron shell bug. Feel free to use whatever tactics you wish," Shutong instructed. Inshu chuckled mischievously. "You have quite the peculiar interest. The iron shell bug will harden. Go ahead and attack swiftly," Shutong encouraged. "Then I shan't hold back. Mosquito frog, use slap," Inshu commanded. The mosquito frog leaped into the air, energy coalescing in its palms as it descended forcefully. With a resounding thud, it struck the iron shell bug shell, causing energy waves to ripple through, yet the iron shell bug remained unscathed. "Continue," Shutong urged. Inshu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly that resilient? The mosquito frog only exerted 60% of its strength. Now it shall unleash its full power. With that, the mosquito frog unleashed a flurry of slaps, each strike more powerful than the last. Truly, as a creature of a professional trainer, its level must be considerable. It was perplexing that the official classifications of sprite levels had yet to be established, even if they were not entirely accurate. It would at least provide a benchmark for evaluation. Typically, the strength of a trainer's most formidable sprite is gauged by their rank. Only when the mosquito frog exerted its utmost strength did the iron shell bug begin to show signs of faltering. "Don't stop," Shutong and Inshur exclaimed in unison. Inshur saw a glimmer of hope in toppling the iron shell bug, while Shutong felt exhilarated, at long last. A sprite was on the verge of breaching the iron shell bug's defenses. It seemed prudent to shift her focus for special training towards professional trainers. After more than 10 minutes of relentless slapping, both the mosquito frog and the iron shell bug collapsed. A resounding applause echoed from behind them. Chapter 63, Enhanced Fist Team Leader? Inshur called out as he spotted the newcomer. Shutong turned around, nodding respectfully. Team Leader Hao. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the prowess of the top student from Xingqing No. 1 High School. The iron shell bug you have nurtured has reached such remarkable heights. I have never encountered an iron shell bug with such formidable defenses. It is worth noting that Inshu is also a distinguished member among our forest rangers, which is why he was selected to participate in a professional trainer's assessment. Who could have anticipated that your iron shell bug could match Inshu's Froakie in terms of defense alone? If it were to evolve into a Beedrill, its power would be unparalleled. I dare to speculate that you will undoubtedly place within the top 30 in the college entrance examination for Su Province this year. Praised Captain Hao. Thank you for your kind words, replied Shutong. After recalling his iron shell bug, he utilized the rest period to channel energy from the power of Evergreen into it. The following day, the search in Yunshan continued. Given that forest rangers conduct regular searches, progress was swift. Within 2 days, nearly 80% of Yunshan had been thoroughly searched, leaving only a small area behind the mountain. That evening, the iron shell bug continued its sparring session with Inshu's Froakie. Captain Hao, intrigued, suggested, let my Hitmonlee give it a try. Captain, you are a second-tier professional trainer. Is that appropriate? Inshu inquired. While a second-tier professional trainer may seem impressive to ordinary people, it pales in comparison to the prodigious talents out there. I believe Shutong will soon attain the strength of a second-tier professional trainer. His innate talent is undeniable, Captain Hao asserted. Inshu pondered for a moment, recalling that when he first encountered Shutong, his abilities were rather average. Yet, after only half a month, how had the iron shell bug transformed as if it had achieved an indestructible physique? Your iron shell bug must maintain its energy. My Hitmonlee could potentially deplete your defenses with just 2 strikes, Shutong cautioned. The iron shell bug, now aware of the formidable opponent it faced, took a cautious stance. Hitmonlee, use Focus Punch, ordered Captain Hao. With a single Focus Punch, the iron shell bug remained steadfast. With the second, the energy within its shell wavered. The third strike caused a significant depletion of its shell energy, yet it swiftly replenished. It was not until the fourth Focus Punch that the energy of the iron shell bug's shell was entirely breached. However, its inherently tough exterior ensured it did not lose its combat capability. Captain Hao was initially prepared to conclude the bout, but Shutong urged, let us have one more go. Very well, let us proceed, Captain Hao responded, seemingly ignited by an inexplicable fervor. With the fifth Focus Punch, the strike sent the iron shell bug flying over 10 meters, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Shutong hurried over, administering a bottle of moo milk to the iron shell bug before recalling it into its Pokeball. Captain Hao approached, inquiring, how is your iron shell bug? Does it require treatment? No need. The injuries are not severe, Shutong replied. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a group of people behind Captain Hao staring at him with peculiar expressions. What is the matter with you all? Shutong sensed something was amiss. Inshu remarked, you dare to claim the injuries are not severe? Are you aware that Hao's quick fist is characterized by its iron fist trait, and that its power amplifies with each successive strike? In Hao's last confrontation, his quick fist engaged in a fierce battle against a poacher's Onyx, managing to strip away the outer rock layer in just 4 moves, nearly leading to its demise on the spot. Onyx, being a rock type, is susceptible to fighting-type moves. Shutong nodded in agreement. Some of the forest rangers also acknowledged the validity of Shutong's assertion, but then reconsidered. After all, Hao is a seasoned trainer at the intermediate level. During their break, Shutong distinctly felt the effects of their training, as an overwhelming surge of the ancient power flooded into his iron shell Pokémon. Indeed, it became evident that specialized training against formidable opponents is essential for gaining experience. By the third morning, the entire mountain summit had been thoroughly searched, with only one hillside in the shade remaining. After a brief lunch, Hao led the entire team towards the shaded mountain area for further exploration. Suddenly, Hao received a phone call from Chairman He. Vice Captain Liu, take 10 individuals and urgently descend the mountain. Chairman He has just informed us that we must send a team down to assist the 6 researchers who are under attack by wild Pokémon and may not withstand the assault. Announced Captain Hao. Understood. Vice Captain Liu responded, hastily leading 10 forest rangers down the mountain. Captain, Wasn't it mentioned that one of those researchers possesses the strength of an intermediate trainer? How could they possibly be overwhelmed by the wild Pokémon at the base of the mountain? Another ranger questioned. Indeed, we are already short on personnel, and now we've diverted half to protect them. Quite a predicament, sighed Captain Hao. Nevertheless, given that they have managed to stabilize that secret realm, it could yield substantial financial benefits for Xing City. We have little choice left, let us proceed. Captain Hao continued forward with his team. Shu Tong meticulously examined the Pokémon of the forest rangers, discovering that most had fallen victim to ambushes from Zubat. A strategy was imperative. Should all the forest rangers be lost, his own safety descending the mountain would be compromised. As he walked, lost in thought, a sudden exclamation caught his attention. My Diglett has discovered a cave that was previously unnoticed. It was too well concealed. Upon hearing this, Captain Hao quickly instructed him to lead the way. They navigated through layers of thicket and brush until they uncovered a cave nestled in a secluded hollow, the entrance obscured by vines. Without this exhaustive search, the cave would have remained hidden. Who will accompany me inside to investigate? Captain Hao inquired. I will, came the eager responses from over a dozen rangers, highlighting Hao's strong leadership. Meanwhile, Shu Tong stood at the cave's entrance, cautiously examining the rock walls, contemplating that perhaps Hao and his team were overly familiar with the mountain. As the saying goes, those who can swim often drown. Their overconfidence may have led them to overlook crucial details. All right, Shu. You and Quick Fist will stay behind to guard Shu Tong. The rest will accompany me into the cave, commanded Captain Hao. Wait, Shu Tong interjected. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Shu Tong. Captain Hao inquired, what is the matter? Is there an issue? Shu Tong responded smoothly, Captain, judging by the smoothness of this rock wall, it is evidently freshly hewn. I can't shake off a sense of unease, so I thought it prudent to consult you. Her eloquent words made Captain Hao swiftly dismiss the rudeness of her previous interruption. Upon closer inspection, Captain Hao extended his hand for a touch and nodded. It was indeed a recently excavated cave. Who could have ventured into Yinshan? After all, we have our forest rangers stationed here. Captain Hao then summoned the 2 forest rangers guarding the Yinshan lookout. Chapter 64, Genetically Modified Big-Mouthed Bat Captain, recently. Aside from the expedition into the secret realm where professional trainers Sheng Kai and Gong Ping entered Yinshan, only a few researchers have been here. Deputy Captain Liu conducted a patrol once, and since then, no one else has entered Yinshan, the 2 forest rangers affirmed decisively. Captain Hao nodded, expressing his unwavering trust in them. Could it be that a trainer utilizing flying-type Pokémon has descended upon us? What should we do now, Captain? Shu asked. We must investigate further. We should all exercise extra caution, Captain Hao replied. I have an idea, though I'm uncertain of its viability, Shu Tong proposed. I know what you possess. Within such a confined space, even those with strength will find it difficult to maneuver. Moreover, in this cavern, the effects of the big-mouthed bat utilizing ultrasonic waves would be amplified manifold, resulting in significant losses. Please share your thoughts. Let us pool our ideas, Captain Hao encouraged. Generally, such dark caves are favored habitats for poison-type Pokémon. Entering recklessly could easily lead to ambush. We have thoroughly searched Yinshan and found no second entrance. So we can ascertain that this cave has only one entrance, Shu Tong elaborated. Use fire. Captain Hao and several others exclaimed almost in unison. Shu Tong nodded in agreement, choosing to elaborate no further. Very well, it seems there is a consensus. Those with fire-type Pokémon, please bring them forth. Everyone should gather and collect dry wood. We will reconvene here in half an hour, Captain Hao commanded. Shu Tong followed suit, knowing that while her iron shell bug could not do much, it excelled at binding the cut wood with its silk. Undoubtedly, the efficiency of having Pokémon assist was remarkable, as they amassed a mountain of dry wood within half an hour. Captain Hao assigned tasks, directing the fire-type Pokémon to ignite the wood, while others with flying abilities were tasked with fanning the flames into the cave. Soon, the fire blazed to life, thick smoke being drawn into the cavern by the wind skills. The remaining Pokémon stood ready, poised to confront any creatures that might emerge from within, as Captain Hao had issued a direct order for immediate elimination. This situation is one that anyone could have anticipated. The newly excavated cave, home to elusive creatures, raises the question of whether it was merely a whimsical endeavor to dig such a cavern. Surely, no fool would engage in such a task without purpose. The true intentions of those who carved out this cave remained shrouded in mystery. Within mere minutes, an array of peculiar sounds emanated from the depths of the cave. Prepare yourselves, commanded Captain Hao. Almost immediately, a dozen or so supersonic bats emerged from the cave, only to be met with a torrent of energy-laden skill attacks, plummeting into the flames below. These supersonic bats were swiftly reduced to mere fuel for the fire. The cacophony from within the cave grew increasingly shrill, evoking an unsettling chill. "They're coming. Everyone, be cautious and protect yourselves," Captain Hao instructed. The sound of successive explosions rang out as the fire erupted, prompting everyone to retreat. In that fleeting moment, 5 or 6 largemouth bats soared out from the cave. "Stop them," Captain Hao shouted. Yet, as a fighter-type creature, he found himself at a loss against the largemouth bats. 2 flying birds ascended to confront the largemouth bats, but they faced 5 formidable opponents of considerable level, and within 2 exchanges, they were brought down. Rock slide, leaf blade, flamethrower. The forest rangers directed their creatures, unleashing a flurry of skills that left the 6 largemouth bats with no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Fleeing was not an option. Shutong quickly absorbed the information regarding the 6 largemouth bats. Name, largemouth bat, type, flying, poison ability, inner focus skills, screech, expert, supersonic, expert. Leech life, mastered, toxic fong, expert, air cutter, mastered, quick guard, beginner, individual talent, medium quality, recent development. Due to successful genetic modification, they can enhance individual talent by absorbing the blood of other creatures. Upon observing these largemouth bats, Shutong felt a jolt of realization. It seemed she understood something significant, yet found it difficult to articulate. Had the genetics of these largemouth bats been altered? The notion that they could elevate their innate talents through the consumption of other creatures' blood was terrifying, and the malevolence of such a trait was utterly appalling. Iron Shell Caterpillar. Use String Shot. Shutong seized the opportunity as one largemouth bat became vulnerable, unable to guard its flanks. The Iron Shell Caterpillar capitalized on this moment, launching a thread that ensnared the creature effectively. "Excellent work," Captain Hao praised. With one largemouth bat subdued, the remaining ones found themselves under even greater pressure. The Iron Shell Caterpillar consistently identified the right moment to strike, ensnaring the largemouth bats one after another with its sticky threads. Observing the subdued largemouth bats, Captain Hao remarked, "These creatures are clearly well trained. Even with over a dozen of our Pokémon attacking, they have managed to hold out for such an extended period. Their strength is formidable. Even Pokémon of a second-tier trainer would find it challenging to defeat them. Captain, what shall we do with these largemouth bats now? Enclosed by a containment ring. Let us take it back to the Association for President He to handle," Captain Hao remarked. Indeed, several forest rangers deployed a specialized device, activating it with a button, which unleashed a surge of crimson energy that ensnared the Zubat. This containment ring is a marvel of human ingenuity, akin to a Pokeball, specifically designed to capture troublesome wild Pokémon. Once ensnared by the containment ring, the Pokémon is rendered incapable of utilizing its energy, becoming little more than a mere shell of its former self. Shutong scrutinized the captured Zubat, her astonishment lingering, for although she had witnessed their narrative unfold, she was unable to voice her insights, leaving the investigation to the Trainers Association. Yet, the experiences of recent times left her with an unsettling sense of foreboding. The deliberate orchestration surrounding the wastewater treatment facility, the untimely demise of Shenkai, and now this genetically modified Zubat. All these events painted a clear picture of an unseen hand manipulating affairs from the shadows. With her current capabilities being limited, Shutong felt it prudent to maintain distance from these individuals. Engaging with them could spell disaster, as she lacked the means to defend herself against them. Zhu, the station director, and the professional trainers from the Xingqing Club were undoubtedly suspect. The cave should be secure now. I am certain there is more to uncover. Captain Hao, shall we proceed inside? One of the forest rangers inquired. Captain Hao nodded, instructing, those with fire-type Pokémon should enter first and set up torches for illumination. Affirmative. 3 rangers, each accompanied by a fire-type Pokémon, led the way into the cave, clearing the path ahead. Barely a minute had passed within the cave when a series of shrieks pierced the air. Chapter 65, The Ranger's Ambush. This is bad. The fire monkey has charged in. Captain Hao ordered. Just as they were about to enter, a Zubat transformed into a flash of white light, soaring skyward and vanishing from sight in an instant. Such incredible speed, Shutong remarked, as she hadn't even managed to gather any information on it. Quickly, let us investigate. Captain Hao urged as he dashed inside. The scene that unfolded before them left everyone in shock. 3 fire-type Pokémon and 3 forest rangers lay incapacitated, thanks to a mysterious protective force. The fire-type Pokémon could potentially survive if treated promptly, but the rangers were undoubtedly beyond salvation, their shallow wounds laced with poison, strikingly similar to the cause of Shunkai's death. Hurry, call for help from the association and arrange for medical assistance. Captain Hao swiftly retrieved the Pokeballs from the Rangers, recalling the 3 fire types, and instructed one of the Forest Rangers to descend the mountain for aid, insisting that they must rescue the Pokémon. The 3 Rangers' vital signs had already been assessed by Captain Hao, his expression grave. "Captain, allow me to carry them down the mountain. I assure you they will be fine. I will assist as well. We can form pairs and reach the base swiftly." With that, the remaining Rangers prepared to carry their fallen comrades. Inshu swiftly contacted the fire brigade, requesting them to send personnel up the mountain, equipped with stretchers and the national flag. During this mission, my 3 comrades, the Forest Rangers, exhibited unparalleled bravery and resolute courage, but tragically sacrificed their lives. As Captain Hao spoke, his voice trembled slightly. Many of the Forest Rangers displayed an unwavering determination in their eyes. Inshu successfully reached the fire brigade, and Captain Gao personally led the team to the scene. Suddenly, Captain Hao stood up, his gaze resolute, and declared, "All Forest Rangers, attention." Every ranger rose to their feet, standing at attention in response. Inshu instructed, "Protect Shu Tong well. The rest of you, follow me into the cave. Our mission to search Yinshan remains unfinished, and regardless of the obstacles we face, we shall resolutely complete our task." "Captain, I will join you," Inshu insisted. "Follow orders," Captain Hao replied firmly. Inshu nodded, affirming understood. Observing Inshu's conflicted expression, Shu Tong interjected, "Captain, there is no immediate danger outside. With Kwai Kwanlang here, it is sufficient. Please allow Inshu to enter." Captain Hao's demeanor softened. After all, Shu Tong was not a ranger and did not need to be treated so sternly. He remarked, "Shu Tong, if it weren't for your meticulousness, many of us might have perished in that cave. You have also assisted in capturing several of the largemouth bats, and your contributions are undoubtedly the most significant among us. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall certainly apply for commendation on your behalf. However, the current circumstances in Yinshan are perilous. Should anything happen to you, my conscience would be troubled." In truth, Shu Tong wanted to express that with several of the largemouth bats confined here, if the one that had just escaped returned to rescue them, she would be in grave danger and would be better off with the main group. After a moment of contemplation, feeling that Captain Hao's mood had eased somewhat, she stated, "I believe it is unwise to enter the cave at this time. I understand what you wish to articulate, but this is our duty as Forest Rangers," Captain Hao replied. "Completing it today is not too late, but should we all enter the cave and allow those largemouth bats to escape, it would be a costly mistake, resulting in the loss of our only lead," Shu Tong countered. Captain Hao pondered this, recognizing that he had indeed overlooked the potential for unknown dangers within the cave. "You are right. Let us wait for Captain Gao to arrive before proceeding." During the wait, silence enveloped the group as they honored their fallen comrades with a moment of reflection. After approximately an hour, Captain Gao arrived, riding a mountain motorcycle with his team. "Old Hao, what on earth has happened?" he inquired immediately upon dismounting. Captain Hao replied, "There is no time to explain everything. Quickly arrange for your team to secure this area. Deploy aerial surveillance with the flying sprites, and if any largemouth bats are encountered, a warning must be issued immediately." "Understood," Captain Gao affirmed. "Also, ensure that the captured largemouth bats are safeguarded and personally delivered to President He," Captain Hao added. "Rest assured, President He has already arrived with several executives from the association," Captain Gao confirmed. "Very well, I leave the situation outside in your capable hands." Captain Hao led the Forest Rangers into the cave, leaving Inshu and Shu Tong outside. Before they entered, Shu Tong meticulously verified the scripts of all the spirits, ensuring there was no danger, which allowed her to relax. Not long after their entry, Captain Hao and his team emerged from the cave. "Was there anything inside?" Inshu inquired urgently. One of the Forest Rangers replied, "Corpses, all of them spirits, and their blood has been completely drained. It appears to be the work of the Bat clan. Many bodies have begun to rot. It is utterly disgusting. I suspect this place is a breeding ground for the bats, and it is man-made. We must uncover who is behind this. My fellow Rangers cannot have died in vain." A terrifying aura of vengeance flickered in Captain Hao's eyes. Before nightfall, President He arrived. "President," Captain Hao prepared to report the entire sequence of events to him. President He raised his hand, signaling him to wait. He was already aware of the general situation. Captain Hao understood the implication and stepped back. President He addressed Gao Feiwu, saying, "The fallen warriors should be transported down the mountain, with police escort, to the funeral home, preserved in the highest standard ice coffins of Xing City. We will prepare a record of their merits overnight, and hold a memorial and commendation ceremony tomorrow morning, allowing the public to pay their respects." "Understood," Gao Feiwu responded. Vice Presidents Han and Wu, assist Captain Gao's firefighting team in transporting these 5 bats to the association headquarters, ensuring they are closely monitored. I have already informed Dr. Xiao Limu from the Jinling National Research Institute. He will come personally to examine them. President He instructed. Yes, they affirmed. Once president, he had completed all arrangements. He called Captain Hao aside to discuss further details. He nodded frequently, occasionally glancing at Shu Tong. Meanwhile, Yin Shu was sitting under a tree with Shu Tong when he suddenly said, Shu Tong, I'm sorry, but I can't take you for the professional trainer assessment this time. I was merely hoping for a stroke of luck, but with everything that has happened today, the forest rangers will undoubtedly have numerous matters to attend to. It wouldn't be appropriate to request another leave. Shu Tong nodded and replied, It's fine. I merely wanted to gain some experience. It wasn't a necessity. In truth, whether or not she attended the professional trainer assessment was inconsequential. Both President He and Captain Hao believe she could place in the top 30 in the provincial examination, which would essentially qualify her as a professional trainer, bypassing the promotion assessment entirely. I hope so, Shu Tong replied softly. Chapter 66. The Vanished Bats. Captain Hao was assigning the night's duty tasks, knowing that once Dr. Xiao Limu arrived, an examination of the spirit corpses would be conducted. Shu Tong, you should return with President He shortly, Captain Hao said as he approached her alongside President He. Shu Tong rose and said, I'm fine. You don't need to take special care of me. President He and Captain Hao, once you commence your career as a professional trainer, I will not permit you to leave, regardless of your desire to do so. Let us proceed, President He stated. Shu Tong refrained from further comment. Just as she was about to depart, President He's phone suddenly rang. What? President He's blood pressure surged unexpectedly, his mind momentarily blank, and the phone slipped from his grasp, nearly causing him to stumble. Yin Shu and Shu Tong hurriedly stepped forward to steady him, while Captain Hao and others quickly gathered around. President, what has happened? Captain Hao inquired. President He struck the ground with a heavy fist, incensed by the audacity of the intruder. Observing this, the others dared not ask further and could only wait for President He to regain his composure. With a deep sigh, President He remarked, just moments ago, while escorting the Zubat down the mountain, a sudden spatial distortion occurred, causing several Zubats to vanish into thin air. What? Who could be responsible for this? The 2 vice presidents are seasoned trainers at the 3rd rank. How could the enemy seize such a vital research subject right under their noses? Captain Hao was filled with righteous indignation, unable to accept this grim reality. President He, resigned, replied, There are countless hidden masters in this world, particularly those who wield advanced energies such as space and time. Their actions are executed with utter stealth. Even I find myself powerless in such situations, let alone those 2. Captain Hao then realized his words were misplaced and quickly said, I misspoke. Surely we must have some recourse? We must report this. The situation has escalated beyond our capacity to resolve. For now, our only course of action is to seal off Yunshan and detain all individuals related to Shunkai for further interrogation. I have already instructed Captain Feng from the stability team to arrange this, President He stated. Understood, Captain Hao replied. Shu Tong remained in a state of shock. To be honest, she had not been in this world for long since her crossing from Earth. Although many countries on Earth frequently experienced turmoil and reports of street terrorism were common, her homeland maintained strict laws and control, shielding her from encounters with heinous criminals. From her experiences over the past few days, Shu Tong increasingly felt that this world was far less peaceful than her original one. The capabilities of Pokémon were formidable, enabling wrongdoers to exploit them for nefarious purposes. Even more troubling was humanity's rudimentary understanding of Pokémon. Many of their unique abilities were unknown, rendering numerous cases unsolvable. Even with surveillance, it proved futile, as a single release of an electromagnetic wave from a Magnemite could incapacitate all monitoring systems. Truly, the National Alliance faced immense challenges in the realm of Pokémon research, with a long road ahead, which is why funding for such studies continues to rise each year. Recent research has revealed that the rewards are indeed substantial, akin to the recent paper published by Shu Tong regarding escape characteristics, which remarkably equates to the points required for donating a Hope primary school. Throughout history, peace has been a fleeting notion, with wars erupting incessantly over the contest for secret realms. The Huaxiao Fugua, where Shu Tong resides, has maintained relative tranquility, having not engaged in foreign conflicts for nearly 50 to 60 years. At this moment, Shu Tong profoundly comprehends the significance of possessing formidable strength. Otherwise, one might find oneself in the plight of Captain Hao and President He, who, despite their intentions to combat evil, find themselves powerless to protect their comrades, enduring great suffering. However, having navigated the complexities of society, Shu Tong is acutely aware that every authority figure exists in a liminal space between virtue and vice, traversing the realms of light and darkness. The situation has reached a conclusion. Leaving Captain Hao and his ranger team behind, as president, he leads Shu Tong down the mountain. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Trainer Association, president, he addressed Shu Tong. Tomorrow morning, I will hold a memorial service. Please come to the association at 2 in the afternoon, as I wish to commend you for your remarkable contributions. May I exchange this for points at the National Research Institute? Shu Tong inquired directly. Do you aspire to become a researcher? President, he responded. I merely wish to obtain a Pokémon cultivated by the National Research Institute, hence my desire for points, Shu Tong clarified. That is certainly possible, as both the Trainer Association and the National Research Institute belong to the National Alliance system. However, acquiring those points is quite challenging. I cannot ascertain how many can be exchanged. Fortunately, Dr. Xiao Lamu will be arriving shortly, and I can advocate on your behalf, given your significant achievements. President, he assured him. Thank you, Shu Tong replied. Since you have decided to pursue points from the National Research Institute, it would be best to wait in the hall for a while. Dr. Xiao will arrive soon, President, he suggested. Understood, Shu Tong responded. Of course. He was merely eager to witness the presence of a doctor from the National Research Institute. As for the points mentioned by President He, the resolution would only materialize after this matter reaches a conclusion. Upon entering the hall of the Trainer Association, Shu Tong found a place to sit. And soon the staff prepared 2 boxes of meals. President He joined him for a brief meal, though his mood was somber and his appetite lacking. Before they could finish their meal, a long luxury vehicle drove into the hall. President He hastily set down his meal and walked outside. As the door opened, an elderly man, slender and gray-haired, emerged first, donning spectacles yet exuding vitality, moving with remarkable agility. Following him, 6 young researchers disembarked in succession. Dr. Xiao, thank you for coming personally, President He greeted him. This matter involves personnel casualties and is of utmost importance. Where are those Zubat? I need to examine them immediately, Dr. Xiao inquired urgently. With a heavy sigh, President He recounted the entire sequence of events. Damn it, Dr. Xiao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He and Dr. Shu Tong were both astonished, not expecting such a shocking revelation from the old man. Goodness, in recent years, these lawless individuals have become increasingly audacious. If I were a decade younger, I would make them unrecognizable to their ancestors, Dr. Xiao exclaimed. However, we discovered numerous corpses of fairies in the cave of the big-mouthed bat, all drained of blood. What benefit could this possibly confer to the bat? Chairman He inquired. Under normal circumstances, blood is merely a source of sustenance for the big-mouthed bat. While it feeds on blood, it is not inherently bloodthirsty. There must be some hidden agenda. Otherwise, those individuals would not be so anxious to rescue the bat, Dr. Xiao said, stomping his feet in frustration. Doctor, let us retreat to my office for a moment. I have already arranged for a meal to be delivered, and the room is being prepared. We shall rest tonight and ascend the mountain tomorrow, Chairman He suggested. Just a light meal will suffice. With that, they proceeded upstairs to Chairman He's office. Chapter 67. Points accumulated. Dr. Xiao and the others had a light meal. One of the researchers approached Chairman He and said, Hello, Chairman He. I am Li Jian, a disciple of Dr. Xiao. I plan to visit a student named Shu Tong at Xingqing No. 1 High School tomorrow, and I may need your assistance in obtaining a school pass. Upon hearing this, Chairman He immediately turned to Shu Tong. You are Li Jian, the researcher? Shu Tong asked. And you are? Li Jian responded, his face filled with confusion. I am Shu Tong. What a coincidence. I did not expect this, Shu Tong replied. Oh, you are the one who proposed the new characteristic? Dr. Xiao interjected. Do you two know each other? Chairman He was utterly perplexed. Li Jian explained. Recently, Shu Tong published a paper at our National Research Institute proposing a new characteristic. It has now become a key research project for our institute and has made groundbreaking progress, which we believe will be announced soon. Oh, I did not realize Shu Tong possessed such talent in this area, Chairman He said with a sense of pride, as he recognized Shu Tong as a trainer registered with the Xingqing Trainer Association. Regardless of how far Shu Tong might go in the future, this was the place where their journey began. Come. Sit down and tell me how you discovered this characteristic. Dr. Xiao enthusiastically pulled Shu Tong closer. The old man's fervor left Shu Tong somewhat flustered. Nonetheless, spinning tales was his forte, and since no one was watching, he felt free to embellish. Shu Tong, this is your points card from the National Research Institute, now linked to your identity information, Li Jian said, handing a card to Shu Tong. Thank you, Shu Tong replied. Since we have broached this subject, I initially intended to bring this up after this matter was resolved, but it appears that the timing is fortuitous, Chairman, he remarked. Dr. Xiao and several researchers exchanged puzzled glances with one another. President, he recounted Shutong's remarkable achievements during this occasion at Yinshan, during which several researchers gazed at Shutong with incredulous expressions. After all, he had played a pivotal role in saving the entire Forest Ranger team and assisting in the capture of the largemouth bat. It turned out that the Trainer Association intended to commend Shutong. However, Shutong himself wished to convert these accolades into points for the National Research Institute. It appeared that this young man was resolutely set on pursuing a career as a researcher. President, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Shutong felt a surge of respect for President He. He had never harbored a steadfast desire to become a researcher, but having just witnessed Dr. Zhao's admiration for him, his current statements effectively bound him to the National Research Institute, making it difficult for Dr. Xiao to refuse. Dr. Xiao then addressed Li Jian directly. Please finalize the materials. Let's allocate 80 points. Isn't that a bit excessive, teacher? Li Jian inquired. Not at all. My hope is that you, Shutong, will grow to love the profession of a researcher and realize your life's value through the study of Pokémon, Dr. Xiao replied. Shutong stood and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. However, the process to accumulate 80 points would take over a month, which was ample time. I collaborated with Principal Wang Liren from Xi'an Jiaodong University to research a batch of Pokémon, and they should hatch in about a month. At that time, Li Jian will notify Shutong to select, Dr. Xiao explained. Understood, Dr. Li Jian acknowledged. Grateful, Shutong reflected on the Pokémon nurtured within the National Research Institute. As evidenced by Qian Kale's formidable fighters, they were at least endowed with 2 top-tier individual talents. With his ability to discern narratives, he was confident he could select the one with the best potential. Thus, his next Pokémon seemed secured, and with the previous 40 points, he would amass a total of 120 points, sufficient to exchange for a Pokémon with a base value of 500. As he strolled home, Shutong contemplated which Pokémon possessed a base value of 500. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had developed a certain understanding of the Pokémon species native to his homeland. Unlike in the anime, the Pokémon in his country were primarily derived from the Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions. The vast and diverse climate of Huaxia afforded a rich variety of Pokémon, making it one of the nations with the most species globally. Even the formidable Unova Empire, despite its strength, had a limited number of native Pokémon, most of which were acquired and cultivated from abroad. Consequently, the range of Pokémon with a base value of 500 narrowed further, including formidable choices such as the bug-type Seither, Heracross, and Pinsir, the normal-type Snorlax. Ground types like Golem and Claydol, water types such as Golduck and Frogadier, fire types like Rapidash and Houndoom, psychic-type Alakazam, and ghost-type Jengar. It seemed there were numerous options available, and he would simply have to wait to see which one boasted the highest potential. Upon returning home, Shutong took a refreshing shower and lay down on her bed. Despite the myriad of events she had experienced that day, which felt like an eternity, she recognized the significant gains she had made. Her research paper had finally borne fruit. Although her initial intention in rescuing the forest ranger was primarily self-preservation, she had indeed minimized the ranger's losses. The unexpected accolades from the Trainer Association provided a clear direction for her second Pokémon. In just over a month, she would possess her second Pokémon, and Shutong was filled with eager anticipation. However, today's experiences had truly begun to unveil the complexities of the world around her. What appeared to be a tranquil existence concealed turbulent undercurrents. The formidable underground forces had rendered even a seasoned 4-star trainer powerless. More alarming was her utter ignorance regarding the objectives and schemes of these clandestine entities. She worried whether an insignificant figure like herself might be caught in their crosshairs, prompting her to exercise greater caution in the future. Ever since she had acquired the exquisite toxic pearl, she felt an intricate connection to a particular faction, and she was grateful for her quick reflexes. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Now that the exquisite toxic pearl had been completely absorbed by her iron-shelled Beedrill, it seemed this chapter had reached a conclusion. Nevertheless, from the events of today, Shutong was certain that they were indeed affiliated with the wastewater treatment facility. This information had to remain locked within her heart. She must not draw attention to herself. The following day, Shutong took a bus to Xiangzhou City, deliberately avoiding any involvement with the matters in Yinshan. Her purpose for arriving in Xiangzhou City was clear. Upon her arrival, she hailed a taxi, making her first stop the Xiaoxiao forest. It was imminent, she mused to herself, as she walked towards the forest with her iron-shelled Beedrill nestled in her backpack. Chapter 68. I did not kill Wu Hongjin. The Xiaoxiao forest is a secluded grove in Xiangzhou City, encircled by rivers, and devoid of forest rangers due to the absence of powerful Pokémon within. As soon as Shu Tong stepped into the forest, she heard the sound of heated insults. With the situation unclear, she cautiously approached, seeking to discern the circumstances. In the distance, she spotted a rugged, bearded man, his imposing stature marred by layers of dirt, confronting two elegantly dressed individuals, one of whom was Wu Hongjin. "Brat, drop what you're holding, and I might spare your lives." The bearded man barked at Wu Hongjin and his companion. "Don't put on airs here. You look like you just crawled out of a garbage heap," Wu Hongjin retorted. "Brat, you're courting death. Come forth, Sand King." As soon as he finished speaking, the bearded man threw his Pokeball, and 3 Sand Kings emerged, panting heavily. Their bodies marked with visible scars, indicating they had endured a prolonged battle. "Hongjin, step back. Those 3 Sand Kings are no trifles," warned the young man beside Wu Hongjin as he tossed out 2 Pokeballs. A persistent clamor echoed as the agile cat, led by Wu Hongjin, remained by his side, clutching an inconspicuous gray bag. Could the elusive mint be concealed within that mundane pouch? Shu Tong pondered. The 3 formidable mountain kings engaged in a fierce confrontation with the agile cat and the nimble-legged foe. However, after a single skirmish, the mountain kings clearly gained the upper hand. The disparity in strength was stark. Had the mountain kings not been grievously injured, they would have effortlessly dispatched their adversaries. "This fellow possesses remarkable strength. Hongjin, do take a look at what lies within that bag," suggested a tall youth. "Certainly." Wu Hongjin promptly unfastened the gray bag, revealing a locked iron box. The cat leader swiftly severed the lock, extracting a transparent vial filled with liquid, within which floated a golden leaf. "Brother, what is this?" Wu Hongjin inquired, bewildered. "I have no idea. We shall consult father upon our return, and perhaps your cat leader can lend assistance. That bearded man is exceedingly powerful." "All right." Subsequently, the cat leader joined the fray. Observing the Mountain King's stamina severely depleted, the brothers decided to engage in a war of attrition. The bearded man's expression soured. He had not anticipated such cunning from the 2 youths. Shu Tong sensed that the bearded man harbored some secret, and thus focused intently on the information script of the Mountain Kings. Name, Mountain King. Type, ground abilities, Sand Veil skills, Rending Claw, proficient, Poison Sting, advanced, Sand Attack, mastered. Round, mastered, Rollout, mastered, Multi-Hit, proficient, Rapid Spin, proficient, Heavy Slam, mastered, Quicksand Hell, mastered, Split, mastered. Individual talents, superior attack, superior defense, moderate stamina, special attack, special defense. Speed, recent turn of events. Captured trainer sent for rehabilitation at the Trainer Association. The Pokeball's constraints were lifted. All 3 Mountain Kings shared the same recent turn of events. As Shu Tong surmised, the bearded man was indeed a criminal. Upon capture, such offenders would see their Pokémon reclaimed by the Trainer Association, resulting in the destruction of their Pokeballs and the liberation of the Pokémon. Following reconditioning, most of these creatures would be conscripted into the Pokémon army. In contrast, the cat leader's recent turn of events indicated the acquisition of the elusive mint's power. According to the conventional narrative, this bearded man would ultimately be outmaneuvered by the brothers. However, with his presence, the script was destined for revision. Shu Tong knew he could not approach the battle recklessly, as the stakes were too high. Yet, the armored insect was a different matter altogether. Shu Tong continued to retreat into the distance, producing the iron shell insect. She spoke. "In a moment, use the silk to approach their battle. Conceal yourself well in the dense treetops. As soon as the Mountain King employs the venomous needles, you must do the same to ensure we defeat the gang led by Cat Boss. We shall maintain our mental communication for further instructions." The iron shell insect blinked and vanished before Shu Tong, propelled by the silken threads. From her current position, she could only hear their voices but could no longer witness the fight. However, it sufficed as long as the iron shell insect could see. "Mountain Kings, all use your venomous needles," came the voice of the bearded man. Shu Tong recognized that the opportunity had arrived. GLGL swung the bone club in resistance, while Cat Boss resorted to chaotic clawing for defense. "Why is the potency of these venomous needles so formidable?" GLGL exclaimed. From the terrified voices of the Wu Hongjin brothers, Shu Tong discerned that their spirits had been injured. "Quick, quick, call for help," Wu Hongjin shouted urgently. "Ha ha ha, too late. Use the quicksand hell." The bearded man cackled maliciously. A cacophony of screams followed, emboldening Shu Tong to inch closer. A fleeting glance revealed the Wu Hongjin brothers, and their spirits were nearly engulfed by the quicksand hell, while 3 Mountain Kings relentlessly augmented the Earth's energy. "Help! Help! Spare me, I do not wish to die." Wu Hongzhen's voice was laced with primal fear, his face ashen, devoid of any color. Please, please don't kill us. We have wealth. You can have as much as you desire, his brother pleaded weakly. The bearded man spat disdainfully. I find your kind of rich second generation repugnant. Now you seek mercy? It's too late, Mountain Kings. One of the Mountain Kings surged forth, seizing the mint from the brothers. Subsequently, it employed its rending claw, cleaving the three spirits in twain. Such a gruesome physical assault claimed their lives. The brothers' pupils widened, resembling light bulbs, their eyes suffused with terror. Thus, the three spirits faded into the quicksand. In their final moments, the Wu Hongzhen brothers issued desperate pleas, their cries becoming hysterical. When death is not imminent, no one comprehends its nature. Only when death truly encroaches does one realize its terrifying reality. Even in the last second of breath, one yearns for a miracle. The bearded man's laughter resonated like a death knell, reverberating within the brothers' souls. Ultimately, the quicksand consumed them, and amidst its depths, a low hum echoed, fading into silence within mere moments. Mountain Kings, that will suffice, the bearded man declared. Yet, as he turned around and beheld the three Mountain Kings bound like mummies, collapsed on the ground, he inquired, Who is it? He surveyed his surroundings, a palpable fear gripping him, barely maintaining his composure as he shouted, almost losing his footing. Chapter 69. The actor Shu Tong, the bearded man, steadied his mind, preparing to retrieve his diglet with a pokeball. Suddenly, a strand of silk emerged from nowhere, ensnaring his neck and binding his limbs. The silk transformed into a white ribbon, suspending the bearded man from a tree. He roared in a frenzied struggle. Shu Tong had the means to eliminate him easily with a poison needle. But she had just utilized the needle mixed with Diglett's toxin to vanquish the brothers, Wu Hongzhen's Pokémon. Ever cautious, Shu Tong preferred to leave as few traces as possible. The bearded man was now lifeless. Shu Tong retrieved a vial of serious mint. Had it not been for this substance, she would not have taken such risks, for the effects of serious mint were irresistibly alluring. It could stimulate energy absorption, accelerate energy circulation, and promote further development of the body's potential. Wasn't this precisely the resource that her Shellmet required? Shellmet, consume this immediately, Shu Tong instructed. Shellmet, sensing the allure of the serious mint, deftly opened the container with its versatile silk skill and devoured every last drop of the mint along with the nutrient solution. To prevent any discovery, Shu Tong infused Shellmet with the power of Eternatus, aiding it in fully digesting the serious mint. The container was subsequently crushed into powder by the silk and scattered by the wind. Unquestionably, Shellmet's narrative had now shifted. Due to the complete absorption of serious mint accelerating energy circulation, the proficiency of the poison needle skill approached perfection, and the hardening skill neared mastery. Despite the current modest level, the enhancement of skill proficiency constituted a solid foundation for formidable strength. However, Shu Tong could not afford to indulge in excitement. She had pressing matters to address. To escape? That was out of the question. A simple inquiry into her whereabouts could easily reveal her location to the authorities, leaving her defenseless and exposed. In any case, the serious mint had already been consumed, and Shu Tong harbored no concerns regarding this, as evidenced by the previous narrative of Cat Boss, where it was revealed that the mint was consumed without consequence. Naturally, Shellmet would also be fine. Under such circumstances, it was wiser to take the initiative rather than retreat. Resolute in her decision, Shu Tong promptly took out her phone and dialed the police, having already formulated her explanation. She was certain that the bearded man was a criminal. Her actions in killing him would be deemed justifiable self-defense. Perhaps by eliminating this criminal, she would even earn a commendation, for there was no law in this world regarding excessive self-defense. Shellmet returned to Shu Tong's backpack, and the bearded man was lowered. However, Shu Tong did not foolishly await the arrival of the police. In this day and age, regardless of the world one found oneself in, connections were essential. Shu Tong dialed President He's number. Shu Tong, what's the matter? President He inquired warmly. Shu Tong, feigning a voice choked with tears, said, President, I have committed murder. What happened? Speak quickly, President He replied, his heart suddenly sinking. Shu Tong was an exceptional talent, both in strength and courage. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her achievements would surely surpass his own. This was a matter of honor for the Xing City Trainer Association, and he had just been preparing to designate Shu Tong as a key figure for support. How could such a calamity have arisen so suddenly? Still sobbing, Shu Tong spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. Today, I intended to attend special training in the Xiaoxiao forest of Xiangzhou City, but as soon as I entered the woods, I heard cries for help. I hurried towards the sound and discovered a bearded man with 3 Pinoro, who was about to bury my classmate, Wu Hongjin, and another person I did not recognize alive. My iron shell bug was immobile and could not assist in time. In a moment of desperation, I commanded my iron shell bug to use string shot to approach. Fortunately, the three Pangoro had already sustained serious injuries and were preoccupied with their skills, allowing my iron shell bug to successfully ambush and bind them. As Shu Tong paused, President He pressed on. And then? What happened next? How is your classmate? They died. Buried by the quicksand hell. I truly could not save them. If only I were stronger. Shu Tong's sobs intensified. President He sighed deeply, saying, "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself." What transpired next? Who was that bearded man? Shu Tong spoke in broken fragments. The bearded man was enormous. He discovered me and intended to harm me. With my physique, I could not withstand even two of him. I was terrified, fearing he would kill me just as he had killed Wu Hongjin. I could only cry out for my iron shell bug to rescue me. Then, what happened afterward? President He inquired further. Then my iron shell bug strangled the bearded man with string shot and hung him from a tree. I was so frightened that I did not dare to bring him down. In the end, when I finally let him down, I realized he was already dead. Shu Tong recounted. President He paused for a considerable time before saying, "Do not be afraid. I will contact President Li of the Trainer Association in Xiangzhou City immediately. I will come to you right away. From what you said, that bearded man sought to kill your classmate, which makes him likely a criminal. If that is the case, you are not at fault. You have instead acted with valor." After comforting Shu Tong for a while, President He hung up the phone. Wiping her tears, Shu Tong leaned against a tree in a daze. Soon, the police and the stability team arrived at the scene. The stability team cordoned off the area, applying energy restraints to the three Pangoro and beginning the painstaking task of excavating the bodies of Wu Hongjin and their Pokémon. Meanwhile, the police were taking Shu Tong's statement. "Who is this?" the stability team leader exclaimed upon seeing the bearded man lying on the ground. "Captain, what is the situation? Do you not recognize this man? Just days ago, he was noted in the provincial search warrant issued by the Trainer Association," the stability team leader replied. "One of the 5 mice, the groundhog Han Zhonglei?" Indeed. As he spoke, the captain of the stability maintenance team approached Shu Tong, noting that the testimonies had been nearly recorded. The captain glanced at the statements and nodded affirmatively. "Captain, President Li has arrived." "Oh." The captain hurriedly jogged over. Shu Tong cast a fleeting glance and saw an individual of similar age to President He approaching her. The stability maintenance team handed the statements to President Li. "Shu Tong, this is Mr. Li Dongsheng, the president of the Trainer Association of Xiangzhou," the captain announced. Shu Tong braced herself against a tree trunk to rise. Li Dongsheng stepped forward to support her, saying, "Child, do not be afraid. I have reviewed your testimony, and President He has informed me of your circumstances. This criminal, Han Zhonglei, was a notorious thief who had just stolen a precious item from within the province. Although the treasure is lost, eliminating this criminal alleviates a significant threat to the association. You did well in taking him down. It is regrettable that you could not rescue your classmate in time, but that is not your fault, given your current abilities. Your actions are commendable." At that moment, the stability maintenance team submitted their investigation and analysis report. President Li glanced at Wu Hongfei. Wu Hongjin had succumbed to the suffocating attack of the sand hell technique used by the king of the mountain. Cat Boss, Flying Leg Boy, and Gagaga bore numerous wounds, all inflicted by the king of the mountain's assaults, dying from fatal tearing injuries. Han Zhonglei perished from suffocation caused by insect silk. "Notify the families of the deceased and manage the subsequent affairs," President Li instructed. "What shall we do with Shu Tong?" the captain inquired. "Let her accompany me back to the association for now. As for how to recognize her contributions, we shall decide in a meeting," President Li replied. "Contributions?" Shu Tong feigned surprise. President Li continued, "Your actions in ridding society of this menace are indeed commendable. The National Alliance encourages professional trainers to embody the spirit of courage in combating malevolent forces. If we do not recognize your bravery, would you still rush forward in similar situations in the future? Thus, it is essential not only to commend, but to reward you generously." Shu Tong subsequently followed President Li to the car. Observing her still dazed demeanor, President Li comforted her. "Shu Tong, President He values you greatly. You will undoubtedly become part of the association in the future. You must quickly adapt to such scenes, as they will only increase. This incident will significantly aid your growth." Shu Tong silently nodded, recognizing that remaining quiet in such circumstances was the most prudent course of action. Now was the time to test an actor's fundamental qualities. Chapter 70. The preemptive clause. Shu Tong settled into President Li's office. He was diligently attending to the details of this incident, as the Wu family held a certain prestige in Xingqing. Although their wealth did not rival that of the Qin family, They operated several manufacturing facilities. This time, their eldest son, Wu Hongfei, had come to Xiangzhou to participate in a professional trainer assessment, only to encounter the nefarious Han Zhonglei. About an hour later, President He also arrived. President He, Shutong exclaimed. Rising promptly, He Huang gently patted Shu Tong on the shoulder, signaling him to take a seat, and remarked, "Good lad." Chairman Li presented all the documents for He Huang's perusal, as he held a superior position as the chairman of the Regional Trainers Association. "Old He, take a look at this," Chairman Li urged, handing over all the materials. He Huang meticulously examined each document, sighed deeply, and reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed, evidently troubled by a headache. "What shall we report to the Wu family? Any thoughts?" Chairman Li inquired. "Given the circumstances, what more can we do? Just provide whatever compensation they seek," He Huang replied, clearly agitated. "Inevitably, emotions will run high," Chairman Li remarked with resignation. "Shu Tong, why don't you rest in the association dormitory today? We will ensure you remain out of the public eye until this matter settles," He Huang suggested. Subsequently, Chairman Li instructed his secretary to arrange accommodation for Shu Tong. Lying on the bed, Shu Tong sighed, realizing he would likely be confined there for several days, having to forego his plans to observe the assessment of professional trainers. He placed his iron shell mouse beside the bed, feeding it 2 cans of moo milk, and then begun to instill it with the power of the everlasting forest. Upon arriving at the dormitory, He Huang specifically instructed that Shu Tong should not leave for the next couple of days to prevent anyone from exploiting the situation for sensationalism. Confined within the dormitory, Shu Tong kept a close eye on the news reports from Xiangzhou, as this incident had undoubtedly become the most significant event in the city, attracting continuous coverage. The fervor surrounding the incident intensified over the next 3 to 4 days, ultimately culminating in a report revealing that the Wu brothers and the groundhog Han Zhonglei had perished together. These two were posthumously honored as martyrs, and the Wu family received accolades from the League. Should there be any descendants of the Wu family, they would be entitled to directly acquire Pokémon from the National Research Institute and benefit from a subsidized breeding fund. Upon reading this report, Shu Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he had successfully safeguarded himself while preventing any resentment from the Wu family. Moreover, the remaining 4 mice were oblivious to his significance, and the Wu family had attained what they desired. Perhaps with enough effort, the couple could still conceive another child. After a couple of days, tranquility returned, and Shu Tong was once again summoned to Chairman Li's office, with He Huang present as well. "Open it and take a look." He Huang smiled, gesturing towards a box on the desk. Shu Tong reverently opened the box, revealing a curved claw resembling a piece of raw jade. "What is this?" Shu Tong inquired. "This is a top-quality preeminent claw, a truly precious item, exceedingly rare in all of Xiangzhou," He Huang explained. "Could it be?" Shu Tong responded in disbelief. President Li smiled with relief, saying, "This is something that President He has devoted considerable effort to secure for you. The essence of the initial claw is that it aids the spirit in accumulating energy more rapidly, often manifesting in battle as the first to unleash skills. It also enhances the spirit's skill proficiency, making it invaluable. Its worth exceeds that of most treasured artifacts and cannot be measured in mere monetary terms." "Thank you, President He." "Thank you, President Li." Even as a time traveler, Shu Tong could not suppress his excitement at that moment. "Enough with the thanks. This is what you deserve. Moreover, if you achieve success for the country in the future, it will reflect glory upon us old fellows," President Li remarked. "Take it, and prepare well for the college entrance examination. Do you have any plans moving forward?" President He inquired. "I intend to undergo intensive training at the Thunderbolt Dojo for a month, hoping to consolidate the skills I have learned previously. If I can improve, that would be even better," Shu Tong replied. "The Thunderbolt Dojo? Master Ling's prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. I will have a word with him to arrange targeted training based on your spirit's current condition, which should give you more confidence," President Li stated. Before Shu Tong could respond, President He chuckled. "Then I shall express our gratitude on behalf of Xingqing to President Li." With a knowing smile, President He continued. "At the beginning of next month, following the assessment of this month's battles, there will be a 3-person team-friendly competition among 9 high schools from the 4 districts and 5 counties of Xiangzhou, with generous prizes. You must secure a commendable position for us in Xingqing." Hearing about the substantial rewards, Shu Tong felt a surge of eagerness. Realizing this was a fortuitous opportunity to alleviate his financial woes. "I will prepare diligently," he humbly responded. With that matter settled, after bidding farewell to Presidents Li and He, Shu Tong departed from the Trainer Association in Xiangzhou, heading straight to the Thunderbolt Dojo. The Thunderbolt Dojo is the premier training ground in Xiangzhou, although there is another venue. The Wind and Fire Dojo, its overall strength pales in comparison to the Thunderbolt Dojo. The Thunderbolt Dojo is also one of the representative landmarks of Xiangzhou. Though located in the more expansive suburbs, it is not difficult to find. He arrived in no time. Upon arriving, Shu Tong approached the security kiosk. "Excuse me, gentlemen. I am here to see Master Ling," he said, presenting the business card given to him by Ling Zhen. Upon seeing Master Ling's card, the two security personnel no longer dared to be negligent. "Please wait a moment. I will notify him," one of the guards responded. "Thank you." Shortly after, the security personnel returned with Ling Zhen, accompanied by several young individuals, including his granddaughter. "Master Ling, I apologize for the intrusion," Shu Tong said politely. Ling Zhen replied, "No need for such formality. We had an agreement. I just received a call from President Li, so please come in." Shu Tong followed Ling Zhen through the training area, where many individuals were engaged in intensive training and 3 or 4 instructors were providing guidance. Finally, they arrived at a compact, enclosed training room, its walls adorned with impeccably polished magnets. This is the electromagnetic training facility unique to our Thunderbolt Dojo, where electric-type Pokémon can hone their abilities in such an environment, enhancing their sensitivity to electrical energy, Ling Zhen remarked. "However, I am not utilizing an electric-type Pokémon," Shu Tong interjected. Chapter 71, Thunderbolt Dojo. Ling Zhen continued. "Your Pokémon is a Shellmet. As I have been informed by President Li, training here can bolster its resistance to electric-type energy. Observe how these magnets are capable of emitting electricity, adjustable via a switch. This is truly an exceptional venue for specialized training." Shu Tong responded, "With such a facility, even without professional trainers to assist, Shellmet can effectively utilize its hardened ability to resist electrical currents. The process of energy release will require stamina, and once fatigued, it can restore itself using the power of its abilities. I believe this will enhance the proficiency of its hardened technique, thereby accelerating the absorption of energy within its shell. Consequently, the prospect of evolving into a Beedrill is becoming increasingly anticipated. After all, time is of the essence. In just over a month, the secret realm of Sichuan Town will erupt. If Shellmet does not evolve into Beedrill by then, the chances of obtaining the Beedrill Mega Evolution Stone will diminish significantly." Upon finishing her thoughts, Ling Yun interjected, "This is indeed our dojo's finest training room. It requires dozens of electric-type Pokémon daily to maintain its operations. Has your EV evolved yet?" Shu Tong intentionally diverted the conversation. Had it not been for President Li's intervention, she might not have been granted such excellent training conditions. "It has evolved. Why do you ask?" Ling Yun replied, seemingly oblivious to her own words, perhaps having forgotten the vow she once made. "Oh," Shu Tong remarked meaningfully, turning her head slightly. Ling Zhen, discerning Shu Tong's implication, remarked, "It is thanks to your exquisite Thunderstone, Shu Tong, that Ling Yun's EV has evolved into such a prodigious electric-type Pokémon." Ling Yun appeared to recall something, stepping back awkwardly. "These individuals are my disciples, and this one will be your trainer, Zhang Hongwei. You may simply call him Brother Zhang," Ling Zhen stated. At this declaration, the young men behind him were astonished. For Shu Tong to address Zhang Hongwei as Brother Zhang implied that the sect leader acknowledged her status as a disciple, which, by extension, made her Ling Yun's senior uncle. "Grandfather, this cannot be," Ling Yun immediately protested. "It is merely a title. Do not be overly concerned," Ling Zhen replied with a broad smile. "Greetings, Brother Zhang," Shu Tong said, extending a friendly greeting. "You," Ling Yun huffily turned away. "I am quite strict. Should you falter, I will not consider your connections when you come to me," Zhang Hongwei warned. "That is precisely what I desire," Shu Tong replied. Ling Zhen nodded and then said, "Let us proceed as follows. You shall undergo specialized training in the electromagnetic training room in the morning, where dedicated staff will assist you in regulating the energy levels. In the afternoon, Zhang Hongwei will guide you through further training, and the evening will be free for personal activities. All will be in accordance with the Master S arrangements." Shu Tong responded, "Understood. Very well, Hongwei, I appreciate your efforts. Please take Shu Tong to the dormitory and arrange her accommodation in a private room designated for formal disciples," Ling Zhen instructed. "Of course, teacher," Zhang Hongwei replied. Shu Tong followed Zhang Hongwei to the dormitory area. This building housed the accommodations for formal disciples, and the conditions were quite satisfactory, featuring private bathrooms and showers, with the dining hall not far away. As Zhang Hongwei introduced the facilities, he led Shu Tong into a dormitory. Upon entering, Zhang Hongwei let out a sigh of relief and leaned closer, saying, "Hey, you must be Shu Tong." Shu Tong was somewhat taken aback. The stern Zhang Hongwei she had just encountered seemed to have transformed entirely. "Oh, what is it?" she inquired. Zhang Hongwei explained, I had to put on a facade before the teacher and his rather demanding granddaughter. What is your relationship with President Lee? Rest assured, I will ensure your specialized training goes well here, but I won't push you too hard. Shu Tong laughed awkwardly, thinking how pragmatic this was, and replied, well, President Lee prefers I keep things under wraps. Zhang Hongwei immediately signaled with his eyes, saying, I understand. Come, let us exchange contact information. If you need anything, just reach out to me directly. Ah, Zhang Shixiao. It would be beneficial if you remained strict during the training. It will help me as well. Shu Tong remarked as they added each other as friends. Zhang Hongwei assured her, do not worry, I know my limits. The teacher will never suspect a thing. After saying this, he prepared to leave. Today, take some time to familiarize yourself with the training grounds. We can begin your specialized training tomorrow. Wait, Shu Tong called out. But Zhang Hongwei had already dashed away. Resigned, Shu Tong began to tidy up her dormitory. With her newfound connection to President Lee, she felt that the duration of her training at the Thunderbolt Dojo would not pose any issues. During her days at the Training Association, Iron Shell Kuin had solely been practicing its hardening skills, while Shu Tong continuously infused it with the power of eternity. However, without external challenges to hone its abilities, she felt something was lacking. Shu Tong released Iron Shell Kuin from its Pokeball and then produced a superior priority claw. Iron Shell Kuin, give this a try, she said as she placed the claw atop its head. Instantly, Iron Shell Kuin's eyes shone brightly, and energy surged from within, forming a protective energy shield. Goodness, this speed is 2 or 3 times faster than before. Let me assess it, Shu Tong exclaimed. As she utilized the power of eternity to delve into Iron Shell Kuin's body, she distinctly felt the energy responding as if it were being drawn in, actively flowing into Iron Shell Kuin. The energy within Iron Shell Kuin rapidly circulated, stimulated by the priority claw, and it felt as though its energy was primed for immediate release at any moment. With the rapid circulation of energy, the nourishing effects of the eternal power on the body are gradually enhancing. The sudden reappearance of the Iron Shell Beetle information made Shu Tong's eyes gleam with excitement. Recently, a turning point emerged. Due to the accelerated energy absorption by the preemptive claw, evolution into a Beedrill could be achieved in 3 months instead of the original 5. Although it still fell short of completing the evolution before the eruption in the secret realm, the remarkable reduction of 2 months illustrates the exceptional quality of the preemptive claw. Soon, the eternal power within Shu Tong was entirely depleted, and with the absence of the 9 flavors Romania pill, she had no choice but to retreat. After sipping a glass of milk, a chime echoed in her mind once more. The information regarding the Iron Shell Beetle had changed again. Upon inspection, Shu Tong discovered that the proficiency of her hardening skill had reached a masterful level. Energized by this revelation, she leapt up with a sudden burst of enthusiasm and immediately dialed Zhang Hongwei's number. Chapter 72, Electromagnetic Training Room. What's up, Shu Tong? Are you lost trying to find the cafeteria? Zhang Hongwei inquired as he answered the call. No. I would like to request a special training session with you. Senior brother Zhang, Shu Tong replied. Such enthusiasm. Aren't you having lunch? Zhang Hongwei remarked. I ordered takeout, Shu Tong insisted resolutely. All right then. I'll meet you at the last electromagnetic training room, Zhang Hongwei confirmed. Shu Tong quickly placed her takeout order, left her dormitory, and waited briefly at the security desk. After collecting her meal, she dashed to the final electromagnetic training room, only to find Zhang Hongwei had not yet arrived. Senior brother Zhang, the takeout has arrived. I'm waiting for you in the last electromagnetic training room, Shu Tong called. Almost there, just around the corner, he replied before abruptly hanging up. Shu Tong sat alone in a corner, waiting for an hour without seeing him. Unable to contain herself, she called again, Senior brother Zhang, are you still not here? Oh, Shu Tong, there's traffic. It's quite congested, otherwise I would have arrived by now, he explained, followed by a cacophony of honking in the background. All right, take your time, Shu Tong said before ending the call, realizing that it might be in vain. She consumed 2 portions of takeout in one breath. Then, she approached the control room of the electromagnetic training facility and inquired, Hello, could you assist me in opening the electromagnetic training room? You must be Shu Tong, the one brought by the sect leader this morning. I am Lu Bo, the head of the electromagnetic training room. The sect leader specifically instructed that you may access it whenever needed. Thank you, Manager Lu. Shu Tong expressed her gratitude. Not at all, let me show you in. Lu Bo guided Shu Tong into an electromagnetic training room, stating, place the Pokémon you wish to train inside, and we'll step outside. We can only adjust the current from the control room. Understood, Shu Tong replied. After Shu Tong finished speaking, he placed the Iron Shell Bug in the electromagnetic training room and said, Iron Shell Bug, Shortly, there will be a release of electricity. Utilize your hardening skill until your energy is fully depleted. If the pressure becomes unbearable, simply close your eyes, and I will turn off the current from the control room. Off you go. Just as he was about to leave, Shutong noticed the preemptive claw atop Iron Shell Bug's head was quite unappealing, so he returned and remarked, "You should wrap this preemptive claw around your neck with your silk." "Oh, it seems you lack a neck, so just do it here." Subsequently, the Iron Shell Bug used its silk to bind the preemptive claw around itself. "Now I shall take my leave." With that, Shutong departed with Lu Bo and entered the control room, which featured 3 large screens and 3 control stations, each corresponding to a separate electromagnetic training room. Just as they were about to commence, Ling Yun entered as well. "Uncle Lu, could you please open an electromagnetic training room for me?" Ling Yun said upon entering. Upon seeing Shutong, she was about to speak but then refrained. "Sure," Lu Bo responded, opening another room for Ling Yun, who sent her Thunder Spirit into the electromagnetic training room. Shutong took a moment to glance at the attributes and script of the Thunder Spirit. Name, Thunder Spirit type, electric ability, static skills, speed star, proficient, quick attack, proficient, round, proficient, mimic, mastered, cuddle, mastered, sacrificial charge, mastered, electromagnetic wave, mastered. Thunderbolt, beginner, individual talent, superior, exceptional special attack, exceptional speed, recent developments. 2 weeks later, achieve victory in end-of-month assessment battles, gaining experience, recent developments. National College Entrance Examination League. Assisting trainers in securing a top 30 position in Sioux Province. Having reviewed the Thunder Spirit's attributes and script, Shutong reflected that the recent developments were rather unremarkable. He had not anticipated that the exceptional Thunderstone would indeed bestow such extraordinary talents of special attack and speed. His own Iron Shell Bug had also consumed an exceptional Toxic Orb. Why had it not acquired exceptional talents? It was highly probable that all of Iron Shell Bug's attributes were gradually elevating towards excellence, hence the slower progress. This is what one might call accumulating thickly to release thinly. The Thunder Spirit had already mastered the formidable electric attack skill, Thunderbolt, a feat not easily achieved. This was the advantage of being from a lineage of Pokémon. However, in terms of skill proficiency, the Thunder Spirit fell short compared to the Iron Shell Bug. "Ling Yun, will you begin with Thundershock?" Lu Bo inquired. "Yes, Uncle Lu," Ling Yun replied. Lu Bo then instructed the staff to activate the switch. As the electromagnets began to release electricity, the Thunder Spirit basked in the current, appearing quite content, and subsequently commenced using electric skills like electromagnetic wave and thunderbolt under the current stimulation. "Shutong, at what voltage will you start?" Lu Bo asked. Shutong responded, "This is the first time my Iron Shell Bug is training in this electromagnetic room. Like the Thunder Spirit, I suppose we shall commence at 1000 volts as well." As Shutong finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed throughout the operation room, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon her. What was the matter? The scrutiny made Shutong feel a shiver run down her spine. Lu Bo remarked, "Shutong, the power of a kilovolt is already substantial, especially since you are merely a trainee, and your Pokémon is not of the electric type. You must not take such risks." He continued, "My electric-type Pokémon possesses the ability static, and even then, I would not dare to accept the kilovolt's voltage lightly. You, on the other hand, are merely a Metapod. A mere second of exposure to a kilovolt could char it." Ling Yun added, "What does Manager Lu suggest as a starting point?" Shutong inquired. "If it must be, let us begin with 100 volts. If anything seems amiss, we will shut it down immediately. What do you think?" Lu Bo proposed. "Very well," Shutong replied with resignation, determining that it was more prudent to rely on facts than to engage in futile debate. Lu Bo flipped the switch, adjusting the voltage to 100 volts. Tendrils of electricity surged from the magnet, converging towards the Metapod under the guidance of the staff. The Metapod activated its hardening skill, forming a circular energy shield approximately 30 cubic meters in size around itself. The electric current halted at the shield's boundary, unable to penetrate it in the slightest. "What is this?" a staff member questioned. "How could your Metapod maintain such a skill?" Lu Bo asked. "It's merely an energy shield. Manager Lu, increase the current. With this shield in place, you need not worry about the Metapod's safety," Shutong replied. "All right, let us continue to increase the current," Lu Bo said, gazing incredulously at the Metapod displayed on the large screen. The voltage climbed to 200 volts, then 300 volts, yet the Metapod's shield remained utterly unyielding. Shutong nodded in satisfaction. A skill at the advanced level could indeed create such an energy shield, capable of withstanding both physical and special attacks, truly perfect for testing its defensive capabilities. At that moment, everyone in the studio focused intently on the Metapod displayed on the screen. Manager, if we increase it further, we will reach kilovolt levels, Ling Yun remarked, her heart racing. Could Shu Tong's strength truly be so formidable? Chapter 73. The beginning of a crumbling perception. It was inconceivable. How could a mere metapod withstand a kilovolt? Ling Yun silently pondered. Increase it, Lu Bo commanded. A kilovolt current. Shu Tong observed the metapod on the screen, noting only a slight fluctuation in the energy shield, which quickly stabilized under the metapod's control. No reaction still? Lu Bo exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Yun had also moved closer to the large screen, staring at the metapod. How can this be? Uncle Lu, is there a malfunction in this training room? It's impossible. Everything has been thoroughly checked. Though it is hard to believe. We must acknowledge that this metapod's resistance is extraordinary, Lu Bo stated. Manager Lu, please continue to increase the current, Shu Tong said calmly. All right, increase. Lu Bo responded. Manager, is everything all right? Are we really going to increase it further? A staff member inquired with a hint of concern. 2,000 volts, 3,000 volts, 9,000 volts. Uncle Lu, please assist me in enhancing the voltage for the Thunder Sprite as well, Ling Yun requested. All right, 10,000 volts it is. Both the Iron Shell Bug and the Thunder Sprite's voltage had been adjusted to 10,000 volts. Although the Thunder Sprite possesses the ability to store electricity, it is not boundless. Upon reaching 10,000 volts, it displayed signs of strain, necessitating the continuous use of electric-type skills to dissipate the energy. However, within this electromagnetic training room, even the released energy was merely absorbed by the electromagnet, subsequently transformed into a current that would attack you. In contrast, for the Iron Shell Bug, the 10,000 volts merely expedited the internal energy flow, yet it failed to affect the energy shield. This Iron Shell Bug exhibited a rather peculiar resilience. After all, defensive skills also require energy to sustain them. Could it be that this diminutive creature harbors such formidable strength? Shu Tong, how did you cultivate this Iron Shell Bug to withstand 10,000 volts? Most of your peers, even with electric-type Pokémon, cannot achieve this. A nearby staff member asked. Shu Tong replied, there wasn't anything particularly special about its cultivation. It simply had a good diet and effective digestion. The staff member scratched his head, pondering, a good diet and proper digestion? Is it necessary to nurture a Pokémon's stomach first to raise it well? Manager Lu, let's increase the current, Shu Tong said. Lu Bo nodded. I see that your Iron Shell Bug remains unfazed thus far. It indeed possesses the strength to further amplify the current. 20,000 volts, 30,000 volts. Now, each increment was a careful 10,000 volts, prompting the staff to be exceedingly cautious, observing meticulously at each level to ensure there were no issues before advancing. At that moment, the Thunder Sprite let out a roar. Continuously releasing electricity, the current had reached its limit at 50,000 volts. Xiao Yun, the Thunder Sprite has reached its limit. Typically, it maxes out at 40,000 volts. And today it has managed to endure 50,000 volts for such an extended period. This marks a breakthrough for it. After this specialized training, I am confident its proficiency in the 100,000 volt skill will significantly improve, Lu Bo remarked. All right, let's halt now, Uncle Lu, Ling Yun replied. Manager Lu, I have a question I would like to ask you, Shu Tong stated. Go ahead. If the Thunder Sprite has already mastered the 100,000 volt skill, why is it unable to endure the voltage training below 100,000 volts? Shu Tong inquired. Lu Bo chuckled and remarked. 100,000 volts is merely a name for a skill. Do you truly believe it represents an actual voltage of 100,000 volts? It is but a concept. Any voltage exceeding 100 volts, yet falling short of 10,000 volts is classified as an electric shock skill. And the range from 10,000 to 200,000 volts is collectively referred to as 100,000 volts. The Pokémon capable of genuinely achieving 100,000 volts are exceedingly rare. At the very least, their skill proficiency must reach a competent level. Otherwise, such a formidable current output is unattainable. I see, Shu Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, within our electromagnetic training room, the energy is entirely of the electric type. 1,000 volts is precisely 1,000 volts without any energy loss. However, for a Pokémon, while the current intensity they emit during an electric shock may approximate 100,000 volts, there is inevitably energy loss during its propagation through the air. Thus, when aiming at an opponent, the actual effect will certainly fall short of that. Lu Bo continued. Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable about energy loss. Many skills encounter this issue unless proficiency reaches a mastery level, allowing for a preliminary understanding of the energy source. This significantly ameliorates energy loss and enables the concentration of ambient electric-type energy. At that point, the potency of the skills will undergo a qualitative leap. Indeed, you grasp this concept remarkably well. Hence, The transition from proficient to masterful skill level is a formidable hurdle. Surpassing this barrier allows a Pokémon's strength to be aptly described as soaring to new heights. However, nearly 90% of Pokémon cannot overcome this obstacle. Lubo stated, "Manager, should we continue to increase the voltage? It seems this Iron Shell Pokémon remains unresponsive," a staff member remarked. Having observed Iron Shell with a sense of bemusement, as trainers and the highest authorities in the operation room, the two seemed to have momentarily forgotten about the Iron Shell still in the training room. "Proceed," Shu Tong instructed. As the voltage increased to 60,000, then to 70,000, and ultimately to 100,000 volts, the energy shield of Iron Shell finally exhibited fluctuations. After persisting for a while, the shield began to tremble violently. Iron Shell was compelled to reduce the shield's coverage. After diminishing it by approximately 5 cubic meters, the shield's energy stabilized once more. Remarkably resilient. This level of defense is something even who could scarcely achieve, Lu Bo exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, Ling Yun, accompanied by her electric-type Pokémon, observed Iron Shell's performance. Though she remained silent, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Since her EV evolved into an electric type, her Pokémon had become the most gifted in the dojo, rivaling even her grandfather's electric dragon. It was lauded by many seniors and, under normal circumstances, promised to achieve great success in the future, equaling her grandfather's legacy. Yet, this Iron Shell had utterly shattered her confidence. What kind of background did Shu Tong possess? As the voltage ascended to 70,000, 80,000, and finally reached 100,000 volts, Iron Shell had succeeded in enveloping its body in energy. The current hardening skill was, in essence, a true hardening technique, with all energy concentrated on its shell. Naturally, as the area covered by energy diminishes, its purity intensifies. Even amidst the relentless onslaught of 100,000 volts, the ironclad Beedrill remained as steadfast as a statue. Ling Yun shuddered, feeling her perception of reality shatter. Unable to bear witness any longer, she departed the control room with the Thunder Sprite. Chapter 74. A bewildered Zhang Hongwei adding more would mean 150,000 volts, remarked a staff member. "Let us give it a try," suggested Shu Tong. Lu Bo nodded. At this moment, they had transformed into mere machines of operation, transitioning from initial shock to a state of numbness. This ironclad Beedrill was nothing short of extraordinary. At 150,000 volts, the energy surrounding the ironclad Beedrill began to tremble violently, dissipating at an alarming rate. It was then that Shu Tong noticed the ancient and serene light emanating from the claws of the ironclad Beedrill, channeling the energy within. The energy within the ironclad Beedrill surged rapidly, as toxic, insect, and life energies converged to form a protective barrier around its core. Though the outer shell's energy was incessantly eroded by the electric current, the ironclad Beedrill swiftly replenished it. Thus, a stalemate ensued. The staff were at a loss for words. Sensing that the ironclad Beedrill was on the verge of collapse, yet also feeling that it could endure. Which intuition was correct? One staff member pondered. "Both are valid," Lu Bo replied. "The ironclad Beedrill has indeed reached its limit. Its energy flow is at a critical point. What sustains it now is its indomitable will. A true warrior, possessing an unyielding spirit and a fearless resolve, is genuinely invincible." "Increase the voltage," Shu Tong urged. "Shu Tong, we cannot increase any further. The ironclad Beedrill has evidently reached its limit," Lu Bo cautioned. "Rest assured, Manager Lu, I am most familiar with my ironclad Beedrill," Shu Tong asserted. "This is no trivial matter. Exceeding capacity could certainly inflict damage on its body," Lu Bo warned. "Only by transcending limits can one achieve growth. I have faith in the ironclad Beedrill," Shu Tong declared, her confidence rooted in the immense energy concealed within its shell, as well as her own unwavering resolve. "Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall make the arrangements," Lu Bo announced, turning to the staff. "Raise it to 200,000 volts. And be ready to shut it down at any moment." "Understood." At 200,000 volts, the ironclad Beedrill's call reverberated throughout the electromagnetic training chamber, as electric sparks crackled like frenzied golden serpents. In an instant, the energy surrounding the ironclad Beedrill dissipated entirely, and the current struck it directly. The once resplendent shell was instantly scorched black. Yet, the ironclad Beedrill's eyes remained wide open. Shu Tong could tell that it had no intention of closing them, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Shu Tong clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing. To evolve into a Beedrill, it must hold on. The entire operation room was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the slightest breath felt cautious, as if any movement could disrupt Shu Tong and Lu Bo's judgment. "Stop!" Shu Tong and Lu Bo exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, the iron-shelled bug Pokémon began to shed its charred exterior and toppled over. The power switch was turned off. Without hesitation, Shutong rushed into the electromagnetic training room and returned the iron-shelled bug to its Pokeball. Hurry, take the iron-shelled bug to the Pokémon Center, Lu Bo urged. There's no need. I have a special medicine, Shutong replied, dashing towards the dormitory with the iron-shelled bug. During the frantic journey, the power of the earth was already being infused into the creature. Upon reaching the dormitory, Shutong locked the door behind him and released the iron-shelled bug from its Pokeball. The bug, having absorbed some of the earth's power, had awakened. Shutong nodded and cradled the iron-shelled bug in his hands as the energy surged through it, causing its outer charred shell to gradually slough off, revealing a pristine new shell underneath. A sense of satisfaction washed over Shutong, his vision blurring as he beheld the reborn iron-shelled bug. However, he soon realized that he had completely depleted his own reserves of energy and regretted not purchasing more of the special medicine earlier. As he gazed at the iron-shelled bug's information, noticing a change, he succumbed to unconsciousness before he could delve deeper into his observations. When Shutong awoke, it was already evening. Though still somewhat weak, he was finally able to stand and walk. Upon reviewing the iron-shelled bug's information again, he discovered the following. Recent progress. Continuous extreme training has enabled it to evolve a month ahead of schedule, with energy utilization becoming increasingly adept and skill proficiency on the rise. Shutong affectionately patted the iron-shelled bug's head and remarked, "Today's achievements are monumental. If we maintain this routine, we could facilitate your evolution a month early. And don't you feel your skills have become more intuitive?" "Chirp." The iron-shelled bug responded eagerly. "Let us go out tonight and buy some supplies. Otherwise, my body won't hold up," Shutong said, recalling the bug into its Pokeball. After leaving the dormitory, Shutong first visited the control room of the electromagnetic training facility, where he found Lu Bo still engrossed in his tasks. "Manager Lu, are you free this evening? I'd like to treat everyone to dinner as a token of my gratitude," Shutong offered. "No need for that. This is our job, and I owe you thanks for showcasing such an extraordinary Pokémon. I can hardly fathom how powerful it will become once it evolves into a Beedrill," Lu Bo replied. "How about we chat over dinner?" Shutong suggested with a smile. "All right, brothers, since our young friend Shutong is being so courteous, we shall not decline," Lu Bo said. "Indeed, let's go." Just as Lu Bo and his colleagues were preparing to wrap up for the night, a figure burst into the room in a frenzy. "Where's the pervert? Where's the pervert?" It was none other than Zhang Hongwei. "What pervert?" Lu Bo asked, bewildered. "Not long ago, I encountered Ling Yun, who mentioned an eccentric individual in your operations room." The crowd cast a glance at Shutong and burst into laughter. "What are you all laughing at?" Zhang Hongwei inquired, utterly bewildered, sensing that everyone was regarding him as if he were a fool. "Brother Zhang, you took quite a turn there. That bin was rather wide," Shutong remarked. Zhang Hongwei nudged Shutong with his elbow, whispering, "Brother, I'm 32 this year and still single. Please understand, if I were as handsome as you, I wouldn't have a worry in the world." "All right then, I've invited Manager Lu and his team for dinner. You should join us," Shutong suggested. Zhang Hongwei nodded and cleared his throat, deliberately stating, "Shutong, I must educate you. Do not think that bribing Manager Lu will lighten the intensity of your electric training. I'm telling you, tomorrow morning's electric training will commence at 1,000 volts. As soon as Zhang Hongwei finished his sentence, everyone in Lu Bo's studio erupted in laughter once more, leaving Zhang Hongwei utterly perplexed. "What is going on? Are you all hiding something from me?" he exclaimed. Lu Bo patted Zhang Hongwei on the shoulder, assuring him, "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll start him at 100,000 volts. "What?" Zhang Hongwei's shout nearly shook the entire operations room. Chapter 75. Casual flipping at the dinner table. Zhang Hongwei learned the full story and realized that the fool was, in fact, himself. At Shutong's request, the electromagnetic training sessions would be scheduled for the afternoon, allowing him a proper rest after utilizing his power. After dinner, Shutong ventured alone to the Spirit Mall in Xiangzhou City. Upon entering, he quickly found himself in the area for spirit food and medicinal supplies. Approaching the counter, he disregarded the beauty of the attendant and directly inquired, "Do you have any health supplements that surpass the restorative effects of the 9-flavor Remania pills?" The way the attendant looked at him made Shutong uncomfortable. It was as if she understood everything. She seemed aware that he knew she was aware. Yet, she feigned ignorance. With a slightly awkward yet innocent smile, the attendant asked, "Are you using it for yourself or for a spirit?" "Isn't this the Spirit Mall? Are there actually people who use it?" Shutong replied, "Yes, for instance, the 9-flavor Remania pills are supplements suitable for both humans and spirits," the attendant explained. "I only seek the most effective option, regardless of whether it's for a human or a spirit, Shutong asserted. The attendant flashed a mysterious smile and said, "Please hold on a moment." She then retrieved a transparent sealed box, stating, "This is the 10-flavor energy block." Energy block? Can humans consume it? Shutong asked, recalling that in the anime, this energy block was primarily food for spirits. Moreover, its effects were remarkable. He remembered that Xiaoyao's little Snorlax, known for its insatiable appetite, could be satiated by just one energy block. The young lady revealed a professional smile and remarked, "It is indeed possible, but one must be cautious with the usage." "What method?" Shutong inquired. "This energy cube is derived from various fruits found in the secret realm, where their essence is extracted through juicing. It employs energy-locking technology to encapsulate the most potent nutrients. It harbors a wealth of restorative energy, and the robust physique of elves can consume it directly. As for humans, while this energy cube does not pose any direct harm, the human constitution cannot withstand such a nourishing substance," the young lady explained. Shutong nodded in understanding, saying, "I see now. The essence extracted from the fruits in the secret realm explains its remarkable efficacy. However, how should humans consume it?" The young lady replied, "One energy cube should be diluted in 10 liters of water, and one may only drink 0.5 liters per day." Shutong responded with a simple "Oh." However, the young lady's expression turned somewhat troubled. "But what?" Shutong asked. "I must remind you of something due to my work, and I hope you can accept it." She said, "Go ahead. It's nothing serious," Shutong encouraged. "I noticed that your body appears somewhat weak. As the saying goes, weakness does not benefit from nourishment. It would be best to dilute it in 20 liters of water when you first begin consumption," the young lady said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Shutong was momentarily speechless, thinking, "Do you not believe I could reveal my perfectly sculpted abs and well-defined biceps?" "I apologize. I was merely offering a friendly and gentle reminder." She blushed and clarified. All right. Ignorance is no fault. Just tell me the price," Shutong said, regaining her composure. "The price is indeed quite steep. The production of these energy cubes is labor-intensive, inefficient, and costly. They are not sold in county-level markets, and even in our Xiangzhou city, they are available only in limited quantities. Each cube is priced at 2,000, and there are 10 cubes in this box, totaling 10,000, the young lady informed her. "How many do you have in stock?" Shutong asked. "We have 26 boxes remaining," the young lady replied. "I will take them all," Shutong declared. "All of them?" the young lady exclaimed in surprise. "They are for the elves," Shutong emphasized. All right, if you say so. That amounts to 520,000, and there's no discount," the young lady stated. "Understood. Prepare it," Shutong replied, promptly dialing Qiankale's number. "Hey boss, what's up? Are you still not back from Xiangzhou?" Qiankale's voice came through before Shutong could speak. "Did you know? This month's end assessment will select 3 individuals to represent our school in the Xiangzhou League. The prize isn't particularly enticing, but the thrill of the competition is exhilarating, especially since my minions have been making remarkable progress lately." "Are you finished?" Shutong interjected. "Not yet. Hold on. Transfer 520,000 to me. I'm purchasing energy cubes in Xiangzhou," Shutong instructed. "Are you at the first floor of the Elven Food and Medicine section in the Xiangzhou Elven Shopping Center?" Qiankale asked. "Indeed, what is it?" Shutong inquired. "I have an account with at least 3 million, if not 5. I can't quite recall, but you can just report my name. I'll find the password in my notes and send it to your phone," Qiankale replied. "All right, wealthy one," Shutong remarked before ending the call. The young lady swiftly instructed the staff to bring over 26 boxes of energy cubes, and Shutong soon received a message from Qiankale. The sensation of having someone else cover the cost was exhilarating. Shutong let out a sigh of relief. Upon mentioning Qiankale's name, the counter attendant immediately took action. With the entry of the password, the payment was processed. Shutong packed all the energy cubes into her backpack. Next, she glanced over at the area where new products were being launched, and her eyes fell upon the HUYU wine. It seemed that Tai Kukuen hadn't enjoyed a drink in quite some time. Perhaps without his elderly friend, he had lost the desire. Shutong pondered this, and Tai Kukuen sensed her thoughts. He communicated his feelings through the Pokeball, expressing that he too missed indulging in a drink, as the special training had become rather dull. Embarrassed, Shutong picked up a sealed cup of HUYU wine. This wine was sold in sealed cups, each containing 3 ounces. "Excuse me, could you tell me about this wine?" Shutong inquired. The earlier attendant hurried over and explained. "This is a fruit wine brewed from tree fruits placed in the shells of HUHU. When consumed by Pokémon, it promotes relaxation and enhances energy circulation. Regular consumption can accelerate energy condensation, allowing skills to be executed more swiftly. So this wine complements Moo Moo fresh milk perfectly. While Moo Moo enhances physical constitution and basic abilities, this wine speeds up energy circulation. Truly a match made in heaven, Shu Tong remarked. Indeed, our esteemed breeder, Professor Yin Xiaojiang, recommends 1 cup of Moo Moo fresh milk in the morning and 1 cup of Hu Yi wine in the evening for Pokémon to achieve dual benefits of physical and mental enhancement. How much for a cup? Shu Tong asked. 1800 per cup, came the response. Shu Tong calculated mentally. A bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk costs 400. A cup of Hu Yi wine 1800, and adding an energy cube brings the total to 2000, with miscellaneous expenses rounding it to about 200. Thus, the daily expenditure for a Pokémon would amount to 4,400. This is not nurturing Pokémon, it's nurturing wealth, she thought. No wonder even some professional trainers, having reached the 2nd or 3rd tiers and qualified to nurture a 4th or 5th Pokémon, could only manage 3 without substantial financial backing. Let us buy, Shu Tong said, considering it wasn't her own money. 60 cups of Hu Yi wine and 60 bottles of Moo Moo fresh milk. Please deliver them to the Thunderbolt Dojo, she instructed. That totals 132,000. I will arrange for the delivery shortly, the attendant smiled. Just swipe, Shu Tong replied. Chapter 76, The Script of Electrode. Subsequently, Shu Tong wandered to the 2nd floor's Evolution Stone section and the 3rd floor's treasure area, observing the highest quality treasures and evolution stones, of which there were only a select few. No wonder that in recent years, the prices of exquisite treasures and evolution stones have been soaring due to the imbalance of supply and demand. In numerous regions across the nation, the transaction prices of exquisite treasures have already surpassed 6 million. Had it not been for Ling Zhan's promise to personally train me at the Thunderbolt training ground for a month, I would not have easily parted with that exceptional Thunderstone. However, judging by the results of today's training, the experience at the Thunderbolt training ground will undoubtedly prove to be worth every penny. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already late. After taking a shower, Shu Tong received a call from the Elfin Emporium. 2 delivery personnel brought the Moo Moo fresh milk and Hu Jade liquor that Shu Tong had ordered to her dormitory. After tidying up her room a bit, she released her Iron Shell Kuin. Come, let us savor this Hu fruit wine. The Iron Shell Kuin was visibly eager, almost as if it would dive into the wine glass if it weren't for its current limitations. After speaking, Shu Tong opened a cup of Hu Jade liquor and placed a straw in it for the Iron Shell Kuin. Gulp, gulp. The 3-tailed cup of Hu Jade liquor was entirely consumed in one go by the Iron Shell Kuin. With a satisfied expression, it seemed to glow with a rosy hue on its golden shell. At that moment, the claws of the first master also radiated a gentle light. The energy within the Iron Shell Kuin indeed began to circulate more rapidly, punctuated by occasional silly chuckles. Observing this, Shu Tong remarked, I'm relieved there were no peanuts. Otherwise, who knows how much it would have drunk. Next, she prepared to test the effect of the energy cube. Taking one out, she scoffed to herself. Do I really need to dilute this with 20 liters of water? The sales assistant clearly doesn't comprehend my strength. I consume 9 flavor Remania pills by the handful. What is there to fear from just 1 energy cube with my robust physique? Without hesitation, Shu Tong swallowed an energy cube whole. As the energy cube settled within her, it erupted like a volcano, filling her body with a rich and potent energy. I can't take it anymore, she gasped, immediately pressing her hand onto the Iron Shell Kuin. In that instant, the energy within her surged forth into the Iron Shell Kuin like a high-pressure water hose. With a long sigh of relief, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. The effect of this energy cube was astonishing. Even a bottle of 9 flavor Remania pills couldn't compare to the potency of this single cube. The energy she infused into the Iron Shell Kuin was tenfold compared to the previous instance. The Iron Shell Kuin exuded a refreshing aura. After completely exhausting herself, there was a subtle shift in the Iron Shell Kuin's script. Recent turn of events. Energy absorption rate has accelerated, allowing for evolution to occur 2 weeks earlier. Seeing this change, Shu Tong wasted no time in giving the Iron Shell Kuin another energy cube. Now, it would only take a month and a half for the Iron Shell Kuin to evolve. But with the impending eruption of the Sichuan Town secret realm just a month away, there was still a slight gap. With such remarkable results, Shu Tong felt a deep sense of satisfaction and looked forward to a restful night's sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Hongwei arrived at the independent battle training ground. As per your request yesterday, we shall engage in combat and skill training this morning. Are you prepared? Do you need a warm-up? Zhang Hongwei inquired. No need. Let us get right to it, Shu Tong replied, releasing her Iron Shell bug. I must be frank with you. I am a level 2 professional trainer. And among the instructors currently stationed at the dojo, my prowess is unrivaled, Zhang Hongwei stated proudly. Isn't it true that the more capable have moved on to better opportunities? After all, people tend to aspire for greater heights, Shu Tong remarked. Could you refrain from being so blunt? Zhang Hongwei retorted, slightly disheartened. I was merely jesting. A level 2 professional trainer in our Xing city could easily serve as the captain of a forest ranger team, Shu Tong responded. However, in Xiangzhou City, one would only be a deputy captain, Zhang Hongwei shrugged. All right, enough chit-chat. Allow me to showcase my 3 Pokémon, Zhang Hongwei declared, producing 3 Pokeballs. When Electabuzz, Mischievous Thunderbolt, and Swampert manifested before Shu Tong, she was taken aback by the vastness of information before her. The narratives of Mischievous Thunderbolt and Swampert were strikingly similar. Mischievous Thunderbolt's recent turn, 2 weeks hence, during the trials at Electromagnetic Mountain, it perished alongside a trainer's Mischievous Thunderbolt due to a sudden eruption of a secret realm. Swampert's recent turn, 2 weeks hence, during the trials at Electromagnetic Mountain, it vanquished a trainer's Dunsparce and Urshifu, only to be ambushed by a Zubat, succumbing to poison. The tales of Mischievous Thunderbolt and Swampert concluded tragically 2 weeks later at the secret realm of Electromagnetic Mountain. 2 weeks hence? Isn't that the time for the school's monthly battle summary? As Zhang Hongwei's strongest Pokémon, Electabuzz's narrative was even more intriguing. Name, Electabuzz type, electric ability, static skills, quick attack, mastered, charge, proficient, thunder punch, proficient, discharge, proficient, thunder wave, mastered, thunderbolt, acquired, ice punch, acquired, individual talent, intermediate, superior special attack, superior physical attack, superior speed, recent turn, 2 weeks hence, it absorbs the energy from lightning amplification crystals in the secret realm of Electromagnetic Mountain. Evolving into Electivire, defeating Zubat and resolving the trainer's crisis, it gathers abundant electric seeds in the stone forest of Mischievous Thunderbolt, aiding in the hatching of Thunder Pokémon. Recent turn, 1 year hence, a crisis erupts in the Thunder secret realm of Mongshan, and after being blessed by Heavenly Thunder, its talents are enhanced. It tragically falls in battle while protecting Thunder Pokémon. For Electabuzz, the secret realm of Electromagnetic Mountain 2 weeks hence appears to be fraught with peril, yet ultimately successful, leading to its evolution into the world's first Electivire. However, the impending crisis in the Thunder secret realm of Mongshan 1 year later remains a concern. ISNT Mongshan, the mountain located north of Sichuan town? This is not the first time I have encountered the term Thunder secret realm within the Pokémon narratives. I vividly recall the last encounter with that abominable beast, which was slain by the horned bug. Had it not been for the horned bug's intervention, it would have been whisked away by the Trainer Association, thus escaping the impending doom of the Thunderstorm secret realm in Mongshan. The script of the Electroman reveals that the thunder within this realm proves to be quite beneficial for electric-type creatures. As for the enhanced Electroman, the Guardian of Thunder, its fate remains a mystery to me. Once I attain the status of a professional trainer, I shall certainly apply to traverse Mongshan, perhaps unearthing further clues. However, at present, the Thunder Amplifier seems of little use to me, yet that electric seed may indeed assist in the hatching of Thunder Spirits. Although I am unaware of the current state of the Thunder Spirit, it is assuredly remarkable within the Thunderstorm secret realm. If I were to aid in its hatching, might I not gain an opportunity related to the Thunder Spirit? The mere thought sends a thrill through my heart. Moreover, judging by the Electroman script, this venture appears to be devoid of peril, and I stand to gain significantly. Hey, why are you in a daze? Zhang Hongwei nudged me. I momentarily snapped back to reality and replied, I was merely curious. You are the representative of the Thunder Path, yet you also possess a Swamp King. In truth, if it weren't for the Swamp King's damp trait suppressing the mischievous Thunder Bomb's detonation, I shudder to think how many times I would have been obliterated, Zhang Hongwei remarked. Very well, let the special training commence, I said, though my thoughts were somewhat scattered. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Hongwei remained silent. I pondered this throughout the night. From what Lu Bo and the others described regarding your training in the electromagnetic training room, it seems your iron shell bug skill in hardening has reached a masterful level, he stated. And then, I observed him quietly. Then, I must tell you that this masterful level of proficiency. Zhang Hongwei paced back and forth. What is it? I inquired. All right, I will be frank. My own Pokémon skills have yet to reach a masterful level. If even one of my Pokémon skills, such as Electromagnetic Wave, were to attain mastery, I would dare to undertake the rigorous assessments for a 5-star professional trainer. What can I possibly teach you? I am utterly distressed, he confessed. Is that all? I responded, utterly perplexed. Zhang Hongwei regarded my expression, as if he understood everything. I wish to elevate the hardening skill to an extraordinary level, I declared. Farewell. Zhang Hongwei waved his hand, intending to depart. I hastily grasped his arm, saying, Senior Zhang. I was merely jesting. I truly wish to have my iron shell bug practice its energy control in finer details. Oh, Zhang Hongwei gazed at me with surprise, sensing a lively spark in my thoughts. You see, the electromagnetic training room is designed for comprehensive energy resistance training for the iron shell bug. This process significantly enhances the speed of energy operation, energy output, and the willpower qualities of the iron shell bug. However, the meticulous control of energy has not seen significant improvement, Shutong remarked. Zhang Hongwei's eyes darted thoughtfully. It was indeed a challenge for him. Mastery of skills at the great success level is a hallmark of entering the rank of a level 5 Pokémon trainer. Only the primary Pokémon of a level 5 trainer can possess a few rudimentary skills at the great success level. Currently, Zhang Hongwei, as a level 2 trainer, has only managed to achieve mastery in a handful of basic, weaker skills, a whole dimension apart. Brother Zhang, which skills of your Electrike have reached mastery? Shutong inquired. Thunder Wave and Quick Attack, Zhang Hongwei replied. Oh, just those two? Shutong responded with a hint of disappointment. Zhang Hongwei rolled his eyes. What tone is that? Shutong offered an awkward smile and suggested, Brother Zhang, how about this? Have Electrike attack Kakuna from any angle. Turning to Kakuna, she added, when Electrike strikes, concentrate the energy at the point of impact to resist. Kakuna responded with a quiet chirp. Zhang Hongwei clicked his tongue. Actually, I was just thinking of giving you this specialized training. Kakuna must constantly sense the direction of the attack, concentrating its energy accordingly. With Electrike's assaults from various angles, Kakuna will need to adaptively shift its energy focal point. Truly, this is an exquisite exercise in energy control. Shutong nodded in agreement, thinking, what a late thought. She continued. Currently, Kakuna's level is quite low. If it were to resist normally, it might not withstand the onslaught of a level 1 trainer's primary Pokémon for long. However, if it concentrates energy at a single point, I believe it could endure attacks from a level 2 trainer like you. Only one way to find out. Let's see. Zhang Hongwei declared. Electrike, use Thunderbolt. In an instant, Electrike unleashed a bolt of electricity aimed directly at Kakuna's chest. Sensing the impending energy, Kakuna preemptively gathered its energy at the forefront. The electrical discharge was thus thwarted by Kakuna's concentrated energy. Electrike, continue. Zhang Hongwei ordered, eager to ascertain whether Kakuna could withstand the focused strike from his Electrike. The energy remained in a stalemate. Despite Electrike's intensifying power, it could not breach Kakuna's steadfast defense. No wonder it can withstand the 200,000 volts in the electromagnetic training room. I reckon Electrike could spend several minutes without breaking through this defense. It's hard to imagine how formidable it would be once Kakuna evolves into Beedrill, Zhang Hongwei marveled. Let us keep going, Shutong urged. All right, Electrike, use Quick Attack. Zhang Hongwei commanded. Electrike transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Kakuna. Indeed, the mastery of Quick Attack was extraordinary. As the electric beast approached the iron shell bug, it suddenly transformed into 3 or 4 streaks of white light, launching an attack from all directions. This was a remarkable fusion of shadow clones and lightning strikes. Each of these 4 white lights could be either real or illusory, presenting a formidable challenge for the iron shell bug. Mastery of lightning strikes culminates in a reality where truth and illusion intertwine. Only in the fleeting moment of contact can one discern the genuine from the counterfeit. With a resounding crash, the electric beast sent the iron shell bug flying, clearly indicating a misjudgment on its part. Do not panic, iron shell bug. Remain calm, as long as it does not approach you, whether 3 or 4. They are mere illusions. Focus your energy swiftly to defend at the moment of attack, Shutong advised. The iron shell bug, naturally, was quite indignant. The specialized training in energy perception must reach its pinnacle, encompassing not only the awareness of its own energy, but also that of its opponent. Many techniques rely on ultra-fast energy perception. For instance, the ambush skill is predicated on anticipating the opponent's energy fluctuations to strike before they unleash their attack. Similarly, techniques like Sonic Punch utilize rapid energy concentration to preemptively strike before the opponent can react. Currently, the iron shell bug's training in energy perception primarily prepares it for its evolution into a Beedrill. Shutong was nearly certain that the Beedrill's ability would embody the sniper trait, which enhances its capability to strike the opponent's vital points during battle. Vital points refer to the soft spots, the areas where energy is weakest. How can one identify these vulnerable areas? It hinges on possessing an extraordinary energy perception. by detecting the opponent's weakest energy points, akin to striking a serpent's vital spot. One can inflict significant damage. Through the electric beast's lightning strikes, the iron shell bug steadily honed its energy perception. Shutong guided the iron shell bug in finding its direction, while Zhang Hongwei recognized his worth and began mentoring Shutong. Yes, exactly like that. This time, the iron shell bug has sensed it remarkably well, Zhang Hongwei exclaimed, clapping in approval. As Ling Zhun arrived to inspect, he observed the fervent training session between Shutong and Zhang Hongwei. Zhang Hongwei intentionally raised his voice, declaring, "See? Only by adhering steadfastly to my specialized training methods can the iron shell bug rapidly enhance its energy perception. Iron shell bug, maintain your composure, concentrate, and unify your energy with your intent. The electric beast's lightning strike is imminent," Zhang Hongwei continued. Shutong cleared his throat and remarked, "Master Ling has departed." Chapter 78. Disruption Training in the Afternoon. The electromagnetic training room was ablaze with specialized training, culminating in a baptism of 200,000 volts. Upon leaving, the iron shell bug was left charred and blackened. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shu Tong released the iron shell bug, infusing it with the power of eternity. With the preemptive claw and an already transcended physical form, the speed at which it absorbed the power of eternity was extraordinarily rapid. Within a mere 10 minutes, Shu Tong felt utterly drained and hastily consumed an energy cube. This single cube acted as a spring, unleashing a torrent of vitality within the power of eternity, multiplying it tenfold within his body. Once fully absorbed, the iron shell bug was satisfied, not only restoring its vitality, but also achieving a substantial enhancement. The energy circulation and absorption within its shell accelerated significantly. Particularly noteworthy was the enhancement of its innate talents, with all individual capabilities undergoing nurturing improvements. The vitality surged, and Shu Tong now possessed unwavering confidence that he could enable his Beedrill to transcend the inherent lifespan constraints of bug-type Pokémon. In contrast, other bug types often required considerable sacrifices to break their racial lifespan shackles, the most notable example being the Scyther, which evolved into a Scizor by utilizing a treasure imbued with Steel-type energy. Although its base stats remained unchanged, this evolution allowed it to surpass its racial lifespan limitations. Such electric rejuvenation was sufficient to occur once a day. Any more would be excessive. What delighted Shu Tong the most was that the iron shell bug had, unbeknownst to him, enhanced its perception of electric-type energy. When employing its string shot ability, it could now infuse it with a degree of electric-type energy, resembling a nascent electric net technique. However, this still fundamentally stemmed from the string shot ability, allowing for the attachment of either electric or poison-type energy, contingent upon the Pokémon's perceptual acuity towards energy. The emergence of this nascent electric net undoubtedly expanded the iron shell bug's offensive capabilities. That evening, the iron shell bug indulged in a cup of exquisite jade liquid, drifting into a tranquil slumber. After a week of intensive training, the iron shell bug could now withstand an electric shock of 250,000 volts, confidently enduring the flash of an Electabuzz electric strike. Starting tomorrow, we shall conduct specialized training at Electromagnetic Mountain every morning. I believe that merely training against Electabuzz has become insufficient for the iron shell bug. I intend to include my Swampert and Ampharos as well, Zhang Hongwei declared. Is Electromagnetic Mountain far? Shu Tong inquired. It's just over half an hour by car. It's quite fast, Zhang Hongwei replied. Won't the efficiency be compromised? There are only a few hours in the morning, and the round trip will take over an hour. Shu Tong remarked. Who said we must return by noon? Zhang Hongwei countered. When we go in the morning, we'll bring food and water, returning in the evening for dinner. I've noticed that the specialized training in the electric training room lasts less than an hour. We should shift it to the evening. We must make the most of our youth and utilize our evenings wisely, Zhang Hongwei suggested. Brother Zhang, why are you suddenly so dedicated? Shu Tong asked timidly. What do you mean? I've always been this dedicated, Zhang Hongwei replied. Is that so? Last week, I noticed you didn't even have lunch in the cafeteria. And I couldn't see you at all in the afternoon or evening, Shu Tong remarked. Why are you asking so many questions? Zhang Hongwei responded, his tone noticeably impatient. Shu Tong sighed and said, Brother Zhang, I heard that you have experienced yet another heartbreak. Who said that? Who is spreading such gossip? Zhang Hongwei replied, as his students began to steer clear of him. Brother Zhang, Shu Tong called out earnestly. What is it? You'll get used to it, he replied. The next day, Zhang Hongwei took Shu Tong to Electromagnetic Mountain. This mountain, barren and rocky, once merged with a secret realm, and the stones here are imbued with magnetic fields, harboring a faint electrical energy that attracts electric-type Pokémon. Shu Tong released her Iron Shell Pokémon. Shall we begin? She inquired. Zhang Hongwei waved his hand and, feigning mystery, stated, "It is time to showcase my true training prowess." "What?" Shu Tong responded. "This special training at Electromagnetic Mountain is divided into 3 stages. The first step requires the Swamp King to use the Rain Dance skill to summon rain, which will activate the latent electrical energy within the stones of Electromagnetic Mountain. The iron shell will stand upon these stones and undoubtedly be influenced by this electrical energy, necessitating that it maintains an exceptionally high level of energy perception while disregarding the interference from the electric energy," Zhang Hongwei explained. Shu Tong couldn't help but applaud. The method was indeed clever, but there's more. Then the Swamp King will envelop the iron shell with the move Dark Mist. "Do you know the effects of the Dark Mist skill?" Zhang Hongwei queried. "Any Pokémon shrouded in Dark Mist will revert its energy fluctuations back to their initial state, rendering skill enhancements like Swords Dance ineffective," Shu Tong replied. "Precisely. The essence of Dark Mist is to disperse concentrated energy, achieving the effect you just described. Likewise, when your iron shell focuses energy to resist attacks, that concentrated energy will also be affected by the Dark Mist, making it difficult to coalesce." Zhang Hongwei paused before continuing. "This requires the iron shell to anticipate the incoming changes in energy and make accurate judgments. Due to the influence of Dark Mist, instant concentration of energy becomes impossible. A continuous output of energy is essential to prevent dispersion." "Impressive," Shu Tong admitted, clearly impressed. "Of course, this is merely the first phase of your training task. If you can still respond flexibly to the electric beast's attacks under such conditions, then the iron shell's perception of energy will undoubtedly reach new heights," Zhang Hongwei elaborated. "What about the second phase?" Shu Tong asked. "In the second phase, I will introduce the mischievous Thunderbolt. Its skills, magnetic control, and erratic electric wave, will significantly enhance the interference. As for the third phase, under interference, the mischievous Thunderbolt will also assist the electric beast in its assault. How does this training plan sound? Isn't it perfect?" Zhang Hongwei said with pride. Shu Tong nodded, seemingly grasping something, and remarked, "Indeed." "Indeed what?" Zhang Hongwei responded, bewildered. "The intellect, once dominated by a tiresome romance, has returned," Shu Tong remarked. "You little rascal," Zhang Hongwei exclaimed, pounding his chest in frustration, adding, "What use is this intellect to me?" "Brother Zhang, take heart," came the response. After the special training commenced, King Jia used a rain summon, and following a downpour, the electromagnetic energies within Electromagnetic Mountain became noticeably agitated. Although this energy posed no threat to the steel shell bug, its vibrant fluctuations easily interfered with the creature's perception of energy. Shortly thereafter, King Jia unleashed a cloud of black mist. Enveloped in the darkness, the steel shell bug felt a distinct discomfort, its mind unsettled, making it difficult to concentrate and gather energy. Zhang Hongwei allowed a moment for the steel shell bug to acclimate. As the electric beast surged towards the steel shell bug in a flash of white light, the special training officially began. Bang! The steel shell bug was undoubtedly sent flying. The training proved effective. They pressed on. Shu Tong instructed the steel shell bug to use its silk spinning ability to return to its original position. Chapter 79. The Secret Realm of Electromagnetic Mountain. After an entire day of rigorous training, the steel shell bug had been knocked back countless times. It had only just begun to show slight improvement, becoming somewhat more comfortable amidst the dual disturbances of electricity and black mist. However, it remained far from successfully concentrating energy to counter the electric beast's dazzling strikes, a goal still distant. Upon returning in the evening, the steel shell bug was to undergo further extreme training in the electromagnetic training room. Nevertheless, the subsequent absorption of the power of evergreens and the exquisite Juhua liquor would be an enjoyable experience for the steel shell bug. On the following day, upon arriving at Electromagnetic Mountain, before the special training could commence, they observed a group of individuals equipped with instruments conducting surveys. Zhang Hongwei and Shu Tong disregarded them, proceeding to the same location as the previous day to release their Pokémon. "Hey, you can't be here. We are conducting geological surveys," one of the individuals stated. "Since when did Electromagnetic Mountain become private property?" Zhang Hongwei retorted. "We are from the Geological Survey Bureau of Xiangzhou City. A wastewater treatment plant is to be constructed here. So please do not interfere with our work," the group insisted. Upon hearing the words wastewater treatment plant, Shu Tong inquired, "Is that the one from Xingqing that collapsed? I recall it required a derelict secret realm to function. That is beyond our jurisdiction." The group maintained their firm stance. "Then we shall not leave. For you possess no government authorization. Why should we heed your demands?" Shu Tong asserted. "You are obstructing government work. I will call the stability team," the individual threatened. "I have made myself clear. Please do not hinder our special training," Shutong replied. Consequently, Zhang Hongwei and Shutong continued their training from the previous day, while the individual remained on the phone, realizing from the Pokémon Zhang Hongwei was using that he was affiliated with the Thunderbolt Dojo. Throughout the ordeal, no stability team arrived, leaving the individual merely fuming in place. After a week of training at Electromagnetic Mountain, the Steel Shell Bug finally completed the first phase of its special training tasks. Zhang Hongwei marvels daily at the remarkable progress of his Iron Shell Bug, which seems to ascend to new heights with each passing day, undergoing transformations that leave him increasingly enamored with his own brilliance in devising the specialized training regimen. Shutong can only awkwardly acquiesce. While the training plan is indeed commendable, without the infusion of several thousand resources daily or the relentless exertion of one's physical limits, even the most impeccable training scheme remains an unattainable aspiration. As the month draws to a close, a time designated for summarizing battle outcomes, Shutong opted to take a leave of absence. Concerning the inter-school tournament in Xiangzhou City, he directly informed the principal that Shutong's participation had been confirmed. Shutong simply awaited the school's team to arrive in Xiangzhou, knowing that in the realm of novice-level team battles, synergy is virtually non-existent. The best collaboration is merely ensuring that one does not impede a teammate's performance. Zhang Hongwei continued his routine of escorting Shutong to Electromagnetic Mountain, though she was acutely aware of the significance of this day. According to the narrative surrounding Zhang Hongwei's Pokémon, today marked the day of the Secret Realm's eruption at Electromagnetic Mountain. However, analysis of the script suggested potential interference. Was it that someone had discovered the Secret Realm prematurely, or had it been detected post-eruption? If her suspicions were accurate, during her time at Yinshan, she had sensed that the invasion point of the Secret Realm could be foreseen, rendering the situation rather enigmatic. Upon their arrival at Electromagnetic Mountain, they found no one in sight. Shutong felt a slight sense of relief, hoping that not all secret realms could be anticipated. At least, such technology had yet to be developed internationally. Today marked the commencement of the second phase of their specialized training. Zhang Hongwei proclaimed as he summoned all three of his Pokémon. After using Rain Dance, his King of Swamps initiated a mischievous thunderbolt, maximizing the electromagnetic field and peculiar electromagnetic waves to their fullest extent. The peculiar electromagnetic waves served to diminish the opponent's special attack, essentially disrupting their energy perception, thus rendering them incapable of consolidating their inherent strength, consequently diminishing the potency of their skills. With the deployment of these two techniques by the mischievous Thunderbolt, Iron Shell Bug found itself cornered. The electromagnetic interference clouded its perceptual judgments, while the peculiar electromagnetic waves further compromised its sensory acuity. The black mist exacerbated the difficulty of energy consolidation, creating a nauseating predicament that would dishearten even the most steadfast trainer. Electabuzz, it's your turn, Zhang Hongwei called out, with a surge of electromagnetic energy coursing through it. Electabuzz became extraordinarily animated, its body crackling with electric sparks as it unleashed a discharge attack directed at Iron Shell Bug. In response, Iron Shell Bug hastily began to gather its energy, yet it felt as if a great weight bore down upon it, causing the once manageable energy to scatter chaotically like disorganized troops. With a hiss, the skills were unleashed directly upon the Iron Shell Pokémon, which had yet to concentrate its energy for resistance. It seems the Iron Shell Pokémon requires further intensive training, Zhang Hongwei chuckled, feeling an inexplicable sense of elation. Not quite, Shutong suddenly interjected. What's not quite right? Have you been struck down? Haha. The space began to distort. Shutong sensed an impending occurrence. Zhang Hongwei glanced up at the skies above the electric beast, and indeed, the space started to warp, revealing a swirling vortex. Before they could express their astonishment, the vortex abruptly expanded, swallowing them along with their Pokémon. Fear not, we are in a secret realm. Who would have thought this electromagnetic mountain would erupt into a secret domain? Upon entering, Zhang Hongwei showcased his qualities as a professional trainer, striving to reassure Shutong. What should we do now? Shutong inquired, knowing that the secret realm contained thunder amplification crystals and electrical seeds capable of evolving the electric beast. Yet she sought Zhang Hongwei's perspective. Typically, in such circumstances, one would wait for the trainer association to arrive and utilize a spatial key to rescue them. However, Zhang Hongwei suddenly exhibited an unusual excitement. What is it now? The secret realm is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Although anything retrieved must be submitted to the association, anything used within or taken before the association's arrival is ours. Come, let us search for treasures within this realm. Zhang Hongwei was eager to explore. Very well. You can take anything useful. I have no need for it, Shutong replied. Zhang Hongwei remarked, You young lad, burdened by such heavy thoughts at a tender age. It is not conducive. One should remain lighthearted. I truly have no need. I am not short on funds, Shutong countered. Forget I said anything. Zhang Hongwei's 3 Pokémon led the way. The environment of the secret realm resembled that of the electromagnetic mountain, barren yet interspersed with deep ravines and a verdant peak. Chapter 80. The electric beast. Since that day when those individuals mentioned rebuilding a wastewater treatment station here, it had become clear that the station required the abandoned secret realm. Fortunately, Shutong had also discerned through the script that a secret realm would manifest here. Her instincts hinted that some individuals were aware of the secret realm's existence. Though they might not know the precise time or location, they certainly had a direction. As Zhang Hongwei and Shutong explored the secret realm, they traversed a gentle area before arriving at a stony forest. The mischievous thunderbolt and the electric beast grew increasingly animated, their bodies crackling with electricity. At that very moment, numerous electric-type Pokémon, including mischievous Thunderbolt and Thunderball, peeked out in curiosity. This area is rich in electric energy. Look at how many electric-type Pokémon have gathered here, Zhang Hongwei exclaimed. Shutong murmured in acknowledgement. Evidently, the electric seeds were undoubtedly present in this area. You should recall both Electabuzz and mischievous Thunderball for now. As long as we do not provoke this group of electric-type Pokémon, we should be able to pass through this region smoothly. If any issues arise, we can release them later, Shutong advised. This decision was made after careful consideration from multiple angles. Electabuzz and mischievous Thunderball were too susceptible to resonating with the electric energy here, and the electric-type Pokémon in the secret realm would undoubtedly perceive them as rivals vying for electric resources. A conflict could spell disaster. If they were ensnared here, obtaining the Thunder Amplification Crystal would become considerably more challenging. From the narrative, Shutong understood that strangers would soon discover this secret realm, and thus far, Zhang Hongwei's Pokémon script had not undergone any changes. The scripts of Swampert and mischievous Thunderball still indicated death. Perhaps the scythe of demise loomed ominously behind them. The only reason she dared to enter was that ultimately, Zhang Hongwei's Electabuzz had triumphed in the end. Although the script for the ironclad worm had no connection to this secret realm, she felt an invisible net hanging above her, suffocating whenever she contemplated it. Perhaps this time, she might find a clue. Zhang Hongwei recalled Electabuzz and mischievous Thunderball, and indeed, those Pokémon stabilized once more. Swampert guided the two of them forward. The moisture-laden Swampert could prevent the detonation of mischievous Thunderball and Thunderball, while its ground typing offered perfect immunity to electric-type attacks. Employing Swampert as a guide was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Silently and stealthily, Shutong and Zhang Hongwei held their breaths as they traversed the rocky forest. Beyond this stony expanse lay the only peak within the secret realm. Both Shutong and Zhang Hongwei exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, Swampert's script finally shifted. Recent turn. A trainer had defeated a Dunsparce and a Beartic in the rocky forest, and the explosion of mischievous Thunderball was contained. Let us ascend, Shutong declared. The ascent of this peak was not particularly steep, and climbing it was not overly strenuous. Now, the weight on Shutong's heart had entirely lifted. Since the danger had subsided, it was time to see if there was anything she needed within this secret realm. At the very least, it was certain that the rocky forest harbored electric seeds, though dealing with those Thunderballs and mischievous Thunderballs would not be so straightforward. There must be quite a few electric-type treasures hidden in that rocky forest, Shutong remarked. And so what? You saw how many electric-type Pokémon there were. To dare to snatch from them would surely invite electrocution, Zhang Hongwei replied. There appeared to be no Pokémon on this mountain. Could it be that this secret realm contained only Thunderballs and mischievous Thunderballs? After all, the rolling Pokémon certainly wouldn't be able to climb. We should remain cautious. I can feel the electric energy intensifying as we ascend, Zhang Hongwei cautioned. Shutong shuddered slightly and remarked, I too feel my body growing increasingly numb. Perhaps we should release the Electabuzz to help us absorb some of this electric energy. A splendid idea, Zhang Hongwei replied as he summoned the Electabuzz. Based on Shutong's assessment, there were likely no other Pokémon on this mountain. Otherwise, the Electabuzz would not have so effortlessly acquired the Thunder Amplification Crystal. Indeed, as they ascended higher, the Electabuzz grew more exhilarated. At that moment, both Zhang Hongwei and Shutong could hardly bear it, as electric energy surged through them, rendering their bodies numb. The Shelmet sensed Shutong's discomfort and activated its hardened ability, enveloping them in an energy shield for protection. How could we have forgotten about Shelmet's skill? This is quite comforting, Zhang Hongwei said. Let us remain here for now. We can already see the summit. Given the Electabuzz excitement, it surely has found something it adores up there. Let it venture forth, It can return if any danger arises, Shu Tong suggested. All right, Electabuzz. Off you go, Zhang Hongwei agreed. The Electabuzz danced joyfully as it raced toward the peak. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the stone forest below, deafening in their intensity. What on earth is happening? Zhang Hongwei inquired curiously. The distance to the bottom is still considerable, and the stone forest obscures our view. But those explosions are undoubtedly caused by the mischievous thunder bombs. One thing is certain, the area below is perilous, and we cannot venture there for the time being. Shu Tong responded. Could it be that the association's personnel have arrived? Zhang Hongwei speculated. Without any mobile signal, how would you know? Shu Tong replied. Let's observe the situation and not act rashly. True enough, yet it is a pity that we have somehow intruded into this secret realm without acquiring anything of value. Zhang Hongwei lamented. Just as he finished speaking, the Electabuzz came bounding back down the mountain, cradling a brilliant, golden square crystal. What is that? I have never seen anything like it, Zhang Hongwei exclaimed in confusion. It seems. Shu Tong began, as the Electabuzz body began to emanate a radiant white light. That is the glow of evolution, Shu Tong declared. Can Electabuzz evolve again? Zhang Hongwei's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Wow! Zhang Hongwei suddenly shouted, as his excitement and joy erupted in that instant. The surrounding electric energy began to coalesce around the Electabuzz. Shu Tong also placed Shelmet on the ground, saying, feel the gathering of this energy. Perhaps it will yield some insights. Shelmet closed its eyes, sensing the surrounding electric energy as if it were a host of lively little sprites converging upon the Electabuzz. The reason Shu Tong encouraged Shelmet to perceive this energy flow was that the process of evolution essentially constituted an evolutionary domain. The process of evolution is such that all energy must serve the light of evolution, while the useless energy recedes and the useful energy converges. When a Pokémon evolves, its surroundings become its domain of evolution, impervious to any form of attack. The mastery of skills reaching an extraordinary level is also a process of generating a field of skills. Particularly, the evolution of the electric mouse into the electric beast encompasses a realm that is both more vast and enduring. Chapter 81. The survival laws of the secret realm. The iron shell bug reveled in the fluctuations of energy surrounding the electric mouse during its evolution. Its own poisonous energy flickering intermittently. The entire evolution process lasted nearly 10 minutes. As the radiant light of evolution subsided, a Pokémon, resplendent in golden hues adorned with black patterns and standing approximately 18 meters tall, materialized before Shu Tong and Zhang Hongwei. Electric Mouse, you are still the Electric Mouse. Zhang Hongwei mused dreamily. The electric beast nodded, showcasing its might as it swung its powerful fists and flicked its two tails. Name, Electric Beast. Type, Electric. Ability, Electric Engine. Skills, Quick Spark, mastered. Charging, mastered. Thunder Fist, mastered. Discharge, mastered. Electromagnetic Wave, mastered. Thunderbolt, acquired. Ice Punch, acquired. Individual talent, Superior, recent turning point. Invincible in the secret realm, wreaking havoc, recent turning point. 1 year later. The crisis of the Mongshan Thunder secret realm erupted. After being baptized by the heavenly thunder, its talent was enhanced. But it perished in the battle to protect the Son of Thunder. The attributes of the electric beast appeared before Shu Tong. Its individual talent elevated to a superior level post-evolution. The mastery of the skills Charging, Thunder Fist, and Discharge also reached a proficient level. With such prowess, Zhang Hongwei had undoubtedly become one of the elite among the three-tiered professional trainers, and it seemed that once this secret realm was concluded, assessments would soon follow. Upon witnessing the electric beast's initial performance, Shu Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. The current strength of the electric beast was decidedly overwhelming against the clowns below. So this is the evolved form of the electric mouse. With this Pokémon, your strength is sure to ascend to new heights, Shu Tong remarked. I can hardly wait to test its strength, Zhang Hongwei replied eagerly. Let us head down the mountain and wait for opportunities at the foot of it, Shu Tong suggested. Just let me take the lead when the moment arrives. Zhang Hongwei urged. The two descended swiftly, the explosions in the stone forest growing increasingly frequent, indicating that the mischievous thunder bombs and thunderballs were fiercely battling the invaders. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the explosions continued to resonate, with stone formations collapsing in their wake. What a monumental display. This is a devastating assault, Shu Tong observed. Once the thunder bombs and thunderballs self-destruct, they will lose their combat abilities. This presents a prime opportunity for capture. Are these individuals planning to capture them all? Zhang Hongwei pondered. While the possibility cannot be dismissed, The ruthlessness of such a mutual destruction tactic is indeed striking, Shutong remarked. Gradually, the sounds of explosions began to diminish until tranquility enveloped the area. Shutong and Zhang Hongwei stood at the foot of the mountain, awaiting developments. Luo team. The brothers are busy subduing those mischievous thunderbolts and lightning balls. Many electric treasures, including electric seeds, have emerged from the stone forest due to the recent explosions. Our harvest this time is quite substantial, he continued. However, these items are merely secondary. The crux lies in our successful sweep of this secret realm, which can serve as a second wastewater treatment facility and also allow researchers to delve deeper into studies of the Zubat. Don't you wish for your Zubat to become stronger as well? Two individuals emerged from the stone forest. As they abruptly looked up, their faces were painted with terror upon seeing Zhang Hongwei and Shutong. Luo Kuang. Zhang Hongwei called out. So it is you, Luo Kuang acknowledged, clearly recognizing Zhang Hongwei. What on earth is your identity, Luo Kuang, to dare raid a secret realm? Zhang Hongwei accused. You two know each other? Shutong inquired quietly. Turns out he is also a disciple of the Thunderbolt Dojo, but he often engages in activities that harm his own Pokémon, leading to frequent reprimands from his teacher. Unable to bear it, he eventually withdrew, Zhang Hongwei explained. Be careful, Shutong cautioned. Aren't these two individuals from the Xingqing Pokémon Club? Why are they here? Shutong seemed to grasp something, realizing that from the onset of the Yunshan secret realm to the collapse of the wastewater treatment station involving the Zubat, and the death of their accomplice, Shinkai, there must be a connection to the organization behind these two. Luo Kuang chuckled, saying, Zhang Hongwei. There are merely a few mischievous thunderbolts in this secret realm. If you wish to take a few, I have no objections. Zhang Hongwei, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, replied. I have no interest in those. You can enjoy yourselves here. We are leaving. While Shutong stood silently beside Zhang Hongwei, he exchanged a knowing glance with her, and they proceeded forward. Yet, both Shutong and Zhang Hongwei were acutely aware that Luo Kuang had brought so many here to raid the secret realm. Employing such a suicidal tactic, undoubtedly harboring some unspeakable secret, and wary of revealing their presence to the Trainer Association. Would they truly allow Zhang Hongwei and Shutong to depart unscathed? Wouldn't that expose their whereabouts? Just as Zhang Hongwei and Shutong had taken a few steps, Luo Kuang, sensing their momentary relaxation, swiftly released 4 Pokeballs. Mischievous Thunderbolt, Magneton, Electivire, Zubat. Beside Luo Kuang, Gong Yingchun also unleashed his trio of Pokémon, Ursaring, Dunsparce, Zubat. Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily, casually tossing out his own mischievous Thunderbolt, declaring, Luo Kuang, you should have come straight to the point from the beginning, instead of being so cryptic. Subsequently, Zhang Hongwei's Swampert and Electabuzz also assumed battle readiness. Apologies, but every year, dozens of people perish in secret realms, so you too won't be missed. Luo Kuang remarked with a sardonic tone. It appears that they have no intention of granting us any respite. Allow me to inform you, Lu Kuang, that I am an instructor at the Thunderbolt Dojo, a legitimate trainer affiliated with the Trainer Association. In this secret realm, individuals like you, who are not members of the Trainer Association, can be legally dispatched by my hand. Zhang Hongwei stated. Well, let us see if you possess such capability. Lu Kuang's prowess at the Thunderbolt Dojo surpasses that of Zhang Hongwei. However, he did not pursue further training as a professional trainer. Now, with the presence of the Zubat, his strength rivals that of a third-tier professional trainer, rendering Zhang Hongwei insignificant in his eyes. Let us proceed, Electabuzz, it's time to test our blades against them. Zhang Hongwei exhibited no fear. Upon encountering the Electabuzz, Lu Kuang felt a moment of surprise, yet he concealed it to avoid appearing timid. Kingler charged directly at the Ursa and the Zubat, spinning as it moved, primarily to distract the two Zubats. The Electabuzz boldly surged towards Lu Kuang's trio of electric-type Pokémon. Zhang Hongwei and Shutong were shielded within the protective energy barrier of the Shuckle. Shutong's primary concern lay with the two Zubats. Upon observing their characteristics, she finally confirmed her suspicions. Recent twist. Killed by Electabuzz. Recent twist. Genetic modification successful. Can enhance individual talent through bloodsucking. The traits of these two Zubats were identical to those she had discovered in Yunshan. They had also undergone genetic modification, allowing them to strengthen their abilities through vampirism. It is hard to believe that Lu Kuang and Gong Yingchun alone could possess the capability to alter the genetics of a Zubat. Thus, it is evident that a formidable force supports them. As for the nature of this force, she could not ascertain at present. Moreover, during the previous incident in Xingqing, numerous individuals were unable to successfully bring a few Zubats back to the Trainer Association. The occurrence of spatial distortion that allowed those Zubats to escape was beyond her comprehension. However, this time, From Lu Kuang's tone, it was clear that they were unaware of her and Zhang Hongwei's presence in this secret realm. This implies that if she acted swiftly, she could deliver these two Zubats to the association before they realized it. Yet, she must remain inconspicuous. I suspect they are part of an underground force. Listen to the incessant clamor in the stone forest. Their accomplices must be nearby. We must act decisively, uprooting the threat entirely. If we fail to do so cleanly, we may attract unwanted attention, Shu Tong whispered to Zhang Hongwei. Zhang Hongwei glanced at her, then stretched his wrist, stating, I was concerned you might be apprehensive about the violence, but it seems there is nothing to worry about. I understand this principle of survival, particularly in a secret realm. Shu Tong was already seeking an opportunity to strike. The Electabuzz had not appeared previously. The characteristic of the electric engine is absent among the Pokémon of our nation. Such traits as exhibited by the electric zebra and the electric flying mouse are exclusive to the United Empire. This discrepancy has precipitated a tragic turn of events. Chapter 82. Murder and Pillage. Unaware of the impending danger, Lu Kuang commanded his 3 electric-type Pokémon to unleash their electric abilities. Even Zhang Hongwei was taken aback when the speed of the electric shock beast suddenly surged, reaching the group of electric-type Pokémon in the blink of an eye, delivering a thunder punch that sent 2 of them reeling. Gong Yingchuan's prowess fell short in comparison to Lu Kuang and Zhang Hongwei. Despite the Swamp King's attack power being relatively weak, it effortlessly overpowered the charging bear and the tail whip. In no time, the Swamp King seized the tail of the tail whip and employed a throwing technique, using it as a weapon to hurl the charging bear away repeatedly. The only challenge arose with the mischievous Thunderbolt, as the large-mouthed bat's speed and ability to fly rendered it elusive. The mischievous Thunderbolt could only utilize electric-type techniques to restrain it. Captain, this creature is far too formidable. I fear we may not withstand it, Gong Yingchun remarked. Hurry, go summon those over in the stone forest, Lu Kuang instructed. Yet, Gong Yingchun appeared somewhat hesitant. Lu Kuang shot him a knowing glance, prompting Gong Yingchun to dash towards the stone forest. Make your move, Shu Tong urged. Before Gong Yingchun could take more than a few steps, he was ensnared by a strand of silk, tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. As he regained his footing, another strand of silk ensnared his neck. This is silk, Gong Yingchun murmured, recalling that night when Sheng Kai mentioned his largemouth gull had been dragged into an abandoned realm by a thread. A look of terror crossed his face as he shouted, Captain, save me, it's him. Shu Tong, however, would not permit him to elaborate further at that moment. The iron-shelled insect had utilized the silk to soar forth, dragging Gong Yingchun over a distance of more than 10 meters. Under the forceful grip, Gong Yingchun could only widen his eyes in horror, his expression contorted, unable to utter a word, until a poisonous needle pierced his skull. As the toxin coursed through his body, humans, unlike Pokémon, lacked the energy to resist such venomous forces. Soon, the poison spread, beginning to erode Gong Yingchuan's body, starting from his head and decaying inch by inch. You dare to kill, Lu Kuang bellowed, astonished that this young fiend would act with such ruthless decisiveness. In Lu Kuang's mind, murder was a domain reserved for individuals like him. Those so-called virtuous figures would never resort to such measures easily. Shu Tong paid him no heed, yet her gaze was fixed upon him. Lu Kuang suddenly felt a chill, a palpable aura of malice surrounding him. Retreat. Protect me, he cried, bolting towards the stone forest. His Pokémon hastily returned, forming a protective barrier around Lu Kuang, ensuring his safe escape. However, against the lethal needle of the iron-shelled insect, their efforts were utterly futile. Luo Kuang had scarcely taken a few steps when he was met not with hope, but with a barrage of venomous needles reminiscent of a torrential downpour. A chilling scream echoed as Luo Kuang's body was pierced and transformed into a veritable hedgehog. His form was riddled with wounds, a sight more gruesome than that of Gong Yingchuan's demise, all flesh corroded. In a mere 3 to 4 minutes, both Luo Kuang and Gong Yingchun had been reduced to nothing more than tattered remnants of clothing, soaked through with blood. Although Zhang Hongwei had taken lives before, he had never witnessed such a horrifying end. He had never seen Shu Tong's ironclad bug exhibit such formidable prowess. In that moment, Zhang Hongwei felt as though he did not truly know Shu Tong, and even he, a seasoned second-tier trainer, was overcome with profound dread, a fear both unknown and unfathomable. Zhang Shixiang, I leave these Pokémon to you. The Pokeballs and the Keystone to unlock the secret realm must be within their garments. Defeat them and swiftly return them all to their Pokeballs. We must be the first to deliver these Pokeballs to the Trainer Association, Shu Tong instructed. Understood, Zhang Hongwei replied, steadying himself. Shu Tong then ventured into the stone forest with his ironclad bug. The individuals within the stone forest were preoccupied, busily capturing the now defenseless Volt, Tackle, and Electrode with their Pokeballs, while the surrounding area was littered with neatly gathered bundles of electric seeds. It seemed that their Pokémon had also succumbed to the earlier explosion. Indeed, utilizing Pokémon to provoke Volt Tackle into triggering its own self-destruction was undoubtedly the most efficient tactic. Team Luo has come under attack. Hurry and save him, Shu Tong shouted as he circled the stone forest before retreating. As planned, upon hearing the cries, the people in the stone forest hastily made their way toward the mountains. Their levels were certainly inferior to Gong Engchun's. Otherwise, they would not be toiling away in the stone forest. At the instant they burst forth from the stone forest, a deluge of poisonous needles descended upon them. Over a dozen individuals fell, akin to a line of dominoes, all collapsing without even the chance to utter a gasp or a shout. Purple toxic energy surged into the air. Shu Tong's objective lay within the electric seeds of the stone forest. Having seen these individuals nearly complete the collection, he wasted no time in entering the stone forest, stuffing the gathered electric seeds into his backpack until it was nearly full. Upon emerging once more, he beheld the gruesome sight of more than a dozen bodies dissolving, blood seeping into the ground, and the crimson liquid that had not yet soaked and beginning to spread, evoking an unsettling chill. Shu Tong turned away, fully aware that these individuals could not be allowed to live, for their presence would only expose his methods. Moreover, Shu Tong firmly believes that if even one among these individuals manages to escape this secret realm, they will be able to contact their associates. This would not only endanger both herself and Zhang Hongwei, but all their efforts to acquire the genetically modified giant bats would also be in jeopardy, repeating the misfortunes faced previously at Yunshan. However, since they are all deceased, the Trainer Association will undoubtedly recognize that it was she and Zhang Hongwei responsible for their demise. Yet, as Zhang Hongwei stated, the Trainer Association would surely be on their side. Within the secret realm, it serves as an extrajudicial territory for the personnel of the association. At that juncture, the association could easily attribute their deaths to the explosive chaos caused by the mischievous thunderbolt, and such a cataclysm would be powerful enough to obliterate their remains beyond recognition. Once the Trainer Association releases a statement, both she and Zhang Hongwei would merely be cast as opportunists. Even if the forces behind this event were to harbor suspicions, the primary suspects would be Zhang Hongwei and the Thunderbolt Dojo, a place under the stewardship of the formidable 6-star trainer Ling Zhun, an entity not easily trifled with. It was nearly time. Zhang Hongwei had already captured all the Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs. All right, have we gathered everything? Shu Tong inquired. Zhang Hongwei nodded and produced a pink crystal, saying, "This is the spatial keystone. Once we reach the location from which we entered, this keystone will naturally unlock the secret realm." Very well. There remains one more task to undertake, Zhang Hongwei remarked. He released the mischievous thunderbolt. Let us keep a distance. Zhang Hongwei guided Shu Tong into the stone forest. Self-destruct. The mischievous thunderbolt detonated amidst the corpses, instantly reducing the previously corrupted bodies to an indistinguishable mix of rock and soil. Thank you, Shu Tong expressed. No need for gratitude. It wasn't Team My Thunderbolt that caused the explosion. With so many thunderbolts in this stone forest, is it not entirely expected for them to have eliminated these individuals? Zhang Hongwei retorted. Indeed, they both concurred, hastening their escape. Along the way, Shu Tong recounted the intricacies of their situation and the relationships involved to Zhang Hongwei. Their thoughts aligned seamlessly. Zhang Hongwei pondered in amazement at how meticulous Shu Tong was at such a young age, handling the situation with an almost flawless understanding of its complexities. Conversely, Shu Tong realized that Zhang Hongwei was not as carefree as he appeared. He dealt with matters decisively and demonstrated thoughtful consideration, revealing his depth. With Zhang Hongwei having obtained the lightning amplification crystal, the electric beast successfully evolved into the electric demon beast, while Shu Tong acquired the electric seed, granting them a slight advantage for the upcoming Thunder Realm. In summary, this venture of murder and theft had proven to be remarkably successful. Chapter 83. The Spatial Crystal. Due to Shu Tong's contact with President Li Dongsheng of the Xiangzhou City Trainer Association, the two hastened to reach the association upon their exit, directly connecting with President Li to hand over the Pokeballs, thus fully extricating themselves from the incident. From that point onward, they could no longer show their faces. Zhang Hongwei and Shu Tong had synchronized their plans and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. It was evident that there were individuals outside prepared to assist them. Thus, their departure without caution would be unwise. Zhang Hongwei remarked, "The moment we step out, I will contact President Li. If someone is indeed waiting for us, we shall have to navigate the situation delicately." Should there be someone lurking in the shadows, my call would undoubtedly raise their suspicions, for the association wields considerable influence. Shu Tong nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, but once we step outside, we must refrain from any violent actions." "Rest assured, I will exercise discretion," Shu Tong assured him. With the activation of the pink crystal, the space around them warped, and Zhang Hongwei and Shu Tong were instantly transported back to Electromagnetic Mountain. As they regained their footing, Shu Tong immediately dialed President Li. Upon connection, she stated, "President Li, this is Shu Tong. We have discovered a secret realm at Electromagnetic Mountain, and a large group of nefarious individuals has infiltrated it. The situation is dire. I will promptly mobilize our forces," President Li responded. Indeed, some of the individuals positioned at a distance who were there to assist became hesitant upon hearing Shu Tong's words, for any miscalculation could lead to their entire group being compromised. They were also aware of the prowess of those who had entered the realm. After all, capturing all the spirits within the secret realm was not an insurmountable task. Zhang Hongwei and Shu Tong did not linger, swiftly making their way to the vehicle and departing for the Trainer Association. "We'll arrive in 20 minutes, Zhang Hongwei noted. Having exited the Electromagnetic Mountain region and reached a secure area, Shu Tong remarked, "Brother Zhang, did you notice? Your Electrike evolved within the secret realm. You've certainly hit the jackpot." "Indeed, I must admit, the mere mention of it excites me. My driving is becoming unstable." Zhang Hongwei seemed to revert to his usual spirited demeanor. "While you revel in your success, might I also indulge in some joy? Could you lend me that spatial keystone for a while? I assure you, I will return it whenever you require it in the future," Shu Tong inquired. "Are you referring to that pink crystal?" Zhang Hongwei asked. "Yes, it possesses the ability to facilitate entry and exit from the secret realm," Shu Tong clarified. "That item is exceedingly rare. Without it, humans can only access secret realms through Pokémon that possess spatial abilities. It was only after Dr. Li Chongyao from our country collaborated with several leading international scientists, utilizing unique materials from within the secret realms, that this crystal was invented, granting us a means to traverse these realms. However, it is said that its creation is extraordinarily complex and demanding, with materials that are quite scarce. In a prefecture-level city like Xiangzhou, there exists but one piece. I wonder about the background of those who possess such a rare item," Zhang Hongwei mused. "Wait, I recall that my father worked at a wastewater treatment plant where they also used a keystone to access an abandoned secret realm, though it was different from this one." Shu Tong added, "That was an abandoned secret realm. Can they truly be compared? The abandoned secret realm has long since lost the energy it once possessed. Now entirely reliant on the support of equipment and facilities, the gates to this forsaken realm are inextricably linked to these devices, utterly incomparable to such crystals," Zhang Hongwei remarked. "Is it truly that rare? Nevertheless, I find this crystal quite useful. If necessary, I shall request it from President Li later," Shu Tong replied. "Why should I owe such a favor to President Li? Why not give it to me instead?" With that, Zhang Hongwei retrieved the crystal from his pocket and tossed it to Shu Tong in the back seat. Shu Tong smiled. "Thank you. In the future, remember me when fortune smiles upon you. Without this, my electric beast would never evolve." Zhang Hongwei responded, "Rest assured." Shu Tong stowed the crystal in her backpack. With this acquisition, she would possess a significant advantage when the invasion of the secret realm in Sichuan town commenced shortly. As they approached the Trainer Association, police vehicles passed by in succession, with stability teams, forest rangers, and firefighters all mobilized. By the time Shu Tong arrived at the Trainer Association, President Li was already waiting for her. Upon entering the office, Shu Tong and Zhang Hongwei recounted the entire sequence of events in a manner akin to a well-rehearsed duet, skillfully sidestepping the more serious aspects of the tale. Subsequently, Zhang Hongwei produced all the Pokeballs he had confiscated from the assailants. President Li, while the other Pokémon are not particularly concerning, these two Zubat seem quite similar to those we encountered in Yinshan. A brief inquiry with President He will clarify this. Shu Tong stated, "These ruffians are utterly lawless. I will call President He immediately. Tonight, we shall rendezvous at the Jinling Research Institute with Dr. Xiao Lamu to hand these two Zubat over." With that, President Li dialed President He. He then phoned Ling Zhun to ensure their safety on this endeavor. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Zhang, your electric beast is the first of its kind to evolve. It can remain at the Research Institute for a while, allowing Dr. Xiao to derive findings. I suspect such a significant discovery will yield a reward from the National Research Institute no less than 7 figures. Not to mention the points you can accumulate." As soon as President Li finished speaking, Zhang Hongwei burst into laughter, akin to a scholar celebrating his success in the imperial examinations. Shu Tong suddenly realized that those associated with the National Research Institute seemed to profit handsomely. With his electric beast, Zhang Hongwei could easily reach the level of a Tier 3 professional trainer, with an additional million in nurturing funds. The points could be exchanged for a Pokémon of exceptional talent, propelling him toward the ranks of Tier 4 or even Tier 5 professional trainers. Given these circumstances, would he ever need to fret about his girlfriend again? No wonder this lifelong bachelor was so exhilarated. At that moment, Shu Tong felt a surge of excitement as her mind raced with thoughts of yet undiscovered evolution forms. If the electric beast could evolve into the electric monster, then the duck-billed fire beast surely could evolve into the duck-billed flame beast, and the drill-arm rhinoceros could evolve into the super-armored rhinoceros. Moreover, the illustrious EV has recently revealed 5 distinct evolutions: Water EV, Fire EV, Thunder EV, Sun EV, and Moon EV. Meanwhile, the Ice EV, Leaf EV, and Fairy EV remain undiscovered. During the wait for Ling Zhan, President Li has thoroughly briefed Dr. Xiao Limu on all pertinent matters. The arrival of the Zubat at his facility signifies its utmost safety, as the Jinling National Research Institute stands as one of the nation's 4 premier research establishments. Dr. Xiao is esteemed as one of the most authoritative Pokémon academicians in the country. Thus, the defenses of the Jinling National Research Institute, nestled within the majestic Laoxiao Mountain, are unassailable, boasting several renowned trainers of the 6th-tier profession known to the public. Despite Dr. Zhao's eccentric enthusiasm for fresh Pokémon studies, he possesses the prowess of an internationally certified 8th-tier trainer, often regarded alongside Dr. Li Chongyao from the imperial capital as the pinnacle of research strength. Chapter 84. Round Citrus Fruit. Ling Zhan is currently in Xiangzhou. Thus, he swiftly makes his way to the Trainer Association. A business vehicle departs from the main road, heading directly to Jinling. The essence of this operation lies in its urgency, from the swift actions of Shu Tong and Zhang Hongwei to the immediate meeting with President Li, facilitating Ling Zhan's rapid departure. It can be said that speed is of the essence, disrupting the plans of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. The thoroughfare is spacious, and the government vehicle enjoys traffic privileges, utilizing the emergency lane even on the expressway. What typically requires 2 hours to reach Jinling was accomplished in just over an hour. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, it is already past 9 in the evening, and Dr. Xiao Limu waits personally at the entrance. Since the entire Laoxiao Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the Research Institute, this entrance is merely the gateway. After entering, they navigate a winding mountain road for half an hour before finally reaching the true confines of the research facility. The institute stretches endlessly, comprising 10 4-story factory-like buildings, 10 dormitory buildings, and 6 research buildings, collectively encompassing a myriad of projects related to Pokémon research, breeding, specialized training, and battles, all of which necessitate meticulous data collection and monitoring. Additionally, all Pokémon within Laoxiao Mountain belong to the Institute, requiring daily observation, feeding, ecological studies, and logistical support, amounting to an extraordinary undertaking. Now, Shu Tong understands why a single research discovery can yield such substantial returns. The researchers indeed toil tirelessly. At 9 o'clock, the research building remains brightly lit, with the sounds of battles and specialized training echoing throughout the facility. Dr. Xiao Limu leads the group to the reception hall, where President He arrives shortly thereafter. Dr. Xiao remarks, "I apologize, esteemed guests. Regulations stipulate that informal personnel cannot enter the institute. You must be received here." "Not at all, Doctor. We fully understand these protocols," President Li replies graciously. "We truly appreciate your assistance, Dr. Xiao," adds President He. Dr. Xiao remarked, "Indeed, matters that jeopardize societal safety are of paramount importance and cannot be treated with the slightest negligence. This time, we have brought 2 largemouth bats, suspecting they may be affiliated with the previous group of wrongdoers." Chairman Li, speaking as he produced a Pokeball, responded, "Very well, I shall ensure we uncover the truth." Dr. Xiao replied, "Then I shall entrust this task to you." "Not at all. This is fundamentally my duty. We researchers exist to serve you, providing support through data parameters. Ultimately, it is your efforts that uphold justice and safeguard the nation," Dr. Xiao elaborated. "I've heard that some electric beasts have evolutionary forms. Is that correct?" Dr. Xiao continued. Ling Zhan turned to Zhang Hongwei and urged, "Quickly release it for Dr. Xiao to examine." The electric beast materialized before Dr. Xiao. "I wonder if Master Ling would permit me to borrow his disciple to stay at the Research Institute for a while," Dr. Xiao inquired. "Whatever the doctor commands," Ling Zhan replied. "I will not occupy your time without recompense. I can secure a research grant of at least 3 million and elevate your points at the National Research Institute to the maximum of 230, Dr. Xiao stated. Zhang Hongwei was momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the doctor? Ling Zhen gently nudged Zhang Hongwei. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Zhang Hongwei stammered. Dr. Xiao then turned his gaze towards Xu Tong, saying, the escape characteristics you proposed last time have been thoroughly researched and will be published shortly. I am adding an additional 40 points for you, hoping for even more discoveries. Thank you, Doctor, Xu Tong responded. Moreover, I have some good news for you. Li Jian interjected beside Dr. Xiao. Xu Tong looked at him in confusion. Professor Wang Liren, the president of Shijiao United University and also the director of the Ancient Capital Research Institute, will arrange for a batch of region-specific Pokémon to be sent next week for you and Dr. Xiao to research and cultivate. You will be able to select one from this batch, Li Jian announced. That's wonderful, Xu Tong exclaimed. Zhang Hongwei chimed in. Can I choose one too? Of course. Your points are sufficient, Li Jian affirmed. As the attendees were all busy individuals, having arranged matters appropriately, they prepared to return that very night. Leaving Zhang Hongwei alone in Jinling. Xu Tong, will you return to Xingqing with me? The friendly match is in 3 or 4 days. And you need to report to your principal, Chairman, he inquired. I would like to return as well. But I have purchased a large quantity of iron-shelled insect food at the Thunderbolt Dojo, and moving it around is quite troublesome, Xu Tong replied. Chairman, he promptly said to Chairman Li. I believe Xu Tong has contributed significantly this time. Rewarding her with a round orange backpack should not be excessive. Chairman Li chuckled. Ah, old he, you always manage to strip me of my best items. A round orange backpack? Xu Tong exclaimed in surprise. As this item is not commonly circulated in the market, He Chong remarked, this round citrus fruit harbors the power of space. Through research and development, it can create an independent space. The quality varies, and the size of the resulting space can be large or small. Moreover, the items placed inside possess no weight whatsoever. Akin to an ordinary backpack, this round citrus fruit is also a primary material for crafting Pokeballs. Having such a backpack is indeed quite convenient, Xu Tong replied. Initially, she had not anticipated the existence of such cutting-edge technology in this world. However, considering that even Pokeballs had been developed, it was hardly surprising that a backpack with an independent space could exist. After all, anything was possible within this realm of secrets. The Pokeball currently in use marked the inception of humanity's conquest over Pokémon. Over a century ago, a mystical realm known as the round citrus fruit appeared within the borders of the United Federation. This fruit encapsulated wondrous powers of space and the ability to restrain Pokémon. The researchers of the Federation utilized the round citrus fruit to invent the first generation of Pokeballs, capable of containing Pokémon and imposing irreversible constraints upon them. This moment marked an epoch in history, as humanity gradually began to seize the initiative, even embarking on explorations of the mystical realms. In the ensuing decades, the United Federation, leveraging the immense benefits provided by the round citrus fruit Pokeballs, ascended to become the world's foremost power. It boasted the largest and most formidable cadre of trainers, persistently exploring mystical realms and reaping substantial rewards. The Federation's influence gradually extended into numerous countries, with many national trainer associations effectively under its control, and several of their mystical realms falling under Federation jurisdiction. Recently, a mystical realm containing evolution stones emerged in the small Middle Eastern nation of Igong. Under the guise of humanitarian aid and the protection of human safety, the Federation dispatched its formidable trainers to Igong. Although the original round citrus fruit Pokeballs have long been rendered obsolete, a plethora of advanced Pokeballs continues to emerge, each containing components derived from the round citrus fruit. The legacy accumulated by the Federation during that era continues to shape the world today. In a grand estate in Jinling, several figures clad in dark attire knocked on a door. Representative, are you there? Come in, a hollow voice responded from within. The individuals entered, bowing slightly as they spoke. We have confirmed that the Xiangzhou squad has suffered near total annihilation. The enemy's operational speed was astoundingly rapid, surpassing our expectations. We could not react in time. Those 2 Zubat have already been transported to the Jinling Research Institute. Total annihilation? Is there anyone who entered the mystical realm before us? The representative inquired. We have investigated. It was the disciples of the Thunderbolt Dojo. This was unexpected, they replied. The representative gazed out the window, speaking meaningfully. The Thunderbolt Dojo, is it Ling Zhen? That friend from the Jawa nation has long wished to meet you. Representative, now that the Zubat have arrived at the Jinling Research Institute, will Xiao Lamu uncover anything? Should we court death? Xiao Lamu's strength surpasses that of the general and a few deputy generals in the capital. No one can rival him. However, he is not adept in genetic research, so there is no need for concern. Please disseminate the message. Recent activities at the Sioux Province branch are to be suspended. Chapter 85. Return to school. It is perplexing that while Pokeballs have started to circulate in the market, the Yuengguan fruit backpack remains scarce. As if it were a rare commodity, Shu Tong expressed her curiosity regarding the Yuengguan fruit backpack. In terms of technical matters, Li Jian is undoubtedly the most proficient. He promptly elucidated, the technical difficulty of researching Pokeballs is indeed significantly lower than that of the Yuengguan fruit. As both Pokeballs and the fruit originate from the secret realms, they share numerous energy characteristics. However, the Yuengguan fruit backpack is different. It requires compatibility with these items. If one merely places them inside, it would surely compromise the spatial structure. Moreover, one must consider the preservation of the items, which necessitates not just the Yuengguan fruit, but also the use of ethereal stones to regulate the opening and closing of the space. Now I understand, Shu Tong remarked. Throughout the journey, Shu Tong shared a vehicle with President He. I'll take you directly to President He shortly. We must secure that Yuengguan fruit backpack, he said. I didn't realize this backpack was so valuable, Shu Tong responded. If it weren't valuable, would I dare to ask for it? Our trainer association in Xingqing, a county-level city, does not possess the authority to allocate such resources, President He replied. This will certainly make things much more convenient, Shu Tong stated. President He accompanied President Li into the Trainer Association of Xiangzhou City, where he retrieved the largest available backpack, boasting a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Subsequently, Shu Tong headed to the Thunder Dojo dormitory and stored all her belongings in the backpack. After a night of effort, she and President He arrived in Xingqing the following morning. Let us rest for a while. We will head to school in the afternoon. I will also be there to observe the final selections, President He suggested. Okay, thank you, President He, Shu Tong replied. After bidding farewell to President He, Shu Tong took a taxi to her rental in the industrial park. Upon her arrival, she saw her grandparents and father busily engaged in renovations. Tong, why didn't you let us know before coming back? Her grandmother inquired. I had matters at school, so I returned. In a few days, I will be heading to Xiangzhou for the school league, Shu Tong explained. Our child has achieved great things, haha. Her grandfather laughed. Have you eaten? Her father asked. Regardless of whether I have eaten or not, I must have something. I'm going to make pancakes. It's your favorite, her grandmother said as she headed to the kitchen. I will rest in my room for a bit. I need to go to school this afternoon, Shu Tong remarked. Come back early tonight. I want to share a drink with your cater pie, her grandfather said. Shu Tong smiled awkwardly and replied, it has already evolved, but I believe it will enjoy having a drink with you. She could sense that her metapod was already excited within the Pokeball. Upon returning to her room, Shu Tong lay down to rest. Her grandmother brought breakfast upstairs and, seeing Shu Tong asleep, took it back down. Around noon, she woke up by herself, washed up, and when she went downstairs, she discovered that her grandparents and father were waiting for her to have lunch. Come, it's time to eat. Look, it's all your favorite dishes, her grandmother exclaimed as she hurried to serve the meal. During lunch, Shu Tong shared some experiences from her training at the Thunderbolt Dojo, which filled her family with pride. After the meal, Shu Tong fed a piece of energy cube to her iron shell bug and drank a cup of fresh milk. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she headed to school. Upon arrival, she made her way directly to the battle arena, where the competition for the title of the top student in the school was taking place. Shu Tong did not participate, with Wu Hongjin absent. No one could rival Qian Kale. The ongoing match was the finals between Wu Hongjin and Guan Yu. Approaching Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, who were spectating, Shu Tong inquired. How's it going? Startled, they replied. Weren't you supposed to skip this month's assessment? I am, but I just came to observe, Shu Tong clarified. Liu Bei remarked. Qian Kale has become increasingly formidable. His underling strength has skyrocketed recently. Not long ago, the three of us could hold our own against him. But now it feels like we're utterly overwhelmed. Guan Yu's flying mantis has only lasted this long due to its flight. Otherwise, it would have lost already. Observing the performance of Qian Kale's underling, Shu Tong noted its steady increase in strength and accumulation of evolution energy, indicating an impending evolution. It's about to end, she stated. Indeed, the flying mantis's movements were anticipated by the underling, which delivered a powerful blow, rendering the mantis incapable of continuing the fight. Just then, Shu Tong's phone rang. It was Director Zhao summoning her to the principal's office. Upon arriving at the office, she found President He there, conversing with Principal Gu. While Director Zhao was refilling water, Shu Tong greeted them all in turn. Principal Gu asked, Shu Tong, how do you plan to help the school in the upcoming inter-high school competition in Xiangzhou? First place, Shu Tong replied nonchalantly. Don't boast. I've heard that Ling Yun from Xiangzhou No. 1 High has a Raichu with the prowess of a seasoned trainer's main Pokémon, Director Zhao remarked. Shu Tong pondered for a moment before saying, she still seems to be lacking a bit. That's the confidence we need. It seems this time you'll be making President He proud, Principal Gu commented. And you, Principal Gu, will also have a chance to shine, President He added. Director Zhao, please make the arrangements. Let's head to the podium, Principal Gu instructed. Shu Tong, you should come along, President He said. Is that appropriate? Shu Tong hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Let's go, President He insisted. Director Zhao approached the microphone at the podium, while Principal Gu and President He took their seats behind him. With Shu Tong standing beside President He. Was that not Shu Tong behind the podium? Indeed, it was perplexing. He had not even participated in this month's end assessment. What right did he have to be on the podium? How could he dare to claim such a position? How frustrating it was. Especially since I had prepared for so long, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to surpass him. Chengdu remarked. Liu Bei from the adjacent class interjected. You should take a break. How can someone who can't even defeat me possibly hope to conquer Shu Tong? Such delusions. I too demand an explanation from Shu Tong. Su Wei declared indignantly. Why are you acting so irrationally? I, too, have a bug, yet I ended up at the bottom of the rankings. My bug looks just as impressive as Shu Tong's. Su Wei continued. Liu Bei retorted. Do you think all bugs are branded as Shu Tong's? I have come to realize you are quite the sycophant. Chengdu and the others chimed in with their jibes. Unfazed, Liu Bei responded. My judgment is infallible. Just wait and see. Everyone, please quiet down. Director Zhao urged into the microphone. Chapter 86. Collaboration. Firstly, let us congratulate the champions of this month's school assessment, Qiankale and Guanyu. Let us give them a round of applause, Director Zhao announced, clapping his hands as the audience joined in. Over a week ago, I mentioned that the top 2 students would qualify for the upcoming Xiangzhou City Friendship Competition. I hope Qiankale and Guanyu will train diligently to bring honor to our school and to Xing City, Director Zhao continued. Qiankale and Guanyu, please come to the podium. The rest of you may disperse, he declared, and the orderly lines began to break apart. Qiankale and Guanyu ascended the podium. As Qiankale stepped onto the stage, he shot a glance at Shu Tong, who quickly turned away, fearing this fellow might engage in some embarrassing antics. Qiankale, Guanyu, you will coordinate with Shu Tong to participate in the high school friendship competition in Xiangzhou City. This is a matter of great honor for our school. How confident are you in securing which place? Director Zhao inquired. First place, Qiankale replied with utter confidence. Before Guanyu could process the question, Qiankale had already answered. Such confidence. Are you aware of the strength of the students from other schools to make such bold claims? Director Zhao questioned. For my underlings, it's merely swapping out a sandbag, Qiankale declared with arrogance. Do not underestimate your opponents, Director Zhao, at a loss for words, responded. Let them bring out their sprites and practice their coordination, Principal Gu suggested. Very well, Director Zhao nodded in agreement. Now, President He and I shall take our leave. Principal Gu stated. Director Zhao wished to say more, but paused, feeling quite helpless. This batch of students was indeed challenging to manage. On the playground, Shu Tong and her companions released their Pokémon. Upon seeing the immobile Metapod, Director Zhao was taken aback. No one had informed her that Shu Tong's Caterpie had evolved. Moreover, even if it had evolved, one would expect it to turn into a Butterfree. How could this Metapod, standing still, possibly engage in combat? Would it not become a target for the opponent's concentrated fire? You 3 should discuss how to coordinate your efforts. I will head to my office for a drink. Director Zhao said, waving her hand dismissively. Watching her retreating figure, a sense of melancholy washed over the group. Boss, let's have a spar, Qiankale proposed, his demeanor radiating mischief. Bring it on, Shu Tong replied confidently. I'm coming. Slash and cross, Qiankale commanded as his Macamp approached Metapod, executing a proficient cross-chop. The martial energy emanating from its arms could be unleashed in 2 distinct manners, a concentrated, powerful strike or a relentless series of attacks. Clearly, Qiankale opted for the latter, applying sustained energy resistance. Cling. Metapod responded to Shu Tong's command. Machamp's first blow struck Metapod. Yet the speed of the attack paled in comparison to the intensive training at Thunderbolt training grounds. It was akin to a turtle's crawl. Smack. The initial cross-chop collided with Metapod's concentrated energy defense, causing Machamp's arm to swell alarmingly. What on earth? Qiankale was dumbfounded. How could this be? He was the one on the offensive. First, let us detoxify, Shu Tong advised. Metapod used String Shot to ensnare Machamp's arm, extracting the toxic energy within. With the aid of a superior antidote spray, Machamp's arm returned to normal. What just happened? I didn't even see your Metapod attacking, Qian questioned in confusion. Shu Tong explained, my Metapod concentrated its energy to resist Machamp's attack. At the moment of impact, the fighting energy in Machamp's arm was corroded and subsequently retaliated by Metapod's toxic energy. Frustrated, Qian exclaimed, I thought I had made significant progress and could close the gap between us. Why does it feel like the difference has widened? It seems I can only challenge you again after Machamp evolves. By then, Metapod should have transformed into Butterfree as well. Shu Tong gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky and mused. You're already so strong. Why bother with special training? Come on, let's go out and hang out. Guan Yu, call those too, Qian said. All right, I feel like I don't need to do anything, Guan Yu replied. The group swaggered out of the school and headed for a shopping excursion in Xing City. Director Zhao arrived at the training grounds over an hour later, only to discover that the trio had vanished. Anger surged within her. Were these three truly so disregardful of school discipline? Just as I was about to call them back for a reprimand, I reconsidered and set my phone down. Even if I called them back, I was unsure how they would cooperate. It seemed more prudent to let them handle it themselves. They are mature individuals now and ought to learn to seize victory on their own. Shutong also relished a rare moment of leisure, spending an entire afternoon in Xingqing. Initially, Qian intended to drag her into the nightlife, but she declined as her grandfather had already arranged to meet with Taikun. Upon returning home, Shutong found her grandmother preparing dinner while her father was still preoccupied with renovation work. The workers had left for the day, yet he would be laboring late into the night. Shutong assisted her father with tidying up, and he gazed at his son with a sense of unspoken pride. As parents, witnessing their child's success brings joy, yet it also signifies an increase in responsibility. Consequently, their time together would likely diminish. Dinner is ready, her grandmother called. The family gathered around the dining table, a rare occurrence in the past 2 or 3 months, especially with the addition of Taikun as a new member. Come on, I'll toast, exclaimed her grandfather, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Shutong poured out the exquisite liquor, and Taikun smoothly followed suit, finishing his drink without hesitation. Haha, impressive drinking abilities. Let us have another round, her grandfather declared, refilling his glass. Let us take our time with this one and start with the dishes, Shutong suggested. Her grandfather chuckled, joyous. Haha, let us eat. Shutong then playfully fed Taikun a piece of energy cube. Chirp, Taikun responded to her grandfather. Subsequently, only her grandfather and Taikun remained engaged in drinking, with Shutong dutifully acting as Taikun's server, presenting him with his glass. Taikun consumed 3 full cups of liquor, while her grandfather nearly finished a pound. Eventually, both collapsed, her father carrying her grandfather to bed. Shutong led Taikun away, intending to provide him with the power of eternal stability. One could only wonder how her grandfather would react if he knew that each cup of this exquisite liquor cost 1,800. Shutong gazed at Taikun, who was still chirping incessantly, and smiled softly. Today, I'll indulge you. Chapter 87. ISNT this Taikun? The following day, Director Zhao had planned a specialized training session for Shutong and her companions, but they instead led him on a shopping excursion, where Qian even gifted her a designer handbag. Despite Zhao's repeated refusals, he ultimately accepted it out of sheer helplessness. During dinner that evening, he realized he had been completely sidetracked by them. The next day, Director Zhao escorted Shutong and her friends to Xiangzhou City, while several homeroom teachers took a portion of the students to provide support, as logistical tasks still required attention. The primary goal remained observation and learning. Upon their arrival in Xiangzhou City, the Trainer Association had arranged for dedicated accommodations. The competition was set to take place at the Pokémon Battle Stadium, which was open for public ticket sales. Advertisements had been circulating for over a week, and an entrance ceremony was scheduled for the evening. Shu Tong has once again engaged in exceptionalism, opting to reside alone at the Benlei Dojo, and has refrained from participating in the rigorous electromagnetic training for the past 2 days. While she seems to be enjoying herself, her Iron Shell Kuan has been protesting, struggling to cope without the demanding training. She declined Qian's invitation in the afternoon, choosing instead to continue the intensive training with her Iron Shell Kuan in the electromagnetic training room. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shu Tong convened with the school outside the gymnasium. Mr. Sun, please escort the remaining students to the designated spectator area for our school. Remember, when we take the stage, we must ensure our support is unwavering. We cannot afford to lose in spirit, Director Zhao instructed. Rest assured, everything is arranged, replied Sun Yozhong. Subsequently, Director Zhao led Shu Tong and a few others inside, where each school had its own dedicated lounge, awaiting their turn to perform, in accordance with the association's requirements. When it is time to take the stage, each participant must release their Pokémon to accompany them, showcasing their spirited demeanor. Director Zhao emphasized, "Understood." As the opening ceremony commenced, the various schools entered sequentially under the host's introduction. The first to take the stage was the representative team from Xiangzhou No. 1 Middle School, led by Director Chun, a seasoned trainer of the 3rd rank. The 3 students sent by Xiangzhou No. 1 were exceptionally formidable. The first to step forward was Ling Yun, who secured the top position in last month's assessment with her ratio. Following her were the representatives from Minbo District No. 1 Middle School, Fengtai District No. 1 Middle School, and Jiangling District No. 1 Middle School. Next to emerge was the team from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School, led by Director Zhao, a well-respected 2nd-rank trainer. The members of Xingqing No. 1's team were also impressively strong, with Xu Tong, who had clinched 1st place in the April assessment, leading the charge. However, the host suddenly paused, glancing awkwardly at the audience. Upon reviewing the script, he wondered if a mistake had been made. How could the top student from Xingqing No. 1 Middle School possibly be associated with an Iron Shell coin? Yet, as the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, the host steeled himself and proclaimed, "Indeed, it is a unique Iron Shell coin." The term unique was a personal addition by the host. Upon hearing the name Iron Shell coin, the audience erupted into hushed discussions. "Iron Shell coin? Did I hear that correctly? Sister Yun, is Xingqing No. 1 really that lackluster? How could an Iron Shell coin claim the top spot?" questioned Cheng Yinliang, another competitor from Xiangzhou No. 1. Ling Yun gazed forward, refraining from immediate response. After a moment, she spoke slowly. "This Iron Shell coin is our greatest obstacle to victory." Following her statement, disbelief washed over the two, and even their leading teacher was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere within Xingqing No. 1 Middle School was on the verge of erupting. The most indignant individuals were Cheng Du and Yang Ku, who promptly approached Sun Yozhong. "Teacher Sun," they implored, "I concede that Xu Tong's Heracross was formidable last month, yet it has since evolved, and even the Iron Shell bug cannot move. Why is it still allowed to compete? I do not wish to participate in this contest. It tarnishes the school's reputation. Teacher Sun, this is utterly unjust." Sun Yozhong cast a glance at the group and replied sternly, "Return to your seats. The school's decisions are not for you to question." In truth, Sun Yozhong himself harbored doubts, but he had been reprimanded by Principal Gu and Director Zhao. Now, these individuals were posing the same inquiries, exacerbating his pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, seated at the podium were several dignitaries, the presidents of associations from various districts and counties. Old He, began Chun Tianshun, president of the Jiangxing Trainers Association. "Did you not inquire about the competitors selected from Xingqing? How could they choose a participant with an Iron Shell bug?" "President," he responded, "I am unaware of their selection process. This friendly match will rely on your leniency." President Li chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the old fox was quite cunning. After the announcements concluded, Director Zhao escorted Xu Tong and the other 2 into the arena, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Xu Tong indeed emerged holding an Iron Shell bug, prompting everyone to widen their eyes in curiosity regarding the peculiarities of this creature. It had a yellow shell, 2 eyes, and no legs. It was unmistakably an Iron Shell bug. The format of the friendly match was a round robin, where victories earned 3 points, draws 2 points, and losses 1 point. The competitor with the highest score at the conclusion would be crowned champion. The event spanned 4 days, with each team competing in 2 matches daily. Following the opening ceremony, the schedule for the 4 days was announced. Once the event concluded, Xu Tong returned directly to the Thunderbolt Dojo. Qian Kale had also booked a hotel, leaving Guan Yu as the sole remaining participant residing in the apartment, which felt rather lonely. "Those 2 have abandoned you." Liu Bei and Zhang Fei approached to offer consolation. Guan Yu remarked, "Those 2 scoundrels. Haha, do you now realize that we are the better company?" Liu Bei and Zhang Fei quipped. Guan Yu sighed. "Indeed, I suddenly find Liu Bei's appearance less outrageous, and although Zhang Fei still appears rather androgynous, I can accept it now." Liu Bei and Zhang Fei exchanged glances and declared, "Let us get him." Upon returning to the dormitory at the Thunderbolt Dojo, Xu Tong offered the Iron Shell bug a flask of jade liquid, infusing it with the power of eternity, before reclining on the bed. Director Zhao created a group chat and shared the battle information for the following day. They were set to battle against the first high school of King Crab County, with their trio utilizing Pokémon including Kingler, Lantern, and Wingull. The most powerful among them was the Kingler, which, in its current state, was capable of achieving its final evolution, undoubtedly possessing a high level of strength that rivaled Qian Kale's formidable wrestler. Qian Kale replied directly, "Leave that giant crab to me. No one else will seize it from me. It's merely an evolution. If my apprentice wishes to evolve, they would have done so by now. Instead, they are accumulating potential for evolution." Xu Tong responded, You are absolutely correct. Chapter 88. The Binding Strategy of Bug Silk. The afternoon's opponent was the first high school from Minbo District, featuring 3 formidable Pokémon, Starmie, Pikachu, and Weepinbell. Their prowess was not to be underestimated. It was rumored that their Pikachu bore the treasured electric ball, boasting impressive attack and special attack power. Additionally, their Weepinbell had evolved with the use of a leaf stone, making it quite a challenge. Liu Bei inquired, "Qiankale, why the silence?" Qiankale replied, "I fear that Weepinbell may employ the infuriating sleep powder tactic." Shu Tong reassured, "No need for concern. It will undoubtedly be used." Director Zhao instructed, "Scyther, remain vigilant of the battle at all times, prepared to dispel the sleep powder. As long as the sleep powder is ineffective, we can manage." Shu Tong added, "I will do my utmost to limit their capabilities." After silencing her phone, Shu Tong spoke to her Metapod during the match. "Refrain from showcasing your advanced silk spinning and poison needle skills. The hardening technique may be used freely. We should conceal our strength until the college entrance competition." "Since when did you become so knowledgeable?" Shu Tong chuckled, amused by Metapod's antics. At present, Shu Tong felt little pressure regarding this level of battle. Metapod possessed 3 advanced skills. Despite its current low level, she was confident in facing an ordinary second-tier trainer. Once it evolved into Beedrill, it would soar to new heights. After a peaceful night, the much-anticipated battle commenced amidst the cheers of the audience. It had been a long time since Xiangzhou City experienced such lively events, resulting in a fully packed spectator area, with cheers echoing throughout. At 9 in the morning, the competition officially began. This time, only the principals of various schools remained on the podium, while the presidents of the regional trainer associations attended merely for the opening ceremony. Xingqing First High School and Crab King County First High School were scheduled for the second battle area, as both teams released their Pokémon. Shu Tong surveyed the 3 Pokémon and concluded they were merely filler Pokémon. Principal Zhang of Crab King County First High School took a sip of tea and remarked, "Principal Gu, the strength of your students this year is quite mixed." Principal Gu acknowledged, "Indeed." Principal Zhang continued, "That Scyther looks quite formidable. It is indeed much stronger than the other 2. Principal Gu cast a glance at him and replied, "This time, Principal Zhang, you are mistaken. Scyther is the weakest among the 3 Pokémon." "What?" Principal Zhang nearly shouted, prompting the attention of nearby principals, causing him to temper his astonishment. Principal Gu chuckled, "Let us watch the match, shall we?" "Haha, let it begin." The referee waved the starting flag. "Help me restrain the other 2. My apprentice's sole target is that giant crab," Qiankale declared. The formidable Kingler charged forth without hesitation, leading the assault. Meanwhile, the stalwart Machoke, under the command of Qiankale, was equally determined, launching itself into the fray with a flurry of punches. Lantern unleashed its electric sphere upon the airborne Scyther, while Wingull employed Water Gun against the same target. The opposing strategy was unmistakable. They intended to utilize the might of Kingler to overwhelm Machoke, confident in their ability to claim victory. The duo of Lantern and Wingull aimed to subdue what they deemed the strongest adversary, Scyther, through the synergistic combination of water and electricity. Disregarding the presence of the hidden Shelmet entirely, they firmly believed that by vanquishing Machoke and Scyther, the battle would be theirs. Unbeknownst to them, Shelmet stealthily extended 6 strands of silk from the creases of its shell, swiftly approaching Lantern and Wingull with remarkable speed. The presence of Shelmet had gone unnoticed, its peculiar strands overlooked by all. Despite Lantern's novice command of its electric sphere, the proficiency of Shelmet's silk rendered Lantern's efforts insignificant. Just as the electric energy began to coalesce, Lantern found itself ensnared, tightly bound by the silk, resembling a sizable cotton ball. Lantern, counterattack, urged its trainer impatiently. Use your skill to break free from the silk. Be cautious, Wingull, warned its trainer, as 4 additional strands of silk darted skyward, pursuing Wingull's flight path. What sort of skill is this? How can it track its target? The urgency in Wingull's trainer's voice was palpable, for Scyther had now positioned itself directly behind Wingull. Caught in a precarious situation, Wingull faced a dual threat. Scyther struck with a decisive blow, causing Wingull to plummet. Ensnared by the awaiting strands of silk, Wingull escaped the silk. Shu Tong and Guan Yu exchanged knowing smiles, for their mission had been accomplished. Was that Shelmet's silk skill? Truly of a masterful level, remarked Principal Zhang, rising to his feet. His words elicited astonishment among the other principals, who turned their attention to the second battlefield, while Principal Gu remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea. Below, the students from King Crab County High School were nearly hoarse from shouting, while the ensnared Pokémon remained utterly still. "Ah, old Gu, You've concealed your talents well. I concede defeat, Principal Zhang admitted. The other principals hastily retrieved their phones to relay the news. Victory for Xingqing High School was imminent. What they had presumed to be their strongest contender, Kingler, was ultimately unable to match Mac-Hoke in strength. Having struggled with its mobility, Kingler had been relentlessly pounded by Mac-Hoke and could barely maintain its footing. As Kingler succumbed beneath Mac-Hoke's might, Xingqing High School triumphed with overwhelming superiority. After the referee announced the results of the match, the iron-shelled beetle dispelled the energy of the silk strands from the lanternfish and long-winged gull. The spectators from Xingqing No. 1 High School were left in a state of astonishment, even forgetting to cheer in celebration of their victory. Those who had previously doubted Shu Tong's iron-shelled beetle's ability to act were now met with a harsh reality check. The 5 or 6 strands of silk had appeared almost sentient, automatically tracking and ensnaring their targets, with the 2 bound Pokémon never managing to break free, showcasing the tremendous energy contained within. What are you still waiting for? Applaud, shouted Sun Yozhong. A resounding cheer erupted from Xingqing No. 1 High School, a stark contrast to the desolation felt by the Crustacean County team. Filled with the joy of victory, they returned to the lounge. A triumphant start, indeed worthy of celebration, remarked Director Zhao. Qian Kale patted his chest and declared, I told you the giant claw crab would be no problem for me. However, he cautioned, this afternoon's match against Minbo District No. 1 High School demands our utmost attention. Their strength is second only to Xiangzhou No. 1 High School and Fengtai District No. 1 High School. Moreover, Shu Tong's silk spinning skill has now been revealed, rendering it nearly impossible to replicate the success of the previous battle, as the opponents will undoubtedly be on high alert. Director Zhao responded, to defend against him, one must ensure absolute containment. Otherwise, we may not even have the opportunity to strike. The three exchanged peculiar glances at Qian Kale. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Doctor. Liaija specifically went to observe the match between Minbo District No. 1 High School and Linjiang County No. 1 High School. That Pikachu exhibited incredible speed, completely outmaneuvering its opponent and demonstrating a clear advantage. Furthermore, that Victreebel not only displayed proficiency with various control techniques, but also possessed formidable offensive capabilities, Director Zhao stated. Leave that Pikachu to me. Guan Yu, your Scyther must engage Victreebel at close range immediately. In terms of offense, your Scyther will undoubtedly match its prowess. As long as we prevent Victreebel from establishing control, victory is assured, Shu Tong asserted. What about me? Qian Kale inquired. You may be somewhat redundant, Shu Tong replied. The afternoon battle commenced punctually. The 3 Pokémon from Minbo District No. 1 High School appeared on the field. Shu Tong had developed the habit of reviewing scripts upon encountering Pokémon, and the script for Pikachu revealed some thought-provoking insights. Name, Pikachu type, electric ability, static skills, quick attack, proficient, thunder wave, proficient, double team, mastered, feint, mastered, thunderbolt, mastered, volt tackle, mastered, individual talent, medium quality, recent developments. Recently became a disciple of the Thunderbolt Dojo due to exceptional performance in the school league, resulting in a boost in strength. Recent developments. 6 months later, injured by the Pokémon of a trainer from Java during a dojo challenge, permanently losing its combat capability. Java? Shu Tong contemplated that this was the largest archipelago nation in the world, often referred to as the land of 1,000 islands. It was beset by perpetual thunderstorms, with the most formidable storm realm residing within its borders. The abundance of electric-type resources here seemed inexhaustible, making Java the nation with the most powerful electric-type Pokémon globally. Yet, one wondered why they had come to challenge the Thunder Dojo. Perhaps observing the Pokémon of other trainers within the dojo over the next few days would unveil more information. Just a few days prior, when leaving the Thunder Dojo for Jinling, no similar narratives had emerged from the dojo's Pokémon. What could have influenced this shift in storyline? The battle commenced, and the referee's voice interrupted Shu Tong's musings. The opposing Pikachu immediately unleashed its shadow clone technique, creating 7 or 8 illusory Pikachus in the arena. However, this did not deter the trio from executing their strategy. Guan Yu's Scyther paid no heed to the clones and charged directly towards the Victreebel, brandishing its blades as Victreebel had no choice but to brace itself with its leaves. Pikachu swiftly approached the Macamp, followed closely by Starmie, which unleashed a water gun aimed directly at the Shelmet. This time, they took Shelmet seriously, opting to use the weakest Starmie to restrain it, indicating their subconscious reluctance to acknowledge Shelmet's prowess. Shelmet, however, activated its hardened ability, enveloping itself within a protective shield. With this barrier in place, Shu Tong disregarded Starmie entirely. A water gun, or even a hydro pump would pose no threat. Shelmet continued to launch 6 strands of string shot, which danced ominously before Pikachu. Although Pikachu had utilized its shadow clone technique, it found itself unable to advance. This maneuver rendered Pikachu's shadow clone skill essentially useless, as all support abilities were intended to facilitate offense. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve? This particular Pikachu exhibited considerable strength, surpassing many novice trainers, making it likely to succeed in university entrance examinations. While maintaining its shadow clone, Pikachu unleashed its Thunderbolt, sending golden currents crackling against the strands of string shot. However, the electric energy could hardly disturb the formidable bug-type energy of Shelmet's strands. As the strands swayed, Pikachu's electric attacks were systematically dispelled, and its shadow clones began to fade into obscurity. What are you doing? Why hasn't Starmie breached Shelmet's defense yet? Pikachu's trainer grew anxious. Starmie has exerted its utmost strength. Yet Shelmet shows no sign of reaction. I am at a loss, Starmie's trainer exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on their brow as they faced the dire situation. Finally, Pikachu's position became apparent, and the strands of string shot began to constrict towards it. Pikachu, dash forward with Thunderbolt. The command was given, and Pikachu's speed surged, transforming into a streak of white light as it deftly evaded 3 or 4 strands, lunging towards Shelmet. Shutong was well acquainted with this strategy. For a long time, the Iron Shell bug had been honing its energy concentration and application under the swift strikes of Zhang Hongwei's electric beast. With a resounding impact, Pikachu successfully broke through the layers of encirclement created by the bug threads, colliding with the Iron Shell bug, only to be violently repelled by the concentrated energy it had harnessed. Triumphantly, Pikachu continued to employ its quick attack. It was evident that Pikachu's trainer had yet to notice the transformation taking place within its body. Upon utilizing quick attack for the second time, Pikachu's speed noticeably diminished, and after being hurled once more, it lay on the ground, trembling all over. Pikachu emitted a purple poisonous energy. Pikachu has been poisoned. We must take it to the hospital, Shutong declared. Impossible. How could it be poisoned? It wasn't struck by any poison-type move. How could this happen? Pikachu's trainer was incredulous, unable to accept the bizarre situation unfolding before him. Pikachu lost its ability to continue battling, and the referee coldly announced the outcome of the match. Only then did Pikachu's trainer, in a daze, return Pikachu to its Pokeball and head towards the principal of his school. Why did Pikachu suddenly become poisoned? The audience erupted with questions, hoping someone could provide an explanation. However, many teachers were equally baffled. After all, the Iron Shell bug did not possess the poison touch ability. How could it have inexplicably poisoned Pikachu? Incredible, utterly inconceivable. Did the Iron Shell bug somehow channel poison energy into its hardened move? Remarked Principal Ho of Yizhong School. Principal Ho, you certainly have a keen eye, Principal Gu chuckled. This Iron Shell bug possesses such remarkable talent. It reminds me of a certain individual from years past. Are you referring to our most formidable trainer to emerge from Xiangzhou City? He should be called Doctor by now, Principal Ho replied. Back then, Dr. Li was equally enigmatic. Without anyone noticing, he developed a highly gifted Pokémon, whether it was the Colossal Onyx in its early stages or the later shiny Electrode. Each exhibited a terrifying prowess that left one breathless. As the principals conversed, their voices brimmed with admiration. Old Ho, Principal Gu said. To suggest that this Iron Shell bug bears the shadow of Dr. Li is somewhat excessive. It is merely an Iron Shell bug, not comparable to Dr. Li's creations in any regard. Principal Ho chuckled self-deprecatingly, his interest in the ongoing competition waning. After witnessing the strongest Pikachu's utter defeat, what hope remained? Starfish had exhausted itself by shooting water jets, losing its ability to fight. Although the Flying Mantis struggled to subdue the Victory Bell, with Qiankale's assistance, the battle's outcome became clear. Under the combined assault of the Mytiana and the Flying Mantis, Victory Bell wilted. Chapter 90. Iron-Fisted Mytiana in the following 2 days of competition. Xingqing High School achieved a series of victories, winning 6 matches over 3 days and accumulating a total of 18 points. Similarly accumulating 18 points are Xiangzhou First High School and Fengtai District First High School. The final day will witness a contest among these 3 teams. In the morning, Xingqing First High School will face off against Fengtai District First High School. The victorious team will then compete against Xiangzhou First High School in the afternoon, followed by a match for 3rd and 4th place in the evening. The following day will feature battles against Fengtai District First High School and Xiangzhou First High School, with the principal personally visiting the lounge. Principal Gu remarked, I trust you have a general understanding of the prowess of Fengtai District First High School. All of their Pokémon are fire types, replied Qiankale. Zhao Mingjing added, These three individuals are the direct disciples of the Wind and Fire Dojo. Among them, Zheng Yi, who employs the Fire Rock Mouse, is the son of the current master, Zheng Jing, with strength comparable to that of a professional trainer. The other two, utilizing the Dialubi, are only slightly less formidable. Indeed, the three Fire-type Pokémon have a firm hold over the Flying Mantis and Iron Shell Beetle, making tomorrow's first battle quite challenging. Principal Gu commented. Then the afternoon match against Xiangzhou First High School should be easier, suggested Qian Kale. Director Zhao shot him a glare, stating, if we do not triumph over Fengtai District First High School, we might as well forego the afternoon match. We must secure a victory, exclaimed Qian Kale. Their three Pokémon exhibit excellent synergy, skillfully employing various techniques and traits. It is no wonder they are trained by Zheng Jing, Principal Gu noted. I cannot guarantee a win, but I possess a strategy to remain undefeated. The energy shield generated by Iron Shell Beetle's hardening skill cannot be breached by Pokémon of ordinary professional trainer's caliber, Shu Tong asserted. Principal Gu's eyes brightened instantly. Is that true? Indeed, during special training at the Thunderbolt Dojo, Iron Shell Beetle was able to withstand 250,000 volts in the electromagnetic training room, Shu Tong confirmed. Then I have no reason to worry. Enjoy yourselves tonight, Principal Gu declared as he strutted out of the lounge, leaving the four in a state of bewilderment. The final competition day of the Xiangzhou City High School League had arrived. Xingqing First High School's progress to this stage had surpassed everyone's expectations, with each victory prompting Director He to celebrate on the official website of the Xingqing Trainer Association. The match between Xingqing First High School and Fengtai District First High School commenced in earnest. All Pokémon from both sides appeared on the field. Name, Fire Rock Mouse. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Howl, Proficient. Flare Blitz, Beginner. Smokescreen, Proficient. Quick Attack, Proficient. Spark, Expert. Flame Wheel, Mastered. Individual Talent, Medium Grade. High Grade Attack, High Grade Special Attack. Recent Turnaround. The upcoming College Entrance Examination League in 3 months will assist trainers in achieving a top 30 ranking in Sioux Province. Recent Turnaround. In 1 year, due to the Wind and Fire Dojo becoming the largest dojo in Xiangzhou City, it has gained more resources, leading to a rapid enhancement of strength. The two Darubis merely serve as side characters to this Fire Rock Mouse. Judging from the information about the Fire Rock Mouse, it possesses a mastery level of sparks sufficient to suggest potential for a second-tier trainer. While its innate talent may be slightly lacking, it has another opportunity for evolution, which, if fortune favors, may lead to further enhancement. The top 30 ranking in Sioux Province is hardly surprising, considering it is the favored offspring of the Wind and Fire Dojo. However, an unsettling twist recently left Shu Tong feeling anxious. She recalled the script involving the Pikachu from the First High School in Minbo District, which depicted the Java Kingdom challenging the Thunderbolt Dojo. How could the Wind and Fire Dojo claim to be the largest dojo in Xiangzhou City, when it is evidently the Thunderbolt Dojo that holds that title? Ling Zhun, a 6th-tier trainer, possesses overwhelming strength that completely overshadows Zheng Jing, a 5th-tier trainer. Could it be that the Thunderbolt Dojo has fallen from grace? These speculations lingered in Shu Tong's mind. Perhaps observing Ling Yun's Electric Spirit script in the afternoon would yield new insights. As the competition commenced, the referee waved the command flag. Use Long Howl. Simultaneously ordered the three from the First High School in the Fengtai area. This Long Howl technique invigorates the internal energy, enhancing skeletal muscle activity to bolster attack power. However, collectively employing Long Howl now presented an opportunity for their opponents to strike. Such recklessness. The Flying Mantis surged forward, executing a slash. Guan Yu, eager to prove himself, commanded the action. The Flying Mantis shot forth like a green flash. No. Both Shu Tong and Qian Kale exclaimed simultaneously. Qian Kale promptly instructed the underling to roll forward, preparing for any eventuality. Shu Tong directed the Iron Shell Bug to use silk spinning and propel itself forward to provide support. Indeed, as the Flying Mantis soared above the Fire Rock Mouse, brandishing its blade for a downward slash, both the Fire Rock Mouse and the two Darubis unleashed their sparks simultaneously. The three streams of sparks converged, akin to jetting flames, as the searing fire threatened to engulf the Flying Mantis. Given the Flying Mantis's already fragile special defense, it stood little chance against such a powerful close-range fire attack. A direct hit would undoubtedly incapacitate it. Fortunately, the Iron Shell Bug's speed in spinning silk was astonishing. At the critical moment, it ensnared the mantis's legs, forcefully pulling it back. Zheng Yi and his companions were unwilling to relinquish their meticulously crafted strategy so easily. Would they let their prize slip away? The flames instantly redirected toward the retreating mantis. At that moment, The underling fortuitously arrived, bracing itself against the flames. The underling's thick, fat characteristic mitigated the damage from the fire. Truly, the underling possessed the valor to stand firm against a multitude. Guan Yu exhaled deeply, still shaken, and said, "I apologize for my recklessness." "No, we must thank you." "Qian the Wealthy," Shu Tong replied. In the midst of the flames, the underling's body erupted with accumulated evolutionary energy, producing a brilliant white light that soared into the sky, engulfing all the fiery energy within. At this moment, Qian Kale's body inexplicably began to emanate subtle waves of energy, seemingly resonating with the mighty wrestler beneath the curtain. "Ha! It has evolved. The wrestler has evolved." Qian Kale leaped with uncontainable excitement. In stark contrast, Zheng Yi and his companions were engulfed in despair, realizing that such a flawless attack had inadvertently become a wedding garment for another. They lamented the unbreakable radiance of evolution. Otherwise, they would have charged forward in desperation. With a furious roar, the wrestler's energy converged, revealing a robust iron-fisted wrestler towering nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters. A figure almost twice the size of an ordinary iron-fisted wrestler. Is this an oversized iron-fisted wrestler? I recall that a typical one stands around 2 meters and 30 centimeters. Guan Yu remarked with envy. Qian Kale laughed heartily, responding, "Of course, it is a splendid creation of mine. I have ensured it continuously amassed energy for evolution. And at last, it has erupted at this moment." Shu Tong focused her gaze on the iron-fisted wrestler, captivated by the astonishing script unfolding before her.